At the company's annual meeting, Qin Yang unexpectedly entered into a relationship with the divine CEO, Jiang Muxue. After a night of revelry, 6 months later, Jiang Muxue's affluent parents approached him with a proposal for marriage. Unbeknownst to Qin Yang, Jiang Muxue had become a vegetative state following that fateful night, yet the unforeseen encounter had resulted in her conceiving his child. Living off others? Not even a dog would do that. If dogs won't, then I shall. With an offer of $5 million in cash, a monthly allowance of $300,000, and a villa, it would be foolish to decline. After obtaining their marriage certificate, Qin Yang was pleasantly surprised to discover that he had awakened the emotional value system. By inciting emotional fluctuations in Jiang Muxue, he could earn emotional points, which could be utilized for lottery draws. How could he evoke emotions from a vegetative person? Wife, allow me a kiss first. Chapter 1. Obtaining the marriage certificate with the vegetative goddess. In a parallel world, on Blue Star, a knock resounded on the door of a modest rental apartment. Qin Yang frowned, puzzled as it was not yet time to pay the rent. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of a distinguished middle-aged couple he did not recognize, which left him bewildered as to why they had come to the urban village. "May I ask whom you are looking for?" Qin Yang inquired amiably. The man took a deep breath and replied, "Qin Yang, we are looking for you. May we speak inside? Please come in." Qin Yang gestured for them to enter. The couple surveyed the surroundings. Despite the apartment's dilapidated condition, it was relatively clean. "May I ask who you are?" Qin Yang queried. His curiosity piqued once they were seated. The middle-aged man hesitated before saying, "My surname is Jiang. Muxue is our daughter, and we have come to discuss an important matter with you." Qin Yang's expression shifted, becoming somewhat awkward. Jiang Muxue was the CEO of his previous company, renowned for her stunning beauty. They had inadvertently become involved after a company event, which led to his dismissal from the company. "Director Jiang, I assure you it was not intentional," Qin Yang stammered. The man raised his hand slightly. "We are aware. If it had been intentional, you would have already been imprisoned. We have come to discuss other matters." Qin Yang sighed in relief. "Please, go ahead." Muxue has fallen into a vegetative state. Qin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? How could Director Jiang be in a vegetative state? I saw her after that night, and she seemed fine." The woman displayed a pained expression. Jiang Wancheng, Jiang Muxue's father, said solemnly, "Do not be alarmed. Muxue's condition is unrelated to you. She fell into this state more than a month after that night." Qin Yang was taken aback. 6 or 7 months had passed. Jiang Muxue had been in a vegetative state for nearly half a year. "Director Jiang, is there any way I can assist?" Jiang Muxue's mother interjected. "Qin Yang, we hope you can marry Muxue. She is pregnant with your child." "What?" Qin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be true? Jiang Wancheng lit a cigarette, his tone grave. "After Muxue fell into a vegetative state, we took her to the hospital for examination, where we discovered her pregnancy. The doctors advised against an abortion, as it would significantly diminish her chances of recovery." He paused, then continued, "In the past few months, we have consulted numerous doctors, but Muxue remains unresponsive, and her chances of awakening diminish with each passing day. We only have her as our daughter." Qin Yang responded, "You wish for me to marry her so she can bear the child? The risks involved in childbirth are exceedingly dangerous." Both Jiang Muxue's parents fell silent, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Tears welled in her mother's eyes. "Qin Yang, we want you to marry Muxue, partly to bring her some cheer, and partly so that the child will have a father." There was a third point Jiang Wancheng refrained from mentioning. After their marriage, should Qin Yang engage with Jiang Muxue, it might potentially stimulate her out of the vegetative state. Qin Yang replied, "If the child is indeed mine, I will certainly fulfill my responsibilities as a father. However, marrying Director Jiang seems unnecessary. Bringing her joy is merely superstition." Marry a young man to a person in a vegetative state? He doubted his parents would approve. Jiang Muxue's mother produced a card from her bag. "Qin Yang, this card contains $5 million. After your marriage, we will provide a monthly allowance of $300,000. Muxue owns a villa, which will also belong to you." Qin Yang's heart raced. $5 million plus a monthly allowance and a villa. Wouldn't this be a test for a civil servant? Who could withstand such temptation? "I agree." Qin Yang readily acquiesced. If he refused, Jiang Muxue's parents might offer even more, but one must not be overly greedy. "Qin Yang, given Muxue's current condition, hosting a wedding might attract unwarranted criticism. It would be better for you to obtain the marriage certificate without a ceremony. Perhaps Muxue will recover in the future. There will be time for celebration later," Jiang Wancheng stated firmly. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. Director Jiang. What are the chances of Director Jiang recovering? 1%. Qin Yang sighed inwardly. That probability was dismally low, and it was likely to decrease further with time. Jiang Wancheng stood. Let us go. There is no time like the present. Qin Yang, you shall obtain the marriage certificate with Muxue today. The trio descended to the ground floor. A stretched Rolls-Royce awaited them. Qin Yang was not surprised. He knew Jiang Wancheng was the wealthiest man in Haicheng, with assets in the billions. An hour later, they arrived in an upscale villa community. The car halted in front of a luxurious villa. Sir, madam. Upon entering the villa, four housekeepers greeted them respectfully. Jiang Muxue's mother remarked, "This is Qin Yang. He will soon marry Muxue, and he will be the master of this house." Mr. Qin, the housekeepers chorused. Qin Yang nodded, opting for silence. Jiang Wancheng led Qin Yang upstairs, where he soon laid eyes on Jiang Muxue, lying quietly. Her complexion was slightly pale, yet her beauty remained striking. Muxue. Jiang Muxue's mother took her hand, tears shimmering in her eyes. Despite the passage of time since the incident, the sight of her daughter always brought immense sorrow. Jiang Wancheng said, "Muxue, Qin Yang is here. We have contacted the Civil Affairs Bureau, and they will arrive shortly. Your father and mother hope you will marry Qin Yang." Qin Yang glanced at the nearby medical equipment. There was no sign of any change. Director Jiang, after marrying Muxue, "May I kiss her?" Jiang Wancheng nodded. Yes. He too looked at the medical equipment, which showed no signs of abnormal fluctuations. Soon, the Civil Affairs Bureau staff arrived. Jiang Wancheng presented Jiang Muxue's photograph, and after some editing, they produced a composite photo of Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue. With a resounding stamp, the marriage certificate was issued. Beep. Emotional system activated. Emotional fluctuations from Jiang Muxue can yield emotional points. Emotional points can be utilized for lottery draws. Qin Yang was taken aback. Had he truly awakened a system? There must be an initial gift package, right? Qin Yang attempted to silently recite in his mind, initiating the distribution of the initial gift package. Congratulations, host. Your mental acuity has risen to an S-level standard. Qin Yang felt a warm current surge through his mind as his mental capacity surged rapidly, rendering his thoughts exceptionally clear. Before long, the enhancement concluded. Qin Yang sensed a significant improvement in his memory. He could now vividly recall events from even before the age of 3. He also remembered that night with Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue was his first. Little Qin, from now on you two are husband and wife. I hope you will take good care of Muxue. If she recovers, we shall grant you 100 million. The Civil Affairs Bureau staff member addressed Jiang Wancheng as he departed. Qin Yang inwardly marveled at his father-in-law's generosity. Chairman Jiang, I will certainly take good care of Muxue, Qin Yang promised earnestly. Jiang Wancheng replied, since you and Muxue are now married, it is time to adjust your address. For the time being, you may call me Uncle Jiang. You may refer to me as Aunt Liang, Jiang Muxue added. Qin Yang nodded in acknowledgement and said, Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang.
Chapter 2. Preparing to move in together. Jiang Muxue's mother, Liang Lan, spoke up. Xiao Qin, please terminate your current lease and move in here. You need not worry about the household chores or caring for Muxue. Just spend more time talking to her. Qin Yang nodded in agreement, realizing that living in a rented space could never compare to the comfort of this grand villa. Xiao Qin, do you have any questions? Inquired Jiang Wancheng. Qin Yang glanced at Jiang Muxue, who lay on the bed, and asked, Uncle Jiang, what caused Muxue to end up like this? Knowing the reason may increase the chances of awakening her. Jiang Wancheng sighed. She fell and hit her head. We took her for examination. And although there were no major issues, she remains unresponsive. We are at our wits' end. Qin Yang replied, Uncle Jiang, I will find a way. Regarding my marriage to Muxue, I would prefer to inform my parents later. That is acceptable, Jiang Wancheng nodded. You may choose the timing. When the moment is right, we can have a meal together with your parents to discuss this. After a brief conversation, Qin Yang took his leave, needing to move some of his belongings. Husband, will this plan truly work? Liang Lan asked through tears. Jiang Wancheng furrowed his brow. There are no other options. We must try everything we can. With Muxue's beauty, even in her current state, Qin Yang will likely be drawn to her. Perhaps it will stimulate her awakening. In the past, they would never have considered such a desperate idea. Times had changed. The doctor had informed them that the chances of recovery were a mere 1%. They had to gamble everything. Jiang Muxue and Qin Yang had already been intimate, and she was carrying his child. Marrying Qin Yang was their best option. Muxue. Please open your eyes and see your mother. Both your father and I are here, do not ignore us, Liang Lan implored, holding Jiang Muxue's hand and weeping. Yet. Jiang Muxue remained unresponsive, her brain waves flat and tranquil. Qin Yang hailed a taxi to his rented apartment. He typically hesitated to take cabs. But with 5 million in his bank account and a monthly allowance of 300,000 from Jiang Wanqing, the fare was inconsequential. System. Jiang Muxue is currently in a coma. How can I induce emotional fluctuations in her to gain emotional value? Qin Yang queried in his mind. The system responded, host. Just because the machine cannot detect it does not mean Jiang Muxue cannot experience emotional fluctuations. How you choose to elicit those emotions is beyond this system's concern. Very well. My mental power has reached the S-grade level. What are the various levels, and what does S-grade entail? Qin Yang changed his question. The reward levels. From highest to lowest are SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. Your current mental power is hundreds of times greater than that of an average person. You possess perfect recall, can manipulate objects after training, can launch mental attacks, and sense the mental fluctuations of others. Qin Yang's heart stirred. Can I communicate mentally with Muxue? The system replied, she cannot respond at this time, but you can convey information to her, allowing her to perceive it. Understood. Qin Yang felt a sense of relief. There remained a possibility of inducing emotional fluctuations in Jiang Muxue. He pondered the implications of having a system. It would be awkward if it were unusable. System, do you possess a system space? Please do not tell me you do not, as that is fundamental. Qin Yang inquired mentally. The system confirmed, yes, the size of the space is proportional to your strength. Currently, the system space is 500 cubic meters. A smile spread across Qin Yang's face. Even if his strength did not increase further, 500 cubic meters was substantial. A standard 40-foot container is only 55 cubic meters. 500 could hold a great deal. Moreover, as his strength grew, the system space would also expand. What kind of rewards can be obtained through the lottery? Qin Yang asked, intrigued. The system responded, various rewards are possible. The lowest level of the lottery requires 10 emotional points, each subsequent level requires 10 times more. You may participate in the lottery up to 3 times daily. A gentle smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. With the potential for diverse rewards. He believed he could eventually acquire means or items to heal Jiang Muxue. Suddenly, his phone rang. He assumed it was Jiang Wanqing, but upon checking, it was Manager Yang from the company where he was currently employed. Qin Yang, you need to return to the company immediately. There is an urgent task that requires your attention, Manager Yang insisted on the other end of the line. Qin Yang frowned, Manager Yang. I worked quite a bit of overtime last month, and I have not received a single cent for it. I cannot take on this extra shift. Manager Yang replied. Qin Yang, you are still young, you need to hone your skills. In this day and age, having a job is quite fortunate. If you do not come, you need not return. Qin Yang retorted, Manager Yang, I can leave without issue, but my salary and overtime pay must not be diminished. With that, he hung up the phone, having long wished to escape that wretched job. Each day spent laboring endlessly at the company yielded meager pay. In contrast, Jiang Muxue's company was far superior, offering decent wages and benefits. However, after an incident involving alcohol, he had left that job following a conversation with her. After more than half an hour, the taxi approached the urban village where Qin Yang resided. Driver, please pull over to the side, he instructed. The driver complied. And once the vehicle came to a stop, Qin Yang entered a nearby bank ATM, inserted his card, and entered his PIN, which was conveniently printed on the card. Upon pressing the inquiry button, the balance displayed, your account balance is 500,000,000 yuan. Seeing this result, Qin Yang's heart raced. Although he trusted Jiang's family's integrity, witnessing the 5 million in his account was exhilarating. Stay calm, stay calm. I am now a person with a system, Qin Yang reassured himself. With a system space of 500 cubic meters and S-grade mental power, he understood that earning money in the future would not be difficult. Moreover, why toil endlessly for a living? He would find a way to awaken Su Muxue and earn a billion. After withdrawing from the ATM, Qin Yang decided not to touch the money just yet. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the rented apartment. Qin Yang, are you planning to terminate your lease? The landlord surprisingly arrived before him. Qin Yang nodded in affirmation. The landlord stated, there are several areas in the apartment that are damaged, according to the contract. I must deduct your 1,000 yuan deposit. Qin Yang frowned, where is the damage? The landlord pointed out several spots. Qin Yang scoffed, landlord, you must be mistaken. Those areas were already damaged before I moved in. Are you blaming me for them? Furthermore, normal wear and tear is expected when renting. The landlord's expression darkened. What I say is damage, and I will not refund a single cent of your deposit. Fury welled up within Qin Yang. He narrowed his eyes, and a surge of powerful mental energy coursed through him. In the landlord's eyes, Qin Yang had transformed into a fearsome figure, resembling a ferocious tyrannosaurus. A veritable embodiment of a killing machine. Do not kill me, the landlord pleaded, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground. His complexion turned ashen, nearly paralyzed by terror. Please, spare my life. As he repeatedly bowed his head to the floor, blood began to trickle from his forehead after a dozen or so prostrations. Will my deposit be refunded? Qin Yang inquired coldly. The landlord nodded vigorously, yes, of course. Not only the deposit, but I will also return all the rent you have previously paid. With a disdainful huff, Qin Yang retracted his oppressive aura. The landlord felt the terrifying pressure dissipate and hurriedly refunded Qin Yang, before hastily fleeing the room. The sheer horror of Qin Yang lingered in the landlord's mind as he touched his forehead, his hand smeared with fresh blood. Chapter 3, The Beginning of Earning Emotional Points. Ding. After the landlord's departure, Qin Yang made a video call to his family. Son, are you off today? His mother, Chen Ping, inquired with a warm smile. Mom, I've just secured a major deal, and the company has issued a substantial bonus. I will transfer 20,000 to you. So you and Dad don't need to be frugal with your expenses. Son, such a large bonus from just one deal? Chen Ping exclaimed in astonishment. Qin Yang mused silently. This deal is indeed significant. It involves a lifetime's worth of earnings, with an initial bonus of 5 million. If all goes well, there could be an additional 100 million in bonuses. Mom, this is just a small amount. There are others in the company who receive far more than I do. Qin Yang replied. Son, keep the money for yourself. Your father and I are not lacking, we have saved some as well. When you marry, we will help with the bride price, Chen Ping reassured him. Qin Yang internally chuckled, knowing he was already legally married. It was a 2-for-1 deal, as Jiang Muxue was also carrying his child. However, he decided to withhold this information for now, as it was all quite sudden and left him somewhat bewildered. Mom, I still have plenty left. This 20,000 is a token of respect for you both, feel free to spend it as you wish. After a brief conversation, Qin Yang ended the call and transferred the money to his mother. This money was not part of the 5 million. He had saved around 30 to 50,000 from his previous job. Although he knew his parents might not spend it, sending money back would ease their minds. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yang gathered his belongings, which fit neatly into a single suitcase. After some consideration, he also bundled up his blanket. He did not intend to bring it to Jiang Muxue's villa, yet he did not want to leave it for the landlord either. Over an hour later, Qin Yang returned to the villa as evening descended. Upon entering, he was greeted by the appetizing aroma of food. Xiao Qin, Auntie will show you to your room, Liang Lan said, guiding him to the second floor. Qin Yang's room was directly across from Jiang Muxue's, given her current condition. It was inappropriate for him to share a bed with her, especially since she was still under medical observation. Xiao Qin, this room is a guest room. You are now the master of this home, but given Muxue's situation, you will have to settle for the guest room, Liang Lan explained. Auntie, it's not a problem at all. This room is 40 to 50 square meters, much larger than the one I rented. How could I possibly feel wronged living in a villa? He was not one to be overly sensitive. Liang Lan hesitated for a moment. If you have something to say, please feel free to express it, Qin Yang encouraged her. She nodded, indeed, there is something. Now that you and Muxue are married, affection is natural, but given Muxue's condition, we must be cautious regarding your intimate life. She is only 6 to 7 months pregnant. While it is not entirely off limits, we should proceed with caution. Qin Yang cleared his throat. Auntie, I understand. Liang Lan sighed in relief. Discussing such matters with her son-in-law was quite awkward, but it was necessary, after all. Could she expect Jiang Wanqing to handle it? Soon, they descended the stairs where a lavish spread of food awaited them, filling the table to capacity. However, only the three of them sat down to eat. The villa employed 4 maids who dined separately. Xiaoqin, today marks your wedding day with Muxue. Though we Haven Tea held a banquet, let us share a drink, Jiang Wanqing said, producing a bottle of premium Maotai. Dear, I do like a drink as well. Liang Lan chimed in. Before long, the three of them filled their glasses. Qin Yang raised his cup. Uncle Jiang, Auntie Liang, I toast to you. I have yet to express my apologies for that night. Liang Lan sighed softly. We are now family, such words are unnecessary. Perhaps what occurred that night was fate. If it hadn't happened, Muxue wouldn't be pregnant, and we would find it even harder to accept. Jiang Wanqing silently finished his drink, reflecting that if their daughter had not become pregnant, her recovery might have been easier. But who could say for certain? Perhaps recovery would still prove challenging, and the child might not exist. With one cup after another, they finished 2 bottles of liquor. Jiang Wanqing had a robust tolerance, and Liang Lan was also capable. Qin Yang had previously been a lightweight, but now he discovered his tolerance had improved. Where he once felt tipsy after 3 or 4 ounces, he felt perfectly clear-headed after 7 or 8. His increase in tolerance was likely due to a significant boost in his mental acuity. Qin Yang mused to himself. My mental strength is over 100 times that of an ordinary person. Xiaoqin, your drinking prowess is impressive. Once Muxue recovers, we shall drink to our heart's content. Jiang Wanqing said, patting Qin Yang on the shoulder. Uncle Jiang, Muxue will surely awaken. After this trial, her life will be smooth sailing, Qin Yang assured him. Jiang Wanqing nodded in agreement. Xiaoqin, your Aunt Liang and I will return home now. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call us. Even if we are not in Haicheng, we can arrange for someone to assist you immediately. Understood, Qin Yang replied, seeing them off. The Jiang family possessed immense wealth, and they were indeed busy individuals. Night had fallen by the time he returned to Jiang Muxue's room. 2 maids had already given her a massage. The 4 maids hired by the Jiang family were quite skilled. 2 of them had medical training, while the other 2 were exceptional caregivers. Mr. Qin, we will return for a checkup at 10 o'clock tonight, one of the maids informed him before bowing and leaving. Qin Yang sat by the bedside, watching Jiang Muxue as she lay there as peacefully as a sleeping beauty. He felt a sense of bewilderment. He never imagined he would marry Jiang Muxue, nor that she would be carrying his child. After some time, he regained his composure, leaning closer to Jiang Muxue to admire her features in detail. Her beauty was extraordinary, far surpassing that of most actresses in films and television. She is truly stunning. How did such a goddess become my wife? Qin Yang whispered softly. As time passed, he did not immediately kiss Jiang Muxue but instead carefully guided his mental energy into her mind. Though Jiang Muxue had become a vegetable, there still remained traces of her mental energy within. Qin Yang allowed his mental energy to connect with hers. Jiang Muxue, it is I, Qin Yang, he spoke gently. He conveyed this message to Jiang Muxue through his mental power. A system prompt appeared in Qin Yang's mind, although it lacked sound. He was able to perceive the information. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. He hastily glanced at the nearby brainwave monitor, where the lines remained quite steady, and the electrocardiogram showed no changes. Yet, the system had already indicated an acquisition of emotional value. Muxue, you are pregnant, it is our child. A faint smile graced Qin Yang's face. It seems that obtaining emotional value is not so difficult after all. Muxue, I have another piece of good news for you. Your parents came to see me, and today we registered our marriage. You are now my wife. The instrument still showed no abnormal fluctuations, yet the emotional value Qin Yang obtained was tangible. Chapter 4, A Kiss with Jiang Muxue. Muxue, wake up quickly. I am going to kiss you. I am sitting right by your bedside, and I can kiss you just by leaning down. Should I kiss your face first or your lips? Qin Yang's subsequent words elicited no emotional value. System, what is happening? System, host. Jiang Muxue's mental power is quite weak. it should be nearly depleted. Qin Yang was taken aback. Has her mental power been exhausted after just a few sentences? How weak must Jiang Muxue's mental power be? However, had it not been this way, she might have awakened earlier. System, can Jiang Muxue recover? She is not brain dead, so her mental power can naturally be restored. Qin Yang sighed in relief. It is good that she can recover. System. Can emotional value only be obtained from Jiang Muxue? Yes. Qin Yang secretly shook his head. It seems he could only seize the opportunity with Jiang Muxue. He gazed at her enchanting face and delicate red lips, which were indeed alluring, yet he chose to refrain from kissing her for the time being. Jiang Muxue's mental power was depleted, kissing her now would yield no emotional fluctuations. The experience would be greatly diminished. It would be better to wait until her mental power had recovered before kissing her. Sitting upright, Qin Yang reached out to caress Jiang Muxue's lovely face. For now, he would refrain from kissing and simply touch her. So soft and smooth. Qin Yang's heart fluttered, touching Jiang Muxue's beautiful face was truly delightful. If he were to touch other parts, his heartbeat would quicken. Nevertheless, he chose to hold back for the moment. He could obtain emotional value from her emotional fluctuations. So it was best to save it for later. Jiang Muxue was already his wife, and she was pregnant. Currently, she was in a vegetative state. There was no escaping. Muxue, rest well. Reluctantly withdrawing his hand, Qin Yang left the room. Staying any longer, he might be unable to resist doing something. Qin Yang arrived at the study. This villa had 3 floors and a basement. The second floor contained 3 bedrooms and a study, while the third floor housed Jiang Muxue's yoga room and piano room, among others, and the basement included a gym. The study was quite spacious, with a brand new computer on the desk. During dinner, Qin Yang had heard Liang Lan mention that Jiang Muxue rarely used the desktop in the study, preferring her laptop instead. Soon, Qin Yang powered it on. After checking the computer specifications, he was very satisfied. The configuration was formidable, perfect for gaming. However, Qin Yang did not immediately play games. He stood up and approached the large bookshelf, retrieving a book. He opened it and began to read quickly, spending only 4 or 5 seconds on each page. 2 minutes later, he had read through 20 or 30 pages. He closed his eyes and recalled the content he had just seen. He could remember it all clearly. Truly, he possessed an extraordinary memory. Qin Yang was exhilarated. As time passed, he continued to read, finding immense joy in acquiring knowledge with his newfound ability to remember everything. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours had slipped by. Feeling fatigued, he realized that in just 2 hours, he had read through over 10 books, and he had retained and comprehended the content within them. His mental power surpassed that of ordinary individuals by 100-fold, enhancing not only his memory but also his comprehension significantly. However, his understanding had not increased by quite such a margin. If faced with complex manuscripts akin to those of Qian Lao, he would likely be as bewildered as any ordinary person. Knowledge requires continuous accumulation. Though somewhat weary, he felt he could continue. I wonder where my limits lie now. Qin Yang pondered. After drinking some water, he returned to the study to continue his learning. Gradually, another 2 hours passed. Qin Yang felt extremely fatigued and experienced a slight headache. Although he had not reached his limit, he was nearing it. He mentally assessed the books he had completed. In the first 2 hours, he had finished 18 books, while in the following 2 hours, he had only managed 12. The consumption of mental power had significantly slowed his efficiency. System, how much mental power do I have left? Qin Yang inquired in his mind. System, host. Your current mental power is roughly 30 times that of an ordinary person. Qin Yang was taken aback. System, with so much remaining, why do I feel so tired? Host. Even with this much remaining, one can still feel fatigued, regardless of how much mental power is consumed. There will always be about 20% left. Qin Yang nodded slightly. So that is how it is. System, please elaborate. When above 80%, one feels energetic. Between 50 and 80%, one is in a normal state. Between 30 and 50%, mental condition declines. Qin Yang, how long will it take to recover? System, host, this varies. If you have 4 to 5 hours of deep sleep, you can fully recover. If the sleep quality is poor, it may take over 10 hours. Qin Yang sighed in relief. Thankfully, the recovery time is relatively short. Checking the time, he realized it was quite late. After taking a shower, Qin Yang returned to Jiang Muxue's room. His wife was exceptionally beautiful, and with a wealthy family, many would likely consider her perfect. Qin Yang mused. However, he did not share this sentiment. He was acutely aware that Jiang Muxue was a wonderful person, and if she awoke, he could obtain even more emotional value. Additionally, he would receive a fortune of 100 million. 5 hours had passed, he wondered how much she had recovered. Qin Yang once more sent his mental power into Jiang Muxue's mind. Muxue, I am preparing to kiss you. Qin Yang's eyes brightened. It seemed Jiang Muxue's mental power had recovered significantly. In that case, why wait any longer? Leaning down, Qin Yang pressed his lips against Jiang Muxue's soft mouth. Emotional value surged from her, initially high, then gradually decreasing until they ceased altogether. Throughout this process, Qin Yang also employed his mental power, transmitting his sensations to Jiang Muxue. Only a brief kiss on the lips, without the extension of tongues, yet why did the fire extinguish? Qin Yang conveyed a thought through his mental energy, but Jiang Muxue still failed to provide any emotional value. We shall continue tomorrow. Satisfied, Qin Yang returned to his bedroom. System, how much emotional value do I possess in total? Qin Yang inquired within his mind. 88 points. Qin Yang's eyes sparkled. He recalled that the initial amount was 42, which meant he had just acquired 46 points of emotional value. Has Jiang Muxue's mental energy seen an enhancement? Qin Yang mused internally, estimating that this was indeed the case. Jiang Muxue's mental energy, once stagnant, was now gradually awakening. System. I can draw a lottery with 10 points of emotional value, correct? Let us give it a try. Qin Yang expressed a hint of anticipation in his mind. Chapter 5, Is Jiang Muxue expecting a daughter? Congratulations to the host, your length has increased by 1 centimeter. As the system announced. A warm current surged through Qin Yang. He widened his eyes. System, do I still need to increase my length? System, host, you can opt out of the reward. Qin Yang cleared his throat, then I shall forego that, since the reward has arrived, it would be unreasonable to decline it. System, the effects of a 10-point emotional value draw appear to be quite remarkable. Qin Yang pondered to himself. System, host. I must remind you that regardless of the emotional value expended, there is a possibility of receiving poor rewards, as well as excellent ones. However, the higher the emotional value, the greater the likelihood of acquiring something beneficial. Qin Yang nodded slightly. There are still 2 chances left today, let me draw twice more. He was quite pleased with the previous reward. System, congratulations to the host for winning a barrel of mineral water. Qin Yang, if I were in the desert, this would be splendid. Yet, here in the city, mineral water costs over $10 a barrel. Congratulations to the host for enhancing constitution by 1 point. The average constitution for adult males is 10 points, and after enhancement, the host's constitution is now 12 points. A gentle warmth permeated his entire body. Qin Yang distinctly felt his strength augmenting, with noticeable growth in his arm muscles. Goodness, this is impressive, Qin Yang marveled inwardly. He maintained a regular fitness routine, resulting in a constitution slightly above average. Now, a mere conversation with Jiang Muxue had yielded such enhancement. System, if my constitution improves, will my strength, speed, and other attributes elevate comprehensively? Indeed, host. Qin Yang smiled, this is quite favorable. It would be far more troublesome if various attributes needed to be enhanced separately. Moreover, it seems illogical to enhance speed without a corresponding increase in strength. Time for sleep. Qin Yang lay down and quickly drifted off. This bed is far more comfortable than that in the rental apartment, and the substantial consumption of mental energy had left him quite fatigued. Beep, beep. The next morning, the alarm clock rang. Sitting up, Qin Yang slapped his forehead. He had forgotten to cancel the alarm he had set the night before. Having resigned, he no longer needed to attend work. After his morning routine, Qin Yang entered Jiang Muxue's room. Jiang Muxue was having breakfast. Mr. Qin. The 2 caretakers feeding Jiang Muxue called out. Qin Yang was taken aback. Jiang Muxue's eyes were open, whereas they had been closed the previous day. Is Muxue awake? One of the caretakers shook her head. Mr. Qin, no, a vegetative state merely causes her to open her eyes as a reflex. Though her eyes are open, she cannot see. Sometimes they are open, sometimes closed. Qin Yang gazed into Jiang Muxue's eyes. They were quite large, yet devoid of any luster. Can Muxue eat? Qin Yang inquired. Another caretaker, who was feeding Jiang Muxue, replied, a person in a vegetative state cannot eat like a normal person, but most have a swallowing reflex and can consume liquid food. We have prepared her meals as liquids for feeding. It requires patience during mealtime. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Is the nutritional aspect adequate? Rest assured. We have a dedicated nutritionist to ensure the nutrition of both Jiang Muxue and her child is guaranteed. As the caretaker finished her sentence, her expression shifted slightly. She had inadvertently revealed that Jiang Muxue was expecting a daughter. Qin Yang's eyes brightened. So Muxue is having a daughter? Mr. Qin, I do not know. Qin Yang, do not be anxious, I enjoy having daughters. A little cotton-padded jacket is delightful. I have seen such adorable daughters online. And I too wished for one. I never expected it to actually happen. Mr. Qin, Miss Jiang is indeed expecting a girl. The elders do not permit us to disclose this, so please do not speak of it. The caretaker, who had slipped, spoke nervously. Their work is not strenuous. With a high salary, and finding such a good job again would be difficult if dismissed. Do not worry, I will not disclose it. Qin Yang smiled, stating, I am Muxue's husband. As long as you all perform well, I will certainly not terminate your employment. Thank you, Mr. Qin. Qin Yang observed for a while. Jiang Muxue could swallow, but she ate very slowly. Feeding someone in a vegetative state like Jiang Muxue required considerable patience. After leaving the room, Qin Yang went downstairs. Soon, the caretakers brought breakfast to the dining table. Mr. Qin, please enjoy your meal. Thank you. Qin Yang sat down and began his breakfast. The Jiang family was affluent, yet breakfast was not overly extravagant. Of course, compared to what he had previously eaten, it was certainly superior. Life is quite enjoyable. Qin Yang mused. After finishing breakfast, Qin Yang returned to Jiang Muxue's room, where she had completed her meal, and the two caretakers had temporarily stepped out. Muxue. Last night we merely kissed on the lips. Today, let us share a deeper kiss. Qin Yang communicated with Jiang Muxue using his mental energy. Emotional value 14, Qin Yang cradled Jiang Muxue's face and pressed his lips against hers. Then he deepened the kiss. Emotional value 16, emotional value 13, in less than a minute, no emotional value was generated. This time, he garnered a total of over 50 points of emotional value. Slightly more than the second attempt last night. Reluctantly, Qin Yang released Jiang Muxue. Kissing without any emotional reaction felt significantly diminished. System. Jiang Muxue's mental energy depletes too rapidly. Qin Yang remarked in his mind. System, once she becomes accustomed to your kisses, even if you kiss for 10 minutes, her mental energy will not be fully consumed. Rapid depletion is not necessarily a bad thing, she recovers some after every consumption. Qin Yang silently nodded. That is indeed the case. Calculating, he realized he had 58 points of emotional value remaining from yesterday and had just obtained 54 points, totaling 112. He could utilize 100 points of emotional value for a lottery. System, let us conduct a lottery for 100 emotional points. Anticipation gleamed in Qin Yang's eyes. With 100 emotional points, may I not draw something worthless? Congratulations to the host for acquiring B-level calligraphy skills. A vast array of calligraphy knowledge flooded into Qin Yang's mind, once he absorbed this information. He felt as though he had devoted at least 20 years to mastering the art of calligraphy. To his astonishment, he could directly acquire skills, which delighted Qin Yang immensely. Since he could obtain calligraphy skills, it stood to reason that he could also acquire medical and martial arts skills. Gaining martial arts skills would undoubtedly make him more formidable, while medical skills could potentially allow him to heal Jiang Muxue. System, what level corresponds to B-grade calligraphy skills? He inquired. The system replied. F-grade represents a beginner within a year, E-grade indicates a novice with a learning period of approximately 1 to 3 years, D-grade spans 3 to 10 years. And C-grade ranges from 10 to 30 years. Without exceptional talent, C-grade is essentially the limit. Achieving B-grade necessitates both talent and effort. Qin Yang nodded to himself. It was evident that without talent, the ceiling was rather low. 30 years of practicing calligraphy could merely yield a C grade. Thus, B grade indeed appeared to be quite impressive. Chapter 6, Mental Power Training. Qin Yang eagerly made his way to the study. Yesterday, he had noticed the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone there. After laying out the paper and opening the ink, he picked up a brush. He had always envied the calligraphy he saw on Douyin, coming from a rural background. He had never had the means to study calligraphy as a child. With a powerful stroke, the vigorous characters flowed onto the paper. How remarkable! Qin Yang marveled at his own writing, which was undoubtedly superior to that of the masters he had seen online. Witnessing his brush strokes transform so beautifully was immensely gratifying. Although he could only benefit from Muxue's talent, the results were commendable, and he found no issue with it. System, I still possess 12 emotional points. Let us draw for another 10. The system announced, congratulations to the host for enhancing attractiveness by 1 level. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, this was quite beneficial. He was not exceptionally handsome, so an increase in charm would be advantageous. The change would be subtle enough for others not to notice. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. The furious voice of manager Yang Jita erupted, Qin Yang, why have you not arrived at the company? Do you believe I want to fire you? Qin Yang's expression turned frosty. Manager Yang, your memory seems to fail you. Yesterday, you stated that if I did not come today, I need not return at all. I took that to mean I am no longer employed. I expect my salary and overtime pay in full. Yang Jita was infuriated. Today, the company's owner was visiting for an inspection, and the absence of staff, especially from his team, led to him receiving a severe reprimand. Hurry over here, Qin Yang. I'll overlook your deliberate absence from work yesterday. Yang Jita spoke with a low tone. Qin Yang scoffed, should I thank you for that? Manager Yang. I expect the finance department to settle my payment within the week. You wish. Your absence allows the company to terminate your employment. Yang Jita retorted coldly. You have half an hour to arrive at the company, otherwise, you can forget about your salary for this month. With that, Yang Jita hung up abruptly. Qin Yang dismissed it with indifference. In the past, such threats would compel him to comply. After all, lacking funds often dictated one's actions. However, now equipped with a system and 5 million in his account, along with S-grade mental prowess, he felt empowered to refuse. Upon reaching the gym in the basement, Qin Yang found the space adequately lit and ventilated, with a large lake visible outside the window. After locking the gym door and ensuring there were no cameras, he produced a coin. Rise, he commanded, and the coin wobbled into the air. It began to orbit him. With S-grade mental power came basic control abilities. Though mastering finer control would require practice. Fortunately, no such effort was needed for calligraphy, which he had acquired directly. Minutes later, he successfully maneuvered the coin farther away, 1 meter. 2 meters, 3 meters, ultimately discovering that his maximum control distance extended to 20 meters. Within this range, he could deftly guide the coin. It could fly out and return at his command. This did not imply his attack range was limited to 20 meters. He could accelerate a projectile within that distance and release it, allowing it to travel further due to inertia. As time ticked by, Qin Yang grew increasingly adept. The coin whirled around him at dizzying speeds. Approaching the window, he directed the coin to accelerate straight ahead, reaching the 20-meter limit before abruptly releasing his mental control. The coin shot forth at a speed of 200 to 300 meters per second. The coin is less than ideal, Qin Yang mused. Its shape was difficult to control. And wind resistance was significant. He reasoned that a steel ball would be far superior for long-range attacks. Continuing his practice with the coin, he acknowledged its limitations for distance attacks but recognized its utility for mental control exercises. Knock, knock. The door to the gym was rapped upon. What is it? Qin Yang inquired as he opened the door. The housekeeper replied, Mr. Qin, 3 managers from luxury brands have arrived with an array of clothing for you to choose from. Qin Yang was taken aback. Weren't luxury brands known for their high standards? Were they providing door-to-door service? Did Aunt Liang arrange this? He asked. The housekeeper confirmed. It was indeed Mrs. Liang who sent for them. She said you could keep any clothing that catches your eye. Upon ascending the stairs, he found 3 managers from different brands waiting in the living room, each with a selection of garments in various approximate sizes. These styles were not available in stores. Mr. Qin, they greeted him with respectful bows. Although he was dressed ordinarily, they were aware of his newfound status as the son-in-law of the Jiang family. Particularly as Jiang Muxue was the sole daughter of Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan, and given her current condition as a vegetative state, it was conceivable that Qin Yang might one day steer the Jiang family. "Thank you for your efforts," Qin Yang said with a slight smile. He soon began trying on the clothing they had brought. Standing at 6 feet tall, with a well-proportioned physique, he found that the high-quality garments transformed his appearance entirely. In a word, he looked striking. An hour later, he decided to keep 6 outfits. Given his current status, this was not an extravagant amount. Yet he recognized that both his height and physique could change. Purchasing excessive clothing could lead to waste. "How much do I owe?" Qin Yang inquired. One of the managers quickly responded, "Mr. Qin, there is no need for payment, Mr. Liang prepaid for everything." Qin Yang nodded, "I would still like to know the total." The 3 managers provided the price, which amounted to nearly 2 million for the 6 outfits. Qin Yang inwardly gasped, it was exorbitant. He had only selected 6 pieces. Had he chosen a dozen or more, the cost would have soared into the millions. The 3 managers soon took their leave. Ding. Qin Yang dialed Liang Lan's number. "Aunt Liang, I am grateful for the clothes you sent, they are quite luxurious. Please refrain from sending more in the future. I can simply purchase some garments myself at the mall." On the other end of the line, Liang Lan smiled and said, "Xiao Qin. Now that you are married to Muxue, you need some attire to make an impression. I initially intended to have some custom made for you, but given the time constraints, let us settle for some ready-made options for now." Qin Yang pondered inwardly, "Is this merely settling?" "Aunt Liang, this selection is more than sufficient," he responded hastily. "Xiao Qin. We are quite busy today, so we will not be able to visit. Make sure to spend ample time with Muxue," she advised. "Understood," Qin Yang replied. Not only does accompanying Jiang Muxue yield emotional value, but with the Jiang family's financial backing, he must also give his all. Chapter 7, Telling Jiang Muxue Ghost Stories. Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's chamber. 2 caretakers were diligently administering massages to her. His gaze fell upon Jiang Muxue's abdomen. Despite the strict dietary supervision by her nutritionist keeping her weight in check, her belly had noticeably expanded. After all, the child within her was already 6 to 7 months along. "Mr. Qin, we provide Jiang Miss with 3 massage sessions daily, each lasting 20 minutes. Additionally, we assist her in turning every 2 hours to prevent bedsores," one of the caretakers informed him. Qin Yang nodded. "I trust that Jiang Shu and the others hired you for your expertise in these matters. Would you be willing to teach me? This way, I can assist Muxue with her massages in the future." The 2 caretakers agreed and began to instruct him earnestly. Qin Yang, with an exceptional memory, grasped the technique swiftly. By the time they completed a full demonstration, he had nearly mastered the skill. "Mr. Qin, we shall step out now," the caretakers announced after their session. Gently placing his hand upon Jiang Muxue's belly, Qin Yang cautiously extended his spiritual energy within. Before long, he sensed the small life inside, recognizing a connection through their spiritual energies. "It is undoubtedly my daughter," he concluded swiftly. While there could be errors in the hospital's findings, his assessment through spiritual energy would never be mistaken. He gazed at Jiang Muxue, his expression softening significantly. Although their union had been serendipitous, Jiang Muxue was now undeniably carrying his child. "Muxue, do you realize that you are 6.5 months pregnant?" Qin Yang communicated through his spiritual energy. Emotional value 12, you have been in a vegetative state for 5 months. The doctor has indicated a low probability of recovery, but since I can still communicate with you, I believe you will regain your health, he continued. Emotional value 9, allow me to share a story with you, he said, lowering his voice to recount a ghost tale, recalling every detail from the stories he had memorized. Emotional value 3, emotional value 1, Jiang Muxue contributed some emotional value intermittently, although it was significantly slower than before. She still managed to exhaust her emotional reserves before he finished the story. Had she been able to speak, she would surely have criticized him for choosing a ghost story of all things. "Dear daughter, allow me to tell you another story," Qin Yang said softly, caressing Jiang Muxue's belly. By 4 months, a fetus possesses hearing. The little one within Jiang Muxue had already surpassed 6 months. He began to narrate gently, simultaneously communicating with the baby through his spiritual energy. The child could clearly comprehend his words. Soon, he felt a wave of joy emanating from the tiny being, though unfortunately, it did not contribute to his emotional value. After lunch, Liang Lan called to inquire about Jiang Muxue's condition. Xiao Qin, there is something you must be mindful of. Now that you are married to Muxue, some may attempt to make things difficult for you, she cautioned. I understand, Qin Yang replied. Aware that despite Jiang Muxue's current state, many would vie for a position in the Jiang family, drawn by its immense wealth. With a fortune in the billions and Jiang Muxue being the sole daughter, the number of suitors was undoubtedly substantial. His advantage lay in the pivotal connection he had. Jiang Muxue carried his child. The news of your marriage will likely spread swiftly. Should anyone trouble you, do not fear. You can call me anytime, Jiang Shu, and I will support you, Liang Lan assured him. A subtle smile graced Qin Yang's face. He found Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan to be quite amiable. Despite the Jiang family's vast wealth, they did not treat him with arrogance. They had not even suggested that he should marry into their family. Thank you, Aunt Liang, he expressed. No need for thanks. We are family now. Just take good care of Muxue. Once she recovers, we will transfer 100 million to you immediately. By the way, prepare yourself. Jiang Shu and I will host a few tables to formally introduce you to some people. Qin Yang was taken aback. Did you not say there would be no banquet? Liang Lan clarified, this is not a wedding banquet, it is merely to formally introduce you as Zhang's son-in-law to some individuals. We will publicly announce a postponement for the wedding. Understood. After hanging up, Qin Yang contemplated the matter. He needed to expedite the enhancement of his abilities. It was imperative that he develop his spiritual energy further. Upon leaving the community, Qin Yang located a hardware store and purchased several bags of steel balls of varying sizes. The smallest measured merely 3 millimeters in diameter, while the largest reached 8 millimeters. I'll take 10 boxes of these blades as well, Qin Yang stated. Picking up a box of thin blades. Steel balls would facilitate long-range attacks against adversaries, while blades would enhance close combat lethality. Certainly, the shop owner replied. Packing everything into a large sack. After returning home, Qin Yang brought the sack into the gym. Receive. He stored the steel balls and blades into the system space. The multitude of steel balls was ample for his training and future use. Let us test this. Qin Yang conjured the smallest steel ball into his hand. Guiding it with his spiritual energy, he accelerated the ball until it reached over 500 meters per second. This velocity surpassed that of an ordinary firearms bullet. Whoosh! The second steel ball followed swiftly, slightly larger and slower. While its range was not as extensive, it possessed greater power. Indeed, the steel balls proved far more effective than coins. A satisfied smile emerged on Qin Yang's face. He soon retrieved another of the smallest steel balls, positioning it 10 meters behind him. Under the control of his spiritual energy, he allowed it to accelerate for over 30 meters before releasing it. Whoosh! The steel ball shot forth at a speed exceeding 600 meters per second, an increase of roughly 100 meters per second. Qin Yang mused. The acceleration distance extended by 70 to 80%, yet the speed increase was less than 20%. In practical combat, such an approach might not be particularly advantageous. It would be more effective to launch multiple steel balls directly from his hands, as those would possess sufficient power as well. Chapter 8, Acquiring Hacking Skills. After dinner, Qin Yang entered Jiang Muxue's room and locked the door behind him. He connected his mental energy to Jiang Muxue. Muxue, you possess a truly splendid figure. Do you have a D cup? Emotional value 17, if you don't respond, I shall take the liberty to explore myself. Emotional value 14, if Jiang Muxue had the capacity for awareness, she would undoubtedly glare fiercely at Qin Yang with both eyes. Muxue, do not be so emotional. Your parents wish for our union primarily so that I may assist you. A daily kiss, a hug, a gentle touch, and perhaps you will awaken. Emotional value 11, Qin Yang swallowed hard. Jiang Muxue's beauty was extraordinarily captivating. He extended a hand, resting it on her body over her clothing. Muxue, I am merely aiding in your treatment. A gentle caress therapy. Emotional value 9, emotional value 7, in half a minute, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was entirely depleted. In that brief interval, she provided him with 60 to 70 points of emotional value. coupled with the points he had garnered from recounting ghost stories earlier. Qin Yang's total emotional value astonishingly reached 123 points. Muxue, you must feel quite comfortable, no? I also feel quite at ease. Reluctantly, Qin Yang withdrew his hand. It would be prudent to continue the treatment once Jiang Muxue regained her strength. System, initiate the lottery, 100. Qin Yang declared in his mind. He had only performed the lottery twice today and had one opportunity remaining. Congratulations, host, you have acquired C-level hacking skills. A torrent of information surged into Qin Yang's mind, which he quickly assimilated with the system's assistance. Hacking skills? Qin Yang's eyes sparkled. This is a valuable asset. However, it is a pity that it is only at the C level. Such skills represent the limit for an average individual, though those with exceptional talent exceed this threshold. While I may not rival the top hackers, it is still commendable. Qin Yang pondered. With his current proficiency, he might struggle to breach systems. Yet possessing such knowledge would enhance his daily defenses. For instance, while treating Jiang Muxue or during his training at the gym, he could securely store his phone in the system space, thus evading surveillance. Muxue, I shall return later for your treatment. Qin Yang left Jiang Muxue's room with a cheerful demeanor. He had discerned a pattern. Given Jiang Muxue's current state, he could extract emotional value 4 times a day, once in the morning, once in the afternoon, once after dinner, and once more after midnight. However, there might be times when he could not fully extract the value. Jiang Muxue's mental energy recovery was not constant. At times it would replenish rapidly, while at others, it would lag. Currently, he could obtain a maximum of 60 to 70 points of emotional value in one session, totaling over 200 points by the end of the day. Upon arriving at the gym, Qin Yang commenced his training. Tiny steel beads whirled rapidly around him. System. With my current mental energy, how many can I control simultaneously? 4, responded the system. Qin Yang mused to himself that he needed to practice diligently. Theoretically, he could control 4 steel beads at once, but in practice, he could only manage 1. System. How wonderful it would be if you could directly grant me the control skill. Host, if you were to acquire the control ability simultaneously, the likely result would only be A-level mental energy. Then perhaps I shall forego that. Obtaining S-level mental energy would be more advantageous. I can train on my own. In a lavish villa in the eastern part of High City, a young man returned home, flinging off his shoes. Father, what did you summon me for? A middle-aged man seated on the living room sofa spoke sternly. Come here. The young man approached and sat beside his father. Father, why the serious demeanor? The middle-aged man, Lin Xingde, furrowed his brow. There is a situation regarding Jiang Muxue. She is set to marry someone else. What? Lin Junyao's eyes widened. When did she awaken? Lin Xingde shook his head. She has not recovered, but the Jiang family has arranged for her to marry someone named Qin Yang. The child she carries is likely his. Lin Junyao gritted his teeth. What an insolent scoundrel. Who is this Qin Yang? I will eliminate him. Lin Junyao had invested considerable time pursuing Jiang Muxue. Half a year ago, he traveled abroad, only to return and find her in a comatose state. Later discovering she was pregnant. Lin Junyao was infuriated. To him, it felt as though his tower had been stolen. Although Jiang Muxue showed no interest in him, he felt wronged nonetheless. Qin Yang came from an ordinary background, previously merely a regular employee at Jiang Muxue's company. The Jiang family possesses substantial assets, and there are numerous companies within the group. Jiang Muxue previously managed one of the subsidiaries. How is that possible? Lin Junyao expressed disbelief. Has the Jiang family lost its senses, allowing Jiang Muxue to marry an ordinary person? Lin Xingde's brow furrowed further. Use your brain and think carefully. Lin Junyao shook his head. Father, just tell me directly. My head is a bit hazy from the alcohol. Lin Xingde lit a cigarette and said. Jiang Muxue is pregnant, and the child in her womb is of Jiang lineage, potentially the only heir. If Jiang Muxue were to marry another man, what are the odds of that child being born safely? Lin Junyao shook his head. I fear they are quite low. If the child survives, the Jiang family's wealth will likely belong to him. What will he do when he seeks out his real father? Lin Xingde responded. The Jiang family wishes for the child to survive, and they also hope to stimulate Jiang Muxue to awaken. In this context, marriage between Jiang Muxue and Qin Yang is the most suitable arrangement. Lin Junyao's expression darkened. The Jiang family intends for Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue to continue their intimate relationship? What a devious plan. Lin Xingde shook his head. They have no other options. Jiang Muxue has been in a vegetative state for 5 months, and she is still pregnant. The likelihood of her awakening on her own is exceedingly low. Damn. Lin Junyao's face darkened. The woman he coveted was carrying another man's child. And now it seemed Qin Yang might have been intimate with Jiang Muxue once more. Lin Junyao was so enraged that he felt as though he might vomit blood. Junyao, she is merely a woman. Whether Jiang Muxue has been with other men is irrelevant. What truly matters is the future ownership of the Jiang family's assets. Lin Junyao gritted his teeth. While that may be the case, the thought of Jiang Muxue being taken by an ordinary man like Qin Yang infuriates me. Why should he deserve her? Father. When did this happen? Lin Xingde replied, someone discovered Qin Yang entering the premises. I investigated and found out that he had worked at Jiang Muxue's company. Subsequently, I discovered that he and Jiang Muxue had registered their marriage. Lin Junyao's brow furrowed. Father, is this legal? Jiang Muxue is in a vegetative state and cannot express her wishes. Lin Xingde stated, have you forgotten that she is pregnant? If the Jiang family claims she had previously consented to marry Qin Yang, acquiring a marriage certificate would be a trivial matter for them. Lin Junyao's anger flared at the thought of Jiang Muxue's pregnancy. Chapter 9, Bestowing Qin Yang a car? Lin Junyao's expression was one of profound darkness. Father. Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue are now married. Am I to stand by idly and watch? That would mean all hope is lost. Lin Xingde exhaled a smoke ring and said, do not rush, this news will soon spread. We are not the only ones who wish to form an alliance with the Jiang family. Let us first observe the situation. Lin Junyao, visibly irritated, remarked. I cannot fathom why Jiang Muxue would bear Qin Yang's child in the past. Lin Xingde shook his head. Qin Yang was previously an employee at Jiang Muxue's company before he was dismissed. This is likely related to the matter. The specifics are difficult for outsiders to ascertain. Lin Junyao narrowed his eyes. Father, should we not consider writing a short piece online? Perhaps it could land Qin Yang in trouble. Lin Xingde shot him a disapproving glance. Do not act recklessly, Qin Yang is now a son-in-law of the Jiang family. Such actions would tarnish Jiang Muxue's reputation. The Jiang family is deeply pained by her condition. Anyone who dares to rub salt into their wounds will face dire consequences. Lin Junyao's expression shifted. The Jiang family's full-force response is no jest. Although the Lin family possesses considerable strength, it pales in comparison to that of the Jiang family. I was merely speaking casually, Lin Junyao replied. Lin Xingde stated. Just keep this matter in mind. Contemplation is essential. Their marriage does not signify the absence of hope. Perhaps Jiang Muxue will wake up and choose to divorce. Indeed. Lin Junyao nodded. Qin Yang is merely a country bumpkin. Once Jiang Muxue regains her senses, she is unlikely to take an interest in him. Jiang Wanqing was on a business trip in another city when his phone suddenly rang. Darling, is there something you need? He inquired upon answering. Liang Lan's voice came through. Honey, are you busy right now? If not, I have something to discuss with you. Not busy. I just finished a meeting and returned to the hotel. What is it? Liang Lan replied, I received a phone call. Someone has learned about Qin Yang and Muxue's marriage certificate. Jiang Wanqing narrowed his eyes. So soon? It appears someone has been keeping an eye on Muxue's villa. Qin Yang's comings and goings were likely observed. A simple inquiry at the Civil Affairs Bureau would reveal their marriage. Liang Lan concurred, I suspect that too. When shall we arrange a gathering to introduce Qin Yang to some relatives and friends? Jiang Wanqing pondered, I have commitments tomorrow and the day after. If you have time, let us plan for the day after tomorrow. Liang Lan responded, I should be available then. I will speak with Qin Yang and set the time for that evening. All right. Jiang Wanqing agreed. Ask Qin Yang if he has a driver's license. If so, let him choose a car from my garage. Liang Lan expressed surprise. Are you willing to part with one? Those cars are your treasured possessions. Jiang Wanqing sighed inwardly. No car could compare to the value of a daughter. I only hope Qin Yang can help Muxue recover. Liang Lan's expression dimmed. Indeed, their most cherished possession was Jiang Muxue. Her condition as a vegetative state was like a dagger to their hearts. All right, I will inform Qin Yang. The most expensive of your cars is worth tens of millions. If he chooses one, do not lament it later. Liang Lan cautioned. Let him pick as he wishes. With my daughter in such a state, I have little interest in those cars now. Remind him that sports cars are not easy to handle. Liang Lan suggested. It would be better for you to return and handle this personally. Invite Qin Yang over for dinner. That works. I should return the night after tomorrow, Jiang Wanqing replied. Then I will arrange for Qin Yang to join us for a meal. He is unaware of our whereabouts. 2 small steel balls hovered around Qin Yang. After practicing until late into the night, he had finally managed to control both spheres. Multitasking is indeed no simple feat, he mused. It was time to check on Muxue. Qin Yang stored the steel balls in the system space and soon arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. She lay quietly on the bed, without the surrounding monitoring devices. One would think Jiang Muxue was merely a normal person asleep. Qin Yang sat beside her, gently taking her delicate hand in his. Simultaneously, he connected his mental energy with Jiang Muxue. Emotional value 1, a faint smile graced Qin Yang's face. Muxue, do not be so stingy, it is merely a handhold. Soon, I shall be kissing those lovely lips of yours, he teased. Emotional value 5, he did not kiss Jiang Muxue immediately. Muxue, do you feel any better? I can distinctly sense your mental energy strengthening. If this continues, you will certainly recover. He chuckled, waking up to discover your husband has a child must be quite delightful. Emotional value 7, it is late at night, I shall not ramble. Let us get straight to the point, Qin Yang said, leaning down to kiss Jiang Muxue. Emotional value 15, emotional value 11, after a minute, Jiang Muxue contributed a significant amount of emotional value before she fell silent. Good night, my wife, he whispered, planting a kiss on her forehead. Back in his room, Qin Yang inquired with the system. He had accrued a total of 71 emotional points, which, combined with his previous total, brought him close to exceeding 100 points. Should he save until he reaches 1,000 points before drawing? He pondered. After careful consideration, he decided against it. He had few draws left and could afford to wait a while longer before unleashing a grand surprise. For now, his priority was to develop further. The night passed uneventfully. Ding dong. As Qin Yang was having breakfast, the doorbell rang. One of the 4 maids went to answer the door, revealing a girl holding a bouquet of flowers. Miss Tang, please hold on, the maid said to the girl outside. Mr. Qin, Miss Tang has come to visit Miss Jiang. The maid informed him. Qin Yang approached the door and soon met a striking woman, though her beauty, while considerable, did not quite equal that of Jiang Muxue. Hello. I am Qin Yang, he greeted with a smile. The girl assessed him briefly. I am Tang Yin. You are. I am Mushua's husband, Qin Yang replied. Tang Yin appeared taken aback. What? I was unaware that Muxue had a husband. Qin Yang chuckled, we just obtained our marriage certificate the day before yesterday. It is understandable that you were not aware of this news. Thank you for coming to see Muxue. Please, come in. Tang Yin furrowed her brows slightly as she stepped inside. Qin Yang observed her thoughtfully. Tang Yin's movements bore subtle differences from those of an ordinary person, and the faint threat she exuded upon approaching him led him to suspect she might possess martial arts training. To his surprise, it seemed there were indeed individuals practicing martial arts. Pondered in his heart, uncertain about the true prowess of formidable martial artists, Tang Yin, still quite young, suggested that if such warriors truly existed, there were likely even more powerful ones surpassing her capabilities. The close proximity of such martial artists would pose a significant threat to him. A sense of urgency gripped Qin Yang. He needed to enhance his combat abilities without delay. Qin Yang, has Muxue regained consciousness yet? She is currently in a vegetative state, so how could you have married her? Tang Yin inquired, taking the water offered by the caretaker with a puzzled expression. It was arranged by Muxue's parents. They summoned me to obtain a marriage certificate with Muxue. Qin Yang explained. Tang Yin's heart stirred. Is Muxue carrying your child? Qin Yang nodded slightly. Tang Yin furrowed her brow in silence. Being a close friend of Jiang Muxue, she was aware of certain matters, including the fact that Jiang Muxue had unexpectedly entrusted her first time to an ordinary person. While Qin Yang was indeed handsome, she felt that in other respects, he fell short of deserving her friend. Nonetheless, she kept her thoughts to herself. With Qin Yang now married to Jiang Muxue, arranged by her parents, she felt she had no right to voice her opinions. Qin Yang, I wish to see Muxue, Tang Yin stated. Go ahead. I will not accompany you to the second floor, Qin Yang replied, heading to the gym to train. Muxue, I have come to visit you. Do you remember me? Please, speak to me, Tang Yin said, sitting by Jiang Muxue's bedside. Jiang Muxue, having just finished her meal, lay half reclined, her eyes open yet vacant, devoid of light. Muxue, I just saw your husband. I can't believe that during my visit, you've already married. Your marriage to Qin Yang was decided by your parents. So I have nothing to say. If you oppose it, you must wake up soon. Tang Yin gently held Jiang Muxue's hand. There was no response from Jiang Muxue. I have good news to share with you. I have finally reached the initial stage of Jin, and my strength has significantly increased. Now, I can handle disobedient little ones with just one punch. Tang Yin continued to chatter away, sharing recent happenings with Jiang Muxue. After an hour had passed, Tang Yin rose, her eyes reflecting sorrow as she gazed at Jiang Muxue. In the past, they would have endless conversations. But now Jiang Muxue lay there, unable to respond. Muxue, I must take my leave. I will come to see you again in a few days. Tang Yin said, her expression forlorn as she exited the room. Where is Qin Yang? Tang Yin asked a caretaker upon reaching the first floor. Mr. Qin is in the gym, the caretaker replied. Tang Yin nodded and quickly made her way to the basement level. Qin Yang paused his training, his keen spiritual perception sensing her approach. Knock, knock. Tang Yin tapped on the gym door. It was unlocked. She pushed the door open and entered the spacious gym. Qin Yang, I have a few words to share with you. Are you going to say that I am unworthy of Muxue and that I should leave her? Qin Yang replied. This is a cliché from novels and dramas. Although Muxue is my close friend, it is not my place to make decisions for her. Tang Yin said, a slight smile gracing Qin Yang's lips. That's good to hear. If you had said that, you wouldn't need to come back again. Tang Yin's lips twitched. Qin Yang, I hope you treat Muxue well. She has become pitiable in her current state, and she is carrying your child. If you mistreat her, I will not let you off easily. As she spoke, Tang Yin executed a powerful whip kick, striking the sandbag with a resounding thud. The heavy bag, weighing over 100 pounds, soared into the air. Qin Yang feigned surprise. Tang Yin, have you trained in martial arts? Yes, Tang Yin nodded. Your interest in martial arts intrigues me. Can you enlighten me on whether internal energy truly exists? What are the different realms within the martial arts world? Qin Yang inquired. Understanding the capabilities of other formidable warriors was crucial to avoid unwittingly inviting trouble. For Muxue's sake, I will share this with you. The martial arts are divided into Ming Jin, and Hua Jin. Each realm further subdivides into initial, mid, late, and perfected stages. Internal energy is indeed real. One attains internal energy upon reaching the late stage of Jin, Tang Yin explained. There are indeed some individuals with special abilities in this world. But they are few in number, and our country has a limited population of such individuals. Research indicates that the more diverse the genes, the more likely one is to develop special abilities. Qin Yang nodded. How powerful are Hua Jin warriors? Tang Yin replied. Hua Jin warriors are revered as masters of Hua Jin, and formidable masters can withstand knives and guns, not contemporary firearms, but ancient long spears. Qin Yang contemplated. With his S-rank spiritual power, if properly developed, his combat prowess should not lag behind that of a Hua Jin master. Thank you, Qin Yang smiled. Tang Yin continued. While I have no issue sharing this information, if you wish to practice martial arts, I cannot assist you. You are in your 20s. Well past the prime age for martial arts training. Qin Yang shook his head. Rest assured, I will not seek your assistance. We are not that familiar. Tang Yin remarked. I can roughly guess what Liang Ai and the others are thinking. I hope you can help Muxue recover. If you can facilitate her awakening, I will grant you 500,000. Qin Yang gazed at Tang Yin with surprise. So, you are quite wealthy. Tang Yin, Muxue is now my wife. Assisting her is my duty, and I do not require payment for it. Tang Yin replied, you might end up divorcing, regardless of whether you do or not. As long as Muxue wakes up, I will certainly give you the promised 500,000. Farewell, Tang Yin said, turning to leave. Qin Yang ascended to Jiang Muxue's room on the second floor. He had yet to collect Jiang Muxue's emotional value that morning. Muxue. Tang Yin visited you just now. Qin Yang connected his spiritual energy with Jiang Muxue's. Emotional value, 5. Tang Yin also hopes for your swift recovery. To aid in your recovery, I must provide you with more massages. Emotional value, 11. Qin Yang gently lifted the thin blanket covering Jiang Muxue. His hand resting on her long, fair leg. Qin Yang felt a rush of sensations. Muxue, do not be alarmed, this is for your treatment, he said. His hand beginning to caress softly. Emotional value, 12. Emotional value, 10. Every few seconds, the system recorded some emotional value. As Qin Yang's hand reached its destination, Jiang Muxue continued to provide emotional value, though the amount had diminished significantly. In the end, he received a total of 80 points of emotional value. Coupled with the previous amount, he now had over 170 points. The upper limit had increased slightly. A satisfied smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. Chapter 11, You are the most foolish one. System, spend 100 emotional points for a lottery draw. Qin Yang commanded in his mind. Since a lottery was possible, he aimed to seize the opportunity for rewards. He would postpone lottery draws requiring over 1,000 emotional points for later. Congratulations, host, you have obtained B-level vehicle driving skills. A torrent of information flooded into Qin Yang's mind. This driving skill encompassed not only ordinary cars but also trucks, racing cars, and even tank driving techniques. To his astonishment, it was a B-level reward. In Qin Yang's eyes, a glimmer of joy appeared. 100 emotional points could yield a C-level reward, which was considered standard. Anything below a C-level would be a loss, while anything above would make the expenditure exceedingly worthwhile. The skill of driving was undeniably practical. When Qin Yang was in his sophomore year, he obtained his driver's license, yet he had not touched the steering wheel since. He had returned most of what he learned at driving school. Now, acquiring B-level driving skills was a delightful surprise. With 5 million in his card, he could contemplate purchasing a vehicle. He mused to himself, as he currently resided in an upscale villa community, which was quite distant from any public transportation facilities. Within Jiang Muxue's villa, there were 2 cars, one used by the housekeepers for grocery shopping and another, a multi-million-dollar Bentley owned by Jiang Muxue. Neither vehicle was suitable for him. Although he was married to Jiang Muxue, it would be inappropriate for him to drive her car. Ding. At that moment, Qin Yang's phone rang. Aunt Liang, is there something you need? It was Liang Lan calling. Xiao Qin. I wanted to inform you that some people are already aware of your marriage to Muxue. Your uncle Jiang and I plan to host a few tables for a formal announcement the day after tomorrow. Aunt Liang, that's perfectly fine with me. Liang Lan smiled. Additionally, you have yet to visit us. Your uncle Jiang will be back from his business trip tomorrow evening, and I will send a driver to fetch you for dinner. All right. Liang Lan continued, Xiao Qin, how is Muxue? Are there any abnormalities in her ECG or EEG compared to before? Aunt Liang, not at the moment. After a brief silence, Liang Lan added, Xiao Qin, please be mindful of the progress. If there are no results, you should take further measures. Muxue's awakening is of utmost importance. Understood. Liang Lan hung up, her eyes revealing a hint of anguish. Qin Yang pondered, having already made advances. He had kissed Jiang Muxue's delicate lips and had massaged her upper body. Although her mental strength was gradually recovering, it was still quite fragile. And she would likely not awaken in the short term. Even if he were to engage in intimacy with Jiang Muxue, it would not yield results. The formal announcement was just around the corner, and after that, their parents would likely learn of it. Qin Yang thought to himself that he should personally inform his parents. It would not be ideal for them to hear about his marriage from others. He decided to speak with them that evening. Muttering to himself, he picked up a book in his study and began to read. Mental strength required practice, and he needed to read more. As time passed, he finished book after book. The variety of literature in Jiang Muxue's study allowed him to absorb a wealth of knowledge. After lunch, he returned to Jiang Muxue's room. Muxue. I will be dining at your parents' house tomorrow evening, and the day after, they will officially announce our marriage. Emotional points, 5, you might find it rather dull. Let me read you a book. Qin Yang lay beside Jiang Muxue and began to read. This book he had memorized clearly, without needing to refer to it. He read fluently. Emotional points, 2, emotional points, 1, as time gradually passed, Jiang Muxue occasionally contributed emotional points, which were not as plentiful as those given by ghost stories. After about an hour, her mental energy was fully depleted. System, draw twice. 100 emotional points for the first draw, and 10 for the second. Qin Yang thought to himself, now accumulating over 150 emotional points. Congratulations. Host has acquired D-level singing skills. Qin Yang remarked, what a loss. However, I haven't lost anything yet, this is merely the first draw. Given the possibility of loss in the lottery, it was bound to happen eventually. He felt a slight itch in his throat as some changes occurred in his vocal cords, while a multitude of singing experiences and techniques flooded his mind. Cough, cough. Qin Yang cleared his throat. He attempted to speak a few sentences, noticing a subtle change in his voice, which seemed to possess a newfound magnetism. Not bad, not bad. After all, I have not invested anything, any reward is a gain. He mused. Congratulations, host's physique has increased by 1, now at 13 points. A gentle warmth swiftly coursed through Qin Yang's entire body, and he soon felt a noticeable increase in strength. The definition of his muscles had also become more pronounced. The average adult male has a physique of only 10. Achieving 13 points through exercise is no simple feat. Ah, my abs are showing again, Qin Yang exclaimed as he lifted his shirt to inspect. Previously, he had sculpted an impressive 8-pack, but after graduation, due to a lack of rigorous training, they had faded away. Now, they had finally re-emerged, looking even more defined. He planted a kiss on Jiang Muxue's cheek before rising to leave her room. After spending the morning reading, he planned to focus on exercising his mental strength in the afternoon. Gradually, time passed until around 3 or 4 o'clock. Knock, knock. A housekeeper knocked on the gym door. Mr. Qin, the second young master of the Luo family, Luo Zihong, is here to see you. Luo family? Qin Yang pondered, feeling somewhat confused about this. Nevertheless, he exited the gym and made his way to the first floor, where Luo Zihong was already waiting in the living room. Upon seeing Qin Yang, Luo Zihong stared intently at him, and from his gaze, Qin Yang sensed considerable hostility. This visitor does not come with good intentions, Qin Yang thought to himself. Yet he felt no panic. He sensed animosity but did not perceive any threat. Luo Zihong was merely an ordinary person. Even if the Luo family were wealthy, what was there to fear? He was now the son-in-law of the Jiang family, which was affluent in its own right, and he possessed a system. Even without the Jiang family's backing, he held no fear. The 2 housekeepers in the living room quickly left. Young Master Luo, what brings you here? Qin Yang inquired with a slight smile. Luo Zihong's eyes remained fixed on Qin Yang. You are Qin Yang. Your parents are merely ordinary farmers, I am not mistaken. Am I? No, Qin Yang shook his head. Qin Yang, you likely do not understand our Luo family. The Luo family and the Jiang family have been family friends for generations. Muxue and I have known each other since childhood, we are quite good friends. Our family's assets amount to 200 to 300 billion. Luo Zihong declared solemnly. Qin Yang, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, replied, since Muxue and I are married. And you are her good friend, are you here to present a gift? Luo Zihong's expression darkened. Qin Yang, I came to tell you something important. There are some individuals you should not provoke. If you are wise, you would do well to divorce Muxue sooner rather than later. Qin Yang's brow furrowed. What can I say? I have already crossed that line. Muxue is already carrying my child. Luo Zihong's breathing quickened, clearly exasperated. Qin Yang, do not feign ignorance. Engaging with a woman you should not touch will have severe consequences. Qin Yang pulled out his phone. Young Master Luo, let me call Aunt Liang. I will ask her if your actions are motivated by a desire for the Jiang family's wealth. Luo Zihong scowled. You would resort to calling over such a trivial matter? Are you even a man? Enough of this nonsense, I am going to see Muxue. Qin Yang pointed towards the entrance. The door is over there. Luo Zihong, with a dark expression, retorted, Qin Muxue and I are good friends. Am I not allowed to visit her? Qin Yang replied indifferently, I am Muxue's husband. If I disagree, you cannot see her. There are certainly many who covet the Jiang family's fortune, but you are the most foolish among them. The first to react could not contain himself and jumped out. Luo Zihong glared at Qin Yang, his eyes seemingly spewing fire. Qin Yang, do you think that marrying Jiang Muxue makes you superior? Dreaming of ascending to greatness is just folly. Once Muxue awakens, she will undoubtedly divorce you. Qin Yang calmly stated, that is our affair. Whether or not we divorce is not for you to decide. If you do not leave, I will call Aunt Liang to explain the situation. Cursing under his breath, Luo Zihong turned and departed, aware that Jiang Muxue's parents would undoubtedly support Qin Yang. The fact that Qin Yang could marry Jiang Muxue was clearly orchestrated by her parents, as they wished for her to awaken. Luo Zihong did not wish to contemplate how Qin Yang would facilitate Jiang Muxue's awakening, he could roughly guess the means. Contemplating this made him feel a heaviness in his heart. In the future, Luo Zihong need not seek my permission to visit. Do not let him in. Simply let him face the door. Qin Yang instructed a returning maid. Understood, Mr. Qin. It was my fault for letting him in directly, the maid admitted. Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively, you are not to blame. I was in the basement, it would not have been fair to make him wait outside for too long. The maid nodded, recalling that he had indeed visited this villa several times before. However, Miss Jiang does not seem to hold any particular affection for him. She has never had any exceptionally close male friends, the maid explained. Qin Yang smiled, knowing Jiang Muxue's innocence. His mental acuity had sharpened. And he retained a clear memory of that night. After all, it was her first time. In the future, simply do not let him in. Qin Yang concluded before returning to the gym in the basement. The Jiang family possessed immense wealth, and Luo Zihong was merely the first to cause trouble. But he would certainly not be the last. Qin Yang pondered this. He knew that if it were not for the system's pressure, his situation would not be so dire. Some wealthy individuals acquire their fortunes through dubious means, who knows what methods they may resort to in the future. He practiced with 2 steel balls. Understanding that for the time being, he should encounter no significant issues. Those seeking the Jiang family's wealth must consider the formidable strength of the Jiang family. He still had time to further enhance his capabilities. Gradually, night fell. After finishing dinner, Qin Yang proceeded to his study. Didi. He dialed his father, Qin Hai, for a video call. Dad, he greeted as the call connected. Son, are you short on money? We can still earn without using your funds. I will have your mother return the 20,000 you sent, Qin Hai replied. Qin Yang typically video called Chen Ping. And he only contacted his father when there was something important to discuss. Dad, I am not short on money. I have something very important to share with you. Where is Mom? Qin Yang inquired. Qin Hai called for Chen Ping to join. Son, have you found a girlfriend? You must hurry with this, you will be 25 soon. If you don't find someone, your father and I will have to arrange a blind date for you, Chen Ping chattered. Qin Yang cleared his throat, Mom and Dad. I have already registered my marriage, and my partner is pregnant with my child. Qin Yang's parents were taken aback. Qin Hai furrowed his brow, what is going on? Nowadays, one does not need a household registration book to get married, but as parents, shouldn't you have informed us of such matters? Dad. Here's the situation, Muxue's parents approached me, and I was quite taken aback. Now that I am certain of their seriousness, I wanted to inform you. They have given me 500,000, I will transfer 100,000 to you, Qin Yang explained. Qin Hai took a deep breath, do not transfer the money. Muxue is carrying your child, you should not accept it. You are not marrying into the family. Qin Yang insisted, Dad, if I refuse this money, the Jiang family will suspect I have ulterior motives. To them, 500,000 is trivial. Qin Hai paused, considering this. That is true. Keep the money. We will not take it. If the opportunity arises, you should return it to the Jiang family. Qin Yang secretly shook his head. How could he return money that had already come into his possession? It had taken considerable effort to provide Jiang Muxue with massages and treatments. Chen Ping interjected, Son. Muxue is in a vegetative state. Although you are married, it may not be reliable. If she does not awaken, she will remain in that state indefinitely. If she does awaken, you may very well end up divorced. Qin Yang mused internally that divorce was out of the question. If he were to divorce, how would he obtain emotional value? Mom, the divorce rate among young people is quite high. If I marry someone else, the divorce rate would be just as high. Chen Ping sighed, that is true. Son, your father and I will take the high-speed train to High City tomorrow. We will visit Muxue and meet your in-laws. Qin Yang asked, Mom and Dad, you do not oppose this, right? Qin Hai and Chen Ping shook their heads. After all, Jiang Muxue was carrying Qin Yang's child. Son, is it appropriate for us to come? Qin Hai inquired. Qin Yang replied, Dad, you are my parents. Now that I am married, what is inappropriate about you coming to see me? Qin Hai said, speak with Muxue's parents. They may not wish to meet us at this time. If they prefer not to meet, we will only visit Muxue. Understood, Qin Yang nodded. After ending the video call, Qin Hai and Chen Ping were left in a state of disbelief. They had thought their son had no girlfriend, only to discover he was married. And that his wife was 6 or 7 months pregnant. Dear, please pack your things. I will book high-speed train tickets to High City for tomorrow, Qin Hai said. Taking a deep breath. All right, Chen Ping nodded. Qin Yang, meanwhile, dialed Jiang Wanqing's number. Xiao Qin, is there something you need? Jiang Wanqing, dining at a restaurant in another city, answered. Uncle Jiang, are you available to talk? Qin Yang asked. Yes, go ahead, Jiang Wanqing replied. Chapter 13, Qin Yang's parents are coming. Uncle Jiang, I have informed my parents that they wish to visit Muxue tomorrow. Would you like to meet them? Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Wanqing responded, Xiao Qin, of course we should meet. Aren't we having dinner together tomorrow evening? You and your parents can come. All right, Uncle Jiang, goodbye. Qin Yang said before ending the call. Jiang Wanqing's dining companion remarked, Mr. Jiang, I heard a rumor that your daughter Muxue is married. And this Xiao Qin is her husband? Jiang Wanqing nodded slightly. Mr. Jiang, which family does he come from? Another prominent figure at the table asked. Xiao Qin does not hail from a prominent family, but he is a fine young man. My wife and I both like him. Now, where were we? Let's continue our previous discussion, Jiang Wanqing said, steering the conversation away. Qin Yang called his father again via video. Dad, I just spoke with Uncle Jiang. Tomorrow evening, we will go to Uncle Jiang's house for dinner. Qin Hai felt a twinge of nervousness. Son, would it be better to go directly to the Jiang family? Qin Yang, Dad, you and Mom come to my place first to see Muxue, and then we can head to the Jiang family together. Qin Hai ended the video call. Soon, Chen Ping emerged from another room. Dear, I think I just heard you video chatting with our son? Yes. Our son mentioned that he will have dinner with Muxue's parents tomorrow. Qin Hai replied. Chen Ping appeared somewhat anxious. Dear, the Jiang family is quite affluent. Do you think they might look down on us? I hope our visit won't jeopardize the relationship between our son and Muxue. Qin Hai remained silent for a moment before responding. Do not overthink it, Muxue and our son are from entirely different worlds. It would not be unusual for them to divorce in the future. Chen Ping nodded slightly, acknowledging his point. Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. Evening had come, marking the first opportunity to harvest emotional value. Muxue, Luo Zihong visited in the afternoon. After a brief wait, Qin Yang realized that Jiang Muxue had not provided any emotional value. Luo Zihong held no significance in her heart. I spoke to my parents about our marriage. And they will visit you, my future daughter-in-law, tomorrow. Emotional value 18, tomorrow evening, my parents will have dinner with your parents as well. Emotional value 15, Qin Yang said, if they do not get along, your parents might urge us to divorce immediately. Should I come to your bed tonight to discuss this? Emotional value 13, emotional value 10, in a short span, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was completely depleted. How easily she was amused, Qin Yang mused. He had no intention of sharing a bed with Jiang Muxue at this time. While engaging in a deep yet light conversation with her would be delightful, the acquisition of emotional value would certainly become more challenging after intimacy. Given their current situation, obtaining emotional value from simple gestures like kissing or hugging would be difficult, let alone casual conversation. The joy derived from such interactions paled in comparison to the thrill of enhancing one's abilities. System, how much emotional value do I have now? Qin Yang inquired in his mind. 122 points. However, host, you have already drawn 3 times today. As morning dawned the next day, Qin Yang held a book, reading to Jiang Muxue. Gaining emotional value should be a gradual process. Relying solely on special means would make future acquisitions challenging. Knock, knock. A voice came from the door. Come in. Qin Yang replied without looking up. Outside stood Liang Lan, who pushed open the door. Sunlight cascading onto Qin Yang as he leisurely read. Little Qin, Liang Lan greeted him with a smile. Qin Yang quickly raised his head, Aunt Liang. Little Qin. I fear Muxue may not hear your voice. Liang Lan gazed sadly at Jiang Muxue, who lay on the bed. Qin Yang smiled reassuringly, I believe she can. If we persist, I am certain Muxue will awaken. Aunt Liang, please talk to her, I need to step out for a moment. Just a moment, Liang Lan interjected. When will your parents arrive, by high-speed train or plane? Qin Yang replied, they set out early, taking the high-speed train at 8:30. Expected to arrive around 2 in the afternoon. I will pick them up after lunch. Liang Lan nodded. I will have the driver take you to meet them at noon. Qin Yang quickly responded, Aunt Liang, there's no need. The driver can accompany us, my parents might feel uncomfortable. I can take a taxi to meet them. Very well. Liang Lan nodded slightly. Make sure not to take a regular taxi, spend a little more for a luxury vehicle to pick up your parents. I will have the driver come to collect you around 5. Understood, Qin Yang nodded as he left, needing to purchase gifts for the Jiang family for the evening. Liang Lan felt a twinge of curiosity. Qin Yang seemed to appear more handsome than before, perhaps it was due to his improved attire. Muxue. Your mother has come to see you. Liang Lan sat by the bed, taking Jiang Muxue's hand, sensing that her complexion appeared slightly better. Is it merely my illusion? Liang Lan scrutinized Jiang Muxue closely. The electrocardiogram and brainwave readings showed no changes, yet Liang Lan felt a tangible improvement in Jiang Muxue's appearance. Had Qin Yang's relationship with Muxue contributed to her revitalization? Liang Lan pondered. She understood this well, prolonged deprivation led to frustration, while fulfillment resulted in noticeable improvements in mood and appearance. Liang Lan was overthinking. Qin Yang had yet to become intimate with Jiang Muxue. Her improved complexion was likely due to a restoration of mental energy. Initially, Qin Yang had only garnered 42 points of emotional value. But now he could acquire around 80 points in a single session. Although the electrocardiogram and brainwave readings had not changed, the enhancement of mental energy was undoubtedly beneficial for Jiang Muxue. Half an hour later, 2 caretakers arrived in the bedroom, ready to provide Jiang Muxue with a massage. Have there been any special circumstances in the last couple of days? Liang Lan inquired of one of the caretakers. This caretaker, named Li Wenyu, replied, Madam, Luo Zihong from the Luo group visited yesterday, he spoke with Mr. Qin. But we are unaware of the specifics of their discussion. Liang Lan furrowed her brow in thought, suspecting the purpose of Luo Zihong's visit. Is there anything else? Li Wenyu considered, while we were massaging Miss Jiang, Mr. Qin learned some massage techniques from us, but whether he massaged Miss Jiang, we do not know. Aside from that, there is nothing noteworthy. Tang Yin has visited, but we have already reported that. Liang Lan stated, Little Qin is Muxue's husband. It is perfectly normal for him to give her a massage. You should not enter when he is with her. Li Wenyu and the others nodded in understanding. Have you noticed any improvement in Muxue's condition? Liang Lan inquired. The caretakers nodded. Madam, we all feel that way. Liang Lan's eyes brightened. It seems this is not merely my imagination. Chapter 14, An Unexpected Encounter with a Female Classmate. System, how much emotional value do I possess? Qin Yang asked in his mind. System, host, you currently have 288 points. After dinner yesterday, it reached over 120, with additional harvests last night and this morning. System, is it exceedingly difficult to obtain an A-grade reward using 100 points for a draw? Indeed, securing a B-grade reward is quite commendable. The probability of obtaining an A-grade reward is below 1%. Qin Yang, if I were to draw using 1,000 points, would the chances of receiving an A-grade reward increase tenfold? Acquiring a higher grade in emotional value requires tenfold expenditure. If the likelihood of obtaining a higher grade reward only increases tenfold, it would be wiser to draw with lesser emotional value. That is correct, host. Qin Yang inquired, can I continue to enhance the skills I have already acquired in the future? System, host, you may continue to enhance them. You can draw for higher level skills to replace them later. So the emotional value I spent previously wasn't wasted? No, the effects can stack. Qin Yang nodded inwardly. That was a relief. If the previous emotional value had been in vain, it would have been disheartening. System, draw twice with 100 emotional value. Qin Yang commanded in his mind. He planned to draw cards twice to accumulate emotional value, and then spend 1,000 emotional points to see what results he could obtain. During the lottery, congratulations to the host for acquiring B-level culinary skills. Another draw congratulated the host for increasing his physique by 3 points, currently at 16. A torrent of information surged into Qin Yang's mind, and simultaneously, he felt a tingling sensation throughout his body. Soon, the acquisition of culinary skills concluded. The B-level culinary talent elevated him to the level of a chef, a standard unattainable for ordinary individuals, even with extensive training. Qin Yang internally grumbled about the system. Noting that he had drawn twice for a physique boost with 10 points of emotional value and only received 3 points for 100. The system replied, host. The rewards are uncertain. Additionally, the higher your physique, the more challenging it becomes to improve. Perhaps in the future, 1,000 emotional points will only yield a single enhancement. Well then. The improvement in physique quickly came to an end. Qin Yang sensed a significant increase in his strength. Even a slight enhancement in physique was distinctly felt. And this time it had increased by 3 points. He believed that even without utilizing mental strength, with his current physique of 16 points, he could easily defeat 4 or 5 ordinary individuals. Moreover, the increase in physique had an additional benefit. In future sparring sessions with Jiang Muxue, he would undoubtedly hold the upper hand. Upon exiting the community, Qin Yang hailed a taxi to the shopping mall. He purchased numerous gifts, spending around 20,000 yuan. While these gifts would be trivial for Jiang Wanqing and the others, it was essential for a son-in-law to arrive empty-handed on his first visit. The gifts were purchased with his own savings, while the 5 million he had previously set aside remained untouched. Qin Yang? A familiar voice reached his ears. Turning, he saw a woman of average attractiveness, perhaps a 4 or 5 out of 10. To put it in perspective, Jiang Muxue would be a 9. A rarity in the entertainment industry. 4 points represent an ordinary person, while 4 or 5 points indicate above-average attractiveness. Gua Xiaolan, long time no see. Qin Yang replied with a mild smile. Gua Xiaolan approached, astonished at Qin Yang's transformation. They had been college classmates, and though Qin Yang was handsome, she had never realized how striking he had become. The enhancement in physique had improved his appearance, and his S-level mental strength exuded a remarkable charisma. Additionally, the attire he wore was worth several 100,000 yuan. In college, Qin Yang had rated a little over 6 points. While he did not reach the level of a campus heartthrob, he was certainly impressive. Now, his attractiveness had undoubtedly surged to 8 points. A look that would stand out even in the entertainment industry. Qin Yang, your transformation in the 2+ years since graduation is astonishing, Gua Xiaolan remarked in disbelief. Qin Yang chuckled softly, I suspect many of our classmates have changed quite a bit since graduation. Gua Xiaolan, did you stay in Haiqing after graduating? Gua Xiaolan nodded. Yes. Suyu is also in Haiqing. Qin Yang's mind conjured an image of Suyu, the class beauty he had once pursued. However, she had rejected him due to his family's financial situation. She has nothing to do with me. I am already married, he stated. Gua Xiaolan gazed at him in surprise. Qin Yang, you're married? Why was there no news in the class group? I got married recently. I have some matters to attend to, goodbye. Qin Yang waved and parted ways with Gua Xiaolan. She pulled out her phone and scrolled through his social media, finding no announcement of his marriage. Ladies, guess who I just ran into? Gua Xiaolan messaged a small group. Who? Came the curious replies. I just saw Qin Yang. He looks incredibly handsome. Compared to when we were in school, he has transformed remarkably. He resembles a domineering CEO from a drama, she wrote. Where's the picture? Others chimed in. Gua Xiaolan looked towards Qin Yang, who was still in sight, and took a photo, though it was not very clear, it captured the essence. This is Qin Yang? His demeanor is so different from before. He is definitely handsome. The group, consisting of about 10 people, quickly filled with messages. Did you hear? Qin Yang said he got married. Does anyone know about this? Gua Xiaolan sent another message. I had no idea Qin Yang was married, came the replies. Su Yu. Do you know anything about this? In a nearby office, Su Yu examined the photo carefully, recognizing that Qin Yang's attire was undoubtedly expensive. Qin Yang is married? She read the message, unable to believe it. Qin Yang, I heard from Gua Xiaolan that you are in Haiqing. I am also in Haiqing. It's been a while, how about dinner tonight? So you confidently sent the message, considering Qin Yang as someone easily attainable. Qin Yang soon saw the message. How ironic. He shook his head internally. Yes, he had pursued Su Yu before, only to be rejected. That was acceptable, everyone has the right to decline. However, he later realized that Su Yu was quite materialistic, leading him to lose interest. I don't have time, I can't meet, Qin Yang simply replied. Knowing he would be dining with his parents at Zhang's house that evening. Even if he had time, he had no desire to dine with her. How about tomorrow then? I will be at home with my wife lately, so I have no time, Su Yu messaged. Internally, she scoffed, is this a game of cat and mouse? I'll see how long you can keep this up. Alright, let us schedule another time, she sent another message, determined that Qin Yang would eventually reach out to her. Qin Yang promptly blocked and deleted her contact. Chapter 15, Son, have you had plastic surgery? Qin Yang could tolerate a little materialism, after all. Everyone is only human and likes money. However, Su Yu's materialistic tendencies were excessive. He had seen her disembarking from luxury cars, and before getting out, she had kissed a middle-aged man. If she preferred mature and stable partners, that middle-aged man could be her boyfriend, which would be acceptable. The issue was that he clearly was not her boyfriend. Fortunately, by that time, Qin Yang had already lost all feelings for Su Yu. Otherwise, witnessing such behavior might have been disheartening. Ding. Shortly after, his phone rang, it was a call from a good friend. Hey, Qin, are you married? The voice on the other end exclaimed. Qin Yang answered, slightly amused by the rapid spread of news. Oh Yang, the news travels fast, he replied. The caller, Yang Wu, came from a well-off family and was known for his loyalty. During times of financial strain, Qin Yang had borrowed money from him several times. And Yang Wu had always been generous. Qin, stop joking around. Are we still brothers? You got married and didn't even tell me. Yang Wu sounded a bit irritated. Qin Yang explained, Yang, it's a special situation. We only registered our marriage, we haven't even planned a wedding yet. When we do, I'll definitely invite you to the celebration. Yang Wu's expression turned peculiar. You didn't get someone pregnant and rush to register, did you? Qin Yang, Yang Wu surprisingly guessed it directly. Lao Qin, is it really like that? Qin Yang, the situation is quite similar to what you mentioned. But the reality is even more complicated. Let's schedule a late-night snack sometime, and I will explain it to you in person then. Yang Wu, I will come to Haiqing. Let's meet tonight. Qin Yang replied with irritation, why are you in such a hurry? I don't have time tonight. So don't rush to Haiqing. Yang Wu, I'm not specifically coming for this. We have encountered a minor issue with our family business in Haiqing. So I came to take a look. I will be in Haiqing for the next week. We can meet anytime you are free. After agreeing, Qin Yang hung up the phone. He took out his phone to check the group messages. The large group was discussing his marriage. He had only graduated a little over 2 years ago, and no one else in his class had married yet. He was the first. Several people in the group had tagged Qin Yang, and some had sent him private messages. Thank you all for your concern, I am indeed married now, but currently, it is just a matter of obtaining the certificate. I am unsure when we will hold the wedding. My wife's situation is special. And it is inconvenient to disclose her information. I hope everyone understands. Qin Yang posted a message in the class group. So you quickly saw the message and frowned slightly. Could it be that Qin Yang has truly married? Qin Yang, have you really gotten married? So you sent a message to Qin Yang. Soon she was taken aback. The message failed to send. A red exclamation mark appeared before her message. Qin Yang has blocked me. So you quickly realized this, and her expression darkened. She had hoped that Qin Yang would reach out to her, but to her surprise, he had blocked her. How infuriating. Suyu gritted her teeth. Qin Yang. I want to see whom you have married. Could they possibly be more attractive or accomplished than I am? Suyu had a fair amount of confidence in herself. After purchasing some items, Qin Yang returned home. Liang Lan was still there. Aunt Liang, I need to tell you something. I ran into a university classmate at the mall today, and now everyone in the class knows that I am married. Qin Yang said to Liang Lan. Liang Lan replied, Xiao Qin, it's good that you are open about your marriage and not engaging in ambiguity with other girls. However, Muxue's situation is unique. So it's best not to mention her. Qin Yang nodded. Aunt Liang, I understand. Liang Lan expressed her joy, Xiao Qin. Both when you and I feel that Muxue's complexion has improved. It seems that marrying Muxue was indeed the right choice. Continue to support her well. If Muxue awakens, I will speak favorably of you. You both could have children, making it entirely possible to stay together. Qin Yang nodded. If Muxue awakens, we can try being married for a few months. He is confident that within a few months, he can fully win over Jiang Muxue. At that point, he will also continue to gain emotional value. Liang Lan advised, a few months is too short. If Muxue awakens, you should at least be together for a year. If after a year you feel it is not working, divorce will not be too late. Marriage is not a trivial matter. Qin Yang nodded, Aunt Liang. I have no objections. I will do my best to awaken Muxue. Qin Yang aimed to wake Jiang Muxue within a month. And absolutely no longer than 3 months. It is important to note that Jiang Muxue is already 6 to 7 months pregnant. If it goes on for another 3 months, she will soon give birth. As her belly grows, the risks will increase. Xiao Qin, please pay attention to safety. Avoid excessive movements to prevent harming the fetus. Liang Lan coughed lightly. Qin Yang thought, does Liang Lan have some misunderstanding about him and Jiang Muxue? However, there is really no need to explain. The more he explains, the more awkward it becomes. After all, they are husband and wife, having a little intimacy is quite normal. Aunt Liang, I will be careful. I will go check on Muxue. After saying that, Qin Yang hurriedly headed to the second floor. Jiang Muxue was half reclined on the bed, her eyes open. The nanny in the room saw Qin Yang enter and quickly stepped out. Muxue. Your mother has come to see you. You seem to be in better spirits, she thinks we have. Qin Yang communicated with Jiang Muxue through his mental energy. Emotional value 13, my parents are already on the high-speed train, they will arrive in a few hours. The ugly daughter-in-law is about to meet her in-laws. Emotional value 10, I won't tease you anymore, let me continue reading to you. You still have much left of the book I started reading to you this morning. Qin Yang picked up a book nearby and began to read. An hour later, he put the book down. Jiang Muxue's mental energy was nearly depleted, and as it approached noon, he needed to go eat and pick up his parents. Wife. I am leaving. I need to go to the high-speed train station to pick up your parents. Qin Yang said to Jiang Muxue. Emotional value 3, Jiang Muxue's last bit of mental energy was exhausted. After more than an hour, Qin Yang arrived at the high-speed train station. After waiting for about half an hour, his parents emerged, each carrying some local specialties from home. Dad, Mom. Qin Yang greeted them with a smile. Huh? Qin Hai and Chen Ping looked at Qin Yang in disbelief. When did their son become so handsome? Son, have you had cosmetic surgery? Chen Ping asked in confusion. Qin Yang replied with annoyance, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? What surgery? I have just been exercising more this year, and besides, the clothes I wear now are much more expensive. You have changed so much. Chen Ping remarked. Qin Yang, people rely on their appearance, and Buddha relies on gold. This outfit of mine costs 300,000 to 400,000, it should have some effect, right? His parents were too familiar with him. He needed to impress them. The change compared to before was indeed remarkable. 300,000 to 400,000? Chen Ping's focus shifted instantly. Aunt Liang arranged for the manager of a luxury store to come to me. I chose 6 outfits, totaling 2 million. That averages over 30,000 per outfit. Qin Hai and Chen Ping were stunned, unable to fathom the notion of clothing costing tens of thousands. Chapter 16, Let me share a secret with you. An hour later, they arrived outside the community. Qin Yang called a luxury rideshare to enter the community. Qin Hai and Chen Ping looked out the window, admiring the beautiful environment of the community. Villas were nestled among lush greenery. Over here, Qin Yang directed. The car soon arrived outside Jiang Muxue's villa. They got out of the car, and 4 nannies quickly came out from the villa. Qin Laoi, Qin Foreign, greetings. The 4 nannies bowed simultaneously. Qin Hai and Chen Ping felt somewhat at a loss. They had only seen such grandeur on television and had never experienced it in reality. Hello. They both hurriedly responded. The 4 nannies helped carry the items inside. Upon entering the villa, Qin Hai and Chen Ping were cautious. Many items within the villa clearly appeared to be quite expensive. Qin Laoi, Qin Foreign, please enjoy some tea. 2 nannies quickly brought out 2 cups of tea. Thank you. Qin Hai and Chen Ping said somewhat awkwardly. Qin Yang instructed, Qin Hong, you all go about your business. Yes, Mr. Qin. The 2 nannies exited the living room. Chen Ping sighed in relief, you rascal. You have so much money. You could have just taken a regular taxi, yet you chose a Mercedes. In the car, I found it difficult to express my thoughts. Qin Yang said, Mom, we cannot skimp on this money. If you take an ordinary taxi over, it will reflect poorly on Aunt Liang and Uncle Jiang. After pondering, Chen Ping agreed with this reasoning. Qin Yang chuckled softly, Mom and Dad, relax. Once we arrive here, consider it your own home. Aunt Liang mentioned that this villa will be mine in the future. Qin Hai and Chen Ping did not take Qin Yang's words seriously. Let's go see Muxue first. Alright. Qin Yang led his parents to the 2nd floor of the villa, where the 2 caretakers quickly exited Muxue's room. Upon seeing her, Qin Hai and Chen Ping were taken aback. Muxue was half reclining on the large bed, her eyes open yet devoid of any spirit. Son, Muxue is exceptionally beautiful. Chen Ping marveled. In reality, even a 7-point beauty is quite stunning, and Muxue's beauty could be rated at 9 points. Qin Yang remarked. Wealthy individuals often possess favorable genes, making it difficult for them to appear unattractive. However, it is rare to find someone as stunning as Muxue in a wealthy family. Regrettably, fate has played a cruel joke, and she has become a vegetative state. She could open her eyes, yet she could not perceive the world around her. Chen Ping's eyes glimmered with pity. Son, the Jiang family is quite affluent. Is there truly no way to treat Muxue's condition? Qin Yang shook his head. This is a brain issue. Recovery is not a simple matter. However, in the past couple of days, Muxue's condition has shown some improvement. I believe she will certainly recover in the future. As he spoke, Qin Yang sat at the bedside, holding Muxue's hand. Muxue. My parents have come to see you. They are right here by your side. While speaking, Qin Yang activated his mental energy. Chen Ping expressed concern, Son. Is Muxue pregnant? Is the baby all right? How many months along is she? If she has not awakened by the time of delivery, wouldn't that be extremely dangerous? Qin Yang reassured her, the baby is healthy. Muxue is currently 6 or 7 months pregnant. It is best if she can recover within a month, at the latest. She must awaken within 3 months, or the risks will be substantial. Qin Hai furrowed his brow. It is not easy for someone in a vegetative state for nearly half a year to recover in 3 months. Sigh. Qin Hai sighed. Qin Yang replied with a smile. Dad, please do not worry. I firmly believe Muxue will recover within 3 months. My abilities are rapidly advancing. Qin Yang had confidence in his own strength and the system. Muxue, it's nearly 4 o'clock. Later, my parents and I will go to your family's house for dinner. Please behave at home. Qin Yang communicated with Muxue using his mental energy. He then stood up and said, Mom and Dad, let's go out. I will take you on a tour of this villa. It has been designed and decorated according to Muxue's preferences. Qin Hai and Chen Ping followed him outside. They felt a pang of sadness upon seeing Muxue in such a state. After all, she was now their daughter-in-law, and she carried their family's lineage within her. This is my bedroom. This is the study. Upstairs is Muxue's yoga room and music room. The basement has a gym and a media room. Qin Yang guided his parents around the villa. Son, how much did this villa cost? Chen Ping asked quietly. Qin Yang replied, I checked the property prices before. For this size, it should be around 30 to 40 million. Qin Hai and Chen Ping were astonished. For them, such an amount was astronomical. Qin Hai walked over and closed the gym door. Son, our families are simply not from the same world. Even if you and Muxue are married by accident, the likelihood of divorce in the future is quite high. You must be mentally prepared. Qin Yang gazed at his parents. Dad, I have a secret to share with you. And you must keep it confidential. Both Qin Hai and Chen Ping looked at Qin Yang. He reached into his pocket and produced a coin, which began to levitate in his palm. Qin Hai and Chen Ping widened their eyes in astonishment as Qin Yang manipulated the coin to dance around him. After a moment, he retrieved the coin and said, Dad, you see, I have developed a special ability. My mental strength is quite potent and can assist Muxue. However, I am unsure how many people possess such abilities or how the government treats those with special powers. Chen Ping's face showed concern. They wouldn't capture you and turn you into a guinea pig, would they? Qin Hai inquired, does anyone else know about this? Qin Yang shook his head. No one knows. Not even Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang. My plan is to quietly enhance my abilities and treat Muxue discreetly. Regardless, I must ensure the safety of Muxue and the child. Both Qin Hai and Chen Ping nodded. Qin Yang continued, my strength is considerable. If Muxue awakens, we will have a genuine chance to be together, so you need not worry too much about that, Dad. Even if we end up divorced later, with my abilities, I can still provide well for the child. He understood his parents' concerns. Discussing his mental abilities was manageable, but the existence of the system was something he could never reveal. Son, we will keep this a secret. Since you have the strength and a plan, we can rest easy, Qin Hai said solemnly. Chen Ping asked, Son, can you truly save Muxue? She has become a vegetative state while pregnant, it is such a difficult situation for her. Qin Yang replied, I am about 70 to 80% confident. However, I cannot guarantee anything with absolute certainty. Chen Ping sighed in relief. A 70 to 80% chance was already quite promising. Chapter 17, The Meeting of the Two Families. Qin Hai earnestly cautioned Qin Yang, Son, it is best not to use your special abilities frequently, you wouldn't want to be captured and treated like a guinea pig. The government likely won't do such things. But private research institutions might. Such scenarios have been depicted in foreign films. Qin Yang smiled, Dad, I am aware. Until my strength is significantly stronger, I will certainly exercise caution. Qin Hai nodded slightly. This ability has also brought about other benefits. What benefits? Qin Hai inquired curiously. Qin Yang explained. I now possess an eidetic memory. If only I had had this ability earlier, I could have achieved more than just getting into an ordinary university. I could have entered the best schools. Eidetic memory? Qin Hai and Chen Ping were utterly astonished. Qin Yang manipulated the coin to circle around him, which appeared to them as mere juggling. However, they understood the true power of an eidetic memory. Son, are you serious? Chen Ping exclaimed excitedly. Qin Yang nodded. I can truly remember everything I see. I can read an entire book in about 10 minutes now, and I can quickly comprehend typical texts. Mom, if anyone inquires about this in the future, just tell them that I have always read quickly. This way, they won't suspect that my special abilities are awakening. Qin Hai and Chen Ping nodded. Chen Ping furrowed her brow, Son, something feels off. If you've always read quickly, why didn't you attend a better school? Qin Yang pondered for a moment. Just say I wasn't fond of studying. No matter how intelligent one is, if they lack the passion for learning, it is of little consequence. Chen Ping nodded in agreement. Qin Hai inquired, Son, when shall we go? Look at our attire, is it suitable for visiting the Jiang family? Qin Yang regarded his parents, aware that they had donned their finest garments. It is indeed appropriate. Mother, father, maintain your composure. Given my capabilities, there is no need for us to ingratiate ourselves with the Jiang family. Even if I were to divorce Jiang Muxue, our family will not falter in the future. Qin Yang replied with a cheerful demeanor. Chen Ping cautioned, Son, do not let your abilities lead to arrogance. Should Muxue awaken, you must strive to live harmoniously. After all, you already have a child together. Qin Yang nodded. His system could only bind to Jiang Muxue, deriving emotional value solely from her, thus ensuring she could not easily depart from him. As time progressed, it reached 5 o'clock. Qin Hai and Chen Ping had rested for about an hour. A long Rolls-Royce arrived outside, prompting Qin Yang to rise, noticing Jiang Wanqing stepping out of the vehicle. "Father, Mother, Uncle Jiang has arrived," Qin Yang announced. He hurried to open the grand door of the villa, allowing Jiang Wanqing to enter. "Greetings, dear in-laws. I hope your journey was not too burdensome," Jiang Wanqing exclaimed jovially. "Hello, Uncle," Qin Hai and Chen Ping responded promptly. Jiang Wanqing exchanged handshakes with Qin Hai, smiling as he remarked, "In-laws. Qin Yang and Muxue's marriage should have been discussed with you beforehand, but Qin Yang seemed a bit dazed. He mentioned he would inform you later." Qin Hai reassured him, "It is fine, learning later is still acceptable. In-laws, Qin Yang and Muxue's unintended relationship is something our family feels regretful about." Jiang Wanqing shook his head, stating, "It was merely an accident. Let us hope that this unexpected event leads to a lasting bond." The group took their seats. And Jiang Wanqing continued, "In-laws, with Xiaoqin and Muxue now married, he is the head of this household. Please feel free to treat this place as your own. Regardless of future circumstances, this villa will belong to Xiaoqin." Qin Hai quickly interjected, "In-laws, that is too generous. This villa is worth tens of millions, how could Qin Yang accept such an expensive property?" Jiang Wanqing raised his hand, saying, "Allow me to explain. Should Xiaoqin assist Muxue in awakening, gifting him a villa is only fitting. If Muxue does not survive this ordeal, Xiaoqin and the child will need a place to reside." Qin Hai nodded slightly, recognizing the validity of Jiang Wanqing's argument. "In-laws, please make yourselves comfortable. I shall go upstairs to check on Muxue, and then we will set off," Jiang Wanqing stated with a smile. Upon reaching the upper floor, Jiang Wanqing entered Jiang Muxue's room. He was well aware of her prior condition, and upon seeing her now, his eyes brightened. He noted a significant improvement in her complexion. "Xiaoqin, this is remarkable," Jiang Wanqing exclaimed in delight. Qin Yang had just followed him upstairs. "Uncle Jiang. Muxue's condition has improved, but her brainwaves and ECG remain unchanged. It will take time," Qin Yang explained. Jiang Wanqing replied, "As long as there is progress. That is what matters. Let us not keep your parents waiting, let us descend." Soon, they were seated in the Rolls-Royce, with Qin Yang and his parents in the back, while Jiang Wanqing occupied the front passenger seat. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at Jiang Muxue's villa, which was quite spacious. Qin Yang estimated its area to exceed 1,000 square meters, with a large garden surrounding it. "In-laws, welcome." Liang Lan greeted them with a smile as they approached the villa. "Hello, Aunt," Qin Hai and his family promptly responded. Following some pleasantries, they entered the villa, where Qin Yang placed down the gifts he had brought, observing the somewhat outdated decor of Jiang Wanqing's residence. "In-laws, please take a seat. Dinner will be ready in about half an hour," Liang Lan invited warmly. Qin Hai and Chen Ping appeared somewhat reserved, feeling the weight of the Jiang family's immense wealth. Yet Qin Yang remained unfazed, bolstered by the confidence afforded by his unique abilities. "In-laws, Qin Yang and Muxue have only obtained their marriage certificate. Due to Muxue's current condition, a wedding cannot be held. Our thought is to maintain this status for now, allowing Muxue some time to adjust should she awaken. If they find compatibility, we will then hold a formal wedding. What are your thoughts?" Liang Lan inquired with a smile. Chen Ping shook her head, saying, "We have no objections, this arrangement seems quite suitable." Qin Hai also nodded in agreement. Qin Yang then asked, "Aunt Liang, may I visit Muxue's room?" As her husband, "You may certainly do so. Xiaoyan, please escort Xiaoqin to Muxue's room." A nearby maid nodded respectfully, saying, "Yes, madam." "Mr. Qin, please follow me." Qin Yang followed the maid to the second floor, arriving at Jiang Muxue's room, which had remained unoccupied for over half a year, yet was impeccably clean. What prompted Muxue to move out? "This place is quite pleasant," Qin Yang mused as he surveyed the room. The maid, Zhao Xiaoyan, explained. "The master and mistress have many friends who often visit, and Miss Muxue prefers solitude and dislikes disturbances. Thus, she moved out upon graduation." Qin Yang nodded slightly. "You may leave now, I will look around," he said. "Understood," she replied. Half an hour passed swiftly. Qin Yang exited Jiang Muxue's chamber and descended the stairs, finding his parents engaged in pleasant conversation with Jiang Muxue's parents. "Xiaoqin, you arrived just in time, dinner is served," Liang Lan said with a cheerful smile. Thank you, Aunt Liang, Qin Yang responded as he quickly washed his hands and entered the dining area. The table was lavishly set with an abundance of dishes for the 5 of them. In-laws, please take a seat. Xiao Qin, you too, Jiang Wanqing graciously invited. 2 maids poured drinks for Qin Yang and the others as Jiang Wanqing raised his glass, saying, In-laws, thank you for making the long journey, I toast to you. You are too kind, Qin Hai replied hastily. After 3 rounds of toasts, Jiang Wanqing turned to Qin Yang, stating, Xiao Qin. Tomorrow I will introduce you to some relatives and friends. There are a few matters I need to advise you on. Uncle Jiang, please go ahead, Qin Yang replied. Jiang Wanqing furrowed his brow, saying, word has spread, and the gathering will be somewhat large. Additionally, there may be individuals who were not initially invited. Such as Mushue's grandfather. Qin Yang paused in surprise. Jiang Wanqing glanced at Qin Hai and Chen Ping, stating, In-laws, there is something you should be aware of. It is possible that someone may approach you regarding this matter. My father does not approve of Qin Yang and Mushue's marriage. Qin Hai and Chen Ping's expression shifted uneasily. Jiang Wanqing continued, I have 2 older brothers, my eldest brother has 2 sons. And my second brother has a son and a daughter. My father favors male heirs, placing importance on his 3 grandsons. Muxue, being a girl, does not hold the same significance. My elder and second brothers are also relatively affluent, but in comparison to me, their wealth is trivial. My elder brother's family is worth several tens of millions, while my second brother's only has 3 to 5 billion. Hai and Chen Ping exchanged knowing glances, pondering the mere 3 to 500 million. My father wishes for me to bequeath the majority of our assets to my 3 nephews rather than to Muxue, let alone to the unborn child within her womb. Liang Lan remarked, we naturally oppose this notion. We have a daughter, why should the inheritance be passed down to nephews? We had argued about this matter numerous times even before Mushue's predicament. Qin Hai and his companions silently shook their heads, recognizing the intricacies of familial disputes among the affluent. Qin Yang's mind stirred with a troubling thought. Could there be hidden motives behind Jiang Mushue's ordinary fall leading to her becoming a vegetable? He had never entertained such notions before, but now, aware of the existence of supernatural beings, he wondered if someone had interfered during her fall. Furthermore, the unexpected incident between him and Jiang Muxue that fateful night, was it truly an accident, or was there an ulterior motive to tarnish her reputation? In retrospect, Mushue's condition seemed rather peculiar. Perhaps her state was not merely the result of inebriation. Should Jiang Muxue engage in intimacy with him while intoxicated, it would undoubtedly cast a significant shadow over her future, whether in marriage or in her aspirations to control the family enterprise. Yet, Jiang Wanqing had not made a grand spectacle of the situation, he merely dismissed Qin Yang from his position. What if the initial scheme failed, and another sinister plot was devised? The possibility that Jiang Mushue's fall was not an accident loomed large. Dear family, do you comprehend the situation? Jiang Wanqing inquired. Noticing Qin Hai and the others remained silent. Qin Hai nodded in acknowledgement. I understand. Many from the older generation exhibit a preference for sons. Since your esteemed father favors sons, why didn't you have another child? Jiang Wanqing sighed, we had intended to have another child, but it was not possible due to my health issues. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. Could Jiang Wanqing's health problems be the result of foul play? If so, the depths of this matter were profound. Yet, lacking evidence, he refrained from voicing his suspicions, as doing so might imply he sought to sow discord among the Jiang family. If he succeeded in creating a rift, he could potentially emerge as the primary beneficiary in the future. Jiang Wanqing would undoubtedly consider this. Xiao Qin. Tomorrow some individuals may not be very courteous. You might face some grievances, Liang Lan warned. If confronted by outsiders, they could support Qin Yang. But should it be Jiang Wanqing's father or elder brothers targeting him, their ability to assist would be compromised. Qin Yang nodded, Aunt Liang, I understand. If it is the elder speaking against me, I can endure some grievances, but if it is my peers, I shall not hold back. Jiang Wanqing replied, Xiao Qin. If your peers turn against you, you are entirely justified in retorting. If the elders are excessively harsh, you have every right to counter their remarks. However, regarding my father, he is nearing 80. Uncle Jiang, rest assured. Given Jiang Lao's advanced age, and the fact that he is still Mushue's grandfather, I certainly would not engage in quarrels with him, Qin Yang assured. Very well, Jiang Wanqing nodded. Xiao Qin, let us toast. Qin Yang promptly raised his glass in a toast with Jiang Wanqing. Dear family, please excuse the trivial matters at home. Jiang Wanqing addressed Qin Hai and the others. Qin Hai responded, we understand, such matters are quite common. Do not think that such occurrences are exclusive to families like yours, they happen even in rural areas. Son, be mindful tomorrow, he advised. Qin Yang nodded, Father. I am aware. Uncle Jiang, is there anything else I should be cautious of tomorrow? Jiang Wanqing replied, one more thing to bear in mind, if anyone inquires. Simply state that you and Muxue are mutually affectionate, and we opposed your relationship, which led to your discreet interactions. It was only after becoming intoxicated that you let your guard down. The child within Muxue is a testament to your love. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. Liang Lan added, we will publicly declare that Muxue had long desired to marry you, but we opposed it, hence the delay. Now that she is in this state, we wish to fulfill her wishes. Qin Yang nodded once more. Liang Lan cautioned, Xiao Qin, limit your alcohol intake today. Tomorrow, certain individuals will undoubtedly attempt to inundate you with drinks. If you overindulge today, your capacity will surely diminish tomorrow. Understood. Qin Yang's expression shifted subtly as he suddenly recognized a pressing concern. His tolerance for alcohol had significantly increased compared to before, based on his current capacity. The drinks from the company annual meeting would not suffice to intoxicate him. Thus, when he had been intimate with Jiang Muxue, he must have feigned drunkenness. Although he had genuinely been inebriated, if Jiang Wanqing became aware of his high tolerance, he would certainly suspect that he had not been intoxicated that night. Uncle Jiang would eventually come to this realization. Qin Yang frowned inwardly, contemplating that he would have to be somewhat forthright about his capabilities with Jiang Wanqing and the others. Jiang Wanqing poured another drink for Qin Hai, saying, Dear family, Xiao Qin cannot drink excessively, I can accompany you. Dear family, my tolerance is average. I have already consumed enough, Qin Hai quickly interjected. Tolerance. Jiang Wanqing paused, glancing at Qin Yang. His investigation revealed that Qin Yang had consumed a considerable amount at the annual meeting. Yet it equated to no more than a pound of liquor. Just a few days prior, Qin Yang had drunk a modest amount with no ill effects. Ah. Uncle Jiang has caught on, Qin Yang mused internally, sensing Jiang Wanqing's scrutiny. Chapter 19, Xiao Qin, are you an abnormal being? Jiang Wanqing maintained his composure while continuing to dine, skillfully concealing his thoughts. However, Qin Yang, with his S-grade mental acuity, could distinctly perceive the shifts in Jiang Wanqing's demeanor. Eventually, the meal concluded. Qin Hai, having indulged a bit too much, sat back to sip tea and rest. Chen Ping and Liang Lan engaged in conversation. Jiang Wanqing smiled and said, Xiao Qin, allow me to take you somewhere. Leading Qin Yang to the underground garage, Jiang Wanqing revealed a temperature-controlled environment housing a collection of around 10 vehicles. Xiao Qin, choose any car you fancy and drive it away. In my youth, I had a passion for automobiles, but as I aged, my interest has waned, Jiang Wanqing remarked with a smile. Qin Yang observed Jiang Wanqing. Despite the smile, it was evident that he was not truly happy. His facade was transparent to Qin Yang. Uncle Jiang, are you familiar with abnormal beings? Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Wanqing paused, I know a bit. Did Tang Yin speak of this to you? Qin Yang shook his head. Uncle Jiang, did something cross your mind during dinner? Jiang Wanqing's eyes narrowed. Indeed, I recalled something. Your tolerance for alcohol is remarkably high, although you drank quite a bit at Muxue's company's annual meeting. You remained relatively lucid. Qin Yang responded, Uncle Jiang, even if you possess a high tolerance, would you not consider feigning drunkenness in such a scenario? Jiang Wanqing replied. Qin Yang cleared his throat, Uncle Jiang, I was merely jesting. I truly was inebriated. Jiang Wanqing's brow furrowed deeply, Xiao Qin, I require an explanation. Do not tell me your alcohol tolerance has inexplicably surged. You have guessed correctly, Uncle Jiang, Qin Yang stated earnestly. My tolerance has indeed increased. Jiang Wanqing's lips twitched. Do you recall my initial question? Jiang Wanqing continued, you asked me if I knew about abnormal beings. Xiao Qin, are you one of them? Qin Yang smiled. Jiang Shu, the world is indeed wondrous. I was once residing in a modest rental apartment, laboring tirelessly at work for a meager monthly salary of 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. However, after marrying Muxue, I discovered my extraordinary abilities. And my tolerance for alcohol has notably improved. Jiang Muxue gazed at Qin Yang. Xiao Qin, could you perhaps demonstrate your powers? Qin Yang retrieved his phone from his pocket. Under the influence of his mental energy, the phone levitated gracefully into the air. Jiang Muxue stared in astonishment at the floating device. Qin Yang maneuvered the phone to circle around him, saying, Jiang Shu, I assure you, I truly was intoxicated before, my abilities have only recently intensified. Jiang Muxue nodded slightly. I believe you. Had you possessed such strength earlier, you would have already amassed wealth. Qin Yang continued, Jiang Shu. Muxue's improved complexion is due to my daily mental communication with her over the past few days. Jiang Muxue's eyes brightened. You can communicate with Muxue? Qin Yang affirmed, currently, it is a one-sided communication. Muxue can receive some information I transmit, but her mental strength is too weak to respond. However, under my mental stimulation, her strength is gradually recovering. Jiang Muxue took a deep breath. That is wonderful. It seems marrying you was indeed the right decision. Qin Yang cautioned. Jiang Shu, I need you to keep this a secret. My powers have just awakened, and I am still growing stronger. I would prefer that the outside world remains unaware of my abilities. Jiang Muxue nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will certainly keep your secret. I won't even mention it to Aunt Liang. At this juncture, Jiang Muxue's expression grew serious. Xiao Qin, now that you have become an ability user, there is something I wish to inquire. Do you think Muxue's fall could possibly be the work of a lurking ability user? After some contemplation, Qin Yang replied. There is a possibility. It is not difficult for a formidable ability user to manipulate events from the shadows. Jiang Muxue inhaled deeply. He had harbored such suspicions for some time. Xiao Qin, I ask you a favor, if your powers grow stronger in the future, please uncover the identity of the perpetrator. Jiang Muxue spoke solemnly. Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Shu, I will investigate. Even if you do not mention it, I will seek the truth for Muxue's safety. If she awakens, the perpetrator may strike again. Jiang Muxue's expression shifted slightly. Let us not dwell on that. Choose any car you desire from those available here. Qin Yang's gaze swept across the array of vehicles, the least expensive costing several million yuan, while the most extravagant reached tens of millions. Jiang Shu. May I take a look at each one? Of course. Qin Yang admired each car in turn, ultimately stopping before a Porsche 918. If you are willing, I would like to choose this one. Qin Yang said with a smile. Though the Porsche 918 may not be practical for daily use, it is comparatively suitable among the others. Jiang Muxue replied, Xiao Qin, I would certainly not deny you. However, such a supercar is not something just anyone can handle. You have not driven since obtaining your license, can you manage it? Qin Yang chuckled. Jiang Shu, I certainly could not before. However, my mental strength is now significantly greater than that of an average person. With a little adaptation, I should be able to drive it normally. Jiang Muxue nodded. Very well. Then this car is yours. Since you have been drinking today, you cannot drive, I shall have someone else bring it back for you. Shortly thereafter, the Porsche 918 drove away, with Qin Yang seated in the passenger seat while Jiang Muxue's driver took the wheel. Qin Hai and Chen Ping returned in the Rolls-Royce they had arrived in. About half an hour later, they returned home. Son, that car must not be inexpensive. Qin Hai remarked, assessing the Porsche 918 in the garage. Qin Yang smiled. I checked on the way, it should be around 16 million yuan. Which is considered moderate among Jiang Shu's vehicles. Dad, Jiang Shu is aware of my mental abilities now. Qin Hai nodded slightly. They are quite good people. There is no need to hide it from them. It is best not to disclose this to anyone else. Qin Yang initially intended to keep it a secret even from Jiang Muxue, but there was no choice. Jiang Muxue had noticed the anomaly. Mom and Dad, you should take a shower and rest early. I will go see Muxue. Soon after, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's room upstairs. Jiang Muxue lay there quietly, resembling a sleeping beauty. Muxue, I have entered your boudoir. I even rested on your delicate bed for a moment. Qin Yang held Jiang Muxue's hand and transmitted a message to her. Emotional value 15, just resting on your bed, and you're so excited? I have even slept with you, not just your bed. Emotional value 17, Muxue, I drank today, so I won't kiss you. Allow me to give you a massage. Qin Yang quickly began to administer a gentle massage to Jiang Muxue. Emotional value 14, emotional value 12, chapter 20, everyone, this is Qin Yang. The next morning arrived swiftly. Mom and Dad, did you sleep well? Qin Yang inquired while enjoying breakfast prepared by the housekeeper. Chen Ping replied. Your father is sleeping soundly after drinking, while I took a while to fall asleep due to slight discomfort. Son. Your father and I discussed that we should return home soon. Ah? Qin Yang frowned. Why the rush? You finally made it out, let us stay a few more days. Qin Hai explained, we are considering that if Muxue awakens, and your relationship is strong, you may marry. Our family home is still old. We need to expedite the construction of a new house. Dad, are you not concerned about me repaying that 500,000? Qin Yang chuckled. Qin Hai responded. You can return it once you have ample funds. However, you do not know when you will earn a significant amount. And you might be married to Muxue in 6 months or so. The house must be prioritized. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Dad, that house does need to be rebuilt. Since we are rebuilding, do not be stingy with the expenses. I will transfer 300,000 to you for it. 100,000 for the main structure and 200,000 for decoration. Chen Ping was taken aback. Son, spending so much? Don't waste your money. What if you cannot earn that 300,000? Qin Yang reassured her, he possesses a system that guarantees success. Earning that amount is trivial, he could achieve it effortlessly. Mom, you can rest assured. I am currently in a rapid power growth phase, if I choose to earn money, it would be exceptionally easy. Qin Yang continued. Do not be too hasty to return. After all, you have come all this way, you should enjoy at least a couple of days here. Otherwise, when you return to the village, others will surely gossip. Alright, Chen Ping conceded with a nod. Dad, you brought your bank card, right? Send me the card number. And I will go to the bank to transfer the funds. Yes. After finishing breakfast, Qin Yang headed to the bank. He had anticipated that a large transfer would be cumbersome, but to his surprise, since the card belonged to Jiang Muxue, the process was quite simple. He successfully transferred 300,000 to Qin Hai's account. Additionally, he transferred 100,000 to his own card. Since the bank card was Jiang Muxue's, there was no need to return it to Jiang Wanqing, yet using her card proved somewhat inconvenient. Dad, did you receive the SMS notification? Qin Yang inquired upon returning home. Qin Hai nodded. Upon receiving the bank message, he felt a momentary daze, let alone 3 million, he had never possessed even 300,000 in his bank account. Mom and Dad, the family dinner is in the evening. How about I take you to some attractions in Haicheng during the day? Qin Yang suggested with a smile. Qin Hai shook his head, saying, no need for you to guide us, your mother and I can explore some sights by ourselves. You should stay home and attend to Muxue, ensuring she receives timely treatment. Are you sure? Qin Yang inquired. Chen Ping added, although we have a nanny at home. It wouldn't be appropriate to leave Muxue alone. Besides, you have matters to attend to in the evening. You may need to start preparing for them this afternoon. Qin Yang nodded slightly, then it shall be as you say. Mom and Dad, don't hesitate to spend, once the funds are in place, your enjoyment will be significantly enhanced. Just then, Qin Yang's phone rang, it was Liang Lan calling. Xiao Qin, I've arranged a splendid tour guide for you. She will ensure you have a delightful experience in Haicheng. The guide should arrive shortly. While still on the call, Qin Yang noticed a vehicle approaching outside. Thank you. Aunt Liang, he replied. Liang Lan responded, no need for such formality. I would have accompanied your parents myself today since I know Haicheng quite well, but I'm busy. Let us leave it at that, goodbye. After hanging up, Qin Yang stepped outside. Liang Lan had not only arranged for a guide but also a driver. Qin Hai and Chen Ping quickly boarded the car and set off. With the guide and driver in place, Qin Yang felt completely at ease. Ascending to the upper floor, he reached Muxue's room. Muxue, today your parents will introduce me to some relatives and friends. Our marital status will be publicly acknowledged. Emotional value 15, your grandfather. Your uncles will all be present, and it's likely your cousins will come as well. The gathering promises to be quite lively. Do you think there might be any altercations? Emotional value 13, Qin Yang conversed with Jiang Muxue, who remained silent, merely providing emotional feedback. 5 minutes passed. And Jiang Muxue was drained. System, what is my emotional value now? Qin Yang inquired mentally. Host, your current emotional value stands at 408. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Earning 300 emotional points daily posed no challenge. By the day after tomorrow, his emotional value could reach 1,000 points. He wondered what sort of rewards he might obtain then. Gradually, the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. Ding. A call came from Jiang Wanqing. Xiaoqin. I've sent you the location. It's our family hotel, please arrive early. Qin Yang replied, understood, I shall depart immediately. Revving up the Porsche 918. Qin Yang soon hit the road. While riding in a supercar wasn't particularly comfortable, the driving experience was exhilarating. In half an hour, he arrived at his destination. Throughout the journey, he felt an abundance of envious gazes directed at him, filling him with emotional value. Regrettably, the system could not register their emotional responses. After parking, Qin Yang reached the top floor. Mr. Qin, please come in. 2 attendants opened the door to the private room. Thank you. Qin Yang adjusted his attire before entering the room. Although it was still early, there were already over a dozen guests present. As he entered, everyone turned their attention towards him. Uncle Jiang, Qin Yang approached Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing nodded, smiling, everyone, let me introduce you, this is Qin Yang. Since Muxue has yet to awaken, Xiaoqin hasn't changed his address for now. Xiaoqin, this is Director Huang from the Public Security Bureau. This is Mr. Wang from Hongyu Group. This is Mr. Lin from Linsher Group. Jiang Wanqing introduced Qin Yang one by one. The relatives had not yet arrived. So those present were all friends of Jiang Wanqing from the local area, each with considerable standing. Director Huang, Mr. Wang, Mr. Lin, Jiang Wanqing continued introducing Qin Yang. His mental acuity allowing him to remember everyone clearly. This young man is quite handsome. Xiaoqin appears to be an excellent match for Muxue, one of the guests remarked. Uncle Jiang, I must speak fairly, considering Xiaoqin's striking looks, it is entirely normal for Muxue to be interested in him. Your opposition only forced them to keep their relationship secret. Laughter erupted among the guests. Jiang Wanqing replied, in the past, we were adamant in our opposition. We only have one precious daughter, naturally wanting her to marry well. But now, we've come to terms with it. As long as she is safe and healthy. That is all we desire. We simply hope Muxue awakens soon. Uncle Jiang, Muxue will awaken, Qin Yang reassured him. Jiang Wanqing nodded, I share that belief. Chapter 21, You must be our brother-in-law, right? Shortly after Qin Yang's arrival, several young men entered, among them were Jiang Muxue's 3 cousins. Hello, you must be our brother-in-law. Qin Yang, the tallest of the trio, introduced himself. I am Jiang Haolong, Muxue's eldest cousin. I am Qin Yang, he replied, extending his hand for a handshake. Almost instantly, Qin Yang felt a formidable grip from the other party. It was clear that this was not a genuine handshake but rather an attempt to assert dominance. Qin Yang smiled faintly, applying equal pressure, knowing that with a physique of 16 points, he should easily surpass his opponent unless they were a martial artist. Jiang Haolong narrowed his eyes. How dare Qin Yang resist? Initially, Jiang Haolong had not exerted his full strength, but now, with Qin Yang pushing back, he quickly escalated his effort. Haha, Qin Yang matched him, his grip tightening. Jiang Haolong's expression shifted. Though he was not a martial artist, he had practiced martial arts. And he was accustomed to overpowering ordinary individuals. He was taken aback by Qin Yang's equal strength. Eldest cousin, I didn't expect you to arrive so early. Qin Yang said with a smile, continuing to apply pressure. Jiang Haolong replied, I know our third uncle has extensive connections. So we came early to engage with some elders and learn. His expression became increasingly strained as Qin Yang's grip felt like an iron vice. Eldest cousin. Your diligence is commendable, I must learn from you, Qin Yang smiled, intensifying his grip. Jiang Haolong felt as though his hand might shatter. Brother-in-law. Let us learn from each other, he said, pain evident in his eyes. All right, Qin Yang nodded with a grin, finally releasing Jiang Haolong's hand. Jiang Haolong discreetly withdrew his hand behind him, trembling slightly. He realized that if Qin Yang had applied just a bit more strength, his hand might have been crushed. What a monstrous strength he possesses, Jiang Haolong thought with a flicker of fear. Second cousin, third cousin, let us shake hands as well. Qin Yang turned to the other two cousins with a smile. Ahem, our eldest cousin can represent us, with so many people here. Shaking hands individually would be a bit cumbersome, Jiang Muxue's second cousin, Jiang Haohu, interjected. He was well aware of his brother's strength, and having witnessed the handshake, he realized that it was his brother who had come off worse, not Qin Yang. Why would they put themselves at a disadvantage? Qin Yang, how is your calligraphy? Grandpa enjoys it and often tests us, Jiang Muxue's third cousin, Jiang Haoren, asked. He carried a bag containing brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, showcasing his commendable calligraphy skills. Having won a first prize at the municipal level. Calligraphy? Not bad. Qin Yang, originally, had no knowledge of this art. Yet now, he had attained a B-level proficiency. A level that ordinary individuals might not reach even after decades of practice. Achieving such a standard requires both talent and diligence, along with frequent guidance from esteemed masters. Qin Yang, you are being overly modest. When you say it's merely acceptable, it must indeed be quite impressive. Shall we engage in discussion over there? Uncle San's calligraphy is quite good, we could seek his advice. Jiang Haoren said with a smile. Their sole purpose for coming today was to embarrass Qin Yang, making him feel inadequate. With numerous guests invited by Jiang Wanqing, confronting Qin Yang directly was not a wise decision. Ahem, Haoren, perhaps I can guide you another time. There are many guests today, I fear I won't have the time, Jiang Wanqing remarked, casting a glance at Qin Yang. Uncle San, please attend to your matters. We will write for fun and later request grandfather's critique, Jiang Haolong replied with a grin. Having just lost to Qin Yang in their handshake, Jiang Haoren was aware of his calligraphy skills and was keen to regain his pride in this area. Uncle San, we won't disturb you, Jiang Haohu added. Mr. Jiang. It is still early, let them write, Mr. Wang from Hongyu Group said with a smile. Jiang Wanqing hesitated. He believed that Qin Yang would not be able to compare to Jiang Haoren and the others. His father had a fondness for calligraphy, and they had all studied it. Jiang Haoren's skills were commendable, and Jiang Haolong's were decent as well. Uncle Jiang, we will just write for fun, Qin Yang chuckled. Very well then, Jiang Wanqing nodded. As long as Qin Yang did not write poorly, it would not be a significant issue. After all, most of those present were not particularly skilled in calligraphy. Qin Yang joined Jiang Haolong and the others at a table. Jiang Haoren laid out the brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, asking, eldest brother, shall you go first? Second brother second, I third, and brother-in-law fourth? Jiang Haolong shook his hand, still feeling the pain. In the past, he was always the first, but today, the spotlight belonged to the brother-in-law, so let him go first. As for the order among us, let it be casual. Jiang Haolong spoke. Jiang Haohu proposed. Shall we add some stakes? The one who writes the worst should drink 3 cups later, they need not be large, just 1 or 2 will suffice. Agreed, Jiang Haolong. Jiang Haoren, and the others responded in unison. Brother-in-law, do you have any objections? Jiang Haohu inquired, and all eyes turned to Qin Yang. Sounds good. Qin Yang replied with a smile. Even if drinking was required, he had no fear. Even if his tolerance for alcohol had not increased, he had the system space, which was several hundred cubic units. Who could outdrink him? The liquor he consumed would directly be transferred to the system space. Brother-in-law, here you go. Jiang Haoren cheerfully handed Qin Yang a brush. Jiang Wanqing and others gathered around. What do you usually write? Qin Yang asked. We generally write a poem. If that feels too lengthy, writing a couple of lines is fine. If it feels too short, a longer piece is also acceptable, Jiang Haoren replied. Qin Yang nodded, dipped his brush in ink, and began to write, with hair bristling in anger. I lean against the railing, as the rain gently ceases. I raise my gaze to the heavens, letting out a long howl, my fierce ambition igniting. 30 years of fame reduced to dust. Qin Yang wrote with graceful fluidity. Each character exuding strength and elegance, a remarkable display of B-level calligraphy. Achieving an A level would place him among the top 10 in the nation. With his current level, he would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 at the provincial level. While Jiang Haoren had won a municipal first prize for his calligraphy, that was merely in comparison to some participating youths. Qin Yang's top 10 recognition was on a provincial scale, clearly of a different caliber. Soon, Qin Yang completed his work with ease. "Xiao Qin, your characters are impressive," someone exclaimed. "Mr. Jiang, your calligraphy is quite commendable." "But I dare say Xiao Qin's level may rival yours," others around remarked in awe. These individuals were no strangers, even if they did not write. They possessed a discerning appreciation for the art. Jiang Wanqing looked at Qin Yang in astonishment, not expecting such a delightful surprise. "My calligraphy pales in comparison to Xiao Qin's." "I never anticipated his skills were this exceptional," Jiang Wanqing admitted. Qin Yang smiled humbly. "Uncle Jiang, you flatter me." "Eldest cousin, who will go next?" Jiang Haolong and the others responded, "With such brilliance before us, mere stones cannot compete." They understood that whatever they produced would pale in comparison to Qin Yang's work. Chapter 22, Opposition from Grandfather Jiang Muxue. Jiang Haoran felt a wave of frustration. He had brought his calligraphy supplies to the gathering, intending to overshadow Qin Yang and gain some recognition for himself, only to have Qin Yang deliver a stunning blow. What should he do now? To concede outright would be humiliating. If he wrote, they could only serve as a backdrop to Qin Yang's brilliance. "Haoran, you should go first," Jiang Haolong suggested, directing his gaze toward Jiang Haoran. Among them, Jiang Haoran had the highest skill level, making the gap between his calligraphy and Qin Yang slightly less pronounced. "All right." Jiang Haoran nodded, steeling himself. Qin Yang smiled as he handed the brush to Jiang Haoran. "Third cousin, since you brought these materials, I am certain your skills are quite high. I shall earnestly learn from you." Jiang Haoran found Qin Yang's words somewhat grating. However, he could not refute them. It was apparent to all that he had brought these items to belittle Qin Yang, so Qin Yang's subtle taunts were quite reasonable. Exhaling a long breath, Jiang Haoran began to write. His characters were indeed quite good, yet in comparison to Qin Yang's, it was easy for those around to see the significant difference in skill. Soon, Jiang Haoran finished. Previously, he often wrote longer verses, extending his time in the spotlight. This time, he opted for a shorter poem. "Haoran's calligraphy is also quite good," some remarked. "Indeed, it surpasses my own," others praised. Yet, while Jiang Haoran used to relish such compliments, today they felt particularly stinging. "Eldest cousin, your turn," Jiang Haoran said, directing his gaze to Jiang Haolong and the others. Jiang Haolong and the others could only muster the courage to write. Their brushwork was considerably better than that of an average person. But it was still far from Jiang Haoran's level, let alone Qin Yang's. Especially for Jiang Haolong, who had just engaged in a hand contest with Qin Yang and was still feeling the pain. "I concede," Jiang Haolong admitted with a deep breath. "Qin Yang, I never expected your calligraphy to be so impressive, hidden depths indeed. No wonder you have captured Muxue's heart," Jiang Haolong remarked, looking at Qin Yang. The gazes of some individuals surrounding Qin Yang shifted perceptibly. They discerned the implications of Jiang Haolong's words, suggesting that Qin Yang harbored ulterior motives, perhaps intentionally approaching Jiang Muxue with designs on the Jiang family. Jiang Hao, who feigned confusion and inquired, "Brother-in-law, your calligraphy is remarkable, yet why do you not profit from it? You only earn a few thousand a month at your sister's company." Qin Yang smiled gently. "Cousin, you possess a keen business acumen. However, if I were to monetize my art, I might not attain this level of mastery." The crowd reflected on his words, with one voice remarking, "What Xiao Qin is doing is indeed correct. Undivided focus is essential for achieving a high standard. If calligraphy becomes tainted by financial motives, it carries a whiff of commercialism." Jiang Hao, who turned to the speaker, refraining from rebuttal. Although this individual lacked the wealth of Jiang Wanqing, his assets exceeded 100 billion. And he held significant connections in the political arena. Such a person was not one to offend. "Xiao Qin, allow me to introduce you to our new guests," Jiang Wanqing smiled, deftly shifting the topic. The newcomers carried considerable weight, hailing from formidable commercial families, influential political figures, and esteemed martial arts clans. Qin Yang identified 4 martial artists among them. 2 were of rather average strength, even inferior to Tang Yin. 1 was slightly stronger than Tang Yin, while the most formidable was a middle-aged man in his 50s. Up close, Qin Yang sensed an intense threat emanating from him. Should they be in close proximity, unprepared, Qin Yang believed he would undoubtedly be killed if the man chose to strike. Yet, if they maintained even a slight distance, Qin Yang was confident that the outcome of their confrontation would favor him, given his superior overall strength, albeit with a significant gap in close combat capabilities. The other was a warrior, whereas he was a mage. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open again, and Liang Lan entered. Supporting an elderly man, Qin Yang recognized from photographs that he was Jiang Muxue's grandfather. Qin Yang paused, sensing a strong psychic fluctuation emanating from Jiang Muxue's grandfather. Although his mental prowess was significantly weaker than Qin Yang's, it was likely at a B-grade level. Qin Yang mused to himself. Taken aback that Muxue's grandfather was indeed a psychic, though he wondered which domain of abilities he possessed. "Hello, Elder Jiang." "Greetings, Jiangshini," the crowd collectively bowed in respect. Jiangshini? Could it be that Muxue's grandfather's abilities pertain to healing? Qin Yang speculated inwardly. "Father, let me introduce you, this is Qin Yang. Xiaoqin's calligraphy is exceptional." Even surpassing Howren's, Jiang Wanqing stepped forward with a smile. Qin Yang naturally followed suit. "Hello, Elder Jiang," he bowed respectfully. Jiang Wanqing's father, Jiang Xinghua, spoke sternly, "Third brother. I disapprove of the union between Qin Yang and Muxue. Should Muxue awaken, I have other plans for her marriage. Ensure their divorce." Jiang Haolong and the others felt a surge of joy. Liang Lan interjected, "Father, my husband and I previously opposed their union, but we respect Muxue's wishes. And she has been in this state for nearly half a year. We absolutely will not arrange for her to divorce Xiaoqin." Jiang Xinghua shook off Liang Lan's support. Cough, cough. He erupted into a fierce coughing fit. Qin Yang sensed an anomaly in his psychic energy. Jiang Xinghua might be misusing his abilities, which affected his physical condition. Jiang Xinghua was not yet 80, many elders of his age remained robust. Yet, Jiang Xinghua's condition appeared quite poor. "What do you say, Qin Yang?" "The head of the Jiang family, my father, disapproves of your union," a middle-aged man behind Jiang Xinghua spoke in a low voice. Qin Yang recognized him as Jiang Wanqing's second uncle, Jiang Wanchuan. The three brothers, Jiang Wanyue, Jiang Wanchuan, and Jiang Wanqing, comprised the Jiang family. Qin Yang calmly replied. "According to marriage law, as long as I do not consent, even though Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang are Muxue's parents, they cannot compel me to divorce her. Does the Jiang family's code supersede national law?" Jiang Wanchuan countered, but Jiang Xinghua suddenly laughed. "Not bad, you did not easily give up on Muxue under pressure. You have passed this first hurdle. However, Xiaoqin marrying Muxue will not be so simple." Many in attendance exhaled in relief. "Elder Jiang, your acting skills are remarkable." "We were all deceived, thinking you were serious," one person remarked, followed by others echoing similar sentiments. The previously tense atmosphere shifted to one of ease. "Elder Jiang." "I will strive to do my best," Qin Yang replied earnestly. He inwardly shook his head, realizing that Elder Jiang had merely said this to maintain face. He could sense that Elder Jiang indeed wished to forcibly separate them, but he had momentarily relented to preserve the Jiang family's reputation. Jiang Wanqing gazed deeply at his father. While others might be unaware, he understood that his father was not one to easily change his mind. Moreover, he had been strongly opposed in private. "Everyone." Jiang Wanqing clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the crowd. "I am pleased to introduce this charming young man beside me. He is Muxue's husband, Qin Yang. Xiaoqin and Muxue are now legally married, making him my son-in-law. Today, we are gathered with family and friends. And I hope you will all extend your kindness to him." Liang Lan also stepped forward, saying, "We previously opposed their union, but after spending time together, we find Xiaoqin to be quite commendable. My husband and I wholeheartedly endorse him as our son-in-law. Given that Muxue's wedding must be postponed, we are here today to introduce Xiaoqin to everyone." Having said this, Liang Lan gestured for Qin Yang to come closer. He approached her side. "Xiaoqin. My husband and I often travel for work. Now that you are married to Muxue, you must take good care of her." Liang Lan smiled warmly. Qin Yang nodded. "Aunt Liang, you can rest assured. All relatives and friends concerned for Muxue can be assured that I will protect her and ensure she suffers no further harm." As he spoke, Qin Yang noted the expressions of Jiang Wanyue and his wife. He detected something amiss with two individuals. Could they be plotting against him? Qin Yang pondered internally. The likelihood was not low. Jiang Wanyue, as the eldest brother among Jiang Wanqing's trio, had two sons, Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu. His assets were the least among the brothers. Although he still possessed several tens of millions, Jiang Wanchuan had 3 to 5 billion, while Jiang Wanqing wielded a staggering trillion in assets. As the eldest brother, Jiang Muxue was indeed the least wealthy. His feelings of imbalance were entirely understandable. Of course, these were merely conjectures for now, without solid evidence. Qin Yang would certainly refrain from sharing his suspicions with Jiang Wanqing. He surmised that Jiang Wanqing would likely harbor doubts as well, without needing to state them. "Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats," Jiang Wanqing greeted with a warm smile. The guests settled down, and the young men, including Qin Yang and Jiang Haolong, gathered together. The food and drinks had already been served, and Jiang Haolong poured himself a glass of liquor. He proclaimed, "Gentlemen, I have lost in calligraphy. And according to our prior agreement, I must drink 3 taels of liquor. A man of honor must keep his word, thus, I shall drink first." He then poured himself 150 milliliters of baijiu and downed it in one go. "Bravo! Brother Haolong has a great capacity." The crowd cheered in response. After consuming the 3 taels of liquor, Jiang Haolong remained unfazed. "Everyone, don't look at me, have you forgotten? Today, my brother-in-law is the main character. We should raise a toast to him." "Indeed. Brother-in-law, we must drink a few more cups today," Jiang Haohu and Jiang Haoran chimed in. They were quite displeased with Qin Yang, having suffered a hidden defeat when Jiang Haolong shook hands with him during the calligraphy competition, where they were all outperformed by Qin Yang. Drinking was their opportunity to regain face. Surely they could not let a few of them be outdrunk by Qin Yang. "Dear friends, I am grateful for your attendance. My wife and I would like to propose a toast to all of you as a token of our appreciation." Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan stood up. After Jiang Wanqing spoke, both of them downed their glasses of baijiu. Applause erupted from many in the room. Jiang Wanqing smiled and said, "My dear friends, those present are not outsiders, feel free to enjoy yourselves. Today, there are no formalities, let us eat and drink well." The atmosphere in the private room quickly became lively. "Brother-in-law, shall we take the lead in drinking?" Jiang Haolong suggested with a smile. "There are a total of 10 tables. If we drink 1 cup at each table, that adds up to half a jin." They were using small wine cups of 5 qian. "Very well," Qin Yang nodded, a cold smile forming in his heart. If Jiang Haolong's group tried to pressure him into drinking, they would find themselves on the floor today. "Cheers." Soon, Qin Yang raised his glass and downed it. "Brother-in-law, it is time for you to show your prowess. Everyone has come for you, you should raise a toast," Jiang Haoran said with a grin. Qin Yang slightly nodded, it was indeed appropriate. He soon approached Jiang Wanqing's table, saying, "Jiang Lao, Jiang Shu, Liang Yi, De Bo. Bo, I toast to you." After speaking, he drained his glass. Within 10 minutes, Qin Yang had toasted at every table, sincerely consuming the liquor without any deceit. Half a jin posed no challenge for him. "Brother-in-law, I toast to you. You have quite the drinking capacity, I shall raise a glass in your honor." Just after returning from a toast, Jiang Haolong and the others immediately sought Qin Yang to drink. Qin Yang welcomed them without hesitation. As the liquor entered his mouth, it was absorbed into the system space, enhancing his strength. His system space now exceeded 500 cubic centimeters, and the liquor gathered in a small corner. "Little Qin. Take it easy," Liang Lan approached Qin Yang. "Haolong, you mustn't force brother-in-law to drink. Rest assured, Aunt San. If brother-in-law cannot continue, we will not press him," they replied. And Liang Lan nodded, observing Qin Yang's condition, which seemed stable. As time passed, more guests from other tables sought to drink with Qin Yang. Over the course of an hour, he had consumed at least 3 jin of baijiu. Jiang Haolong and his companions began to question their life choices. They were nearing their limits, yet Qin Yang appeared unaffected. Even when he went to the restroom, someone accompanied him. Jiang Haolong's group was convinced that Qin Yang had not disposed of any liquor. "Brother-in-law, should we switch to larger cups? I find these small cups insufficiently satisfying," Jiang Haoran suggested. "Yes, larger cups would be better, let us all switch," Jiang Haolong and others concurred. Qin Yang beckoned, and a waiter quickly approached. "Mr. Qin. How may I assist you?" "Please bring us 8 large beer cups," he requested. "Certainly," the waiter responded, soon returning with the cups. "Brother-in-law, we are merely changing the cups. Not the type of liquor," Jiang Haoran clarified. "Indeed, I did not suggest switching to beer," Qin Yang replied, filling himself a large cup of baijiu. Jiang Haolong and the others felt apprehensive, but since they had initiated the change, they could not back down. Soon, they all filled their cups with baijiu, each holding at least half a jin. Ladies and gentlemen, let us raise a toast. Qin Yang declared, lifting his cup and downing it. The liquor swiftly entered his system space. Jiang Haolong and his companions were left dumbfounded. This was beyond impressive. Cousin, you all should drink up. Qin Yang feigned drunkenness. Slurring his words. Jiang Haolong and the others exchanged glances, ready for a showdown. They were determined to drink Qin Yang under the table. After finishing their cup, Jiang Haolong and the others appeared pale. Some hastily grabbed food, while others rushed to the restroom. Slowly sipping would have allowed them to handle half a gene. But drinking it all at once proved devastating. Cousin, you are the eldest at this table, I toast to you, Qin Yang said as he faced Jiang Haolong. Jiang Haolong, usually strong in alcohol tolerance, felt queasy. Cousin, if you cannot continue, we can end it here for today. I too am nearing my limit. Qin Yang remarked after finishing his drink. Jiang Haolong gritted his teeth and poured himself another glass. Qin Yang had likely consumed 4 jin, while he had only managed 2. Gulp. Jiang Haolong forced himself to finish. I need to use the restroom, he announced, quickly getting up and staggering away. Afterward, Qin Yang filled his cup again and turned to Jiang Haohu. Second cousin, this cup is for you. Wait a moment, Jiang Haoran said, taking a whiff of Qin Yang's liquor. Is it good? Yes, Jiang Haoran nodded. Gulp. Qin Yang swiftly finished another cup. Jiang Haohu hesitated to pour himself more. Second cousin. Will you drink? As I said, if you do not, then this is where we stop for today. Just drink enough, don't force yourself, Qin Yang smiled. Jiang Haohu gritted his teeth and began to drink, determined not to be outdone by Qin Yang's challenge. After downing the cup, he felt as if he were about to faint and hurried to the restroom. Third cousin, will you continue to drink? Speak up, Qin Yang smiled at Jiang Haoran. Jiang Haoran, with a lower tolerance than Jiang Haohu, had already visited the restroom twice. Seeing Qin Yang's gaze, fear flickered in his eyes. He crumbled. Let us call it a day, we can drink again another time, Jiang Haoran conceded. Jiang Haolong had just returned from the restroom, and upon seeing Jiang Haoran's capitulation, he felt a mixture of frustration and relief. Qin Yang's capacity for alcohol was nothing short of monstrous. Even after consuming 4 to 5 jin of liquor, Qin Yang appeared unaffected. They considered themselves capable drinkers, yet they were subdued by Qin Yang alone. Did anyone else wish to continue drinking? Qin Yang's gaze swept across the table, met with silence from Jiang Haoran and the others. The recently returned Jiang Haolong also kept his mouth shut. With a smile, Qin Yang remarked, you all are quite lacking. As he spoke, he began to savor his meal and drink leisurely. Jiang Haolong and the others were accustomed to retorting when their drinking abilities were questioned, but now, they felt devoid of confidence. Each of them had already consumed between 1 to 2.5 jin, significantly surpassing their usual limits. Even though they had vomited earlier, they were now feeling quite uncomfortable. This fellow must truly be a monster, Jiang Haolong mused. Qin Yang had already ingested 4 to 5 jin of high-proof baijiu, and they knew he hadn't expelled any of it in the restroom. Little did they know, most of Qin Yang's liquor had been absorbed into his system space, and he had only initially consumed half a jin. Given his current physique and formidable mental fortitude, half a jin of baijiu was but a mere trifle. The other tables had also nearly finished their drinks. Before long, the gathering concluded, and everyone began to depart. Xiao Qin, are you all right? Jiang Wanqing approached Qin Yang with concern, aware of his impressive drinking capacity but apprehensive of the amount he had consumed. I'm fine, Qin Yang replied, shaking his head. Jiang Wanqing nodded in relief, stating, that's good. You can't drive after drinking, let me arrange for someone to take you home. All right, Qin Yang agreed. He and Jiang Haolong made their way to the parking lot. Upon seeing Qin Yang enter a Porsche 918, Jiang Haolong's expression darkened further. He recognized it as a car from Jiang Wanqing's collection, now being gifted to Qin Yang. Their family's total assets amounted to only 40 to 50 million yuan, while this car alone was worth over 1 million. Over half an hour later, Qin Yang arrived home. It was still early, and his parents were out exploring with a tour guide. He headed to Jiang Muxue's room, eager to harvest her emotional value. Muxue, your husband has returned. Emotional value, 5, your parents have already introduced me to their relatives and friends, claiming we have long been in love. Emotional value, 11, Muxue. They can only introduce us this way. If not, we wouldn't be able to obtain a marriage certificate. If your parents disapprove of our love, we would have no choice but to pursue our relationship in secret and consummate it. Emotional value. 13. Qin Yang gradually engaged Jiang Muxue in conversation, finding amusement in teasing her daily. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan also arrived home. Dear, my father was a bit excessive today, please don't take it to heart. He can be quite stubborn, Jiang Wanqing remarked, noticing Liang Lan's subdued demeanor. It's not that. I am well aware of my father's temperament, she replied. Jiang Wanqing, puzzled, inquired. Then why are you unhappy? Liang Lan remained silent. Dear, if something is bothering you, please share. I've had quite a bit to drink and can't guess what's on your mind, he said, rubbing his forehead. Though not drunk, he had certainly consumed a fair amount. Liang Lan sighed, I'm not unhappy, it's fine. You should go take a shower and rest early. Suddenly, Jiang Wanqing recalled something. Have you noticed that Xiao Qin has an exceptional tolerance for alcohol? Liang Lan nodded slightly. He drank several gin without getting drunk. At the company's annual meeting, he barely consumed a quarter, and even if he took a hangover remedy, the effects shouldn't be this remarkable. Jiang Wanqing replied. Xiao Qin has mentioned this issue to me. I'll call him now. Shortly after, Jiang Wanqing dialed Qin Yang's number. Xiao Qin. Your Aunt Liang has discovered your drinking capabilities. Uncle Jiang, you can discuss it with Aunt Liang, but please don't tell anyone else, Qin Yang responded. All right. Jiang Wanqing said as he led Liang Lan to the study. Dear, what's going on? You two seem awfully secretive, Liang Lan inquired with curiosity. You know there are individuals with extraordinary abilities in this world. After marrying Muxue, Xiao Qin has become one of them. His capacity for alcohol has greatly improved compared to before, Jiang Wanqing explained. Liang Lan stared at him in disbelief. Are you certain? I witnessed it with my own eyes. Xiao Qin levitated his phone before me, Jiang Wanqing affirmed. Muxue's improved complexion is due to his abilities. Liang Lan was astonished. Is Xiao Qin like my father, possessing healing powers? Jiang Wanqing shook his head. It shouldn't be. He likely awakened his abilities recently. If he had such powers, he would have developed them long ago instead of working a low-paying job. Liang Lan nodded in agreement, exhaling deeply. So long as Qin Yang didn't feign drunkenness to engage with their daughter, everything would be fine. Chapter 25, Xiao Qin, what abilities do you possess? Lin family. Lin Xingde returned home. Dad, what's the situation? Lin Junyao asked anxiously. Have Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue become a couple? Lin Yang, a rural youth. Surely wouldn't he perform well in such a setting? Initially, he had wanted to attend the dinner, but Lin Xingde hadn't taken him. Junyao, calm down, Lin Xingde replied. His voice low. Taking a deep breath, Lin Junyao insisted, Dad, I've waited so long, I'm eager to know what's going on. Lin Xingde sat down. Qin Yang's performance exceeded our expectations. Although old Jiang opposed it, he did not separate Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue. Lin Junyao frowned. Dad, Qin Yang performed well? Lin Xingde nodded slightly. He did exceptionally. You should know that Jiang Haoran is skilled in calligraphy. Yes, he has shown off in front of me before, Lin Junyao scoffed. Qin Yang's calligraphy surpasses his. When Jiang Haoran attempted to showcase his work, he was publicly outclassed by Qin Yang. What? Lin Junyao exclaimed in disbelief. Though he had found Jiang Haoran's arrogance distasteful, he had to admit that Jiang Haoran's calligraphy was indeed impressive. The fact that Qin Yang's calligraphy was superior was shocking. Dad, can one truly discern calligraphy differences? He questioned. Would Jiang Haoran concede defeat? Lin Xingde replied, the disparity is not merely slight. Even those unfamiliar with calligraphy can recognize the difference. Experts assert they do not belong to the same level. Lin Junyao brow furrowed. If Qin Yang excels, my chances diminish significantly. Dad, can Jiang Haoran endure this? If I were Jiang Haoran, I would have drowned Qin Yang in liquor during the meal. Lin Xingde retorted sharply. Then you would be in dire straits. Jiang Haoran and his companions attempted to intoxicate Qin Yang, only to find themselves bested by him. He consumed 4 to 5 jin of baijiu as if it were nothing. Lin Junyao stood stunned. 4 to 5 jin? Dad. Surely Qin Yang must have cheated and vomited in the restroom. Lin Qingda shook his head. He certainly did not vomit, others accompanied him to the restroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Haoran and his friends likely all retched. You should refrain from engaging him in drinking games. Lin Juanyao's lips twitched. Dad, I am not foolish. Lin Qingda replied. Jiang Muxue's parents support Qin Yang, and even if old Master Jiang opposes it, they remain resolute in their support. If you act now, you will surely face failure. Lin Junyao nodded helplessly. Before long, the following day arrived. Last night, Qin Hai and Chen Ping did not return. Qin Yang opened his phone to find photos sent by Chen Ping. They had embarked on a luxurious yacht for an outing. Mom. The sunrise over the sea is truly magnificent, Qin Yang messaged back to his mother, Chen Ping. Soon, Chen Ping replied, Son. Your dad is fishing and has already caught several sea fish. Chen Ping quickly sent more pictures. Mom, I'm glad you are having fun. A faint smile graced Qin Yang's face. After getting up and freshening up, Qin Yang made his way to Jiang Muxue's room. Muxue. I'm sending you an early morning kiss, Qin Yang messaged Jiang Muxue before leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her lips. Emotional value 20, emotional value 17. Within a minute, Jiang Muxue ceased to provide emotional value. In that brief moment, Qin Yang amassed 95 points of emotional value. Remarkably, he was on the verge of exceeding 100 points in a single instance. Regrettably, Muxue was currently in a vegetative state. Had she not been? The emotional value would have certainly been far greater, Qin Yang mused. Yet, if Jiang Muxue were not in a vegetative state, he would have no opportunity at all. Knock. Knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Come in. Qin Yang assumed it was the housekeeper at the door but was taken aback to find Liang Lan entering instead. He felt a pang of awkwardness, nearly being caught by Liang Lan kissing Jiang Muxue. Aunt Liang, Qin Yang hastily called out. Liang Lan said, Little Qin. I came to check on Muxue. I heard from Jiang Shu that your ability allows you to send messages to Muxue? Qin Yang nodded. Liang Lan's expression grew animated. Then please tell Muxue that we miss her dearly. Qin Yang replied, Aunt Liang, I have already informed her. I believe Muxue can receive the messages I sent her. After sending them, her mental energy will exhibit fluctuations. Liang Lan glanced at the EEG monitor. Qin Yang continued, Aunt Liang, the machine does not indicate it. But Muxue's mental energy fluctuations are undoubtedly real. Liang Lan held Jiang Muxue's hand, her voice trembling as she asked, Little Qin, do you think Muxue can awaken? What are her chances of recovery? We cannot bear to be without her. Qin Yang pondered silently, he too could not imagine his life without Jiang Muxue. His system was bound to her. Should Jiang Muxue perish, how would he acquire emotional value? Aunt Liang, I believe she can awaken. Currently, I would estimate her chances of recovery to be around 50 to 60%, Qin Yang stated cautiously after a moment's thought. Liang Lan was elated. Are you certain? The doctors claim the chances of awakening are less than 1%, and we have consulted other ability users who were also unable to heal her. Qin Yang affirmed. I am sure. Aunt Liang, is old Master Jiang a healing type ability user? Liang Lan was taken aback. How do you know that, little Jiang? Qin Yang explained. I sense that his mental energy is strong, and I have heard others refer to him as Jiangshini. I believe it is highly probable that he possesses healing abilities. Liang Lan replied, Indeed, Muxue's grandfather was a healing type ability user, he has healed many and created numerous connections. But he lost the ability to use his powers a decade ago. At this point, Liang Lan was astonished. Little Qin, you sensed Muxue's grandfather's mental energy. Yet he did not sense you? Is your mental energy even stronger? Qin Yang nodded. Indeed, my mental energy is somewhat stronger. Old Master Jiang likely did not sense my presence. Liang Lan inquired, Little Qin, what is your ability? May I see it? Qin Yang acquiesced, producing a relatively large steel ball that swiftly moved about the room. Aunt Liang, I don't know any other ability users, nor am I very clear about it myself. I might possess a telepathic ability, and my control over objects is merely due to my strong mental energy. Qin Yang directed the steel ball to halt before Liang Lan. She released her grip, and the heavy steel ball landed in her hand. Aunt Liang, I have only recently awakened my abilities, my mental energy is decent. But my control still requires practice. I hope you can keep this a secret for the time being, Qin Yang said. Liang Lan nodded, rest assured, we will. Little Qin. Did you suffer any ill effects from drinking so much last night? Qin Yang chuckled, Aunt Liang, I actually did not consume much. I managed to expel most of the alcohol from my system. Now I understand, Liang Lan remarked, you are quite clever. Qin Yang explained, when I was toasting others. I drank those drinks, but when Jiang Haolong and the others tried to force me, I had to employ a few subtle tricks, haha. Chapter 26, Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu arrive. As noon approached, Jiang Haolong finally awoke, feeling as though his head were splitting. The previous night. He had left with a clear mind, but upon returning home, the effects of the alcohol had taken hold, resulting in a restless night filled with bouts of vomiting. Haolong. How are you feeling? Jiang Haolong emerged from his room, and his mother inquired. Not bad. Where is my brother? His mother replied, he is still asleep in his room. Much like you, he was quite intoxicated last night. You should go check on him, it is almost lunchtime, and he ought to be getting up. Before long. Jiang Haohu was roused from his slumber, appearing utterly drained. Bro, how can that scoundrel Qin Yang drink so much? Jiang Haohu rubbed his forehead. Also suffering from a severe headache. That rascal deliberately set us up. His drinking capacity is astonishing. At first, he pretended to be intoxicated. But later he stopped pretending and urged us to drink from those massive cups, Jiang Haolong seethed. We cannot let this slide. We must devise a clever plan to teach Qin Yang a lesson, preferably one that leads to his divorce from our cousin. Once they are divorced, he will be nothing. Jiang Haolong replied, we must not rush into this. Qin Yang is not so simple, that scoundrel possesses significant strength. I have trained in martial arts. Yet my strength pales in comparison to his. Jiang Haohu, filled with frustration, exclaimed, I cannot tolerate this. Third uncle even gifted him his Porsche 918. That car costs over 15 million. I can't even take it for a spin, and third uncle 1T allow it. Jiang Haolong thought to himself that third uncle would never lend it to him, as who knows what Jiang Haohu might do with it. Calm down for now. Third uncle and third aunt are very supportive of Qin Yang. It will not be easy for us to separate him from our cousin. If word gets out, others will also take action, Jiang Haolong said seriously. Jiang Haohu complained, how is Qin Yang's calligraphy so exceptional? I once thought that Haren's calligraphy was impressive enough to overshadow him, yet Qin Yang's skill surpasses even Haren's. He must have been quite furious last night. Jiang Haolong stated. This is not crucial. While Haren's calligraphy is impressive and valued by grandfather, Qin Yang is merely an outsider, and grandfather does not approve of him. His talent will only earn him a bit more regard from third uncle and the others. At that moment, Jiang Wanyue pushed open the door and entered. Dad. Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu called out in unison. Jiang Wanyue remarked, are you two planning to deal with Qin Yang? Please refrain from taking any action for the time being, and do your utmost to ease relations with him. Ah? Jiang Haolong and the others looked puzzled. Jiang Wanyue remarked, the business partner called, and they casually found a reason to terminate our collaboration. It must have been under the instruction of your third uncle. Jiang Haohu's expression changed, how could third uncle do this? The termination of our partnership will result in significant losses. Jiang Wanyue furrowed his brow, you have been targeting Qin Yang. Your third uncle did not say much last night, but he noticed everything. This reflects his discontent with what transpired. On the surface, you must ease your relationship with Qin Yang. This has the advantage of keeping Qin Yang complacent. Jiang Haolong nodded slightly. Once we find the right opportunity, we shall strike a decisive blow. Jiang Haohu muttered, this feels quite unsatisfactory. Can't we seek out grandfather to have him talk to third uncle? Jiang Wanyue shook his head. Your third uncle is not so easily swayed. Otherwise, he would have arranged for Qin Yang and Muxue to divorce. Jiang Haohu nodded helplessly. In the afternoon, Qin Yang was practicing in the gym. He had become adept at controlling 2 steel balls and could barely manage to make a third one fly. There was a knock at the door. Mr. Qin. There are guests, the housekeeper announced. Qin Yang quickly made his way to the first floor. To his surprise, it was Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu. The housekeeper did not open the door, and they waited outside the villa's main entrance. With a click, Qin Yang opened the door. Jiang Haohu said, brother-in-law. You need to change your housekeeper. We are Muxue's cousins, and we came to visit her, yet she refused to let us in and left us waiting outside. Qin Yang replied, I instructed her so. Except for a select few, others cannot simply enter. What if something were to happen to Muxue? Jiang Haolong frowned, we are her cousins, how could we possibly harm her? Come in, Qin Yang said calmly. Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu entered the villa's living room. Eldest cousin, second cousin, what brings you here? Jiang Haolong said, brother-in-law, we were in the wrong last night. Muxue is our cousin. And we do not wish her to marry poorly. We intended to test you. In retrospect, we may have gone too far. And you are not as ordinary as we thought, you are quite remarkable. Jiang Haohu took a deep breath, brother-in-law. We came to visit Muxue and to apologize to you. I hope you do not take what happened last night to heart. Qin Yang smiled and said, you two are overthinking it. You are, after all, Muxue's cousins. Last night was not a major incident. How could I possibly hold a grudge against you? How about this, stay for dinner tonight. Last night was not satisfying, we can enjoy a good drink tonight. Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu replied, if we drink again tonight, we would need to go to the hospital. Jiang Haolong cleared his throat, brother-in-law. Let us save the drinking for another time. We had a bit too much last night and have not yet recovered. We will go see Muxue. Qin Yang nodded slightly. He led Jiang Haolong and the others to Jiang Muxue's room. Jiang Muxue's eyes were open, yet her gaze remained as lifeless as before. Seeing Jiang Muxue in such a state, Jiang Haolong and the others felt relieved. They certainly did not wish for Jiang Muxue to awaken. Their greatest hope was for both Jiang Muxue and the child to perish. Brother-in-law, Muxue has been in a vegetative state for over 5 months now. The chances of recovery are exceedingly low, Jiang Haolong stated. Qin Yang replied, I believe Muxue can recover. Eldest cousin. Do you not wish for Muxue to regain her health? Jiang Haolong cleared his throat, of course not, we are family, and we certainly hope for her swift recovery. Qin Yang sneered inwardly. You wish indeed. If Jiang Muxue were to die, they would stand to gain immensely. Jiang Haohu lamented, seeing our cousin like this pains my heart. How could she have ended up like this? Brother-in-law, please take good care of her. We shall take our leave now. Soon, Jiang Haolong and the others departed. Their visit today was merely to slightly ease the tension and to ascertain Jiang Muxue's current condition. They would not want to be left in the dark if Jiang Muxue had already recovered. Qin Yang mused to himself. Although Jiang Haolong and the others appeared composed on the surface, his keen perception allowed him to sense their malice. Beep beep. Qin Yang called Jiang Wanqing. Xiao Qin. What is the matter? Jiang Wanqing inquired upon answering the phone. Uncle Jiang, Jiang Haolong, and Jiang Haohu just visited. They went upstairs to see Muxue. Should I hire a few bodyguards to protect her? Jiang Wanqing chuckled lightly, there are bodyguards. The property management of this villa is handled by our own company. The security personnel in the community are all retired elite soldiers. The number of security guards is twice the standard configuration. Qin Yang understood. No wonder he often saw security personnel around, he had thought that was the standard setup for the villa community, not realizing that Jiang Wanqing had doubled the security presence. Chapter 27, Lao Qin, Can a person in a vegetative state get pregnant? In the evening, after harvesting Jiang Muxue's emotional value, Qin Yang headed to his alma mater, Haicheng, where he had graduated. He had arranged to meet Ouyang Wu for a late-night snack. Lao Qin, over here. Ouyang Wu called out upon seeing Qin Yang. Qin Yang approached, surprised to feel a sense of threat emanating from Ouyang Wu. He did not expect his good friend to be a martial artist. The sense of threat he felt from Ouyang Wu was even stronger than that from Tang Yin, indicating Ouyang Wu's superior strength. Ouyang, long time no see. Qin Yang said as he sat down beside him with a smile. Ouyang Wu scrutinized Qin Yang, what's going on? Lao Qin, why did you suddenly get married? Qin Yang replied, are you familiar with the Jiang family in Haicheng? Ouyang Wu paused, the Jiang family, the wealthiest in Haicheng? Qin Yang nodded, that's the one. I used to work at a subsidiary of Jiang Group, where the president was Jiang Muxue, the daughter of the Jiang family. During the company's annual meeting, I had an encounter with Jiang Muxue while intoxicated. Ouyang Wu looked at Qin Yang with a curious expression and gave him a thumbs up, you're impressive. Qin Yang continued, to my surprise, that encounter resulted in pregnancy. And she is now over 6 months along. Later, Jiang Muxue fell into a vegetative state. Yang Wu expressed disbelief. A person in a vegetative state can get pregnant? Qin Yang affirmed, yes, a person in a vegetative state can become pregnant, but in Muxue's condition, delivery will be extremely perilous. Lao Qin, you're being foolish. You do not need to marry someone in a vegetative state. Even without marriage, the child will still be yours. Furthermore, your marriage is a form of marriage by adoption. Isn't it? Yang Wu shook his head. Qin Yang replied, my marriage to Muxue is not a marriage by adoption. Moreover, the conditions offered by the Jiang family are simply too favorable. What conditions? Yang Wu inquired with curiosity, feeling relieved to know that Qin Yang's marriage was not an adoption. Qin Yang explained, they offered me 5 million at the outset. A monthly allowance of 300,000. And the villa where I currently reside is valued between 30 to 40 million, which will also belong to me in the future. Yang Wu remarked, what if Jiang Muxue were to grow up to be like Feng Jie? Would that still matter? Qin Yang replied, Muxue is exceptionally beautiful. Yang Wu pounded his chest and exclaimed, I am truly vexed, Lao Qin. Why have such fortunate opportunities not befallen me? Qin Yang responded with a dismissive gesture, come on. You are the quintessential example of one who fears both their friends' hardships and their friends' luxury. Yang Wu chuckled in response. Does your sister have any beautiful sisters or cousins? Qin Yang shrugged, you can forget about that, Muxue is an only child. Yang Wu was taken aback, as he was previously unaware of the specifics regarding the Jiang family. After all, Jiang Muxue's father was the wealthiest man in High City. And she was his sole offspring. How could Jiang Muxue have become a vegetable? Qin Yang nodded. Yang Wu's expression turned grave, you are in considerable danger. There are certainly more than just a few individuals interested in the Jiang family's wealth. Regardless of whether Jiang Muxue awakens, Lao Qin, you are at risk. I suspect there may even be issues surrounding Jiang Muxue's condition. Qin Yang countered, she merely fell. Yang Wu sighed, glancing around to ensure they were alone. Lao Qin. This world is not as simple as you think. There are martial artists, and there are also those with supernatural abilities. How do you know this? Qin Yang inquired. Yang Wu grinned, because I, my brother, am a martial artist. Moreover, I am at the mid-stage of the dark energy realm. Qin Yang replied, Yang. Let us not dwell on this now, we shall discuss it in a more secluded location later. Agreed. An hour later, they relocated. Yang Wu elaborated. Martial artists are classified into bright energy, dark energy, and transformation energy, with each realm further divided into early, mid, late, and perfected stages. Qin Yang nodded, recalling that Tang Yin had mentioned these classifications. Given that Yang Wu was at the mid-stage of dark energy, Qin Yang surmised that Tang Yin was likely at the early stage of dark energy. Since there are martial artists and those with supernatural powers in this world, how is the safety of wealthy individuals like Uncle Jiang assured? Qin Yang asked. Yang Wu responded, Lao Qin, no matter how formidable a martial artist may be, can they withstand a sniper's bullet or resist artillery? In the face of the national apparatus, martial artists are mere illusions. To provoke someone like Uncle Jiang, a super-rich individual, would yield immense repercussions, and who would dare act? The state would crush them completely. Moreover, any family that dares to act would face a united front of other super-rich individuals. Qin Yang nodded slightly, realizing the gravity of the situation. Yang Wu continued. There are rules that govern the world, and both martial artists and those with supernatural abilities must adhere to these rules. While martial families may hold power, they pale in comparison to the state. Many martial artists and those with supernatural abilities serve the nation. There have been instances in the past where martial artists acted recklessly. But those individuals, along with their families, did not meet favorable ends. Qin Yang remarked, you suggest that Muxue's fall may not have been an accident. Yang Wu replied. Although rules exist, when the stakes are high enough, there will always be those who act in the shadows. Determining whether her fall was an accident is quite difficult. Besides, she is not her father. Even if the state investigates, the effort will be considerably less vigorous. At this point, Yang Wu sighed, Lao Qin. You are indeed in great danger now. I am unaware of the Jiang family's circumstances. Does Jiang Wanqing have any siblings? Qin Yang confirmed, he has 2 older brothers. Muxue's eldest uncle has 2 sons, and the second uncle has 1. Yang Wu stated, Lao Qin, your situation is fraught with peril. In ordinary families, disputes arise over sums as trivial as 1 or 200,000. It is only natural that there would be contention over the wealth of Jiang Muxue, the richest man in High City. Why does he not have more children? Qin Yang reached into his pocket and produced a coin. "Oh Yang, allow me to perform a magic trick." He made the coin levitate. Oh Yang Wu's eyes widened. "You are a supernatural being?" "Damn, Lao Qin. We have lived together for 4 years, and I had no idea you possessed supernatural abilities. You have concealed it well." Qin Yang replied, "I only awakened recently." "Yet you have concealed your status as a martial artist from me for so long. Are we not brothers?" Oh Yang Wu awkwardly explained, "Lao Qin. It's not that I didn't want to tell you, but the state has regulations that martial artists cannot casually display their abilities in front of ordinary people." "Why is that?" Qin Yang asked, perplexed. Oh Yang Wu responded, "The state does not wish for ordinary people to become obsessed with martial arts. Practicing martial arts requires talent and substantial resources. If many individuals become infatuated with martial arts, it could hinder national development. Technology is the primary productive force. When did you awaken your supernatural abilities? And what type do you possess? Is it combat-related?" Qin Yang replied, "I awakened only after getting married." "Is combat-related supernatural ability superior to non-combat types?" Oh Yang Wu shook his head, "Not necessarily. Some non-combat abilities can generate wealth rapidly, but for you, possessing combat abilities greatly enhances your safety." Chapter 28, The Number of National Powerhouses. Qin Yang smiled, "I believe I can engage in combat. I can control steel balls, blades, and the like for offensive purposes. But my supernatural abilities have only recently awakened, and I require more practice." Oh Yang Wu remarked, "Is it a matter manipulation ability?" "Lao Qin. You could invest in custom-made flying knives. They need not be large, 2-inch blades would suffice. Their performance would far exceed that of steel balls and regular blades. If the offensive power is insufficient, you can augment it." Qin Yang nodded slightly, recognizing the merit in such preparations. This would be useful against exceptionally formidable foes. For ordinary adversaries, standard steel balls would suffice. The steel balls he shot could reach speeds of 500 meters per second, easily eliminating average opponents. Additionally, steel balls have the advantage of being featureless, while custom flying knives have distinguishing characteristics. "Lao Qin, if Jiang Muxue is pregnant and carrying your child, I would certainly advise you to withdraw. With your capabilities, finding a beautiful wife would be a breeze," Oh Yang Wu remarked. Qin Yang mused inwardly. Retreating was out of the question. The system's acquisition of emotional value was bound to Jiang Muxue, and his strength would only increase. He had no reason to fear. "Oh Yang, I will be fine. For the time being, it is unlikely that anyone will act recklessly," Qin Yang stated. Oh Yang Wu cautioned, "For now, it is unlikely that anyone will resort to murder. Before other methods fail, killing is a last resort. They will surely seek alternative ways to force you out. Lao Qin, be wary of falling into traps." Qin Yang inquired, "Such as?" Oh Yang Wu pondered, "There are many possibilities. I have heard of some common tactics. Let me share a few with you. For instance, they may employ beautiful women to tempt you into infidelity, or they might entice you into gambling, leading to significant debts. The more malicious among them might even devise schemes to ensnare you in drug addiction." Qin Yang was taken aback. Recognizing that these tactics could indeed be effective against ordinary individuals, exploiting human weaknesses. "I will remain vigilant," he assured. "For now, I am simply staying at home." Oh Yang Wu nodded, "That is wise. You have only recently awakened. Mastering your powers is of utmost importance. Everything else is secondary, your own strength is paramount." Qin Yang remarked. "Enough about me. Did you not come here because you had matters to address? Have you resolved them, or do you need my assistance with Uncle Jiang?" Oh Yang Wu shook his head, not yet resolved. "However, this matter does not require your assistance. It is not a significant issue. My family wants me to handle it as a means of training me." Qin Yang nodded, "Then take your time with it." "Oh Yang, does your family have any transformation energy level martial artists?" "Indeed. My grandfather is a transformation energy master," Oh Yang Wu stated. Transformation energy martial artists are revered as transformation energy masters. "Are there many transformation energy masters in our country?" Qin Yang inquired. Oh Yang Wu shook his head, expressing disbelief. How could there be many? For an ordinary person to reach the Mingjin level, there is a significant threshold. Many practice for years and may not even attain the initial stage of Mingjin. Transitioning from a perfect Mingjin to the initial stage of Onjin is yet another hurdle. The progression from mid-Onjin to late Onjin presents yet another barrier. Achieving late Onjin unlocks a substantial enhancement in one's inner strength. The leap from perfect Onjin to the initial stage of Huajin is an even greater threshold, where many martial artists find themselves stalled. Qin Yang inwardly marveled at the difficulty of the journey. How many such practitioners exist nationwide? He inquired. Yang Wu contemplated briefly. On average, I believe there are 3 to 5 in each province, so there should be over 100 across the country. Is that so few? Qin Yang responded in surprise. 3 to 5 in a province seems rather scarce, especially with Huagua's population exceeding 1 billion, that's merely a fraction of 1 million. Yang Wu replied, if there were not so few, how would Huajin-level practitioners earn the title of Huajin Zongshi? By the way, Lao Qin. There are 2 Huajin Zongshi in Haicheng, which is home to over 1 million people. In such a large city, having 2 Huajin Zongshi is quite normal. Qin Yang asked. Yang, how formidable are Huajin Zongshi? Yang Wu explained, it depends on their specific realm. A Huajin practitioner at the initial stage could likely handle 1,000 ordinary individuals armed with cold weapons. A perfected Huajin Zongshi could face 10,000. Historically, powerful martial artists were incredibly formidable, yet even a perfected Huajin Zongshi cannot withstand a sniper's bullet in today's world. Qin Yang pondered this quietly. If he were to wield blades with fervor, employing his S-class mental strength to slay 1,000 individuals would be well within his capability. However, taking down 10,000 would likely exceed his mental resources. He believed he had attained the level of a Huajin Zongshi, but he was unlikely to be at the perfected stage. It seemed he needed to accumulate more emotional energy to further enhance his strength. Yang, how much do you know about anomalous abilities? Qin Yang inquired. Yang Wu responded, I am not well versed in anomalous abilities. Our nation has very few. Roughly 1/10 the number of martial artists. There are also hidden individuals like you, Lao Qin. Our culture leads us to prefer concealing our strengths. In contrast, foreign nations have fewer martial artists but many more with anomalous abilities. Qin Yang remarked, I've heard that the more diverse the genes, the greater the number of anomalous abilities? Yang Wu nodded in agreement. Recent foreign studies indicate that the emergence of anomalous abilities primarily stems from genetic mutations, with a higher likelihood in those with more diverse genes. This possibility has both positive and negative aspects. On the one hand, it may lead to becoming an anomalous ability user, while on the other, it could result in genetic diseases. Qin Yang commented, it's akin to plant hybridization. New, superior varieties may emerge, yet sometimes the hybrids are inferior to the originals. Yang Wu chuckled, precisely. Qin Yang curiously asked, Yang, do foreign anomalous ability users often conflict with our martial artists? Yang Wu replied, there were many conflicts in the past, but they have diminished now. After all, everyone desires a peaceful life. Whether conflicts arise often depends on the overall international situation. My grandfather has warned that future conflicts may intensify, and he frequently urges me to enhance my strength swiftly. I wish to improve quickly, but it is not an easy endeavor. Yang Wu shook his head in resignation. Qin Yang smiled, your mid-Onjin prowess is already quite impressive, among the younger generation. You are certainly commendable. Indeed, Yang Wu grinned. But I must leave you now, Lao Qin. You should return to your training, it requires daily dedication. Agreed, Qin Yang nodded. Feeling he had gained a clearer understanding of his abilities, he acknowledged that there would undoubtedly be martial artists more formidable than him domestically. Yet he believed his overall strength surpassed that of an average Huajin Zongshi. Tomorrow, he would be able to use 1,000 emotional points for a lottery draw. And he wondered what he might obtain. Upon returning home half an hour later, Qin Yang was greeted by his mother, Chen Ping. Son, your father and I have visited numerous places, and we've decided to fly back tomorrow. It will be a new experience for us. Chapter 29, Acquiring an A-Class Skill. The next day, Qin Yang escorted Chen Ping and the others to the airport. Qin Hai was eager to return. Jiang Muxue may awaken within a month or two. And once she does, we might marry. Building and renovating a house will take considerable time. Father, don't rush too much, Qin Yang cautioned. What if Muxue wakes up and decides to leave me? Qin Hai shot him a glare, don't say such things. Muxue is carrying a child, if you stray, I will break your legs. Qin Yang reassured him, I would never stray. Having accepted Jiang's family's money, I still possess a sense of morality. However, matters of the heart are unpredictable. Qianping encouraged, son, I believe in you. Although the Jiang family is wealthy, you now possess your own capabilities. And with a child involved, your chances should be quite favorable. I will do my best, Qin Yang affirmed. In no time, Qin Hai and Qianping entered the waiting area, and Qin Yang hurried back to Jiang Muxue's room. After the morning's harvest, he had already accumulated over 900 emotional points. Although Jiang Muxue's mental strength had not yet recovered, harvesting over 30 emotional points was certainly achievable. Muxue, your in-laws have returned home. I have some time now, let me give you a massage, Qin Yang said, bending down to kiss Jiang Muxue gently. Emotional points, 13, her mental strength still not restored, the points awarded were modest. Qin Yang quickly began massaging Jiang Muxue. Emotional points, 9, emotional points, 7, his massage technique was quite effective, although the emotional points received were not substantial, they accumulated rapidly. After a little over half a minute, Jiang Muxue's mental strength was exhausted, granting Qin Yang over 50 emotional points. Finally, he reached 1,000 points. After much effort, he was prepared to spend his first 1,000 emotional points on a lottery draw. System, do not let me down this time. I ask for a favorable outcome. He thought nervously. In the future, he would surely become accustomed to drawing frequently, but this would be his first time investing 1,000 emotional points. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an A-class skill, mental piercing, the system announced. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Securing an A-class skill was an excellent outcome. Typically, 1,000 emotional points would yield a B-class reward, so acquiring an A-class skill was indeed fortunate. A torrent of information flooded into his mind, which he quickly processed with the system's assistance. Remarkable! Qin Yang exclaimed with delight. Mental piercing was a formidable mental attack skill. Previously, he could only launch simple mental assaults, which sufficed against weaker opponents, but against stronger adversaries, it fell short. He had contemplated condensing his mental strength for a more potent attack. But that idea had proven challenging in practice, akin to an ordinary person throwing a punch, delivering a powerful blow requires extensive training. Acquiring the mental piercing skill resolved this dilemma. Simultaneously, his control over mental strength had significantly improved. In his hand, 3 steel balls materialized. Rise! 3 steel balls soared into the air simultaneously, darting swiftly around the room. Previously, he could barely manage to control the 3rd steel ball's ascent. But now he could deftly command all 3. Soon, Qin Yang added a 4th steel ball. While the 4th could not yet exhibit the same agility, he was now capable of making it rise as well. It is worth noting that the task becomes increasingly challenging as one progresses. The ability to control an additional steel ball so swiftly is commendable. After some time, Qin Yang retrieved the steel balls, feeling elated. His control had improved significantly, with a marked reduction in energy consumption, allowing him to sustain himself longer during combat. He still needed to expend 1,000 emotional points for a lottery draw, he mused. Currently, he could amass nearly 400 emotional points daily, meaning he could accumulate 1,000 points in just 2 or 3 days, a timeframe he found acceptable. However, gathering 10,000 emotional points for a draw was out of reach for now, as 30 days was far too long. He needed to focus on enhancing his own abilities. It was time to expedite the customization of a flying knife, he thought. Once customized, he could utilize steel balls for long-range engagements and flying knives for close combat. He could employ blades or mental piercing. The range of mental piercing was limited, being most effective within 10 meters, after which its potency waned. Uncle Jiang. I need your assistance, Qin Yang called Jiang Wancheng. Speak, Jiang Wancheng replied. Uncle Jiang, I require a batch of flying knives made from high-carbon steel, with heat treatment to enhance hardness. The design must accommodate high-speed flight, and I need them without handles, in sizes ranging from 3 to 10 centimeters. With a quantity of 10,000 for each specification. Without further inquiry, Jiang Wancheng readily agreed. This task was straightforward for him. Once instructed, his subordinates would handle the details. Xiao Qin, is there anything else? I must convene a meeting shortly, Jiang Wanqing inquired. Nothing else, thank you, Uncle Jiang. Xiao Qin, do you wish to engage in business? If you are interested, you may partake in some of the Jiang family's ventures. Previously, Jiang Wanqing had not entertained such thoughts, as the Jiang family's affairs were not something Qin Yang could easily meddle in. However, Jiang Wanqing's perspective had shifted, believing Qin Yang now possessed the capability to oversee certain business matters. Uncle Jiang, I am not interested, Qin Yang replied. No matter how grand the Jiang family's enterprises were, they belonged to the Jiang family. He aspired to carve out his own path. Xiao Qin, if you ever have ideas, do not hesitate to share them with me, Jiang Wanqing said before hanging up. Pondering for a moment, Qin Yang dialed his former manager. Manager Yang, when will my salary be disbursed? Qin Yang inquired calmly. On the other end, Yang Jida sneered, Qin Yang, you have been dismissed for unexcused absences. Do you still expect your salary? Stop bothering me, or you may regret it. With that, Yang Jida ended the call and promptly blocked Qin Yang's number. With a roar, Qin Yang drove off in his Porsche 918, arriving at the entrance of his former company an hour later. The security guard, recognizing him, allowed him entry without registration. Brother Huang, why didn't you have that car registered? A young security guard asked. Keep your eyes open, that was a Porsche 918, worth over 10 million. We cannot afford to offend a young master who drives such a car, the guard replied. Soon, Qin Yang parked the vehicle, and the general manager, having received notification from the security, approached him with a broad smile. A young master like him might bring in substantial business. Upon seeing Qin Yang emerge from the car, the general manager was momentarily taken aback. As the company's general manager, he was familiar with the employees, and Qin Yang was not one of them. How had he come to drive a Porsche 918? Moreover, his attire was of high-end brands. Mr. Qin, welcome to the company, General Manager Feng Bin greeted warmly. Mr. Feng. You know me? Qin Yang replied, shaking Feng Bin's hand. Of course, Mr. Qin, our company is not large, and we have only a handful of people. You previously performed exceptionally well here, Feng Bin said with a smile. Mr. Feng, I worked considerable overtime last month without receiving a penny in overtime pay. Last weekend, when I refused to work additional hours, Yang Jida dismissed me. You are aware of this situation, correct? Qin Yang said with a semblance of a smile as he exerted his mental energy. In Feng Bin's eyes, Qin Yang suddenly transformed, exuding a powerful aura he had never sensed even from the president. Mr. Qin, I have heard Yang Jida mention this matter, but he portrayed it differently. Claiming you were dismissed for your poor attitude in refusing overtime and unexcused absences, Feng Bin said cautiously. Qin Yang coldly retorted. I trust you now understand what is required of you. Feng Bin nodded vigorously. I understand, the company will terminate Yang Jida. And your salary along with overtime pay will be credited to your account shortly. Is that all? Qin Yang scoffed, his aura intensifying further. Feng Bin trembled, Mr. Qin. I accept responsibility. As the general manager, I bear some culpability, I will forfeit my year-end bonus this year. Yang Jida has engaged in embezzlement, and I will ensure he is prosecuted. Qin Yang nodded slightly. If this matter is not resolved satisfactorily, I will return in due time. And it will not merely be him facing consequences. With that, Qin Yang retracted his imposing presence. Feng Bin hastily replied, Mr. Qin, I will handle it well. I have no desire to return, you take care of it, Qin Yang said, quickly departing in his vehicle. Although he had worked there for quite some time, he had no friends within the company and saw no need to linger. Returning to his office, Feng Bin called Yang Jida. Shortly thereafter, Yang Jida arrived at Feng Bin's office. General Manager, Yang Jida greeted respectfully. He was merely a minor character masquerading as a manager, while Feng Bin was genuinely part of the upper echelon. Yang Jida, headquarters has discovered your embezzlement. Cease your current activities and await further instructions from above. Feng Bin stated gravely. Yang Jida's expression shifted dramatically. He had indeed engaged in significant embezzlement over the years, accumulating over 1 million. General Manager, I did not, Yang Jida stammered in defense. You need not explain anything to me. I have suffered greatly because of you, my year-end bonus is now in jeopardy. Feng Bin retorted. Your audacity is remarkable. Do you not realize embezzlement carries prison time? Yang Jida's face betrayed his panic. General Manager, please help me. Speak favorably on my behalf to the higher-ups, I will return the money. Feng Bin furrowed his brow. The headquarters is investigating, my influence there is limited. Please. Tell me how much you have embezzled, and I will see if I can assist you. Yang Jida's expression was somewhat conflicted. He was reluctant to speak. Feng Bin frowned and said, if you do not wish to talk, the door is right there. You may leave and wait for the higher-ups to handle it. If you do not cooperate, I can also mitigate your punishment. I do not wish to involve myself with you. Feng Zong, I will speak, Yang Jida hurriedly replied. I have been with the company for 7 years and have taken approximately 120,000. I will return all of this money to the company. Feng Zong. You must help me plead for leniency with the higher-ups. Feng Bin's expression darkened. His subordinate had embezzled over 1 million, should the higher-ups investigate. He himself would not escape unscathed. Yang Jida, you truly are a talent. Embezzling over 1 million could lead to a sentence of 3 years or more. Feng Bin coldly stated. Feng Zong, I will return everything, Yang Jida insisted. Please, you must speak to the higher-ups on my behalf. I will return every penny. I have a child, and I cannot go to prison. Feng Bin took a deep breath. Be honest about where you embezzled the money. If your attitude is good, perhaps the higher-ups will show some leniency. Yes, thank you, Feng Zong. Feng Bin's face remained grim. You need to act quickly, if you do not, the police may arrive at any moment. Understood. Yang Jida hastened to clarify matters. Feng Zong, I will handle it. I am troubled to burden you with my affairs. After saying this, Yang Jida left the office, trembling with anxiety. Feng Bin dialed a number. He relayed Yang Jida's situation. Huang Zong. My subordinate has committed such acts due to my managerial negligence. I voluntarily relinquish all of my year-end bonuses this year. On the other end, Huang Zong's voice was grave. Feng Bin, such incidents must not happen again. Furthermore, Yang Jida must be dealt with severely as a warning to others. Understood. Feng Bin sighed in relief. Gradually, as the workday concluded, Yang Jida spent considerable time ensuring everything was in order. At that moment, the police had already arrived at Feng Bin's office. Knock, knock. Yang Jida rapped on the office door. Come in, Feng Bin replied. Upon entering, Yang Jida's expression changed drastically. There were 2 police officers in the office. Yang Jida, I have done my utmost to plead for you, but your situation is very serious. Someone has reported you. Feng Bin said solemnly. Yang Jida, please accompany us, one of the officers said sternly. Yang Jida's face turned pale. Embezzling over 1 million could lead to a prison sentence of 3 to 10 years. Soon, he was taken away by the 2 officers. Beep, beep. Qin Yang's phone rang. Although it was an unfamiliar number, he answered. Mr. Qin, it's me, Feng Bin. Yang Jida has just been taken by the police. His embezzlement exceeds 1 million. And he will be sentenced to at least 3 years. Feng Bin's voice came through. A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. Well done. In light of this incident, I have proposed to the company that I forfeit all of my year-end bonuses this year. Qin Yang quickly hung up the phone. Feng Bin exhaled deeply. He distinctly remembered the powerful aura that Qin Yang exuded. Even a phone call made him anxious. Fortunately, Qin Yang seemed somewhat satisfied with his handling of the situation. At least a 3-year prison sentence was an acceptable outcome. Qin Yang smiled softly, feeling relieved that he had dealt with Yang Jida's provocation. Chapter 31, Does music have healing effects? As night fell, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. 8 or 9 hours had passed since the morning's harvest. And Jiang Muxue's mental energy should have fully recovered by now. Qin Yang connected his mental energy with hers. He sensed a change. He had acquired the mental piercing skill, granting him greater control over his mental energy, and the connection with Jiang Muxue was now stronger. Previously, their mental connection resembled him shouting through a loudspeaker from hundreds of meters away. Jiang Muxue could hear him, but only just. Now, he felt as though he was only a few dozen meters away from her, allowing her to hear him more clearly and even vaguely see him. The enhancement of his mental energy had such an effect. Excitement sparkled in Qin Yang's eyes. Muxue, would you like to see our marriage certificate? He retrieved the certificate from the drawer, and since their mental energies were linked, Jiang Muxue could perceive it in a blurred manner. Emotional value 22, oh. Qin Yang noticed he could sense Jiang Muxue's faint emotional fluctuations. Previously, he had been completely unaware of it, relying solely on the system to detect her emotional state. Muxue. Is it unclear to you? Once my mental energy strengthens further, you will be able to see clearly. Qin Yang conveyed this information to Jiang Muxue. Emotional value 15, let me show you your current situation. He transmitted the information about her lying on the bed. Jiang Muxue still could not see clearly, but she discerned that it was indeed her lying there. Emotional value 14, Muxue, you have been in a coma for over 5 months, but do not worry too much. I will certainly bring you back to health. I excel in kiss therapy and touch therapy, hee. Emotional value 12, Qin Yang leaned down and pressed his lips to Jiang Muxue's, simultaneously transmitting the image of their kiss to her. Emotional value 13, emotional value 10, in just 1 minute, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was depleted. Qin Yang calculated that he had gained 106 emotional points from this interaction. Jiang Muxue's mental energy had significantly improved compared to the beginning. System. Why does Muxue's mental energy deplete so quickly? Qin Yang inquired in his mind. The system replied, Host, she is in a vegetative state. It is entirely normal for her to recover slowly while consuming energy rapidly. A normal person's body and mental energy are highly compatible, requiring minimal mental energy to initiate movement. However, a vegetative state creates a disconnect between the body and mental energy. Qin Yang contemplated this. Jiang Muxue's mental energy was gradually increasing, indicating her body and mental energy were slowly realigning. Yes, Qin Yang said. System, how long do you estimate it will take for complete alignment? The system responded. If no treatment is administered, at the current rate, it will take approximately a year. Jiang Muxue is over 6 months pregnant. With only 3 months until the child is born, if she does not awaken by then, it could lead to significant problems. I cannot rely solely on natural recovery. I need to enhance my abilities to treat Jiang Muxue. 2 days swiftly passed. The past 2 days were tranquil, and Qin Yang did not venture out. He spent the mornings reading and the afternoons practicing his mental energy. He was now adept at simultaneously controlling 4 steel balls. System, 1,000 emotional points for a lottery. Qin Yang thought in his mind. The lottery result announced, Congratulations, host, you have obtained B-level piano skills. Qin Yang silently rolled his eyes. Acquiring B-level skills is one thing, especially in the realm of piano. However, what Qin Yang truly desires is an enhancement of his own abilities. What utility does the piano skill possess? A torrent of piano knowledge inundated Qin Yang's mind. Much like the B-level calligraphy skill, a B-level proficiency in piano is already quite formidable within this domain. Individuals of average talent would be unable to reach B-level even after a lifetime of practice. Host, perhaps music can expedite Jiang Muxue's recovery, the system reminded Qin Yang. A glimmer of hope sparked in Qin Yang's eyes. If music could indeed hasten Jiang Muxue's recovery, that would be splendid. Why didn't you mention this earlier? He grumbled internally. I can utilize top-tier equipment to play world-class piano pieces. The system responded, Host, that would be ineffective. The music must resonate with your mental energy. Only by playing it yourself can such an effect be achieved. Qin Yang furrowed his brow. Can't I transmit the sounds to Muxue? Wouldn't that work? He silently shook his head, realizing that it certainly would not. Soon, he arrived at the 3rd floor of the villa, which housed Jiang Muxue's yoga room and piano room. Inside the piano room stood an extraordinarily valuable piano. Let us give it a try, Qin Yang thought, channeling his mental energy downstairs. The piano room was directly above the master bedroom, separated by merely a floorboard, allowing his mental energy to connect with Jiang Muxue. As he seated himself at the piano, Qin Yang began to play with practiced skill, selecting a piece that Jiang Muxue was familiar with. He had previously seen the sheet music in her room and was now adept at playing those compositions. The sound of the piano resonated with his mental energy, enabling him to transmit the music to Jiang Muxue. What is that sound? Li Wenyu and Xing Hong ascended to the 3rd floor together. As they approached the piano room, they clearly heard the music emanating from within. Has the lady arrived? Xing Hong inquired softly. Li Wenyu shook her head. Liang Lan could play the piano, but she was not present, so the performer could only be Qin Yang. But how could Qin Yang play the piano? They were somewhat aware of Qin Yang's background. Coming from a rural area, it was not astonishing that he could master calligraphy, which could be practiced even in the countryside. But had he ever trained on the piano before? As the piece concluded, Li Wenyu knocked on the door. "Come in," Qin Yang called from inside. Li Wenyu and Qin Hong entered the room. "Is there something you need?" Qin Yang looked up at them inquiringly. "Mr. Qin. We were concerned after hearing the piano music, so we came to check," Li Wenyu replied. "You play remarkably well, nearly as proficiently as Miss Jiang." Qin Yang asked. "Was the sound loud downstairs?" Li Wenyu shook her head. "Only a faint sound could be heard on the first floor, a bit louder on the second. But the loudest would likely be in Miss Jiang's bedroom." Qin Yang nodded slightly. "I merely wished for her to hear some familiar sounds. Perhaps the recognizable piano melodies will aid in her awakening." "You may return to your tasks," he instructed, and Li Wenyu and Qin Hong exited the room. They quickly descended to Jiang Muxue's room, where the piano music floated down. Its volume was moderate but audible. Li Wenyu and Qin Hong began to massage Jiang Muxue. "Wenyu, I hadn't anticipated Mr. Qin's prowess. His calligraphy is impressive. But his piano skills are equally remarkable," Qin Hong whispered. "Indeed, Mr. Qin is quite extraordinary," Li Wenyu replied. "I initially felt some pity for the young lady marrying him, but it appears I was quite short-sighted," Qin Hong remarked. "No wonder the young lady has taken a liking to Mr. Qin. Although his family background is modest, he is immensely talented and quite handsome." A look of concern crossed Li Wenyu's face. "I hope the young lady awakens soon." Chapter 32, The custom-made throwing knives arrive. Unbeknownst to him, Qin Yang played for an hour. He found the experience quite exhilarating. "System, has Jiang Muxue shown any signs of recovery?" he inquired upon returning to her room. The system replied, "Host, I am uncertain. Wait for 2 to 3 days. Once her emotional value increases, you will discern whether Jiang Muxue has made any progress." "But didn't you previously assess that her recovery would take a year? Can't you determine that now?" Qin Yang questioned. "Host, that was based on the assessment of her recovery speed. I currently lack knowledge of Jiang Muxue's recovery rate." "Very well." Just then, the sound of a vehicle approached outside the villa. Qin Yang moved to the window to see a long Rolls-Royce belonging to Jiang Wanqing arriving. He quickly descended the stairs. "Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang," Qin Yang called out as he reached the villa's entrance. Jiang Wanqing's driver was unloading several wooden crates from the car. "Xiao Qin, these are the items you requested," Jiang Wanqing said with a smile. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. "Please move them to the gym." He lifted one of the crates, which, while not excessively large, weighed over 100 pounds. "Mr. Qin, your strength is impressive," the driver remarked, equally lifting 2 crates in astonishment. He was not only a driver but also Jiang Wanqing's bodyguard, a former elite soldier. He could manage the load, but he hadn't expected Qin Yang to do the same. "I often engage in exercise," Qin Yang replied with a smile. In total, there were 4 crates, which they efficiently moved inside. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan followed them into the gym. "You all may leave," Jiang Wanqing instructed. And the driver and accompanying housekeeper exited. Jiang Wanqing smiled. "Xiao Qin, take a look, you requested 10,000 of each item. This is the first batch. 200 of each. If you find them satisfactory, we can increase production. Please let me know if any adjustments are needed." Qin Yang nodded and quickly opened one of the crates. Inside lay numerous neatly arranged throwing knives, the smallest measuring 3 centimeters and the longest 10 centimeters. With thicknesses varying from less than 1 millimeter to 2 millimeters. With a thought, a 3-centimeter knife soared into the air. Jiang Wanqing and the others watched in astonishment. Whoosh! In the next moment, the small knife whirled around them at high speed. Qin Yang's eyes brightened. This small knife moved faster than a steel ball. While steel balls could be controlled to some degree, their aerodynamic drag at high speeds was significantly greater compared to the small knife, which had been expertly designed by specialists with optimal aerodynamics in mind. "Xiao Qin, what do you think?" Jiang Wanqing inquired as Qin Yang brought the knife to a halt. "Uncle Jiang, this is excellent. The speed has increased by 20%, and coupled with its sharpness, its lethality is likely double that of a steel ball." Liang Lan curiously asked, Xiao Qin, as you control this knife's flight, what speed can it achieve? Qin Yang smiled slightly. In a straight-line attack, the small knife can reach 600 meters per second. When controlled at close range, its speed is considerably reduced. The larger knives, while heavier and slower, possess greater kinetic energy due to their mass. Jiang Muxue was utterly astonished. 600 meters per second? That's faster than a bullet from a handgun. He had some experience with firearms and knew that some handguns had an initial velocity of less than 300 meters per second, while most hovered around 400 meters per second. Rifle initial velocities typically ranged from 7 to 800 meters per second. Darling, how fast is a handgun? Liang Lan inquired. Jiang Muxue responded, the initial velocity of a handgun is around 400. Xiaoqin's flying daggers reach 600, their speed is significantly greater, resulting in a kinetic energy increase of over double. These small daggers are comparable in weight to bullets, yet their power exceeds that of handgun ammunition by more than a factor of 2. Liang Lan was utterly astonished. Xiaoqin, you must not use these lightly. If you strike someone, they will likely be killed instantly. Qin Yang nodded, Aunt Liang, rest assured, my fists and feet are sufficient for dealing with ordinary adversaries. These flying daggers are reserved for top-tier experts. I will not employ them unless absolutely necessary. Jiang Muxue remarked, Xiaoqin, utilizing such daggers, you could likely slay a Huajing grandmaster. Your strength must have reached that level. Really? Liang Lan's eyes brightened. She understood the significance of a Huajing grandmaster. Such figures held status equal to or even surpassing their own. A formidable Huajing grandmaster's standing often eclipsed that of local officials. Jiang Muxue, when facing the elite of the capital, could only show utmost respect, whereas a Huajing grandmaster commanded deference from local dignitaries. Qin Yang chuckled, at a distance. I could indeed defeat a Huajing grandmaster, but in close proximity, I would be at a disadvantage. It all depends on the circumstances. Indeed, Jiang Muxue nodded, acknowledging the impressive nature of this capability. As time passed, Qin Yang tested the remaining flying daggers. They were meticulously designed and exhibited no flaws. Xiaoqin, do you need tens of thousands of each type of dagger? Jiang Muxue inquired. Qin Yang replied, in the short term, I do not require that many, but over time, it will be necessary. Since we are customizing them, it is better to order in bulk. Very well, Jiang Muxue acknowledged with a slight nod, estimating they would arrive in about 10 days. Great, Liang Lan said, darling, let us go see Muxue. Soon, they arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. Xiaoqin, has Muxue shown improvement? Liang Lan asked, grasping Jiang Muxue's hand. Qin Yang smiled, Aunt Liang, there has been progress. Moreover, my ability to communicate with Muxue has enhanced. I can now transmit vague images from the outside world to her. What? Jiang Muxue and the others were overjoyed. Liang Lan trembled with excitement. Xiaoqin, do you mean you can let Muxue know we are here? Yes, Qin Yang nodded. Tears welled in Liang Lan's eyes. Xiaoqin, please tell Muxue we have come. Of course, Qin Yang focused his mental energy and entered Jiang Muxue's mind, conveying images of Liang Lan and Jiang Muxue to her. Muxue, your parents have come to see you. Jiang Muxue, filled with emotion, quickly asked, Xiaoqin, since you can send vague images now, will you be able to send clear images in the future? Yes, Qin Yang nodded, it should be possible, though I cannot say how long it will take. Jiang Muxue took a deep breath, no rush, the current situation is already quite commendable. Liang Lan turned to Qin Yang, asking, Xiaoqin, once Muxue recovers further, will she be able to communicate with you? Qin Yang affirmed, that should be possible, but I cannot predict how much longer it will take. Liang Lan rejoiced, as long as there is hope. I heard from Wenyu that you can play the piano? Qin Yang smiled, I did not know how to play before, but now my mental energy is far superior to that of an average person, allowing me to learn effortlessly, along with having excellent control over my hands. Let us go upstairs, I would love to hear you play, Liang Lan suggested. Qin Yang agreed, and the three ascended the stairs. As he sat at the piano, he began to play a piece that Jiang Muxue cherished, one that Liang Lan had previously taught her. Upon finishing, Liang Lan was left in awe. Husband, isn't this skill on par with yours? Jiang Muxue asked. Liang Lan replied, indeed, it is not inferior, and compared to Muxue, Xiaoqin's piano skills are even more impressive. Xiaoqin, your learning speed is astonishing. Qin Yang felt a twinge of guilt. He had not learned it quickly but had directly acquired piano skills from the system. Of course, he could not disclose this. Xiaoqin, have you also recently taken up calligraphy? Jiang Wanqing inquired. Qin Yang chuckled, Uncle Jiang, you are correct. My mental energy is strong, enabling me to learn quickly. But my strength does impose certain limitations. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan were utterly astonished. How long had it been since Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue wed? In such a short span, his calligraphy and piano skills had reached impressive heights. Xiaoqin, this is remarkable. Moreover, your mental energy will continue to grow, Liang Lan smiled. Increasingly pleased with her son-in-law. A minor concern lingered. Jiang Muxue was still unconscious, and she hoped Qin Yang would expedite their wedding once she awakened. Xiaoqin, you should explore other areas of learning, but above all, your mental energy is paramount. Compatibility is what truly matters, Jiang Wanqing advised. Uncle Jiang, I share your sentiments. I train my mental energy daily, and the consumption is quite substantial, which is why I engage in other learning activities, Qin Yang replied. Agreed, Jiang Wanqing nodded. The trio descended and returned to Jiang Muxue's room. They spent another half-hour with her before leaving. Muxue, your parents have departed. They are quite pleased with me as your husband, Qin Yang communicated with Jiang Muxue. As it grew late, he decided to tell her a ghost story. Let me share a ghost story with you, he began. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan returned home. Husband, do you think Xiaoqin and Muxue will separate? Liang Lan expressed her worries. Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. Why would you think that? Liang Lan frowned. They lack emotional connection. Xiaoqin has become exceptionally accomplished. You mentioned how formidable Huajing grandmasters are, and he has already reached that level. His calligraphy and piano skills are impressive. In the future, Xiaoqin will undoubtedly continue to excel. While Muxue remains in a comatose state. Jiang Wanqing furrowed his brow. Liang Lan's concerns held merit. Darling, Xiaoqin is exceptionally handsome and powerful. He could easily find a partner in the capital. Indeed, Jiang Wanqing acknowledged with a slight nod. Are you suggesting we entrust some business to Qin Yang? Jiang Wanqing replied. I broached the subject with Xiaoqin before, but he expressed no interest. Furthermore, there is the issue of him spending less time with our daughter if he takes on those responsibilities. Do not worry too much, Muxue is also quite exceptional. And they have their future children to consider. Liang Lan nodded slightly. Well, let us not dwell on it for now. The most crucial matter at present is for the daughter to awaken. Jiang Wanqing smiled faintly, expressing that he used to worry, but now, understanding Xiaoqin's capabilities, he feels considerably more at ease. Xiaoqin will surely find a way to rouse Muxue. Liang Lan nodded, her confidence significantly bolstered as well. As 2 days swiftly passed, Qin Yang practiced the piano 3 times daily, each session lasting half an hour. The system indicated that he could now earn 130 emotional points per session, and he sensed an acceleration in the acquisition rate compared to before. Has Muxue shown any signs of recovery? Qin Yang inquired within his mind. The system responded affirmatively, stating that Jiang Muxue had indeed made some progress. And according to the latest updates, she could awaken within 11 months. Qin Yang's eyes sparkled with hope. Although 11 months is still a considerable duration, the progress made in just 2 days was encouraging. If he continued to play the piano, Jiang Muxue's condition might further improve, allowing him to earn even more emotional points. The system cautioned him that initial effects tend to be more pronounced, and he should not assume that 2 days could shorten a month or that 20 days could equate to 10 months. As long as there were results, it sufficed. He could draw once for 1,000 emotional points or once for 100. Qin Yang noted that he currently possessed just over 1,000 emotional points. In the midst of a lottery draw, the system congratulated him on winning an S-grade protective talisman and a physical enhancement of 5 points, raising his total to 21. The system's voice resonated in his mind, and he felt a warm surge of energy coursing through his body. His physical attributes, previously at 16 points, had seen a significant increase. An S-grade reward? Qin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. He felt an overwhelming sense of joy, as the chance of receiving an S-grade reward was a mere 1%. To obtain such a coveted defensive treasure was beyond his expectations. Despite possessing the strength to defeat a master of transformation, his defenses were lacking, rendering him vulnerable even to a mere ordinary person, let alone an armed assailant. Having acquired the system, Qin Yang was determined to avoid demise. He had refrained from venturing outside in recent days. He inquired about the effects of the S-grade protective talisman. The system explained that it could withstand a close-range car bomb explosion or endure 3 to 5 sniper bullets, depending on the bullet's power. Curious about the talisman's efficacy against rifles and handguns, Qin Yang learned that it could resist approximately 15 rifle bullets or 30 handgun bullets. A smile crept across his face. He was thoroughly satisfied. This enhancement would greatly bolster his sense of security. However, Qin Yang had no intention of wandering aimlessly. After all, a talisman is a consumable item. And if he attracted formidable adversaries, what would happen when the talisman was depleted? Soon, he retrieved the talisman from the system's space. It was small. And he carefully placed it in his pocket. He confirmed with the system that this was sufficient, to which it affirmed. Qin Yang gazed at Jiang Muxue, who lay on the bed. She would also require such a protective item in the future. Fortunately, at present, outsiders were unaware of her potential awakening. Who would dare take the immense risk of harming a comatose individual? The consequences of such an act would surely provoke Jiang Wanqing's wrath. In Huagua, every homicide is thoroughly investigated. The police exert maximum effort in solving ordinary deaths, let alone that of a prominent heiress like Jiang Muxue. Suddenly, Qin Yang's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. He answered the call. Qin Yang, it's me, Suyu. Chapter 34, Attending a Class Reunion? Qin Yang's brow furrowed. He had already blocked Suyu on WeChat and they had never exchanged phone numbers. She must have obtained his number through someone else. What is it? Qin Yang replied coolly. On the other end, Suyu sounded somewhat exasperated. Qin Yang, why did you block me on WeChat? We were classmates, after all. There was no need for that. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up, Qin Yang stated. Wait. Suyu interjected quickly. There may be some misunderstandings between us. How about I treat you to a meal so we can resolve this face-to-face? Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. Suyu inviting him to dinner felt like a trick. She likely knew about his newfound wealth and aimed to manipulate him, trying to reel him into her net. There's no misunderstanding. I simply do not wish to engage with you, he retorted before abruptly ending the call and blocking her number as well. Damn it, Suyu seethed with frustration. During their university days, she had been aware of Qin Yang's affections, but at that time, she had looked down upon someone from an ordinary background. She had assumed that by taking the initiative to invite him to dinner, he would eagerly comply. Little did she expect him to dismiss her so readily. After a moment, Suyu called Qin Yang again. The number you dialed is currently in use. After waiting a few minutes, she tried again, receiving the same message. How infuriating. Realizing she had been blocked, she dialed another number. Lu Gu, Qin Yang 1T come out, and he blocked me. The voice on the other end replied. You accepted the money, think of a way. If you successfully seduce Qin Yang, I'll give you an additional 50,000, otherwise. You'll need to return the initial 50,000. Suyu's expression shifted. She had accepted the 5,000 offered to her, using it to pay off online loans accumulated to maintain her lavish lifestyle, with monthly calls from creditors feeling like a death sentence. When someone approached her with an offer of 5,000 to entice Qin Yang, she accepted without hesitation, believing it to be a simple task. She thought she could extract more money from him later. Yet, she never anticipated that he would block her after her call. Lu Gu. Are you sure about the additional 50,000? Suyu inquired. The voice on the other end replied sternly, absolutely, but you have only 10 days. If you fail to succeed, you must repay the initial 50,000 in full. With that, the call ended. Taking a deep breath, Suyu resolved to find a way to seduce Qin Yang, even if she could not obtain money from him. Receiving an additional 50,000 would significantly alleviate her debt burden. Classmates, I have news. Yang Wu has come to Haicheng. We Haven T had a reunion since graduation. Should we gather? Suyu messaged in the class group. Shortly, several responded. Yang Wu, are you coming? Suyu tagged Yang Wu. Yang Wu quickly saw the message and called Qin Yang. Old Qin, has Suyu reached out to you? I can't shake the feeling that her intention in organizing a reunion isn't merely for socializing, it's about you. Yes, she just called me. I blocked her on WeChat and now her number as well, Qin Yang replied. Oh Yang Wu remarked, old Qin, so you reaching out to you at this time feels suspicious. What if someone has approached her? Qin Yang acknowledged, there is indeed that possibility, or perhaps Suyu has realized that I might have some wealth now. Oh Yang Wu expressed his astonishment. People can change remarkably fast. During her freshman and sophomore years, Suyu was quite impressive, but in just a few short years, she has transformed into someone entirely different. Lao Qin, do not be foolish enough to engage with her. Qin Yang, I would be insane to consider such a thing. Even if she were to pursue me, I am wary of the potential consequences. You should be aware of that, Lao Qin. Do you wish to attend this gathering of classmates? Oh Yang Wu inquired. Qin Yang replied with a faint smile, are you interested in going? If you were not, you would not bother to ask me. I have some inclination. It has been over 2 years since graduation, and there are some people I wish to see again. Oh Yang Wu candidly stated. Qin Yang, then let us attend. I want to ascertain whether Suyu is being directed by someone. If she is indeed acting under someone else's orders to provoke me, I am confident that my mental acuity will allow me to discern the truth. Oh Yang Wu, Lao Qin. If you dress poorly and Suyu still shows you affection, it would certainly indicate that someone has instructed her to target you. Understood. In the group chat, Suyu was engaging animatedly with others. There were over a dozen people expressing interest in attending, including individuals from surrounding cities. I will attend. Oh Yang Wu sent a message in the group, tagging Qin Yang, Lao Qin, if you have time, you should also join us for the reunion. I have time tomorrow. And I will participate as well, Qin Yang promptly replied. Finally, the bait was taken. Suyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Once they meet, she was certain she could win over Qin Yang. In university, she was the belle of the class, and now her makeup skills had improved significantly, making her even more beautiful than before. Someone is willing to pay 100,000 for me to spend the night with Qin Yang. He must be quite extraordinary now. Perhaps I could gain millions from him. Excitement gleamed in Suyu's eyes. As the night deepened, Qin Yang entered Jiang Muxue's room. Muxue. I will be attending a class reunion tomorrow, organized by the belle of my university class, who seems to have some intentions towards me. Qin Yang, Jiang Muxue had a flicker of emotion regarding this, albeit a modest one. Muxue, if she were to make advances, what should I do? I fear I might lose control. There was still only a pitiful amount of emotional value. Muxue, there is a method to avoid this. I will engage with you first, and then I will be devoid of any desire, thus even if a celestial being were to descend, I would remain composed. Qin Yang conversed with Jiang Muxue. Soon, Jiang Muxue exhibited a strong reaction. Muxue, you also believe my approach is quite sound, do you not? Jiang Muxue's emotions fluctuated significantly. Qin Yang took a deep breath. He suppressed his own desires regarding Jiang Muxue. Indulging in fleeting pleasures would only diminish his emotional value, which was unnecessary compared to his pursuit of strength. Furthermore, Jiang Muxue was currently in a state of unconsciousness and pregnant. It would be far better to wait until she awakens. Muxue, I was only teasing you. I have no intention of engaging with you at this moment. Allow me to give you a goodnight kiss. After saying this, Qin Yang leaned down and kissed Jiang Muxue. Chapter 35, My Wife's Special Circumstance. The following evening, Qin Yang set out in his Porsche 918. As he approached the designated restaurant, he parked his car and walked the last couple of 100 meters in his old attire, which he had worn for 3 to 4 years. He had donned it back in university. Is that not Qin Yang? Xiaolan. Did you not say he had become prosperous? It seems he is still wearing that same outfit from university, one of the 2 girls at the restaurant entrance remarked. The other being Gua Xiaolan, whom Qin Yang had encountered before. Gua Xiaolan, puzzled, replied, I am not sure. Soon, Qin Yang drew near. Gua Xiaolan. Who won? Qin Yang greeted them with a smile. Gua Xiaolan, Qin Yang, I apologize for posting your photo in the group without your consent. No problem. Qin Yang shook his head. A little fairy being photographed without permission might warrant a small post on social media. As a man, there is no need to fuss over it. Qin Yang, where's your wife? Did you not say you were married? Why did you not bring her along? Huan inquired. Qin Yang replied, my wife's situation is a bit special. Huan asked, what makes it special? That is a secret. Guo with a strange expression, joked, Qin Yang, your wife isn't one of those who cannot move, is she? Qin Yang, he understood the implication, but indeed. His wife was currently incapacitated. Please do not speak carelessly. My wife will surely be able to move in the future, Qin Yang asserted. Guo laughed, I have heard of such cases abroad, but they are quite costly. You should seriously consider finding a girlfriend. Qin Yang glanced at Guo, who had always been rather carefree and had become even bolder. Let us head inside. The three of them quickly entered the private room. Inside were 4 individuals. One of whom was Su Yu, who looked at Qin Yang with a flash of confusion. This outfit seemed familiar to her. And it was certainly not from a prestigious brand. Qin Yang, long time no see. Wow, Qin Yang, you have become handsome, I almost did not recognize you. The 2 boys in the room greeted him. They had traveled from another city. Qin Yang smiled, Wang Lei, Wu Wei, I remember you used to call me Ifu. Why have you stopped? Come on, you expect us to call you Ifu when you show up empty-handed? Wang Lei and Wu Wei each gave Qin Yang a middle finger. The bond between men is simple, a few straightforward words brought back a sense of nostalgia. Su Yu, Qin Yang, it has been a while. Qin Yang looked at Su Yu, who had clearly put considerable effort into her appearance today, having styled her hair, and her beauty surpassed that of their school days. However, in Qin Yang's eyes, Su Yu was now insignificant. Long time no see, Qin Yang replied coldly. Wang Lei offered Qin Yang a cigarette, Lao Qin. Let us step outside for a smoke while we wait for Ouyang Wu and the others. Sure. Soon, the 3 of them left the private room. Did you notice that Qin Yang's outfit seems somewhat familiar? Su Yu inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. Guo responded, he wore it back in university. I remember he had it on during the graduation dinner, and Huan accidentally spilled oil on it. That is indeed the case, Huan nodded. It was because of that incident that she remembered it so clearly. Xiaolan, did Qin Yang not become prosperous? Another female classmate in the private room asked, puzzled. Guo shook her head, I did not say that. I merely posted a photo, I do not know if the outfit is counterfeit. If it is, Qin Yang might feel embarrassed to wear it here. We are classmates, so we know each other well. Another girl nodded slightly. That makes sense. If Qin Yang were truly prosperous, he would not still be wearing clothes from 3 years ago. Su Yu's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Is that so? If so, why would someone pay for her to share a bed with Qin Yang? Could it be merely due to Qin Yang's good looks? It is not entirely impossible. He was quite handsome in college, and he has only grown more attractive since. Regardless, the task must be accomplished. Qin Yang's wealth would be preferable, but even without it, I could still earn 100,000. Su Yu mused inwardly. Outside the restaurant, Qin Yang and his friends were smoking. Although Qin Yang typically did not smoke, he occasionally indulged in a cigarette when offered, merely to blend into the atmosphere. Qin Yang, before you arrived, Su Yu asked several questions about you. She must have some interest in you, Wang Lei and Wu Wei remarked. They were unaware of Su Yu's true circumstances. Qin Yang replied nonchalantly. I have no interest in her. I came to this reunion to see old friends. Wang Lei and Wu Wei exchanged surprised glances. Knowing that Qin Yang had once harbored feelings for Su Yu, it would be best if you also do not develop feelings for her, Qin Yang cautioned. Why? Wu Wei inquired softly. Qin Yang shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. Though he disdained Su Yu, he did not wish to gossip behind her back. Before they could finish their cigarettes, Ouyang Wu arrived. Old Qin, is it just the 3 of you? He asked. Qin Yang shook his head. There are 4 girls inside, Guo Xiaolan, Su Yu, Hu Wan, and Yang Kailin. Then I shall wait outside, Ouyang Wu replied. Before long, everyone had gathered, 13 in total. They dined and reminisced, the atmosphere pleasant. Only 2 years had passed since graduation, the bonds of college friendship still strong. Given the brief time since then, and unless one hailed from a wealthy family, the differences among them were minimal, reducing the tendency for comparison. In a few years, most would be married, and the gaps would widen, making future gatherings less meaningful. Qin Yang, are you married? A female classmate asked, glancing in his direction. even if Qin Yang lacked wealth. His good looks now would attract attention. If he were unmarried, some might seize the opportunity. Qin Yang nodded. I am married. My wife's situation is somewhat special. And she cannot join us today. You will meet her in the future. Wang Lei chimed in. Qin Yang, do you have a photo? If she can't come, at least let us see a picture. Qin Yang shook his head. I do not have a photo. Jiang Muxue is currently in a poor state for photographs. The one on our marriage certificate is digitally altered. Wu Wei looked at Qin Yang with an odd expression. You didn't marry a wealthy woman, did you? Ask her if she has any friends. I wouldn't mind giving up on striving for success, he joked. Suyu pondered thoughtfully. Could it be true? Did Qin Yang marry a rich woman whose children were unsatisfied? For someone like Qin Yang, it would not be difficult to attract a wealthy partner. Classmates, let us raise our glasses for one last toast. It has been a while since we visited a KTV, let us go sing for a while. Suyu suggested with a smile. Chapter 36, Suyu, did someone send you to seduce me? After everyone finished the beer in their glasses, Qin Yang said, everyone. I have matters to attend to and must return, I won't be going to KTV. Enjoy yourselves. He smiled. Having come to see old classmates was sufficient, going to KTV, with its dim lighting, posed risks. What if Suyu sat next to him and later accused him of inappropriate behavior? Suyu was entirely capable of such actions. Qin Yang, everyone is going, why not join us? Suyu urged eagerly. After a meal, how would she proceed with her task? Her plan involved drinking more at KTV, singing, and then going to a nearby hotel with Qin Yang. She intended to feign some resistance during their liaison. She was determined to earn that 100,000. However, her ambitions extended beyond mere money. If Qin Yang were to take responsibility and provide her with financial support while she pretended to be his girlfriend, she could gradually extract more funds from him. If he refused, she would settle for a quick score. I also do not wish to go to KTV. I have matters to attend to this evening, enjoy yourselves, Yang Wu interjected. This meal is on me and old Qin. Suyu's expression turned anxious. Qin Yang noticed her demeanor, something was amiss, and she likely had ulterior motives. He understood that Suyu was quite materialistic, and despite his unassuming attire, she still seemed interested in him. Let them go, it is not worth forcing it, Wang Lei and the others chimed in. Suyu frowned inwardly. She had come to fish, and if her target swam away, accompanying the others to KTV would lose its appeal. Yet, as the suggestion had been hers, she felt reluctant to decline. Soon, they arrived outside the restaurant. Everyone, there is a KTV over there, you go ahead. And I will try to persuade Qin Yang to join, Suyu pointed to a nearby sign. Everyone nodded in agreement. Suyu turned and re-entered the restaurant. Shortly, she arrived at the private room where Qin Yang and Yang Wu were still drinking tea. Yang Wu, I have something to discuss with Qin Yang. Could you give us a moment? Suyu said, her demeanor slightly bashful. Yang Wu did not leave, instead, he quickly began recording. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Qin Yang. Suyu, was someone sent to you to seduce me? Yes, Suyu involuntarily replied. As the words left her lips, her expression changed. Why had she revealed the truth so readily? And why did Qin Yang suddenly seem so formidable? Qin Yang spoke coldly, so it is true. Who sent you to deal with me? What did they instruct you to do? You must clarify. Suyu's face turned pale. The pressure from Qin Yang was overwhelming. She felt that if she lied, she would be met with dire consequences. Luca gave me 50,000 to find a way to sleep with you. And upon successful completion, he promised another 50,000, Suyu stammered. Yang Wu raised an eyebrow, confirming his suspicions. Which Lu Gu? I do not know his full name. But I have his phone number, Suyu replied, trembling as she retrieved her phone. She unlocked it, and Qin Yang took it from her. He scrolled through her recent call log, noting the various contacts. Yang, did you record all of this? Qin Yang asked, looking over at Yang Wu. Yang Wu nodded. It is all recorded. If this were to be made public, Suyu would be utterly disgraced. Suyu suddenly knelt on the floor. Qin Yang, Yang Wu. I beg you, please do not release this information, I would have no face left to live. She implored, tears streaming down her face. Qin Yang regarded Suyu with cold eyes. She appeared pitiful, yet he felt no sympathy. If her scheme were to succeed, he would be ruined. And perhaps even face imprisonment. Suyu, go home and slap yourself 100 times, record a video and send it to me. I will refrain from releasing it if the punishment is sufficient. Make sure to hit hard, a light slap will not suffice, Qin Yang stated flatly. Yang Wu glanced at Qin Yang, who truly seemed oblivious to cherishing beauty. 100 slaps would undoubtedly leave his face swollen. Very well. Suyu gritted her teeth and acquiesced. Inflicting 100 slaps upon herself was certainly preferable to exposure. You may leave now. Should you attempt any further tricks? Do not blame me for being ungracious, Qin Yang said coldly. Suyu hastily rose and exited the private room. Lao Qin. You truly do not understand the value of cherishing beauty, Yang Wu remarked with a smile. Qin Yang looked at him, saying, you may go and cherish her then. Yang Wu curled his lip, no thanks, I have no interest in her. Lao Qin, Suyu is being manipulated, there are individuals targeting you. Shouldn't you reveal your true strength? Qin Yang shook his head, stating, if I reveal my strength, those of insufficient caliber may reconsider. Yet the Jiang family possesses assets in the hundreds of billions, formidable foes will still remain. They will resort to even more potent methods. My strength is still rapidly growing. There is no need for such actions. Yang Wu nodded in agreement. Indeed. Qin Yang suggested, let us depart. Soon, the two settled the bill and left the restaurant. Yang Wu followed Qin Yang to his car. Goodness, Lao Qin, is this your vehicle? Yang Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. Qin Yang nodded. It was gifted to me by my father-in-law. Your family has a Huajing master, this should not be surprising for you, right? Yang Wu expressed his envy. Who said that? Having a Huajing master and being wealthy are two entirely different matters. Unless one engages in illegal activities to earn ill-gotten gains, can a Huajing master necessarily accumulate vast wealth? To earn substantial money, one must possess a business acumen. Qin Yang inquired curiously, how much wealth does your family possess? Yang Wu replied, approximately around 10 billion, I suppose. The martial arts family certainly does not lack funds, without money, one cannot practice martial arts. However, when it comes to wealth, one must look to business families like the Jiang family. Qin Yang scoffed, 10 billion, and you call that small change? Yang Wu shook his head, compared to ordinary people. 10 billion is indeed considerable, however, when compared to top billionaires, that amount pales in significance. Qin Yang asked, what is the typical asset range for martial arts families? Yang Wu answered, our family is considered average, some may possess hundreds of billions, while others may have merely tens of millions. That is less than I estimated. Qin Yang remarked. Yang Wu shook his head, what do you think? This is a law-abiding society, even Huajing masters cannot act recklessly. Their status is indeed quite high. But status does not equate to wealth. Qin Yang nodded slightly. It seems everyone envies one another, the affluent envy the powerful, while the powerful envy those wealthy individuals like my father-in-law. It is simply the way of the world. Before long, the designated driver arrived on an electric scooter. Handsome. Is this the vehicle? The driver looked bewildered at the sight of the supercar. Yes, Qin Yang affirmed. The driver timidly remarked, handsome, I cannot drive this car. If I scratch or bump it, I could never repay you. You may drive with peace of mind, if anything happens, you will not be held accountable. Qin Yang replied with a faint smile. Chapter 37, The Hidden Manipulator has been uncovered. The driver glanced at his small electric scooter. Though it was already quite compact, the trunk of the Porsche 918 was exceedingly small, likely unable to accommodate it. Qin Yang instructed, park your vehicle here, you may take a taxi back later. And I will cover the fare. Very well then. After a couple of minutes, the driver nervously started the engine of the luxury car. Feeling anxious behind the wheel of a vehicle worth over 10 million. Qin Yang, however, remained utterly unconcerned. In the event of an emergency, he could utilize his mental powers to intervene. I need to purchase another vehicle, Qin Yang mused. While this car appeared exceptionally stylish and flashy, it was uncomfortable to sit in, with a low chassis and poor passability. If he had a drink, finding a designated driver would be quite the challenge. It's a Porsche 918. Huan was astonished by the image she found on her phone. She had gone out to buy some items and happened to see Qin Yang getting into the car. Huan snapped a photo and checked online. discovering that Qin Yang's vehicle was worth an exaggerated 15 to 16 million. Moreover, this model had ceased production, and even with that amount of money, acquiring one would be a challenge. Qin Yang was evidently trying to maintain a low profile. Did Suyu perhaps know of Qin Yang's success, leading her to pursue him? Huan pondered. Shortly thereafter, she returned to the private room. Xiaolan, where is Suyu? Has she not arrived yet? Gua Xiaolan replied, Suyu's aunt has come, she is feeling unwell and said she would head home, allowing us to enjoy ourselves. Oh. Huan felt an urge to disclose Qin Yang's situation but restrained herself. If Qin Yang were merely driving a car worth 1 to 2 million, she would have certainly mentioned it. However, since he was driving a supercar valued at 10 to 20 million, she feared he might become upset if she revealed such information. Suyu returned to her rented accommodation. Recalling Qin Yang's gaze, she still felt a chill of fear. How had Qin Yang become so formidable? Suyu muttered to herself, should I slap myself? Naturally, she did not wish to inflict pain upon herself. However, with Yang Wu having recorded a video, what would happen if it were to be released? In the video, she had openly admitted to seducing Qin Yang, accepting money from others, intending to sleep with him, and subsequently frame him. Moreover, in the video, she had even knelt down to plead for mercy. Slap. 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 After much internal conflict, Suyu finally began to slap her own face. She didn't hit too hard but also didn't dare to be too gentle. After delivering 100 slaps, she felt her vision darken, and both sides of her face began to swell. Yang Wu, here is the video. Suyu sent the video of her self-inflicted slaps to Yang Wu. Qin Yang had blocked her. For the time being, Yang Wu had not blocked her. Suyu, do not entertain thoughts of seeking revenge on Lao Qin, he is not someone you can provoke, and the consequences of angering him are severe. Yang Wu sent a message. I understand. You now possess 2 incriminating videos of me, how could I possibly provoke him? Suyu replied. That is good. Yang Wu promptly forwarded the video to Qin Yang, who opened it and observed that Suyu had indeed slapped herself with considerable force. Lao Qin, I will investigate that Lu Ge for you. Though I lack funds, I have some connections, Yang Wu messaged Qin Yang. Very well. Qin Yang did not engage in excessive pleasantries with Yang Wu. Though he possessed hacking skills, they were merely at the C level. Such a skill level was insufficient for infiltrating investigations. He did not wish to trouble Jiang Wanqing with trivial matters. 2 hours passed. Yang Wu sent over the information regarding Lu Ge. Lao Qin, this Lu Ge is associated with Du Chongming. Not long after sending the information, Yang Wu called. What is the background of Du Chongming? Qin Yang inquired. Yang Wu explained, Lao Qin, I have mentioned to you before that there are 2 Huajing masters in Haiqing. One is Du Chongming's grandfather, named Du Anqing, who is at the mid-stage of Huajing. Du Chongming's father is also a martial artist, at the peak of Anjing. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. So it is the grandson of a Huajing master causing trouble. Yang, what about this Du Chongming? Yang Wu replied. Du Chongming is also a martial artist, but his strength is quite mediocre, he is only at the late stage of Mingjing. Given his talent, it would be challenging for him to reach the Anjing level in the future. He is one of Jiang Muxue's admirers. Qin Yang's eyes gleamed with intensity. Du Chongming's father possesses a profound mastery of inner strength, and his grandfather is a grandmaster of transformation. This formidable lineage provides him with substantial backing. Yang, what is the financial standing of the Du family? How extensive are their connections? Qin Yang pondered before inquiring. Yang Wu promptly responded, calm down, old Qin. The Du family's assets amount to approximately 4 to 5 billion. Du Anqing is a master of transformation, and he has numerous acquaintances, making their network exceedingly powerful. The Du family wields significant influence in both the underworld and legitimate circles. Qin Yang expressed his astonishment, 4 to 5 billion is indeed a considerable sum. It surpasses your Yang family's wealth by a significant margin. Yang Wu sighed in resignation. Our family operates primarily in the north, where business development has not been as robust as in the south. We are gradually expanding our endeavors southward. Old Qin, do not rush into matters concerning the Du family. Their century-long accumulation of resources is not easily challenged. Qin Yang replied calmly, rest assured, I am aware. Even if I were to provoke them, I would approach it gradually. Yang Wu cautioned, just be cautious, old Qin. You must understand that the Du family is not the only one keeping an eye on the Jiang family. With assets exceeding 1,000 billion, the Jiang family's wealth is far too enticing. Qin Yang's eyes sparkled with determination. He had no desire for Jiang Wanqing's assets, however. Those assets would eventually belong to Jiang Muxue, and further in the future, to their children. He would not allow anyone to snatch them away. Old Qin. I must practice now. Farewell. Yang Wu concluded the call. Qin Yang felt a weight of pressure. He was not particularly concerned about the Du family. His overall strength now surpassed that of Du Wanqing. However, the Du family's extensive connections were formidable. Furthermore, the threats extended beyond the Du family. He resolved to continue enhancing his strength without delay. Ding ding. Meanwhile, Suyu dialed Lu Ji's number. How did it go? Lu Ji's voice was somber on the other end. Suyu trembled as she spoke. I failed. Lu Gu. Qin Yang realized I was trying to set a trap for him. I have made every effort. Then return the 50,000 yuan. Lu Gu cursed. I have already spent the money, I will repay you later. Please give me more time, Suyu pleaded. You truly have some nerve. You couldn't accomplish the task. Yet you squandered my money. Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson? Lu Gu roared in anger. Suyu, feeling defeated, confessed, Lu Gu. Qin Yang even looked at my phone. He might know your number now. Lu Gu seethed, where are you? I need to teach you a proper lesson. Suyu, not daring to hide, revealed her location. When Lu Gu arrived and saw Suyu, he was taken aback. She was still relatively attractive. Yet her face was swollen like a pig's head. Lu Gu, I know I was in the wrong. I slapped myself 100 times, Suyu admitted. Lu Gu was filled with pent-up frustration. Should he hit Suyu? She had already punished herself, and in her current state. He felt no inclination to exert any further aggression. Damn it. Lu Gu ultimately cursed as he stormed off. Chapter 38, Receiving a Sniper Bullet. Lu Gu arrived at a nightclub to meet Du Chongming. Du Xiao, I failed to carry out the task. Suyu has not succeeded. Lu Gu, tall and imposing, was now groveling. Du Chongming frowned. Did you not say that since Qin Yang pursued her, she would certainly be able to seduce him? Lu Gu, whose name was Lu Xiong, awkwardly replied, Du Xiao, under normal circumstances, it should not have been a problem. Who would not desire to be with a beautiful woman they once pursued? Yet, Qin Yang is far too cautious. Du Chongming asserted. Qin Yang's initial rejection does not guarantee further refusals. With Suyu's qualities, she still has a chance to win him over. Lu Xiong displayed a look of helplessness. For now, that may not be possible. She took my 50,000 yuan and spent it, and now her face is so swollen it is quite unappealing. Du Chongming frowned. Her swelling should subside in a few days. Let her try again then. Is there anything else? Lu Xiong hesitated. Speak. He continued. She mentioned that Qin Yang looked through her communication records. Is it possible he will trace it back to me? Du Chongming glared at him. You cannot even handle such a trivial matter. If Qin Yang investigates Lu Xiong, he will inevitably discover you. Du Chongming was not afraid of an ordinary person like Qin Yang. However, with Qin Yang now being the son-in-law of the Jiang family, if Jiang Wanqing intervened, the Du family would face significant repercussions. His grandfather was a master of transformation, but Jiang Wanqing was the wealthiest individual in Haiqing and not to be trifled with. It is my fault, Lu Xiong admitted, lowering his head like a chastised child. Du Chongming instructed, do not take any action for the time being. Observe the situation. Qin Yang may not be able to trace it back to you. He likely would not want to trouble Jiang Wanqing over such a minor issue. Instead, I need you to take care of another matter. Lu Xiong replied, as you command, Du Xiao. Du Chongming continued, seek out a beautiful woman. One whose appearance is pure and harmless. If Suyu fails, arrange for her to engage in an online romance with Qin Yang. Lu Xiong was taken aback. Du Xiao. An online romance? Du Chongming explained, men are inherently drawn to beauty. With Jiang Muxue currently incapacitated, I do not believe Qin Yang will resist the temptation of seeking companionship elsewhere. He may refrain from pursuing local women, so find someone from outside the area. Lu Xiong interjected, but Du Xiao, a person in a vegetative state can still engage in that. Du Chongming shot him a fierce glare. Thank you for the reminder. Lu Xiong awkwardly chuckled, realizing he had misspoken. Du Chongming aimed to win Jiang Muxue's affection. Du Chongming waved his hand dismissively. Get lost. Lu Xiong quickly exited. The following morning, Qin Yang rose and descended for breakfast. Mr. Qin, the property management has delivered your package, one of the housekeepers, Wu Jing, informed him. My package? Qin Yang was surprised. He had not ordered anything online recently. Here it is, Wu Jing handed him a small cardboard box. Qin Yang hesitated to open it immediately. Instead, he extended his mental energy into the box and discovered a wooden bullet inside. Upon opening the box, he stared at the intricately crafted wooden bullet, which was long and approximately the size of a sniper bullet. Mr. Qin, Wu Jing's expression changed. Although it was merely a wooden bullet, its implications were unmistakable, a death threat aimed at Qin Yang. He toyed with the wooden bullet, stating, "Do not worry. In our Huagua, firearms are prohibited. This act is likely just an attempt to intimidate me. If it escalates to actual gunfire, they would face severe consequences." If this had occurred prior to acquiring the S-grade talisman, Qin Yang might have felt apprehensive, even knowing his adversary would not easily resort to firearms. But now, he felt no fear. The S-grade talisman could withstand the impact of a car bomb and shield against 3 to 5 sniper shots. If an enemy attempted to use a sniper rifle against him, they would only have one opportunity. His physical condition now stands at 21 points. His reaction speed far exceeds that of an average person. When an enemy fires a shot, he immediately takes cover. He may even have the capacity to retaliate. Mr. Qin, do exercise caution, Wu Jing advised. Qin Yang nodded in acknowledgement. After Wu Jing departed, she called Jiang Wanqing. Xiao Qin, is Muxue all right? Jiang Wanqing inquired anxiously upon answering the call. Given that it was still early in the morning, he found it surprising to receive a call from Qin Yang. Uncle Jiang. Muxue is fine. I just received a package containing a wooden bullet, with nothing else inside, Qin Yang replied. Jiang Wanqing's expression darkened. This was a death threat directed at Qin Yang. If Qin Yang were merely an ordinary individual, he might not withstand such a grave threat. The audacity to issue a death threat was utterly outrageous. I am at home, I will come over immediately, Jiang Wanqing said solemnly. Within half an hour, he arrived and observed the exquisitely carved wooden bullet. Didi. Jiang Wanqing dialed a number. Director Huang, could you send someone to my son-in-law's residence? He has received a death threat, Jiang Wanqing stated firmly. The expression on Director Huang's face shifted dramatically. As the wealthiest man in Haicheng, the murder of his son-in-law would undoubtedly cause significant upheaval throughout the city. Mr. Jiang, I will arrange for personnel to come at once, he assured. In less than 10 minutes, 2 police cars arrived, and multiple officers disembarked. Mr. Jiang, said Suze, the captain of the criminal investigation team, with great courtesy. Having previously met Jiang Wanqing handed the package to Suze. Captain Su, Qin Yang received this. Although it is merely a wooden bullet, you should be well aware of its implications, correct? Jiang Wanqing spoke gravely. Suze took the package, and upon seeing the wooden bullet, his expression changed slightly. Mr. Jiang. I understand. Mr. Qin, have you handled this bullet? Qin Yang shook his head. We will take it back for analysis and check for fingerprints, Suze assured. The sender is likely not so foolish. It is highly probable that you will not find any fingerprints, Jiang Wanqing remarked. Captain Su. I hope you can ascertain who sent it. Suze nodded. Mr. Jiang, we will do our utmost. Mr. Qin, have you offended anyone recently? Qin Yang shook his head. I rarely go out. The threat against my life is likely due to my marriage to Muxue. They intend to intimidate me. Suze frowned inwardly. Such a situation would indeed complicate the investigation, given the multitude of potential suspects. Mr. Qin, do you possess any further useful clues? Suze inquired. Qin Yang replied. I have no additional leads. Here is my business card. If you come across any new information, please inform me at the earliest opportunity. Suze stated before they took their leave. Jiang Wanqing sighed. Xiao Qin, it will be challenging for them to uncover the truth. This action merely serves as a warning to those contemplating harm. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang, I understand. Even if they do find out, it is merely a wooden bullet. The police cannot take any substantial action. Jiang Wanqing frowned. You are correct, the police cannot apprehend anyone based on a wooden bullet alone. Xiao Qin. We did not fully consider the implications of your marriage to Muxue. We did not anticipate that some individuals would act so recklessly. You may be in danger. Qin Yang chuckled. Uncle Jiang, you already provided 5 million, correct? 5 million plus a house is a considerable compensation for the risk. Jiang Wanqing cleared his throat, feeling slightly awkward. Xiao Qin, we were aware of the potential dangers of your marriage to Muxue. Yet we underestimated the madness of certain individuals who would issue death threats directly against you. I will provide you with an additional 20 million as compensation. Qin Yang's breath caught. An additional 20 million? That was an enormous sum. It is challenging for an ordinary person to earn such wealth in a lifetime. Uncle Jiang. That won't be necessary. You have already given me over 10 million in luxury cars. After a moment's contemplation, he declined Jiang Wanqing's offer. He did not wish to appear greedy. 5 million, a house, and a luxury car worth over 10 million were already more than sufficient. He currently resided in a large villa and drove an extravagant car. Even if he accepted the money, he was uncertain how to spend it. Furthermore, 20 million was not an insurmountable amount for him to earn with his current capabilities. You refuse? Jiang Wanqing gazed at Qin Yang in astonishment. Uncle Jiang. There is no need for further compensation. Muxue is now carrying my child. Although that night's incident was an accident, I bear some responsibility. Muxue is pregnant with my child. Even if I do not possess any extraordinary abilities, I would still do my utmost to support her, aware of the dangers. Jiang Wanqing nodded. I believe you will do that, but the money is still yours. Qin Yang sought to protest further, but Jiang Wanqing raised a hand to halt him. Listen to me, I know you wish to earn a living on your own, but if you want to acquire wealth quickly, you will need some capital. This 20 million is not solely for you. Consider it Muxue's dowry, a foundation for your new family. Once Muxue regains her senses, she will need your support. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang, I will ensure Muxue is well taken care of and protected. Very well, Jiang Wanqing smiled. Chapter 39, The Dowry from My Father-in-Law. Jiang Wanqing departed. Soon, Qin Yang received a bank notification. The 20 million had been deposited. He already had 1 million in his account, bringing his total balance to an astonishing 21 million. While many people possess assets worth over 20 million, few have that much cash on hand. Goodness. That is a substantial sum, Qin Yang murmured to himself. For an ordinary person, such wealth, if spent wisely, would suffice for a comfortable life. Qin Yang ascended to Jiang Muxue's room. Muxue, someone sent me a package. Inside is an exquisitely crafted sniper bullet. Emotional value, 11. Jiang Muxue's mood shifted significantly. Your father visited and gifted me 20 million, stating it is your dowry, encouraging me to use the funds wisely to support you in the future. Emotional value, 15. Muxue, you must remain vigilant. If I were to be assassinated, at least our child would still have a mother. A child without a mother would be quite unfortunate, Qin Yang asserted. At that moment, he noticed a movement in Jiang Muxue's belly. He gently placed his hand on it. The little one inside Jiang Muxue was slowly stirring. Muxue. The baby is moving. Qin Yang shared his sensation with Jiang Muxue. Emotional value, 15. After spending some time conversing with Jiang Muxue, he noticed her mental energy had diminished considerably. Without waiting for her to deplete completely, Qin Yang ascended to the upper floor and began playing the piano to assist her recovery. He discovered that playing the piano was particularly effective in replenishing Jiang Muxue's energy. Half an hour later, he concluded his piano session and returned to Jiang Muxue's room. Wife, I plan to go out and purchase a car today. Care to share a kiss before I leave? Qin Yang lowered his head and gently kissed Jiang Muxue's lips. Not long after, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was completely depleted. Qin Yang hailed a taxi to the Volvo 4S dealership. Thanks to the development of domestic new energy vehicles, the prices of gasoline cars have plummeted significantly, making them much more affordable than before. Hu Wan, Qin Yang called out. He knew from a class reunion that Hu Wan was selling cars here. Qin Yang felt that a Volvo was quite satisfactory, so he decided to lend his support to a friend's business. Qin Yang, are you buying a car? Hu Wan quickly approached him with curiosity. Qin Yang nodded. Who won? Puzzled, replied, but don't you already have a car? I saw you getting into a supercar yesterday, that must have been yours, right? You saw that? Qin Yang asked in surprise. I was out shopping yesterday and happened to see you having a designated driver bring your car back. I didn't tell anyone. Huan explained. Qin Yang nodded, that's good. That supercar isn't suitable for everyday use. I want to buy another car. Please recommend a good one that is in stock. Once I pay, I'll drive it away immediately. Huan smiled, no problem. Soon, Huan recommended a Volvo CX-90, which was far more comfortable than the supercar. This is the one, Qin Yang decided quickly and made the payment. In less than an hour, he drove off in his new car. Huan, was that your classmate? He is quite handsome and wealthy, if you could win him over. You wouldn't have to worry for the rest of your life, a colleague of Huan's ventured. Huan shook her head, there's no possibility between us. Could you introduce me to him? Her colleague asked. Huan glanced at her colleague, who was somewhat prettier than her but not by much, Li. He and we are from different worlds. His family has supercars worth millions. Huan's colleague sighed helplessly, someone who drives $1 million supercar wouldn't be interested in us. Comfortably, Qin Yang drove the new car for a while. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his father, Qin Hai. Qin Yang parked and answered the call, Dad. Have you found a construction company to prepare for the site clearing? Qin Hai replied, construction started yesterday. Son, did you send something? I just received a package. Qin Yang's expression changed. Dad, I didn't send any package. Please open it and let me know what's inside. Qin Hai hung up and, after connecting a video call, opened the package. Qin Yang's face turned grim. Inside the box was an identical wooden bullet. So this is how it is, Qin Yang said. A chilling aura emanating from him. He wasn't particularly angry about receiving such a package, but the fact that it was sent to his parents was infuriating. Son. Did you also receive this? Qin Hai asked, holding the bullet. Yes, Qin Yang nodded, I received it this morning. This is a carved sniper bullet. Son. Is someone issuing a death threat against us? Qin Hai inquired. I'm sorry, Dad. I've implicated you, Qin Yang said, his brow furrowed. Qin Hai reassured him. It's not Muxue's fault, nor is it yours. Don't take their issues upon yourself. Don't worry too much, they are likely just trying to intimidate us. Qin Yang took a deep breath, Dad, please don't let Mom see this. I will find out who is behind this as soon as possible. Qin Hai cautioned. Be careful. You don't need to worry about us, everyone in the village knows us. Qin Yang suggested, Dad, buy a few dogs. It's fine during the day. But I'm afraid strangers might approach you at night. Okay, Qin Hai nodded. Son, don't let this lead to a divorce. We can't afford to lose face over such nonsense. Dad, that won't happen, Qin Yang assured him. By the way, Uncle Jiang gave me 20 million this morning. Saying it was Muxue's dowry, and told me to use it wisely. Qin Hai was taken aback, 20 million was a staggering sum for him. Son. I can't interfere in your matters. Just take care of yourself, Muxue, and the child. Your mother and I will be fine, Qin Hai said. After chatting for a while, Qin Yang ended the video call. Ding. Qin Yang called Suze. Hello, who is this? Suze's voice came through. Captain Su. It's Qin Yang. Have you found anything regarding the wooden bullet? Suze replied, Qin Yang, there are no fingerprints on it. We are currently investigating how this package ended up in your hands. I will notify you as soon as we have results. Qin Yang added, Captain Su. There is a new development, my parents just received the same package. Suze's expression changed slightly. The simultaneous delivery to both Qin Yang and his parents indicated a shift in the case's nature, the sender may be serious. Qin Yang, can you send me a photo? You can add me on WeChat with this phone number. Sure, Qin Yang quickly sent the photo to Suze. In Chapter 40, Jiang Muxue's birthday? Suze frowned upon seeing the photo. The wooden bullet was indeed identical. Qin Yang, we will do everything in our power to find the culprit, Suze messaged him. Qin Yang replied, Captain Su, please hurry, this is no joke, our lives are at stake. Suze's brow furrowed. Although Qin Yang and his family had not yet suffered any harm, failing to resolve this could lead to serious trouble. Since Qin Yang had already reported it, they would be held accountable if anything happened. Once home, Qin Yang called Ouyang Wu. "Ouyang, I received a wooden sniper bullet, and my parents received one too. Do you think this could be the work of the Du family?" On the other end of the line, Ouyang Wu's expression changed slightly. "Old Qin. Didn't I tell you marrying Jiang Muxue would be dangerous? This is likely not the doing of the Du family." "Why?" Qin Yang asked. Ouyang Wu explained. "The Du family is a martial arts family, they still have some pride. Sending wooden bullets to threaten ordinary people would ruin their reputation. If Du Chongming tried to seduce you and you couldn't resist, that's your problem. If the Du family did this, it would be their issue," Qin Yang said. "Ouyang, you are from a martial arts family and know about these things, please analyze it for me." Ouyang Wu thought for a moment. "Old Qin. Your parents should be fine. The goal is to break you and Jiang Muxue apart. If you don't comply, they could resort to assassination, which would achieve their purpose. Killing your parents would be unnecessary. Committing a massacre would attract much more scrutiny than a regular murder case." Qin Yang secretly sighed in relief, knowing his parents were safe. "Thank you, Ouyang." Ouyang Wu replied, "Old Qin, you are overthinking this, you should be able to think clearly about such matters. The other party is motivated by self-interest rather than a desire to confront the nation." Ouyang Wu said, "Lao Qin, relax a bit. Now that Jiang Muxue is your wife, it is others who should feel anxious. You should remain calm, the other party will eventually reveal their true intentions. Given their threats, we can expect some action. Possibly an attack on you." Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. An attack? He would welcome such an opportunity, as it might lead him to uncover their identities. "Lao Qin. Take care of yourself. I am not ready to attend your funeral," he remarked. Qin Yang retorted with irritation, "Get lost. Have you resolved that issue? Do you need my assistance?" Ouyang Wu replied, "It's mostly handled. Once everything is settled, I plan to return. The family business is expanding southward. And I may visit again soon." Qin Yang smiled, "That's good news, it means we will have more chances to meet." After hanging up, Qin Yang felt considerably more at ease. Upon arriving at the gym, he controlled the flying knives while exercising. His physique had strengthened, and even with the system, he needed to adapt to his newfound strength. Any ordinary person witnessing Qin Yang's training would likely be astounded. His physical prowess greatly exceeded that of the average individual. As the afternoon of the next day approached, Qin Yang had accumulated a substantial amount of emotional value from Jiang Muxue. His emotional value had reached 1,000. System. I am currently facing a death threat, and my parents are at risk as well. I intend to use 1,000 emotional value for a lottery draw. Grant me a delightful surprise, Qin Yang communicated in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have won an A-level spirit dog. Qin Yang was momentarily stunned. He had actually received a living creature? System, what kind of strength does an A-level spirit dog possess? Moreover, can living beings enter the system space? The system responded, host. The living beings obtained through the lottery can enter the system space, other creatures cannot. An A-level spirit dog possesses the strength of an early-stage transformation master. It is intelligent and has a far superior sense of smell compared to ordinary dogs. Qin Yang's eyes sparkled with excitement. System, this reward is indeed remarkable. He swiftly dialed Qin Hai's number and asked, Dad, do you still have that package you received? Yes, replied Qin Hai. Please send it to me. And ensure it is wrapped securely to avoid any contact with others. Is it for the police? Yes. Qin Yang intended to let the spirit dog sniff the bullet, which might still carry the scent of the adversary. 2 days passed without any progress from Suze. The package sent by Qin Hai finally arrived in Qin Yang's hands. De Huang, take a whiff, Qin Yang instructed, as he opened the package for a large yellow dog to smell. This dog was the spirit dog he had drawn. A robust-looking Zhonghua Tianyuan dog. The dog sniffed diligently. De Huang, from now on, if anyone comes to our home with the same scent, you must alert me. Qin Yang commanded. The dog nodded in understanding, for it was a spirit dog capable of comprehending Qin Yang's words. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Qin Yang decided to stay indoors, anticipating that the enemy would inevitably come to him. The package was securely wrapped. And anyone who bore a similar scent would undoubtedly be the individual he sought. All right, go have some fun, he said, patting De Huang's head. This dog would eventually protect his parents, but for now, it needed to help uncover the enemy. In the evening, Liang Lan arrived at Qin Yang's place. Xiao Qin. Where did you find this dog? She asked, surprised. Aunt Liang, I bought it from outside. I can communicate with it using my mental power, and it is very obedient. Perhaps it can help track down the person who sent the bullet. Liang Lan nodded slightly. I have a plan for when the adversary comes. Qin Yang eagerly inquired. What is your plan? Liang Lan replied, in a few days, it will be Mushue's 24th birthday. We can invite some people under the pretense of celebrating her birthday. As she spoke, her expression dimmed. If Mushue does not awaken soon, this might be her last birthday. I came to discuss this with you. So we can organize a celebration for her. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. Aunt Liang, do not worry too much. I believe Mushue has a high chance of waking up. The effects of music therapy have been promising, and her condition is improving. Liang Lan nodded, I hope Mushue can awaken. But we must also prepare for the possibility that she may not. Nevertheless, let us celebrate her birthday. Qin Yang agreed, Aunt Liang, I have no objections. Liang Lan added. Xiao Qin, your parents are busy, they just visited Mushue a few days ago. Let us not trouble them with the birthday plans. They are safer in the village. Qin Yang nodded, understood, Aunt Liang. Please invite any individuals who may pose a threat. Perhaps De Huang can detect them. Liang Lan shook her head. That may not be wise. If we invite them, those with ill intentions might refrain from coming. Conversely, if we do not invite them, they may come upon hearing the news. Qin Yang pondered this. Liang Lan's reasoning held merit. Had they not previously invited those individuals to Mushue's birthday? Liang Lan affirmed. Mushue is quite low-key. In the past, she only celebrated significant birthdays, and for ordinary ones, she would gather with very close friends. Indeed. Let us wait for them to come of their own accord, Qin Yang concluded. Liang Lan said, Xiao Qin, come with me upstairs. I would like to speak with Mushue. Please help me convey my words. They soon arrived at Jiang Mushue's room. Qin Yang connected his mental power with Jiang Muxue. Mushue, your mother has come to see you. In 6 days, it will be your 24th birthday, and your mother wishes to host a lively celebration for you. Liang Lan's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Your grandparents and uncles will all be here. Your grandparents have yet to meet Qin Yang, so this will be a good opportunity. Mushue, if you awaken soon, you might even be able to attend the birthday banquet and introduce Qin Yang to your friends. Liang Lan spoke gently, holding Jiang Mushue's hand. Qin Yang transmitted her words not just as sound but also as images, though the visuals remained somewhat blurry. Nonetheless, it was still possible to vaguely recognize people. After several minutes, Qin Yang said, Aunt Liang, Mushue's mental energy has been depleted, I can no longer transmit messages. Has it consumed all her energy? Liang Lan inquired, perplexed. When her mental fluctuations are intense, the consumption is rapid. Each time it depletes, she can regain some energy. My piano playing can also aid her recovery. Liang Lan nodded. Xiao Qin, can't you simply play a piano piece directly? Qin Yang shook his head. Mushue's recovery relies on my mental power. The piano music serves merely as a medium. She adores music, and my playing allows my mental energy to assist her more effectively. Now I understand, Liang Lan replied softly. Xiao Qin, you must also focus on your own cultivation. Will this method impact your strength enhancement? Qin Yang shook his head. Aunt Liang, it has little impact. In addition to my cultivation, I also need to unwind. Playing the piano is quite a delightful way to relax. Moreover, Mushue is my wife. And such devotion is only natural. Liang Lan smiled gently. Xiao Qin, you have worked hard. Qin Yang shook his head and replied, it's nothing strenuous. Aunt Liang, please keep Mushue company while I retire to the study to read. All right. Qin Yang soon arrived at the study. System, I have accumulated 1,000 emotional points. I wish to draw. Qin Yang communicated in his mind. Having just acquired emotional points, he now had another 1,000. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an A-grade enhancement talisman. The system's voice chimed. An enhancement talisman materialized within the system space. System, what is the purpose of this enhancement talisman? Host. The enhancement talisman can be utilized to bolster items. An A-grade enhancement talisman can only reinforce objects that are smaller than 1 cubic meter and must be a complete entity. Qin Yang inquired, so, it can only enhance objects? Indeed, host. A small throwing knife appeared in Qin Yang's hand. If enhanced, its power would significantly increase. No. I cannot enhance this. Qin Yang stored the throwing knife away and retrieved his recently purchased mobile phone. System, if I enhance this phone, will it merely become sturdier? Or will its performance also improve? Its performance will enhance. Qin Yang applied the enhancement talisman to the phone. A yellow light enveloped his device. The phone rapidly transformed from the inside out. Its signal became stronger, and its defenses against viruses and other threats improved significantly. The mobile assistant within the device became far more capable. Xiaoyi, report on the phone's status. Qin Yang spoke softly as the enhancement concluded. Xiaoyi replied. The phone's performance has increased over 100-fold, the signal has improved over 100-fold, and the storage capacity has expanded over 1,000-fold. Its resistance to hacker intrusions has also heightened by 1,000-fold. Pleased with the report, Qin Yang acknowledged that the enhanced phone's performance was remarkably formidable, alleviating his concerns regarding eavesdropping. Xiaoyi, your data synchronization will not transfer, will it? Master, it will not. Qin Yang examined the enhanced phone. It appeared identical to its pre-enhanced state, yet its software and hardware had undergone a revolutionary transformation. Xiaoyi, how is your resistance to intrusions now? Qin Yang inquired. Master. You can rest assured, the probability of this phone being successfully hacked is now minuscule. Can it retaliate against intrusions? Master, this phone lacks that capability. Qin Yang felt a slight regret. It would have been ideal if it could counterattack against hackers. However, if it possessed such an ability, its defensive capabilities would inevitably weaken. After all, it was merely an A-grade enhancement talisman, and its enhancement capacity was limited. Strengthening the attack would naturally compromise defense. Half an hour passed. Knock, knock. Liang Lan tapped on the door. Qin Yang approached and opened it to find Liang Lan standing outside. She entered the study. Xiao Qin, do you have a photographic memory? Yes. Qin Yang nodded. Liang Lan casually picked up a book from the shelf. Xiao Qin, have you read this book? Let me see. I have. Liang Lan flipped to the middle. What does it say on the 123rd page, 5th line? Qin Yang effortlessly recited it. Liang Lan tried twice more. And Qin Yang accurately recited each time. You truly have a photographic memory. Xiao Qin, what type of books do you need? Just let me know. And I will have someone deliver them to you. Liang Lan marveled. Qin Yang replied, I can purchase them myself. Liang Lan chuckled, some books are unattainable. Certain universities and private libraries possess rare editions. I can find someone to borrow them, that should still be possible. Thank you, Aunt Liang. Liang Lan soon departed. Upon returning home, she sent messages to several individuals. Jiang Muxue's birthday? She hasn't awakened yet. It seems the Jiang family believes her chances of recovery are exceedingly low. They intend to celebrate her last birthday. It was imperative for her to attend this birthday banquet. Liang Lan's messages were sent to only a select few. Yet the news soon spread to many others. Dad, Jiang Muxue is holding a birthday banquet, I wish to attend. You must help me secure an invitation. Lin Junyao implored his father, Lin Xingde. Lin Xingde nodded slightly. Although Liang Lan did not invite Lin Junyao to the banquet, if he expressed a desire to attend, the Jiang family would likely not deny him. Jiang Xiong, Lin Xingde quickly called Jiang Wanqing. It wasn't long before Jiang Wanqing agreed. It's settled, you may attend the birthday banquet. After hanging up, Lin Xingde informed Lin Junyao. Chapter 42, Conspiracy against Qin Yang. The next day, Liang Lan called Qin Yang. Xiao Qin, Muxue's birthday banquet will host over 100 guests, most of whom I did not personally invite. Qin Yang expressed concern, Aunt Liang, isn't that too many people? It might become quite crowded. Liang Lan acknowledged, indeed. It is a bit excessive. Therefore, I was considering changing the venue. How about we hold the celebration at a manor? Qin Yang inquired. Is it convenient for Muxue to relocate? Liang Lan reassured him, there is no issue with Muxue moving, she is not injured, merely 6 months pregnant. There is no need to continually monitor her brainwaves or heartbeat. After pondering, Qin Yang concluded that he could place a protective talisman on Jiang Muxue, ensuring her safety with the S-grade talisman. Aunt Liang, since Muxue can relocate, I have no objections. Holding it elsewhere will prevent chaos at home, Qin Yang stated. Liang Lan smiled, since you have no objections, it is settled. I will arrange a manner in advance. You need not worry about anything else, just ensure Muxue's safety. Understood. Xiao Qin, there's one more matter. What is it, Aunt Liang? Muxue's maternal grandparents and uncle will also be attending. They may not be very fond of you, so do not take it to heart. Qin Yang pondered, he and Jiang Muxue had been married for some time. Yet no one from the Liang family had visited. Was there some underlying issue? Aunt Liang, I will not be bothered by them. Liang Lan explained. My father and brother are both military men. When I was born, my father arranged a betrothal for me. Later, when I was with Muxue's father, my father felt he had let down his deceased comrade, which has weighed on him. After Muxue was born, my father discussed with us the idea of betrothing her to his comrade's grandson. We did not agree to it. He has held some resentment about this. Qin Yang understood. I see. If the comrade is still alive, there's no issue with canceling the engagement. However, if he has passed, it is understandable to feel regret. The older generation places great importance on camaraderie. Aunt Liang, I harbor no ill feelings towards them. Liang Lan remarked, my father is a decent man. But this matter has left him somewhat dissatisfied with us. Back then, he shared a profound bond with his comrade. The older generation's mindset differs from ours, to him. Betrothal seems advantageous, while we strongly oppose it. Qin Yang inquired, Aunt Liang, when will your grandparents arrive? Liang Lan, they are quite far from Haiqing. So they came over the day before. Perhaps they will visit you on the same day. Do not engage with my father, who is rather muddled. Qin Yang, Aunt Liang. Rest assured. Jiang Haolong, Jiang Haohu, and Jiang Haoren have gathered together. Eldest brother, what is the reason for summoning me? Jiang Haoren inquired. Jiang Haolong, Haoren. Muxue's birthday is approaching, and we will meet Qin Yang then. There will be many young people present, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Jiang Haoren shook his head. What thoughts could I possibly have? My calligraphy is commendable, yet it pales in comparison to his. I cannot outdrink him either. Eldest brother. Do you have any ideas? Jiang Haohu frowned. Brother, Haoren, we three are brothers, let us not be coy. Last time, we suffered a loss at Qin Yang's hands. And I am quite displeased. This time we must devise a way to reclaim our honor. Jiang Haolong nodded, I share your displeasure. You merely had a hangover the next day, but my hand throbbed for 5 days after shaking hands with him. Speaking of which, Jiang Haolong felt a lingering pain in his hand, though it was merely a figment of his imagination. Jiang Haoren, I too am exceedingly displeased with Qin Yang. Eldest brother. If you have a good plan, I will wholeheartedly support you. Jiang Haolong's eyes sparkled with determination. He spoke solemnly, Qin Yang is unworthy of Muxue. We must exhaust every means to separate them. We should incite conflict between him and others. Many talented youths will be attending. Jiang Haoren, I concur. Jiang Haohu added, Haoren. You are the most astute among us, what other strategies do you suggest to deal with Qin Yang? That fellow is always cooped up at home, making it difficult to approach him. Such an opportunity is rare. Jiang Haoren smiled slightly, as far as I know. Muxue's grandfather once wished for her to be betrothed to someone else, so he likely disapproves of her relationship with Qin Yang. If we could provoke a rift between them, he could easily outmaneuver us. Jiang Haolong and Jiang Haohu's eyes lit up. Haoren, please elaborate. Jiang Haoren, recently, I conducted a thorough investigation and discovered that Qin Yang and Muxue had no prior contact. Muxue's pregnancy is likely an accident stemming from a night of drinking. Jiang Haolong squinted. An accident after drinking? If that is the case, then Qin Yang must have acted intentionally. Given his alcohol tolerance, he could not have possibly become inebriated at the company annual meeting. Jiang Haohu asked, Haoren, do you possess any evidence? Jiang Haoren smiled faintly. Qin Yang previously lived a rather ordinary life, residing in a modest rental and wearing simple clothing. His job was demanding with little financial reward. If they were covertly involved, a little assistance from Muxue could significantly improve his circumstances. Jiang Haohu pondered, Haoran, your reasoning is quite sound. However, this does not constitute evidence. Qin Yang could claim he does not wish to rely on Muxue, seeking to earn an honest living before marrying her. He could also assert that he is wary of being discovered by Uncle Jiang. Jiang Haoran, much time has passed, and with Muxue now unconscious, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to find concrete evidence. However, that is unnecessary. We only need to share our suspicions with certain individuals. Jiang Haohu spoke in a low voice, I have a friend skilled in hypnosis. If we can hypnotize Qin Yang, perhaps we can learn the truth directly from him. Jiang Haoran, are you certain? Jiang Haohu nodded. My friend possesses special abilities. Although his overall might is limited, he has mastered hypnosis and is currently quite proficient. Jiang Haoran suggested, shall we arrange a meeting with Qin Yang? We can have your friend attempt to hypnotize him discreetly. If successful, we can compel Qin Yang to reveal everything in public. Jiang Haohu's expression turned hesitant. Engaging his services will require a substantial payment. Jiang Haoran, second brother. That is easily arranged. Since he is your friend, I will cover all expenses. How much will it be? Jiang Haohu replied, his fees are quite steep. Even with my influence, he will still demand 30 to 50,000. Jiang Haoran's lips twitched. Though his family is wealthier than Jiang Haolong's, his allowance is not particularly ample, totaling merely several tens of thousands each year. Very well, I shall pay. Let us invite Qin Yang to dinner this evening. Jiang Haoran gritted his teeth. Chapter 43, The Fusion of Mental Strength Enhances. Qin Yang received a call from Jiang Haolong. Dinner invitation? Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. What good could come from eldest brother seeking him out for a meal? Brother-in-law, as Muxue's cousin, we are treating you to dinner. Surely, you will not deny us this small favor? Jiang Haolong remarked while recording the conversation. Qin Yang laughed heartily, how could I possibly refuse? Eldest brother, where shall we meet? I shall certainly come if I am free this evening. Jiang Haolong provided the address and time. It is somewhat distant. Eldest brother, goodbye. A few hours later. As evening approached, Qin Yang's phone indicated that the system had no intention of allowing him to go out. The meeting time was set for 6:30. By 6. Jiang Haolong and the others had already arrived, discussing their plan for when Qin Yang would show up. However, as 6:30 approached, Qin Yang had yet to arrive. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable, please try again later. Jiang Haolong's call to Qin Yang went unanswered. Brother, do not fret, Qin Yang will arrive shortly. Let us maintain a friendly demeanor so as not to frighten him away, Jiang Haohu suggested. Jiang Haolong nodded in agreement. They waited for another 10 minutes. And this time Jiang Haohu called Qin Yang, but again there was no response. Jiang Haoran's brow furrowed, eldest brother, this rascal Qin Yang wouldn't he dare stand us up? Would he? It seems unlikely, Jiang Haolong replied, his tone lacking certainty. As time passed, another 10 minutes slipped away, and Jiang Haolong called Qin Yang once more, only to be met with silence. Damn it. Jiang Haolong scowled. Nearly half an hour had passed since their agreed-upon time, and still, Qin Yang had not shown. It was highly probable that they had been played for fools, and he likely never intended to attend the dinner. Hookup, if Qin Yang fails to show, it is not my responsibility. I will only refund half of the 60,000. A man in his 30s smiled, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His demeanor was warm. Yet Jiang Haohu knew his friend was not to be trifled with. Xinghang, Qin Yang has stood us up, and he has done the same to you. Do you not feel angry? Jiang Haohu asked. Xinghang shook his head, I am not angry, he was unaware I would be here. How could I be upset? Hookup, my time is precious, I can wait a maximum of 10 more minutes. Jiang Haohu nodded. 10 minutes passed swiftly. Xinghang rose, Hookup. I must take my leave. Long go, Haoran go, enjoy your meal. Though I have added something to the dishes, it should not pose any problems. Xinghang had introduced a substance into the food, a supplement he used to aid hypnosis. Soon, Xinghang departed, leaving Jiang Haolong and the others with somber expressions. To enlist Xinghang's assistance had cost them 60,000, even if they refunded half, they would still be at a loss of 30,000. Jiang Haoran's heart ached at the thought, the money was his. I apologize, but the number you dialed is unreachable. Jiang Haoran attempted to contact Qin Yang as well. But like Jiang Haolong and the others, he was unable to connect. Jiang Hao gritted his teeth in frustration. Should we reveal this matter? Let everyone know that Qin Yang is a man of no integrity. Jiang Haoran took a deep breath. It is futile. Qin Yang stated that if nothing arose, he would certainly come. When he claims he is occupied, what can we assert? Jiang Haolong furrowed his brows. He must be aware that I recorded the conversation. He agreed readily on the phone, yet had no intention of coming. Jiang Haoran gazed at the table laden with dishes. Zheng Heng mentioned it would not affect them. But without Qin Yang's presence, was there any point in consuming this tainted food? Let us depart. Jiang Haoran rose to his feet. Jiang Haolong and Jiang Hao nodded, their appetite waning. Let us head to Qin Yang's place. Jiang Haolong declared through clenched teeth. After over half an hour, they arrived outside the villa. Jiang Haolong knocked on the door, and Qin Yang, surprised, said, "Cousin, what brings you here?" "I was just about to head out." Jiang Haolong replied sternly, "What do you mean? We ordered food at the restaurant and waited for you for over half an hour. Only to arrive here and discover you are just now preparing to leave?" Qin Yang appeared astonished. "Did we not agree on 8:30? It is only 7:40. There should be ample time to arrive." Jiang Haolong's lips twitched. "We arranged for 6:30. Qin Yang smacked his forehead and said, "Cousin, I apologize, I misheard. I thought it was 8:30. I was puzzled as to why it was scheduled so late." Jiang Haolong and the others felt as though they had struck nothing but air. A most disheartening sensation. "Cousins, there is a splendid restaurant nearby. Let us dine there. It is my treat. We shall not return until we are inebriated," Qin Yang said with a bright smile. Jiang Haolong and the others' expressions shifted slightly. Would they not be the ones intoxicated while Qin Yang remained unscathed? Zheng Heng departed. The food had not been tampered with beforehand. There was no necessity to dine with Qin Yang and risk being inebriated. Perhaps another day. Jiang Haoran sighed deeply. "I have matters to attend to later." Soon, Jiang Haolong and his companions left. None of them suggested visiting Jiang Muxue upstairs. After they departed, Qin Yang summoned De Huang. "De Huang, is the person I asked you to find among them?" De Huang shook his head. Jiang Haolong and the others quickly exited the community. "Damn him for toying with us. I shall ensure he knows our might in the future." Jiang Hao cursed vehemently. Jiang Haolong drove with a grim expression. Jiang Haoran remarked, "We shall take our time with him, he is but a country bumpkin, how could he possibly match us?" Indeed. Jiang Haolong and Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. 2 days passed. Tomorrow marks Jiang Muxue's 24th birthday. Jiang Muxue's grandfather and others had arrived in Haicheng. System. 1,000 emotional points grants 1 draw, while 100 emotional points allows for 2 draws. Qin Yang pondered. After harvesting in the morning, he accumulated 1,200 emotional points. Congratulations to the host for acquiring A-level mental strength. The host already possesses S-level mental strength is now merging. Qin Yang felt his mental strength rapidly augmenting. Mental strength, like physical attributes, can be continuously compounded without the necessity of obtaining higher-level rewards, lower-level ones suffice. Ordinary skills require high-level rewards for merging. System, after merging, will I still remain at S-level? Qin Yang inquired in his mind. System, yes, host. There is no upgrade. But your mental strength has significantly improved compared to before. Very well, let us continue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining C-level marksmanship. A wealth of information regarding marksmanship flooded Qin Yang's mind. A faint smile graced his face. Obtaining C-level marksmanship for merely 100 emotional points is rather commendable. An average person's conventional training for a decade might not yield such skill. However, he possessed the skill without a firearm. Congratulations to the host for acquiring A-level painting skills. Qin Yang was taken aback. What a stroke of luck. Securing an A-level skill for 100 emotional points was remarkable. Although it was merely a painting skill, such a reward for 100 emotional points was nothing to be dissatisfied about. Chapter 44, Dialogues with Jiang Muxue. Beep beep. Liang Lan called Qin Yang. Aunt Liang, on the other end, quickly stated, "Little Qin, my father, brother, and others have arrived. I am busy at the company." And they said they are coming to your place, arriving in half an hour. Please prepare accordingly. Qin Yang replied, certainly. I will have Qing Hong and the others prepare some refreshments. Liang Lan added, little Qin, these are not of utmost importance. What matters is that you tidy up a bit, and present yourself with more vigor. My father and brother may speak rather strongly, so bear with them. I will come over as soon as I finish here. Qin Yang chuckled lightly, Aunt Liang, do not worry, handle your business at the company first. I will do my utmost to host grandfather, grandmother, and uncle well. Yes. Liang Lan let out a small sigh of relief. Little Qin. Both my father and brother are military personnel, my father holds a general rank, and my brother is currently a regimental officer. Their presence may be somewhat imposing. Please take heed. Qin Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Muxue's grandfather and uncle are indeed formidable, especially her grandfather, who is a general. Aunt Liang, I understand. Liang Lan continued, you need not be overly anxious, you and Muxue are now legally married, so they are well aware of the law. Qin Yang inquired, Aunt Liang. What hobbies do they have? I could prepare some relevant reading materials. Liang Lan responded, my father and brother have no particular hobbies, they are quite busy. Spending less than a month at home each year. My mother enjoys painting. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. Jiang Muxue's grandmother enjoys painting? He had just acquired painting skills, and they were A-level. A B-level skill would already be impressive, an A-level skill is of top-tier national standard. Aunt Liang, I understand. I will ensure a warm welcome for grandfather and grandmother. Qin Yang affirmed. Liang Lan offered a few more reminders before hanging up the call. Qin Yang instructed Qing Hong and the others to prepare tea and snacks. Before long, an old Audi pulled up outside the villa. Qin Yang opened the door and stepped outside. 3 individuals exited the vehicle, 2 elderly and 1 middle-aged man. They were none other than Jiang Muxue's grandfather, grandmother, and uncle. Grandfather, grandmother, uncle. Qin Yang called out. Jiang Muxue's grandfather and uncle did not respond, but her grandmother smiled and nodded, you must be little Qin. You are quite handsome, a good match for our little Shui. Old man, son, do not wear such stern faces. Little Qin has not offended you. Jiang Muxue's grandfather snorted lightly, let us discuss this inside. They soon entered the villa. Jiang Muxue's uncle fixed his sharp gaze upon Qin Yang. Qin Yang. You and Muxue were not previously a couple. It was an unexpected incident after drinking that led to Muxue's pregnancy, correct? Qin Yang knew that should he lie, this man would surely see through him. He was a member of the armed police, accustomed to dealing with drug traffickers. Qin Yang calmly inquired, Uncle, is this important? Perhaps I can awaken Muxue. Jiang Muxue's uncle, Liang Guodong, replied, of course it is significant. So many doctors have failed to rouse Muxue. On what grounds do you believe you can succeed? Qin Yang responded, since marrying Muxue, her complexion has shown marked improvement compared to before. Liang Guodong interjected. They are somewhat mistaken. In their view, Jiang Muxue has received nourishment. They surmise that Jiang Wanqing and the others sought you out to see if a relationship with Jiang Muxue might awaken her. Qin Yang. You can divorce once Muxue regains consciousness. We shall overlook your previous pretense of intoxication and your relations with her. We can also offer you some financial compensation. Jiang Muxue's grandfather stated solemnly. They were aware of Qin Yang's drinking capacity and found it questionable. Grandfather, uncle, my bond with Muxue is genuine. We are deeply in love, Qin Yang asserted. Liang Guodong frowned, Qin Yang, are you certain? It would not be difficult for me to retrieve your communication records with Muxue, any previous interactions would be documented. Qin Yang replied, I am certain. Uncle. We have avoided using phones precisely for this reason. Our love does not require constant physical proximity. What do you think? Liang Guodong scoffed. Jiang Muxue's grandfather remarked. Qin Yang, we understand that Wanqing and the others desire Xiao Shui to awaken. We are not insisting on an immediate divorce. But you and she are not suited for one another. It would be best for you to depart with what rightfully belongs to you. Qin Yang replied. I appreciate your goodwill, grandfather, but I will not leave Muxue. In their current situation, Qin Yang refrained from disclosing his true circumstances. Whether they would keep it confidential was uncertain. They were military personnel and understood that powerful ability users might be reported. Qin Yang was not yet prepared to engage with the authorities. His current strength had not reached an invincible level, and dealing with officials could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Qin Yang, there is no need to rush to conclusions, you still have time to contemplate. Once Xiao Shui awakens, you can decide, Jiang Muxue's grandfather spoke calmly. Qin Yang mused that divorce was out of the question. If he divorced, how would he acquire emotional value? Dad, let us go see Muxue, he said. All right. Soon. Qin Yang followed the two upstairs, where Jiang Muxue's grandmother joyfully exclaimed, Little Qin, thank you. Muxue's complexion has improved significantly compared to before. Grandmother. I am Muxue's husband. Helping her is my duty, Qin Yang smiled. He connected his spiritual energy with Jiang Muxue. Quickly, Qin Yang noticed a difference. His spiritual energy had strengthened, and his connection with Jiang Muxue had intensified. Muxue, your grandparents and uncle have arrived, Qin Yang transmitted through his spiritual energy. Simultaneously, he conveyed external images to Jiang Muxue. With enhanced spiritual energy, the transmitted images became considerably clearer. Grandfather, grandmother, Qin Yang was momentarily stunned. He had heard Jiang Muxue's voice through his spiritual energy. Wife, I just heard you speak, he said. Who is your wife? I am not your wife. Qin Yang. You are not allowed to kiss or touch me again, do you hear? Qin Yang once more heard Jiang Muxue's voice. Muxue, we have registered our marriage. Legally. You are indeed my wife, he replied. I did not consent. Our marriage certificate is invalid. Muxue, if you disagree, then you should go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and tell them, Qin Yang responded. Regardless, you are not permitted to kiss or touch me again. Otherwise, when I wake up, I will not let you off the hook, Jiang Muxue retorted. Muxue, if that is the case, I believe I must seize the opportunity to establish a more intimate relationship with you. As the saying goes, love deepens with time, don't you agree? Qin Yang. You must not behave that way. Chapter 45, A Contest with Jiang Muxue's Uncle. Jiang Muxue and Qin Yang were embroiled in debate. However, her brainwave patterns and electrocardiograms remained unchanged. The sudden ability to communicate with Qin Yang was not due to her sudden improvement but rather because of Qin Yang's enhanced strength. Muxue, you must focus on your recovery. Until you awaken, I shall kiss you as I please, Qin Yang conveyed. Jiang Muxue provided emotional value but remained silent. System, what is the situation? The system replied, Jiang Muxue's spiritual energy has diminished. When her spiritual energy falls below a certain threshold, she can no longer communicate. But she can still receive your messages temporarily. Qin Yang felt reassured. He stood up, saying, Grandmother, please keep Muxue company. All right, little Qin. You take care of what you need to, Jiang Muxue's grandmother said kindly. Qin Yang exited, followed by Liang Guodong. When Qin Yang reached the gym on the lower level, Liang Guodong entered as well. Qin Yang, do you realize you are in a precarious situation? The Jiang family's waters run deep, Liang Guodong said solemnly. Qin Yang nodded slightly, I understand the dangers, but even if the waters are deep, Muxue carries my child. How could I not save her? Uncle, no matter what, we must prioritize saving her, wouldn't you agree? If Muxue remains unconscious for 3 months, it could be a death sentence. Liang Guodong took a deep breath. You make a valid point. Your physique is commendable, do you often work out? Qin Yang nodded. Liang Guodong spoke coolly, shall we place a bet? We can compete in bench pressing, if you surpass me, I will not object to your relationship with Muxue. What if you win? Qin Yang replied with a half-smile. His physique was at 21, while Liang Guodong, though a military man, likely had a physique of around 15. Liang Guodong stated solemnly, if I win, should Muxue wish for a divorce, you must not entangle her further. How does that sound? I am not forcing you to divorce, if your feelings are strong, I will accept your relationship. Qin Yang smiled, that sounds quite reasonable. I agree. But being much younger than you, won't that give me an unfair advantage? Liang Guodong responded, I may be older, but as a soldier, I still maintain training even in management roles, neither of us has an advantage. We will let the results speak for themselves. 3 attempts. And we will take the highest score. Qin Yang nodded, Uncle, you go first. All right. Liang Guodong prepared his weights. Attempting to lift 120 kilograms for his first attempt, a weight he could manage comfortably. Lying down, Liang Guodong gripped the barbell and exerted force. The heavy barbell was successfully lifted. After holding it for 3 seconds, he slowly lowered it. Qin Yang, how was that? Liang Guodong asked, looking towards Qin Yang for feedback. Qin Yang smiled, uncle, please continue. Liang Guodong felt a pang of anxiety. Was it insufficient? He decided to increase the challenge. Gritting his teeth, Liang Guodong added 10 kilograms. Bringing the barbell to 130 kilograms, a weight that only extraordinary individuals could lift in the gym. In his youth, Liang Guodong could lift this weight with ease. Now, it depended on his current condition. Occasionally, he could manage it. Lift. For his second attempt, Liang Guodong summoned all his strength. He lifted the barbell weighing 130 kilograms, yet his hands trembled, reaching the limits of his current strength. Clang. 3 seconds later, the barbell fell heavily. Liang Guodong rose to his feet, taking a deep breath. Qin Yang, it's your turn to lift. I shall leave it at this. He understood that further attempts would yield no better results. Qin Yang nodded, adding a 10-kilogram weight to each side of the barbell. Liang Guodong mused. Qin Yang must weigh just over 70 kilograms. Can he truly lift 150 kilograms? Heave. Qin Yang shouted, positioning himself. The heavy barbell was effortlessly raised. His physique, surpassing the average person by double, was no jest. Liang Guodong gazed at Qin Yang in disbelief. He himself had never lifted 150 kilograms even at his peak. Soon, Qin Yang set the barbell down. Uncle, how was that? Qin Yang inquired with a smile. Zhen Guodong twitched his lips. It seems I have lost. Qin Yang, how have you trained to achieve such strength? You don't appear particularly muscular. Qin Yang lifted his shirt, revealing 8 sculpted abdominal muscles, each resembling cast steel. Uncle, sometimes our understanding is not complete. Liang Guodong nodded. I cannot contest my defeat. Even at my best, I was not as strong as you. I will honor my word and no longer interfere in your matters with Muxue. Qin Yang replied with a smile. Uncle, you may still concern yourself. You are Muxue's uncle. If I falter in any way, please feel free to point it out. Indeed. Zhen Guodong felt somewhat relieved. Qin Yang, is this truly not your limit? Can you add more? Qin Yang added 2 more plates, but this time they weighed only 10 kilograms together. He could completely lift heavier weights, yet deemed it unnecessary. Lift. Qin Yang swiftly raised the barbell once more. Liang Guodong was astonished. In the military, there were indeed those who could lift such weights, yet they generally weighed more than Qin Yang. Moreover, Qin Yang had not undergone extensive training. Qin Yang, you are quite impressive. However, now that you are wed to Muxue, exercise caution. Many would gamble their lives for a mere 100 million. And the Jiang family possesses assets worth billions. Such wealth can drive one to madness. Liang Guodong remarked gravely. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle, I am aware. Regardless, let us wait until Muxue awakens before discussing anything further. Yes. Upstairs, Jiang Muxue's grandmother said, Old man, at your age, do not trouble a young man like Qin Yang. Is Muxue still suitable for marrying your comrade's grandson? Her condition is quite precarious. Jiang Muxue's grandfather sighed. Old man, our daughter is no fool. Their intent in having Qin Yang marry Muxue is clear. You should notice that Muxue's complexion has improved. If you obstruct this, should anything happen to Muxue, I will hold you responsible. Jiang Muxue's grandfather remained silent. Old man, go fetch some drawing paper and brushes. I wish to paint a portrait for Muxue. What nonsense. Why not just take a photograph? Jiang Muxue's grandmother shot him a glare. It is not the same. A photograph lacks the sentiment that comes with each stroke of a brush. Fine, fine, you are right. He soon instructed the maid to bring the necessary materials. Jiang Muxue's grandmother set up the easel and began painting slowly by the bedside. Jiang Muxue lay half reclined, her eyes open yet devoid of life. Alas! Jiang Muxue's grandfather sighed inwardly, feeling pained by her state. Dear, take your time with the painting. After speaking, he exited the room. In the living room, he found Qin Yang and Liang Guodong engaged in cheerful conversation over tea. What is happening? Jiang Muxue's grandfather pondered. surprised that his son had so quickly been swayed by Qin Yang. Chapter 46 Little Qin, your painting skills are remarkably high. Dad. I will check on Muxue once more. Liang Guodong quickly said upon noticing his father's disapproving gaze. Uncle, I will accompany you. Qin Yang followed him upstairs, feeling it would be awkward to remain alone with Jiang Muxue's grandfather. Upon entering the bedroom, Qin Yang noticed Jiang Muxue's grandmother painting. Her hand trembled slightly, and her work was average. Mother, please stop. Your old ailment has flared up again today, Liang Guodong urged gently. Jiang Muxue's grandmother shook her head. I have begun. Xiao Shui enjoys my paintings. I must finish it. She persisted, but her hand began to shake more violently, leading her to reluctantly cease. Alas! Xiao Shui. Your grandmother has failed you. I cannot even paint a proper portrait. Jiang Muxue's grandmother expressed her sorrow. Let me try, Qin Yang said softly. I will create a painting for Muxue and present it to you once completed. Jiang Muxue's grandmother looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Little Qin. You can paint? Qin Yang nodded. Liang Guodong cautioned, Qin Yang, do not overestimate yourself. While my mother's current painting may not be impressive, her previous skill was quite remarkable, and her standards are high. Jiang Muxue's grandmother smiled. Little Qin, do not heed him, feel free to express yourself without pressure. Qin Yang nodded gently. Jiang Muxue's grandmother rose to retrieve her painting paper. Qin Yang took a seat and swiftly began his work. Jiang Muxue's grandmother was taken aback. From the moment Qin Yang began, she recognized his exceptional talent. His skill was likely greater than hers at her peak. Mother. Keep an eye on Qin Yang as he paints. I will step out for a bit, Liang Guodong remarked. Unable to discern Qin Yang's ability at first and lacking the patience to watch him closely, he soon made his way downstairs. You seem to have grown quite close to Qin Yang already, Jiang Muxue's grandfather huffed. Liang Guodong chuckled awkwardly. I made a bet with Qin Yang, and I lost. I must honor my word and cannot oppose their union. What was the wager about? Jiang Muxue's grandfather inquired, frowning. Liang Guodong replied, we competed in bench pressing. I managed 130 kilograms, while Qin Yang lifted 150 kilograms, and he likely hasn't reached his limit yet. Jiang Muxue's grandfather was astonished. Qin Yang, who appeared not particularly muscular, possessed such strength. Dad, one must uphold their word. Having lost the bet, I will not oppose them. Jiang Muxue's grandfather nodded slightly. A loss is a loss, honoring one's word is essential. In the bedroom, Jiang Muxue's grandmother was increasingly impressed. Qin Yang's displayed skill was extraordinary. Within mere minutes, he completed the painting, capturing Jiang Muxue's beauty, her eyes no longer vacant. Qin Yang had seen her on numerous occasions and understood her situation well. Grandmother, this is for you, Qin Yang said, presenting the artwork with a smile. Jiang Muxue's grandmother accepted the painting, exclaiming, Little Qin, I did not anticipate your painting skills to be so refined. Even at my peak, I could not compare. Your talent is among the finest in the nation. Qin Yang smiled modestly. He has indeed attained an A-grade proficiency in painting. Considering the national context, his skill is undeniably at the pinnacle. Jiang Muxue's grandmother's expertise does not quite match his. Her assessment has, in fact, somewhat underestimated Qin Yang's capabilities. As long as you are satisfied, Grandma, Jiang Muxue replied. With a beaming smile, her grandmother responded, I am indeed satisfied, very much so. Little Qin. I believe you and Muxue have developed feelings for each other, otherwise, how could you recall her gaze so vividly? Qin Yang chuckled softly. He had no prior affections for Jiang Muxue, rather, it was his strong mental acuity that allowed him to remember so clearly. Grandma. Muxue's grandfather is not entirely pleased with me. I would appreciate it if you could speak well of me in his presence, he stated. Jiang Muxue's grandmother smiled. No problem, Little Qin. Do not take Muxue's grandfather's demeanor to heart. He has become rather muddled in his old age. His mind is quite foggy. Who is muddled? Just then, Jiang Muxue's grandfather entered the room. Who else but you? Jiang Muxue's grandmother replied. I think Little Qin is quite remarkable. As long as they truly love each other, I support them. If you attempt to forcibly separate them, do not expect to return home in the future. Jiang Muxue's grandfather twitched his lips. Was his wife truly siding with Qin Yang? Grandpa, Grandma, please continue your conversation, Qin Yang suggested, hastily exiting the room. Jiang Muxue's grandmother unveiled the painting created by Qin Yang, saying, "Old man, take a look, this is a work by Qin Yang. His skill surpasses even my peak performance." Jiang Muxue's grandfather's eyes widened in astonishment. This is indeed a remarkable piece. Is this truly painted by Qin Yang? Unless it was painted by me, who else could it be? Just look at that gaze, Qin Yang hasn't even seen a photo of Muxue. Jiang Muxue's grandfather scrutinized the painting closely. It is indeed impressive, but that does not necessarily prove they had feelings for each other previously. Nevertheless, his tone softened considerably. Grandpa, Grandma, please continue, Qin Yang smiled, leaving the room promptly. Jiang Muxue's grandfather's lips quivered. Wife, that young man always leaves whenever I arrive. Well, perhaps if you didn't have such a stern expression, Jiang Muxue's grandmother retorted. Old man, you must realize that while you can oversee your daughter, Muxue is merely your granddaughter, you cannot dictate her life. Little Qin, I think he is quite exceptional. He is handsome and possesses remarkable artistic talent. Jiang Muxue's grandfather sighed in resignation. Very well, once Muxue awakens, we shall inquire about the situation. 2 hours later, Liang Lan arrived. Surprised to find Qin Yang mingling amicably with her parents and elder brother. Dad, you haven't bullied little Qin, have you? Liang Lan inquired. Jiang Muxue's grandfather rolled his eyes. What sort of question is that? Liang Lan pouted. Dad, remember how you once chased Wanqing away with a broom? Have you forgotten? Indeed, Jiang Muxue's grandfather replied. Dad, Qin Yang and Muxue are mutually affectionate. If you wish to separate them, be cautious. For Muxue may refuse to visit you in the future, and you might never hold your great-granddaughter. Aunt Liang, they have treated me quite well, Qin Yang interjected hastily. Liang Lan nodded. That's good to hear. Mom, little Qin is quite exceptional. He excels in calligraphy, which I am sure you are aware of. And he plays the piano beautifully as well. Jiang Muxue's grandmother, astonished, asked, Lan Lan, isn't little Qin known for his painting talent? Huh? Liang Lan appeared puzzled. No. He plays the piano remarkably well, not inferior to me, and Muxue's piano skills do not match his. Jiang Muxue's grandmother affirmed. While we have not heard his piano playing, little Qin gifted me a painting of Muxue, and his artistic abilities are indeed top-tier nationally. Ah? Liang Lan gazed at Qin Yang in disbelief. Little Qin, is your painting skill also at such a high level? Qin Yang smiled. My painting abilities surpass my piano skills somewhat. Liang Lan was taken aback. She estimated that Qin Yang must have learned recently. His learning speed was truly astonishing. Chapter 47, Assisting Jiang Muxue with her bath. Jiang Muxue's grandmother presented the painting by Qin Yang. Lan Lan, this is a piece by little Qin. Liang Lan accepted the artwork, her astonishment growing. The painting exuded far more charm than a mere photograph. Mom, I had no idea little Qin possessed such talent. Little Qin. Your painting is magnificent. When you have the time, please create another for me. Liang Lan scrutinized the painting closely. Qin Yang smiled and agreed. Aunt Liang. I shall play the piano for Muxue. Very well, Liang Lan nodded. Qin Yang ascended to the 3rd floor while Liang Lan summoned her parents and elder brother to Jiang Muxue's bedroom on the 2nd floor. Soon, delightful piano melodies floated down from above. After one piece concluded, Liang Guodong remarked, Sister, Qin Yang excels in calligraphy, piano, and painting. Could it be that Muxue was secretly involved with him? Liang Lan replied, Is that even a question? They likely kept it hidden from us out of fear of our opposition. Jiang Muxue's grandmother smiled. Old man, little Qin is exceptionally talented. It is entirely normal for Muxue to be drawn to his gifts. You must cease your stern demeanor toward him. Jiang Muxue's grandfather remained silent. Liang Lan observed her father. Dad. Jiang Muxue's grandfather commented, while Qin Yang possesses notable talent. I cannot shake the feeling that he and Muxue did not have feelings for each other previously. His circumstances are peculiar. Coming from an ordinary background. How did he acquire such skills? Moreover, with his remarkable abilities, why is he engaged in such mundane work? Liang Guodong nodded slightly. It is indeed somewhat strange. Liang Lan interjected. The reason is clear. Qin Yang did not possess these skills before. However, since he has not disclosed this to anyone, I promised him I would keep his secrets, and my parents and brother are no exception. All geniuses have their peculiarities. Dad, although Qin Yang comes from an ordinary background, his exceptional talent makes him a perfect match for Muxue, Liang Lan asserted. Jiang Muxue's grandfather replied, I do not oppose him for now. We shall discuss it further once Muxue awakens. If there are genuine feelings between them, I will not stand in their way, if not. That is a different matter altogether. Liang Lan sighed in relief. For the time being, there was no opposition. Future matters could be addressed later. Half an hour later, Qin Yang descended from the third floor. Jiang Muxue's grandmother smiled. Little Qin, your piano playing is truly wonderful. With your attentive care, I believe Muxue will certainly awaken. Qin Yang nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Muxue's grandfather added, Little Qin, you are quite impressive. If you and Muxue were truly together in the past, I wish you both well. Thank you, Grandpa, Qin Yang replied promptly. Soon, Liang Lan and Liang Guodong departed. As Jiang Muxue's grandparents were headed to the villa of Jiang Wanqing. In the afternoon, Mr. Qin, could you assist us with something? Qin Hong knocked on the door of the study to inquire. What do you need? Qin Yang turned to Qin Hong. She explained. We need to help Miss Jiang with her bath. When you and Wu Jing are at the rented estate preparing, it is somewhat strenuous for Yang Xian and me to carry Miss Jiang. If Jiang Muxue were not pregnant, Qin Hong and the others would have no qualms about lifting her. However, Jiang Muxue was 6 or 7 months along, and any misstep could endanger her pregnancy. Qin Yang nodded and proceeded to Jiang Muxue's room, where she was left in only her undergarments. Although he had previously given her a full-body massage, he had not observed her in such a state. Even while pregnant, Jiang Muxue's figure remained incredibly alluring. Mr. Qin, please assist in carrying Miss Jiang into the bathtub, Qin Hong requested. Qin Yang replied, Qin Hong, you two may step outside. I shall handle bathing Muxue myself. Qin Hong and Yang Xian nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Qin. Once they exited the room, they both exhaled in relief. Assisting Jiang Muxue with her bath was no simple task. Her belly was growing larger, making it increasingly difficult, and they could not afford any accidents. Muxue, it's time for your bath, Qin Yang communicated to Jiang Muxue. However, he did not transmit the imagery to her just yet. Qin Yang, I do not wish for you to bathe me, do you hear? Jiang Muxue's thoughts reached him. As your husband, it is my duty to do so. There is no need for thanks, he responded. Qin Yang, do not be foolish. Qin Hong and the others can bathe me, I do not want you doing it. Jiang Muxue's emotions were quite turbulent. Qin Yang gently lifted Jiang Muxue into his arms and carried her into the bathroom, where warm water had already been prepared in the tub. Muxue, your belly has grown quite large. Qin Hong and the others lack the strength to assist you effectively, and the risks involved are significantly greater. Allow me to take care of it. Do not be shy, I have touched every part of you before. Jiang Muxue retorted, Qin Yang, you lecherous man. You must not touch me, or I shall report you to the authorities. Qin Yang proceeded to remove her clothing and gradually lowered her into the bathtub. He took a deep breath, feeling a rush of excitement. So beautiful, he thought. After half an hour, he finally finished bathing Jiang Muxue and even provided her with a massage, which was essential for someone in her condition. Prolonged bed rest could lead to various health issues. Muxue, I have finally completed your bath. It was quite the endeavor, he communicated with her mind once more. For Qin Yang, bathing Jiang Muxue was effortless due to his strength and the assistance of his mental energy, though he found the process somewhat taxing. Qin Yang, you are such a lecher, a scoundrel. I will not let you off the hook, Jiang Muxue's voice echoed in his mind. During the bathing session, Qin Yang did not connect mentally. Had he done so, her mental energy would have been depleted long before. Muxue, as your husband, is it not far better for me to assist you than a stranger? Although the caregivers are women, they are still outsiders, are they not? I do not want your help, she replied. Then speak it aloud, your thoughts do not count. Soon, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was completely exhausted. System. How much emotional value did I acquire this time? Qin Yang inquired within his mind. He had not fully depleted Jiang Muxue's mental energy in the past few days and was curious about the outcome. Host, a total of 165. Qin Yang's eyes lit up, it was a significant increase. If he could gain 165 points in one session and repeat it 4 times a day, He would accumulate over 600 points in 2 days, eventually reaching 1,000 points in just 1 day. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Qin. Cheng Hong said as he stepped outside. Muxue is my wife, it is only right. Whenever she requires a bath, please inform me. Understood, Mr. Qin. Chapter 48, Muxue, call me husband. In the dead of night, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. My wife, it is already past midnight. Happy birthday. Qin Yang established a mental connection with Jiang Muxue. You lecher, scoundrel, I am not your wife. Jiang Muxue's indignant thoughts resonated with him. A subtle smile graced Qin Yang's face, her anger was not entirely unwelcome. If she were to accept him too easily, acquiring emotional value in the future would undoubtedly become more challenging. My wife, do not jest, we have a certificate. Even with the police present, I would boldly kiss you. He replied playfully. Qin Yang, when I awaken, I will surely report you to the authorities. My wife, then they must first apprehend your parents. For it was they who arranged for our marriage, and they encouraged our intimacy, which I have yet to pursue. I have been considerate of your feelings, taking it slow instead of rushing into bed with you. Do you believe it would have been different with someone else? Consider your appearance, she shot back. With your looks. I have been quite patient. Qin Yang chuckled inwardly, he was not quite so noble. If it were not for the emotional system, he would have acted long ago. My wife, it is your birthday today. You cannot move, and I have no grand gifts for you. Perhaps I could offer you my first time when I am fully conscious? Qin Yang, you must not do that. You may kiss and touch me. But you absolutely must not go further, should you do so, I will report you the moment I awaken. Muxue, if I do not assist you, you may never awaken. Are you truly willing to threaten me with such? Jiang Muxue responded, the incident at the annual meeting was an accident. I do not wish to engage in relations with you in a state of confusion. If you were to proceed before my awakening, I would never forgive you. That event has already caused me great distress. Call me husband, and I shall acquiesce. Jiang Muxue fell silent, her emotions fluctuating. Qin Yang. You truly promise that if I call you, you will comply? Indeed, but not just once, I wish to hear you call me husband repeatedly. Jiang Muxue lapsed into silence once more. After a considerable time, she finally uttered, husband. Ah. Good girl, I reward you with a kiss. Qin Yang leaned down and pressed his lips against Jiang Muxue's alluring mouth. Not long after, her mental energy was entirely depleted. The next morning arrived, and Liang Lan visited Qin Yang. Jiang Muxue needed to be transferred to the rented estate. Xiao Qin, did you inform Muxue that today is her birthday? Liang Lan inquired. Qin Yang nodded. After midnight, I wished her a happy birthday. Aunt Liang, I have good news. What good news? Liang Lan asked eagerly. The mental connection has strengthened. Previously, I could only transmit vague images to Muxue, but now the external visuals are significantly clearer. While it cannot be considered high definition, it is certainly an improvement. In terms of cinematic quality, it would be around 480p. Muxue can also converse with me. Liang Lan was overjoyed. Has Muxue said anything? She asked with anticipation. Qin Yang, she said that if she wakes up, she will report me to the authorities. Liang Lan, she quickly replied. Xiao Qin, don't take it to heart, she just cannot accept it at the moment and is speaking out of anger. I believe you and Muxue can surely achieve a happy ending. Qin Yang smiled gently. Auntie Liang, it's all right. Even if Muxue wakes up and wants to call the police, I will do everything in my power to ensure her awakening. Liang Lan reassured. She would never report you. If she does, then both her father and I should be taken in as well. Xiao Qin, may I have a word with Muxue? Qin Yang nodded, of course. The two entered Jiang Muxue's room. Qin Yang transmitted external images to Jiang Muxue. Xiao Qin, can Muxue hear me now? Liang Lan inquired. Qin Yang nodded affirmatively. Liang Lan grasped Jiang Muxue's hand, saying, Muxue. Your marriage to Qin Yang was a decision made after much discussion between your father and me. Over time, we have come to realize that Qin Yang is truly exceptional. I believe having you two marry is a very wise choice. Emotional value 12, Liang Lan continued, Muxue, you may not realize it now, but once you awaken, you will understand just how remarkable Qin Yang is. Today is your birthday, and I wish you a very happy birthday. Jiang Muxue responded, Qin Yang. Please tell my mother that I received her birthday wishes and I love her. Call him hubby, Jiang Muxue added. Hubby, please say it. Qin Yang smiled and conveyed. Auntie Liang, Muxue said she received your birthday wishes and that she loves you. Liang Lan's eyes shimmered with tears. Muxue, your mother loves you too. Emotional value 22, Qin Yang inquired, Auntie Liang, is there anything else you wish to say? I must sever the mental connection. Or Muxue will exhaust her mental energy quickly and miss her birthday celebration. Liang Lan wiped her eyes. Xiao Qin, let us leave it at that for now. Qin Yang nodded and promptly cut off the connection, which minimized Jiang Muxue's energy consumption. Xiao Qin, thank you, Liang Lan expressed her gratitude. Qin Yang smiled, Auntie Liang. There is no need for such formality. Muxue and I are now a family. Yes, you are right, Liang Lan agreed. Xiao Qin, go have breakfast. I will keep Muxue company, and we will depart for the manor around 9. Time swiftly passed, and at 9 o'clock, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. Jiang Muxue had changed into a beautiful dress. Xiao Qin, please carry Muxue outside, Liang Lan instructed. Qin Yang nodded. Connecting his mental energy with Jiang Muxue's, Muxue, I will carry you to a manor where your birthday celebration will take place. With that, he lifted Jiang Muxue into his arms. Jiang Muxue gazed at the scenery outside. Soon, Qin Yang descended the stairs and placed Jiang Muxue into Liang Lan's car. De Huang, come here, Qin Yang called to De Huang, who obediently lay by Qin Yang's feet. Liang Lan settled into the passenger seat. Xiao Qin, over 100 guests will be attending today. Many of them come from distinguished backgrounds. Some are wealthier than our Jiang family, while others may not have as much money but wield significant power. There are even those from martial arts families with formidable strength. Qin Yang nodded slightly, his eyes glinting coldly. The person who sent wooden bullets to him and his parents was likely to be present. He wondered if De Huang would be able to locate them. Chapter 49, Are you qualified to welcome us? High City, Yueji Manor. The entire estate was adorned with blossoming flowers, a scene of exquisite beauty. At 9:50, Qin Yang and the others arrived. Muxue is here, let us hurry over. I wonder how she is doing now. Tang Yin and some of Jiang Muxue's friends had arrived early. Upon seeing Liang Lan's car approach, they hurried forward as the vehicle came to a stop. And the staff promptly opened the door. Qin Yang carried Jiang Muxue out of the car. De Huang had already exited before they entered the manor. Muxue, can you hear me? We are all here for you, please wake up, Tang Yin and the others called out in unison. Qin Yang transmitted external images to Jiang Muxue, allowing her to see Tang Yin and the others, yet her open eyes still lacked any sparkle. Liang Lan exited the car as well. Aunt Liang, Tang Yin, and the others greeted eagerly. Liang Lan nodded, thank you all for coming to celebrate Muxue's birthday. Let me introduce you, this handsome young man is Qin Yang, who recently registered his marriage with Muxue. Hello, Qin Yang greeted with a smile. The girls were not particularly surprised, they had already heard about Jiang Muxue's marriage. Hello, Qin Yang, please treat Muxue well, they urged. Qin Yang nodded and gently placed Jiang Muxue in a wheelchair designed for her comfort. Qin Yang, please thank them for me. Jiang Muxue sent a message through their connection. Qin Yang replied, Muxue, that is not permissible. I suspect your fall was not merely an accident. Even your loss of control that night may not have been unintentional. Do you recall how wild you were that evening? Jiang Muxue, emotional value 15, Qin Yang cautioned. Muxue, you must remain calm, otherwise, your mental energy will be depleted before long. Jiang Muxue retorted, Qin Yang. The fact that you remember indicates you were not actually drunk that night. You are such a rogue. Qin Yang chose not to elaborate, allowing Jiang Muxue to harbor her misunderstandings for the sake of accumulating more emotional value. Muxue, if a stunning beauty approaches you and undresses willingly, could you resist if you were a man? Jiang Muxue, Qin Yang halted the mental connection with Jiang Muxue. Continuing it would lead to her mental energy being drained too quickly. Today was her birthday, and he wanted her to enjoy it as much as possible. Qin Yang. Muxue seems to be looking better, Tang Yin observed with delight. Another girl chimed in, indeed, she appears improved. When I saw her last month, her complexion was not this good, perhaps she will recover soon. Liang Lan smiled, this is all thanks to Qin Yang. Her implication was that Qin Yang had assisted Jiang Muxue with his mental energy. Additionally, he even played the piano for her therapy. However, Tang Yin and the others interpreted it differently. Being adults, they perceived Jiang Muxue's improvement as likely stemming from Qin Yang's nurturing. Clearing her throat, Liang Lan remarked. Xiao Qin, you young folks continue chatting. I will see if there's anything that needs adjusting elsewhere. Feeling slightly awkward, she realized her words might have been misunderstood. However, she could not disclose Qin Yang's abilities. Liang Lan quickly walked away. Tang Yin suggested, Qin Yang, why don't you attend to other matters? We will keep Muxue company, and you can return in an hour. Alright, Qin Yang agreed. With Tang Yin being an early-stage martial artist, Jiang Muxue's safety was assured. Even in the event of an attack, Jiang Muxue was protected by a charm affixed to her. And the system had bounded to her, she could not afford to be in any danger. Uncle Jiang, is there anything you need me to do? Qin Yang approached Jiang Wanqing to inquire. Jiang Wanqing, along with Jiang Muxue's grandparents, had already arrived. Jiang Wanqing, Xiao Qin, you are Muxue's husband. Today, being her birthday, you must greet the guests. As a young man, you should welcome them, while I will attend to the elder guests. Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang. No problem. However, I should not recognize most of the guests. Jiang Wanqing replied, I will send you a document containing detailed information about today's guests. If you review it carefully, you should memorize it quickly. Qin Yang nodded in agreement as Jiang Wanqing handed him a substantial file. Upon opening it, Qin Yang saw numerous photographs, each accompanied by an introduction detailing the individual's name, age, affiliations, and family background. It appeared to be prepared by an assistant for Jiang Wanqing. Considering that some young members might not be familiar to him, Qin Yang swiftly scrolled through the contents, managing to memorize each individual's information in mere seconds. Within a few minutes, he had absorbed all the details. Notably, the Du family would be attending, as would Luo Zihong. A flicker of sharpness ignited in Qin Yang's eyes. The list included many young talents, and the Jiang family would also be present. Old Master Jiang, Jiang Wanyue, and Jiang Wanchuan were all scheduled to arrive. Typically, younger generations might not attend a birthday celebration, but Jiang Muxue's situation was extraordinary. If she did not awaken, this would be her final birthday. Her maternal grandfather was also in attendance. Before long, Qin Yang heard the sound of approaching cars. Stepping outside, he witnessed several supercars arriving at the estate. As the cars came to a halt, a group of young men disembarked. Qin Yang instantly recognized them as local wealthy heirs from Haiqing, each possessing assets worth billions. Some had fortunes amounting to hundreds of billions. While their wealth paled in comparison to the Jiang family, it was still substantial on a national scale. Li Xiao, Lu Xiao. Sun Xiao, Wu Xiao, welcome to Muxue's birthday banquet, Qin Yang greeted them with a smile. The four young heirs scrutinized him with disdain. Within the elite circles of Haiqing's wealthy, Jiang Muxue was regarded as the most radiant goddess, and they all aspired to marry her, yet each had faced rejection. To their dismay, Jiang Muxue ended up marrying Qin Yang, who was also the father of her child. Such thoughts filled them with frustration. Qin, do you truly consider yourself significant? Do you believe you are qualified to welcome us? Sun Renchong, one of them, sneered. Qin Yang gestured for two nearby security guards to approach. Mr. Qin, how may we assist you? One of the guards inquired. Today, the guards were from the Jiang family. Well acquainted with Qin Yang and aware of his status as the son-in-law of the family, Qin Yang pointed to Sun Renchong. Please escort him out. I do not wish to see him at today's birthday banquet. Thank you. The guards nodded in understanding. Sir, we kindly ask you to leave immediately. One of them addressed Sun Renchong. Sun Renchong's expression darkened. Qin Yang, what do you mean? I am here to attend the birthday banquet, and you wish to expel me? Qin Yang replied calmly, today is my wife's birthday celebration. Since you believe I am unqualified to greet you, it would be best for you to leave. As you are not welcome here. You. Sun Renchong's face turned ashen. Being expelled would make him the subject of ridicule. Qin Yang, today is Chairman Zhang's daughter's birthday banquet. Although you are the Jiang family's son-in-law, you lack the authority to dismiss guests. Qin Yang, uninterested in further discussion, reiterated, please escort him out. If he refuses to leave, then you may remove him. The two tall security guards nodded in compliance, having been instructed by Jiang Wanqing to obey Qin Yang's commands. Qin Yang. Must you be so ruthless? Sun Renchang ground his teeth. Qin Yang replied, we welcome our guests, but if anyone intends to cause trouble, they are not permitted to stay. Show him out. One of the guards addressed Sun Renchang, Sun Xiao, will you leave on your own, or shall we escort you? Sun Renchang glanced at the others. Li. What do you say? Li Xiao cleared his throat. Sun, you should leave first. Since you are here, we will still attend the birthday banquet. The others echoed the sentiment, encouraging him to depart. With a scowl, Sun Renchang climbed into his sports car and revved the engine, speeding away. Li Xiao, Lu Xiao, Wu Xiao, please come inside. Qin Yang invited with a smile. The three young heirs nodded, though they felt displeased with Qin Yang. They were unwilling to suffer the same humiliation as Sun Renchang. As time passed, more guests arrived, primarily young people. Following the incident with Sun Renchang, the subsequent arrivals were notably more courteous. The circle of wealthy heirs was small, and news of Sun Renchang's expulsion had spread quickly. Mr. Qin, your dog is barking outside the estate, one of the guards informed him. Qin Yang's eyes brightened. He had instructed De Huang to bark upon discovering a target, and given De Huang's intelligence, it would not bark without reason. Uncle Jiang, I will check on De Huang. Qin Yang said to Jiang Wanqing before getting into a car. Soon, he arrived outside the estate, where De Huang fell silent upon seeing him. De Huang. Did you spot the target? Qin Yang inquired. De Huang nodded. Is the target in one of the cars that just entered? De Huang nodded again. What color is the car, white, black, or yellow? Is it a sedan, an SUV, or a sports car? After several inquiries, Qin Yang quickly identified the target, as De Huang indicated that it was in a recently arrived sports car. Woof woof. De Huang barked twice and led Qin Yang to a cigarette butt nearby. Are you saying this cigarette butt was discarded by the target? De Huang nodded once more. Qin Yang patted De Huang's head. Well done, De Huang. Now, you can play outside for a while. We'll leave together when it's time. No biting or wandering too far. De Huang happily scampered off. Returning to the estate, Qin Yang noticed a young man in a white suit. This young man was quite handsome, perhaps even more so than before, though Qin Yang's own physical enhancements had elevated his appearance as well. The young man's looks were now slightly inferior to Qin Yang's. Information about him surfaced in Qin Yang's mind. The young man was Wei Jisheng, hailing from a nearby city. The Wei family, like the Du family, belonged to a martial arts lineage. However, Wei Jisheng's father was a master of Huajing. His mother came from a business family, with assets numbering in the hundreds of millions. Though not as formidable as the Jiang families, Wei Jisheng was in the same school as Jiang Muxue, albeit 2 grades above her, making him her senior. Had Jiang Muxue not engaged with him, and had circumstances progressed normally, Wei Jisheng likely had a promising future ahead. Qin Yang, is there a problem? Wei Jisheng noticed Qin Yang's gaze. He approached Qin Yang and inquired casually. Qin Yang replied, I have heard that the Wei family is a martial arts clan, and I am somewhat curious. Wei Jisheng smiled slightly, saying, that is quite normal. Qin Yang, shall we go over there for a smoke? I can discuss this with you. Sure. Qin Yang moved away with Wei Jisheng, distancing themselves from the others. Wei Jisheng took out a pack of cigarettes, the same brand that De Huang had found. Qin Yang, I didn't expect you to know about martial artists. This world is not as simple as ordinary people think. Powerful martial artists possess strength far superior to that of common individuals. Wei Jisheng lit a cigarette and remarked, I could take on dozens of ordinary people alone. Impressive. Wei Jisheng continued, Qin Yang, I know that you and Jiang Muxue have no feelings for each other. Her pregnancy was merely an accident. I understand Jiang Muxue. She doesn't want to be in a relationship at all. Qin Yang smiled slightly, indicating that perhaps Wei Jisheng's understanding was not deep enough. Furthermore, what is your relationship with her that she should inform you of her romantic endeavors? Wei Jisheng declared, I am one of Muxue's admirers, and I am well aware of all her suitors. You are certainly not among them. You need not claim that you are in secret contact. Such a thing should not be the case. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes. Are you implying that you are surveilling Muxue? Wei Jisheng shook his head. I have not done so, but I could hire someone to inquire. There are many people within her company. That is of little importance now. What matters is how you choose to proceed next. Qin Yang stated, Muxue is now my wife, and she is carrying my child. I will certainly take good care of her. Wei Jisheng's eyes sparkled with intensity. Qin Yang, it seems you still do not comprehend. Although the Jiang family is wealthy, there are indeed many families in our nation that the Jiang family cannot provoke. Do not assume that offending certain powers means the Jiang family can protect you. Qin Yang asked, such as your Wei family? Wei Jisheng replied proudly, we are indeed one of them. Although our Wei family may not be as affluent as the Jiang family, our strength and influence are certainly on par with theirs. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Even if you divorce Jiang Muxue, the child in her womb will still be yours. With that child, you will undoubtedly have a secure future. There is no need for you to take risks. Qin Yang countered, in a society governed by law. Is there really someone who would dare to kill me? Wei Jisheng chuckled, Qin Yang, you are too naive. Do you know how many people go missing in this country every year? Among those who die, how many are homicides? Our Wei family is relatively law-abiding. But many other families do not adhere to such principles. Qin Yang scoffed inwardly, the one who does not adhere to rules is you. The other families have yet to take action. Wei Jisheng had already sent wooden sniper rifle bullets to him and his parents. This seemingly gentle man was far from being a benevolent soul. I believe that the state will exert all efforts to combat families that do not abide by the law. Such forces will not have a favorable outcome. Qin Yang spoke solemnly. Wei Jisheng advised, Qin Yang, I am offering this counsel out of goodwill. Even if you do not consider yourself, you must think of your parents. What if something were to happen to them? Chapter 51, Qin Yang, what gift will you give? Qin Yang was filled with fury. Wei Jisheng was once again threatening him with the lives of his parents. This scoundrel must pay the price. Wei Xiao. Even if you kill me, it may not achieve your goal. In such a situation, does anyone truly dare to commit murder? Qin Yang spoke firmly. Wei Jisheng replied calmly. I would not do such a thing, but some families are facing significant financial pressures. Even if there is only a 30% chance. Do you think they would hesitate to act? The Jiang family's assets exceed hundreds of billions. When the stakes are high enough, they would be willing to accept a lower success rate. Qin Yang asserted, the police are not inept. If such actions are discovered, the consequences would be severe. Wei Jisheng chuckled, Qin Yang, you are being naive. As long as it remains undiscovered, what is the issue? Do you believe all families are clean? Some individuals are already stained with blood. For them, taking one or two more lives is nothing. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes, Wei Xiao, you make a valid point. Wei Jisheng continued, that is indeed quite reasonable, consider this carefully. While money is important, the safety of your family surpasses all. You should hasten to divorce Jiang Muxue. Having finished one cigarette, Wei Jisheng turned to leave. Qin Yang was overwhelmed with a surge of murderous intent. However, he would not act at this moment. The birthday banquet was hosted by the Jiang family, and he was also a guest. If anything happened to Wei Jisheng here, their responsibility would be significant. The guests had nearly all arrived. Qin Yang approached Jiang Muxue. At this moment, she was surrounded not only by Tang Yin and others but also by several men, each of whom wore a rather displeased expression. Jiang Muxue was the goddess they wished to pursue. However, now that Jiang Muxue's pregnancy was evident, she was carrying the child of another man. Tang Yin, allow me to push Muxue. All right. Tang Yin stepped aside, and Qin Yang began to push Jiang Muxue's wheelchair. Muxue, many guests have arrived today. Qin Yang linked his spiritual energy with Jiang Muxue's, relaying the scenes he observed around them. Jiang Muxue saw Tang Yin and the others, as well as the rest of the guests. Excuse me, I would like to take Muxue for a stroll. Qin Yang announced. The people ahead made way, and Qin Yang pushed the wheelchair forward, allowing Jiang Muxue to see all the attendees. The splendid manner was equally visible to her. Alas! A beautiful flower has been planted amidst the muck. Although Qin Yang was rather handsome, he was just a bumpkin from the countryside. How could he match up to Jiang Muxue? Ladies and gentlemen, we must quell Qin Yang's arrogance today. A group of young men gathered to discuss. They accepted that Jiang Muxue was taken by other second-generation heirs, but it was intolerable for them to see her taken by Qin Yang. Why should that be? They believed themselves far superior to Qin Yang. Their family backgrounds were undoubtedly far better than the Qin family. "Little Qin, how are things?" Jiang Muxue approached Qin Yang and whispered. Qin Yang severed the spiritual connection with Jiang Muxue and replied, "Uncle Jiang, I have figured it out. The bullets sent to my parents were from Wei Jisheng of the Wei family." "Is it really him?" Jiang Muxue was quite astonished. He had interacted with Wei Jisheng several times, and the man had always appeared refined. Who would have thought he would resort to such underhanded tactics? "Qin Yang. Are you certain?" Qin Yang nodded, certain. Jiang Muxue took a deep breath. "Little Qin, the Wei family is a martial arts clan. And Wei Jisheng's maternal family is a commercial family. They hold considerable power in both the legitimate and underworld realms. I do not oppose your retaliation. But you must proceed with caution. Preserving your own safety is paramount, do you understand?" Qin Yang nodded slightly. "Uncle Jiang, I understand." Jiang Muxue cautioned. "Wei Jisheng's father is a master at the initial stage of transformation. It is best to endure for now while your strength is still insufficient. Your awakening period is short, and you are currently in a phase of rapid growth. Time is on your side." Qin Yang's eyes shone with determination. The initial stage of transformation? Just a few days ago, prior to the enhancement of his spiritual energy, his overall strength was at the late stage of transformation. After drawing A-grade spiritual energy, his powers had significantly increased. Even though one has not yet reached the pinnacle of Huajin Zongshi, one could be considered quite exceptional in the later stages of Huajin Zongshi. "What kind of person is Wei Jisheng's father?" Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Muxue replied. "His reputation is quite commendable, but Wei Jisheng is certainly aware of this matter. He would not dare to conceal such actions from him. He holds significant authority within the family." Qin Yang nodded slightly. "Uncle Jiang, I understand. Xiao Qin, this society is far more brutal than the average person perceives. One must exercise restraint when the time is not right, yet seize the moment when it is appropriate to act," Jiang Muxue advised, pausing momentarily. "Strive to avoid leaving evidence for others to grasp." Qin Yang asked, "Uncle Jiang, do you not oppose this? If I retaliate, it might have repercussions for the Jiang family." Jiang Muxue chuckled lightly. "Just be mindful of your limits and the timing. Additionally, avoid making irrevocable decisions, as this could provoke a vengeful response, leading to mutual destruction." Qin Yang nodded in understanding. "Uncle Jiang, I comprehend. I shall attend to the guests." As Jiang Muxue departed, Qin Yang wheeled Jiang Muxue into the banquet hall, which was spacious and exquisitely decorated. The gazes of over 100 guests fell upon Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue. Most of these individuals were young, and many of their looks were not particularly friendly. "Muxue, it seems there are quite a few unfriendly faces here for your birthday," Qin Yang remarked as he conversed with Jiang Muxue. His mental connection with her re-established itself. "Qin Yang, you should exercise caution. Many among them are not to be trifled with," Jiang Muxue cautioned. "Muxue, are you expressing concern for me?" Qin Yang teased. "I am not concerned for you. I merely believe the likelihood of my demise is significant. If I were to perish, I do not want our child to be left without a mother or father," she replied. A faint smile graced Qin Yang's face. "Today is Jiang Muxue's birthday, and we have all prepared wonderful gifts for her. As her husband, what have you prepared?" One young man approached to inquire. Another added, "Yuan Xiao, we have all brought splendid gifts. Qin Yang, as Jiang Muxue's husband, must have something far superior." "Qin Yang, might we have the privilege of seeing your gift?" a third youth asked. Hearing their words, the others around joined in, eager to see Qin Yang humiliated. Qin Yang smiled and said, "Allow me to express my gratitude on Muxue's behalf for your gifts. Since you wish to know what I have prepared, I shall share it with you. It is a painting." Soon, Qin Yang had someone bring forth the artwork. This was not the painting he had gifted Jiang Muxue's grandmother. That one was a pencil sketch. This painting was rendered in colored pencils. "Wow." As Qin Yang unveiled the painting, gasps of astonishment filled the air. This painting depicted none other than Jiang Muxue. Instead of lying in a hospital bed, she was portrayed in the garden of the Rose Manor, surrounded by blooming flowers and distant architecture mirroring the manor itself. After visiting yesterday, Qin Yang had immediately set to work on this piece. "So beautiful. The scenery is lovely. And the subject even more so," praised Tang Yin and several others. Qin Yang smiled, saying, Muxue can only attend today's birthday banquet in a wheelchair. Hence I created this painting. I believe Muxue will awaken and stand once more. Jiang Muxue remained silent, yet she was acutely aware of the circumstances surrounding her. Qin Yang. This painting is indeed impressive, but it must have cost you a considerable sum. Given your limited means, this money must have come from the Jiang family. Someone in the crowd remarked sarcastically. I have dabbled in painting myself, and I must say, this work is undoubtedly of the highest caliber, likely crafted by a national master. Commissioning such a piece would not be inexpensive, a wealthy young man assessed. Qin Yang, may I inquire who you commissioned for this masterpiece? I too would like to have one made. Others chimed in agreement. The initial speaker wore a smug expression. Purchasing a gift for Jiang Muxue with Jiang family funds hardly seemed commendable. Thank you for the compliments. I painted this myself, Qin Yang replied with a gentle smile. The crowd fell silent in disbelief. This painting, of such high quality, had been created by Qin Yang? As far as they knew, Qin Yang excelled in calligraphy. But could he also possess such artistic talent? Qin Yang, are you claiming you painted this yourself? If this is indeed your work, I would eat it. The art connoisseur declared. The crowd turned to him, and he continued, if this painting were of lesser quality, I would believe it was painted by Qin Yang. But its excellence is beyond what a young man like him could produce. At that moment, Jiang Muxue's grandmother approached slowly. I believe him, she stated. The crowd turned their attention to her. The earlier youth shook his head. Elder, your belief holds no weight, this could not possibly be Qin Yang's work. I am Muxue's grandmother. Yesterday, Xiaoqin painted a piece in my presence for Muxue. While it may not be this one, his skills are indeed remarkable, she asserted. The young man fell silent instantly, realizing he had just been rebutted by Jiang Muxue's grandmother. Xiaoqin, this painting surpasses the one I saw yesterday. If Muxue were to see it, she would surely be delighted, Jiang Muxue's grandmother remarked as she admired the artwork. Qin Yang sent a message to Jiang Muxue, asking, Dear. Are you satisfied? The painting is splendid, but I am not pleased with the title, Jiang Muxue replied. Understood, my beloved wife. Are you content? Qin Yang responded. Jiang Muxue fell silent while the surrounding youths also became quiet, astonished that such a masterpiece had been crafted by Qin Yang's own hand. The praise they had just bestowed upon the painting had inadvertently been directed at him. Qin Yang, I have heard your calligraphy is exceptional. I did not expect your painting skills to be equally impressive, Tang Yin broke the silence. Indeed, remarkable, several young women chimed in. Despite your humble background, you have attained such heights. Many of Jiang Muxue's friends spoke up, and had Qin Yang not been Jiang Muxue's husband, some might have attempted to pursue him. Although Qin Yang came from modest means, he was handsome, and his talents were abundant. Throughout history, many noble ladies have been enamored with talented scholars. Qin Yang smiled and said, Thank you all. The group of young men felt a twinge of discomfort, their intention to embarrass Qin Yang had backfired spectacularly. With his skills in calligraphy and painting, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a talented scholar in ancient times. At that moment, Liang Lan approached with a smile. Everyone. Qin Yang possesses great talent, which is why Muxue holds him dear. Some claim Muxue's pregnancy was an accident. I would like to clarify that this is not the case. They share genuine feelings, and the child is the fruit of their love. Jiang Muxue interjected, Qin Yang, my mother is talking nonsense. We do not share such feelings. Qin Yang reassured, no worries, emotions will develop over time, we shall take it slow. He promptly severed his spiritual connection with Jiang Muxue, fearing that if they continued, her mental strength would soon be depleted. What should we do, big brother? Jiang Haohu inquired softly from a distance. They had initially intended to clarify that Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue's relationship was an unexpected outcome of a drunken night, and that Qin Yang had not been inebriated at the time. Qin Yang is suspected of coercion. Liang Lan preemptively asserted that they were in love. And given Qin Yang's talents, their affection was reasonable. Aunt Liang, I have a question, Du Chongming from the Du family interjected. Please, go ahead, Liang Lan replied coolly. Du Chongming continued, out of concern for Muxue, I had someone investigate, yet I found no evidence of their relationship. Is this normal? Liang Lan questioned. Did you also investigate Qin Yang? Were you aware of his skills in calligraphy and painting? Du Chongming was left speechless. He indeed had conducted an investigation into Qin Yang but had uncovered nothing of the sort. During high school and college, Qin Yang had presented as unremarkable. Liang Lan's gaze swept across the room. I suspect others have conducted their investigations in secret, and their findings are likely similar to what Xiaodu discovered. However, that does not necessarily reflect the truth. Xiaoqin and Muxue are genuinely in love. Their marriage was approved by both myself and Muxue's father. Jiang Haolong let out a quiet sigh. With Liang Lan firmly supporting Qin Yang, their attempts to stand up for him would be futile. The fact that they could not find evidence of Qin Yang's calligraphy and painting skills only proved that their investigations were unreliable. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin our feast, Jiang Longqing announced with a smile as he approached. Jiang Haolong leaned in, saying, Qin Yang, none of us had the chance to drink with you last time, today we must challenge you again. You won't back down, will you? Qin Yang chuckled. No problem with drinking, but one condition, everyone must drink the same amount. Who wishes to share a table with me? Jiang Haolong hesitated. Although he had a decent tolerance, he knew that his 2-gene capacity paled in comparison to Qin Yang's. I will, Du Chongming volunteered. As a martial artist, his alcohol tolerance was significantly higher than average. Count me in, Wei Zhixing added, also a martial artist, capable of consuming 3 to 4 gene. Perhaps getting Qin Yang drunk would coax out his true thoughts. Qin Yang turned to Jiang Haolong. Cousin, what about you? You claimed you would challenge me. Surely you are not afraid? Challenge accepted, Jiang Haolong gritted his teeth. With many eyes upon them, losing face was not an option. Anyone else? Qin Yang inquired. Soon. Several others stood up, some were martial artists, while others had impressive drinking capacities. The 8 of them sat at one table. Among them were 4 martial artists. And the remaining 4, although not practitioners, possessed commendable drinking skills. I am not a martial artist, I merely play the part, Qin Yang jested. Welcome, everyone, to my daughter's birthday banquet. Allow me to introduce Qin Yang, Jiang Wanqing announced, microphone in hand. Qin Yang stood up, drawing everyone's attention. Jiang Wanqing smiled. This handsome young man is Qin Yang, he and Muxue are now officially husband and wife. Due to Muxue's unique circumstances, they have not yet held a wedding banquet. Qin Yang, please raise a glass to everyone. Qin Yang nodded, picking up a filled wine vessel. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us to celebrate Muxue's birthday, I toast to you all. Gulp. Qin Yang swiftly emptied the vessel, approximately 3 liang. Well done. Some cheered. Jiang Wanqing smiled, everyone, please enjoy yourselves, there are no formalities today, just eat and drink well. Soon, the guests began to indulge. Brother-in-law. You said everyone should drink the same amount, this toast doesn't count, right? Jiang Haolong remarked. Qin Yang nodded, my proactive toast does not count, if you toast others, it won't count either. Agreed, Jiang Haolong and the others concurred. Du Chongming and the other martial artists were skeptical of Qin Yang's ability to outdrink them. As martial artists, their physiques were far superior to those of ordinary folk. The 2 other wealthy young men, though not martial artists, had been drinking since childhood and were confident in their abilities. Only Jiang Haolong felt a sense of dread. Although he could handle 2 gene of baijiu, he understood that his capacity was far inferior to Qin Yang's, who had consumed 4 to 5 gene previously without a hitch. Originally, Jiang Haolong had hoped for a battle of attrition, but Qin Yang's insistence on equal consumption thwarted those plans, leaving him feeling cornered. Everyone, let us switch to larger cups, these are too small, Du Chongming proposed. Jiang Haolong quickly added, switching is fine, but let us not get ridiculous. We should use baijiu cups, not beer glasses. Wei Zhixing chuckled, who would drink baijiu from a beer cup? Jiang Haolong glanced at Qin Yang. Last time, Qin Yang had suggested using beer cups, and after 2 drinks, he had been incapacitated. Soon, the servers brought larger wine glasses, each holding about 2 liang. Let us all raise a toast together, Wei Zhixing suggested, and the others nodded in agreement. Qin Yang thought to himself, having just consumed 3 liang. Was this an attempt to overwhelm him? He smiled, I have no objections. They all raised their glasses, and naturally, Qin Yang's drink entered the system space. As his physique strengthened and mental acuity heightened, his system space expanded, now encompassing 600 to 700 cubic units. Time passed. And Wei Jixing and the others concocted various excuses to drink quickly. In just 10 minutes, Qin Yang had downed 1.5 jin, while the others had consumed around 1 jin and 2 liang. Jiang Haolong felt lightheaded. His 2 jin capacity was being tested by the rapid consumption. I need to use the restroom, he muttered, resorting to inducing vomiting. Qin Yang, aren't you going to toast the other tables? You are Jiang Muxue's husband. After all, everyone is here to celebrate her birthday, a wealthy second-generation attendee remarked. He, being an ordinary person, found the pressure of drinking quickly quite overwhelming. Qin Yang nodded. I should indeed toast others. Let us pause here, everyone should toast as needed. With that, Qin Yang took his cup and approached Jiang Wanqing's table, where Jiang Muxue sat beside him. He re-established his mental connection with her. Wife, it is time for toasting. It is your birthday banquet. You must sit still while I toast our guests on your behalf, Qin Yang communicated mentally. Jiang Muxue cautioned, Qin Yang, drink less. Some may be eager for you to get drunk and speak indiscreetly. The fact that you can connect with me might lead to revealing thoughts. Do not worry. My wine tolerance is quite strong, Qin Yang reassured her. Uncle Jiang, I will help Muxue toast everyone. After finishing his drink, Qin Yang addressed Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing nodded and said, Xiao Qin, please drink more slowly. After a span of several minutes, Qin Yang had pushed Jiang Muxue around the venue, allowing her to greet all the guests. Not every table was filled with a full cup of wine by Qin Yang. In total, he had consumed roughly a jin. During this time, Wei Jixing and his companions had also toasted some individuals, but their consumption had not exceeded half a jin. Cousin, I will take a brief trip to the restroom and return shortly to drink with you. We shall not leave until we are thoroughly intoxicated today. Qin Yang announced as he returned to his table. I will join you, Du Chongming said, accompanied by another young man. They were keen on ensuring that Qin Yang did not discreetly dispose of his drink in the restroom. Soon, they returned. Wei Jixing exchanged a glance with Du Chongming, who subtly shook his head. Qin Yang had not vomited. Qin Yang, your tolerance for alcohol is truly impressive. Let us continue, Wei Jixing said with a smile. Qin Yang nodded, very well, today no one shall back down. Wei Jixing intended to intoxicate him, and Qin Yang was equally determined to do the same to Wei Jixing. Time continued to pass. Jiang Haolong was the first to succumb. Shortly thereafter, 2 other ordinary second-generation wealthy individuals fell as well. Only Qin Yang and the 4 martial artists, including Wei Jixing, remained. As practitioners of the dark energy level, their tolerance was somewhat stronger, yet even they were beginning to falter after consuming around 4 jins. Despite their previous trips to the restroom, they felt close to their limit. Du Xiao, are you all still holding up? If not, just admit defeat and we shall cease drinking, Qin Yang feigned drunkenness. How could we be unable to continue? Du Chongming replied. Qin Yang, let us drink 5 more cups. Whoever backs down is a coward. As you wish, Qin Yang responded. Wei Jixing and the other 2 young martial artists nodded in agreement, all sharing the same intent of getting Qin Yang drunk. Perhaps, if Qin Yang revealed that he and Jiang Muxue were not a couple, their marriage would be called into question. Gulp. In just a couple of minutes, Qin Yang finished 5 cups of wine. Du Chongming, Wei Jixing, and another young man followed suit, while one more could only manage 4 cups before giving in. Wei Jixing was visibly struggling to hold on. His eyes were becoming increasingly glazed. Qing Xiao, I have a question for you, Qin Yang addressed Wei Jixing. Ask away, Wei Jixing replied, his head spinning. Mental penetration. Qin Yang slightly employed a mental attack. This minor assault would not harm Wei Jixing, but it would impair his judgment. I received a package with a bullet inside from my parents. It was sent by you, wasn't it? It was, Wei Jixing replied without hesitation. Under the influence of alcohol and the mental attack, he lacked the capacity for rational thought. Several individuals' expressions shifted. Wei Jixing, in his drunken state, had unwittingly fallen into a trap set by Qin Yang. Qin Yang, you, Wei Jixing realized he had been ensnared. What do you mean by that, Qin Yang? Someone nearby quickly inquired. Although Qin Yang had married Jiang Muxue, many believed their union would ultimately dissolve, and Wei Jixing was indeed a formidable rival. You cannot say that. Wei Jixing protested. His mind was beginning to clear. Ignoring Wei Jisheng, Qin Yang continued, Wei Jisheng sent a bullet to my parents and me, warning that if I did not divorce Muxue, my entire family would be annihilated. The police are currently investigating the sender of the bullet. I trust you will explain everything to them. All eyes turned to Wei Jisheng. This situation was serious enough for him to face some time in a police station. Wei Jisheng hastily clarified, it's not what you think, I sent wooden bullets, not real ones. Many faces broke into smiles, as it seemed a rival might be eliminated. Whether real or wooden bullets, it was still a death threat, and Wei Jisheng's explanation confirmed the existence of the issue. Indeed, they are wooden bullets, beautifully crafted sniper bullets. Wei Jisheng, do you have a sniper rifle hidden at home? Nonsense. I do not. Wei Jisheng quickly defended himself. At that moment, Jiang Muxue approached with a grave expression. Wei Jisheng, I ask you to leave this place. The Jiang family will no longer welcome you. Wei Jisheng's face darkened considerably. Initially, he had high hopes that if Qin Yang divorced Jiang Muxue, he would have a chance, but now all hope was lost, and he had brought trouble upon himself. Making death threats against others was something not just he had done, yet being caught was a different matter entirely. Uncle Jiang, I was merely joking, Wei Jisheng quickly explained. You will discuss this with the police. Furthermore, do not address me as Uncle Jiang again. You must inform your father, he owes me an explanation. If anything happens to Qin Yang or his parents in the future, regardless of the cause, I will ensure a thorough investigation. Wei Jisheng left, looking dejected. At the entrance, he turned back to glare at Qin Yang, his eyes filled with animosity. Qin Yang chuckled coldly within. Even if Wei Jisheng did not harbor resentment towards him, having threatened him and his parents would surely lead to retaliation against the Wei family. This was merely a preliminary lesson for Wei Jisheng. Soon, he departed. The crowd buzzed with conversation. Du Xiao, shall we continue drinking? Qin Yang inquired. Du Chongming shook his head, let's call it a day, we've had our fill. We can drink again another time. Initially, he thought there might be a chance to intoxicate Qin Yang, but given the circumstances, it appeared Qin Yang remained quite sober. Continuing to drink could result in them being the ones to get drunk. It would be troublesome to inadvertently reveal something inappropriate, as Wei Jisheng had done. Very well. Qin Yang nodded. He stood and walked towards Jiang Muxue. The gazes of many around shifted towards Qin Yang. Initially, they perceived him as a rustic, easily bullied individual. But now they were astonished to see Wei Jisheng stumble at his hands. It seemed Wei Jisheng might face a few days in detention. For ordinary individuals, this was not a significant issue, but for someone like Wei Jisheng, a few days in custody could severely affect his future prospects. We need to be cautious when dealing with Qin Yang in the future, he is cunning and not easily dealt with, Jiang Haoren whispered. His companion, Jiang Haohu, nodded slightly. He is quite ruthless, exposing Wei Jisheng in front of so many people makes it difficult for the Wei family to smooth things over. Wei Jisheng is certainly going to face consequences, Jiang Haoren remarked. I just checked, given his situation, he could be detained for 5 to 10 days, which is quite embarrassing. Qin Yang reached Jiang Muxue's side. Xiao Qin, you've drunk so much, are you all right? Liang Lan inquired. Qin Yang nodded, Aunt Lan, I'm fine. I'm here to take care of Muxue, please attend to the guests. All right, Liang Lan replied. Many guests had already finished their meals and were preparing to leave. And she and Jiang Wanqing needed to see some off. As Liang Lan departed, Qin Yang connected his mental energy with Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue's spiritual strength was initially quite limited, but during the meal, she experienced a slight recovery. Muxue, something just happened. Qin Yang has revealed the situation regarding Wei Jisheng. Jiang Muxue responded, Qin Yang, for the sake of your own interests, there will undoubtedly be forces targeting you in the future. The probability of your parents' demise is low. But the risk to your life is significantly higher. You may consider divorcing me. You do not need to engage with me physically in exchange for your treatment. As long as I remain conscious, I can ensure that my parents provide you with substantial financial support. Qin Yang replied, I want the money. But I also want the person. This is a considerable risk, Qin Yang. Your parents are likely to face certain dangers as well. You should think it over again. Qin Yang mused to himself, is there really a need for further contemplation? My system is bound to Jiang Muxue, we are inextricably linked. There is no need to deliberate. The idea of gaining both wealth and a companion is rather appealing. He then inquired within his mind, "System, what is my current emotional value?" The response came back. 863. After a moment of thought, he decided, "I will take 3 draws at 100 each. The Wei family will likely target me in the future. So I require additional safeguards for my survival." The system announced, "Congratulations, host, you have obtained a physique enhancement of level 6, raising it to 27 points." A warm current surged through Qin Yang's body, invigorating each of his cells with the system's power. Enhanced physique? Not too shabby. He thought with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. His spiritual strength had reached an S rank, making him formidable in spiritual attacks. Yet he felt somewhat vulnerable to close-range ambushes. The S-level talisman was not always at his disposal. The system continued, "Congratulations, host, you have acquired a B-level detoxification pill, which can neutralize a vast majority of poisons." Qin Yang felt a surge of excitement. This was a valuable find. Enemies could very well attempt to poison him. And despite his robust spiritual strength, he was not immune to death by poison. Although his physique surpassed that of an ordinary person, he still found himself vulnerable to many toxins. The system announced another reward, "Congratulations, host, you have received a B-level protective ring." Qin Yang inquired, "System, what are the functionalities of this protective ring?" The system replied, "Host, it provides defensive capabilities. Unlike the talisman, its protection is more comprehensive. Additionally, the protective ring can bond with its owner and be upgraded." Puzzled, Qin Yang asked, "What do you mean by more comprehensive protection?" The system explained, "It can withstand physical attacks, mental assaults, and even detoxify its owner if they are poisoned." As Qin Yang examined the protective ring in the system's space, he found it to be exceptionally beautiful. "System, how does it upgrade?" "You can upgrade it through draws." Qin Yang then asked, "What is the effectiveness of its defense?" The system responded, "It can withstand 1 or 2 shots from a handgun, while it can endure numerous instances of ordinary punches and kicks. Unlike the talisman, its power can regenerate." Qin Yang nodded in approval. The B-level protective ring's defensive capabilities were indeed commendable. "Muxue, I have a gift for you," he communicated to Jiang Muxue. He knelt down and placed the protective ring on her left hand's ring finger. The fit was perfect, enhancing the elegance of her delicate, fair fingers. Jiang Muxue gazed at the ring adorning her hand. "Muxue, how do you find it?" Qin Yang inquired, a subtle smile gracing his face. With this protective ring, Jiang Muxue would be considerably safer. As long as she lived, his system could function effectively, and she was also carrying their daughter. "It's ugly," Jiang Muxue replied begrudgingly. Though inwardly, she found the ring rather beautiful. The system confirmed, "The protective ring has bonded with Jiang Muxue." "Very well," came the reply. And the bonding process was swiftly completed. The ring would only be effective when worn by Jiang Muxue. If anyone else attempted to don it, it would yield no benefits. "I feel a bit strange," Jiang Muxue remarked. "I sense a special connection with this ring." "Call me husband, and I shall reveal the reason," Qin Yang teased. "Then I do not wish to know," she retorted. "No problem, regardless, I shall remain silent unless you call me," he replied with a smirk. At that moment, Tang Yin and others approached. "Wow, that ring is stunning. Qin Yang, where did you procure it?" they exclaimed upon noticing the ring on Jiang Muxue's finger. "I found it at a stall. It's the only one of its kind, and the vendor has since vanished," Qin Yang explained, eliciting some disappointment among them. "Muxue, we have come to bid you farewell. Take care," they said as they each said their goodbyes to Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue, connected to Qin Yang's spiritual strength, observed this scene. "Thank you all for attending Muxue's birthday celebration. If you wish to visit her in the future, feel free to come together," Qin Yang smiled warmly. "Understood." They nodded in agreement. Given that Jiang Muxue was in a vegetative state, and Qin Yang was a man, it was less convenient for them to visit her alone. Visiting in groups was far more suitable. Soon after, Tang Yin and the others departed. "Thank you," Jiang Muxue's voice echoed in Qin Yang's mind. "Wife. For what are you thanking me?" he queried. "It's nothing," she replied with a hint of annoyance. "Do you not feel the urge to take advantage of the situation? You are my wife, calling you wife is perfectly reasonable. Do you still wish to know about the ring? If you miss today, I shall not divulge it to you in the future, he teased. Jiang Muxue felt a flutter of curiosity. She truly wanted to know. Having just donned the ring, she sensed a peculiar connection, as if it linked her to the ring itself. Husband, please tell me, she implored. Having already called him husband once, it was no longer so difficult to say it again. Good girl. This ring is a treasure that can protect you, Qin Yang conveyed. Jiang Muxue felt a mix of emotions. Qin Yang, if it is indeed a treasure, why gift it to me? You should keep it for yourself. Can I wear this ring? Just wear it with peace of mind. I possess even better items, he assured her. He had an S-level talisman, which was significantly more powerful than the current B-level protective ring. Qin Yang, you are so mysterious. Your spiritual strength can connect with mine, and you possess such treasures. Jiang Muxue asked with intrigue. No comment, he replied. Jiang Muxue's emotional value dipped to 10. Before long, Jiang Wanqing and the others had seen off their guests, and Jiang Wanqing approached Qin Yang. Xiao Qin, please carry Muxue to the car, we are heading back. All right, Qin Yang nodded. An hour later, they returned to the villa where Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan joined them. Xiao Qin, we need to have a word, Jiang Wanqing stated after Qin Yang had laid Jiang Muxue on the bed. Sure, Qin Yang replied as they proceeded to the study. Jiang Wanqing began, Xiao Qin. Wei Jisheng will be incarcerated, but only with wooden bullets. He will be released in about a week. Understood, Qin Yang nodded slightly, as this was expected. Jiang Wanqing's expression was grave as he said, Xiao Qin, the Wei family will certainly not let this matter rest. Qin Yang replied, Uncle Jiang. I had no intention of letting it go either. Jiang Wanqing, somewhat concerned, remarked, Xiao Qin, Wei Jisheng's father is a martial arts master, and his strength is formidable. Qin Yang chuckled, Uncle Jiang, my strength surpasses his. Jiang Wanqing was taken aback. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, Are you certain? Xiao Qin, although your abilities are commendable, you have not encountered a Huajin master before. Are you certain you are stronger than a Huajin master? Qin Yang nodded. With his powerful mental abilities complemented by an S-grade talisman, he was confident that in a confrontation with Wei Jisheng's father, victory would undoubtedly belong to him. That is reassuring. Xiao Qin, what are your plans? Jiang Wanqing asked. A glint flashed in Qin Yang's eyes as he declared, I intend to incapacitate Wei Jisheng's father. Jiang Wanqing had previously informed him of the strong control Wei Jisheng's father wielded, and he was certain he would be aware of Wei Jisheng's misdeeds. Jiang Wanqing cautioned. If you incapacitate him now, various factions may suspect us. Qin Yang smiled, Uncle Jiang, I will leave no evidence. Let others speculate that we have powerful supporters. It is not necessarily a disadvantage. Jiang Wanqing contemplated for a while before nodding slightly. If anyone inquires, we must not admit anything. Let others be suspicious, believing we have strong backers. Indeed, Jiang Wanqing advised, proceed with caution and remember, our country is a nation governed by law. The most formidable power lies within our military. I understand, Qin Yang replied. Jiang Wanqing continued, Wei Jisheng's father is named Wei Chenshan, he excels in boxing, so do not allow him to come close. He is expected to arrive tomorrow. Qin Yang nodded. Meanwhile, Wei Jisheng arrived in another city. His father, Wei Chenshan, awaited his return at home. Slap. Upon seeing Wei Jisheng, Wei Chenshan first struck him across the face. Father, I was wrong, Wei Jisheng said, covering his face and bowing his head. Wei Chenshan's expression darkened. Explain where you went wrong. Wei Jisheng replied, I underestimated Qin Yang. I thought he was an ordinary person and that my drinking capacity would surpass his. I never anticipated that this scoundrel could drink so well. Wei Chenshan took a deep breath. When you realized you were on the verge of inebriation, you should have stopped. Continuing only leads to disgrace. Dad, I will turn myself in at the police station, Wei Jisheng declared. Wei Chenshan responded sternly, remember. This incident was a moment of folly on your part, and no one else is aware of it. The family will not seek anyone to plead on your behalf. Wei Jisheng nodded, gritting his teeth, Father, I want to eliminate Qin Yang. Wei Chenshan replied, there will be opportunities. Chapter 56, Wei Jisheng's father comes to visit. Wei Jisheng spoke darkly, Dad, Jiang Wanqing publicly stated that I am unwelcome. Do I still have a chance to marry Jiang Muxue? Wei Chenshan shook his head. Since Jiang Wanqing has spoken, he will undoubtedly keep his word. At his level, failing to do so would invite criticism. Do not hope to marry Jiang Muxue. A fierce glint flickered in Wei Jisheng's eyes. It is all Qin Yang's fault. That bastard deliberately got me drunk to provoke me into saying something foolish. Wei Chenshan stated. You will have your chance to deal with Qin Yang. Dad, what about Qin Yang's parents? Wei Chenshan glared at him. What do you think? Threatening them with wooden bullets may not be a significant issue, but if they were to die suddenly, the police would surely investigate thoroughly. Our conflict with him is well known. Even if they cannot trace it back to us, our family would still face scrutiny. Wei Jisheng, frustrated, replied, what if it weren't in the short term? I cannot swallow this humiliation. Qin Yang has tarnished my reputation. Wei Chenshan contemplated for a moment before responding. Any unfortunate incident involving them must be separated by at least 3 years. Understood, Wei Jisheng nodded. Wei Chenshan added, son, your reputation is damaged. Pursuing a career in politics or business will be considerably more challenging, but there is one path that remains unaffected by others, that is the path of martial arts. Strengthening oneself is always paramount. Wei Jisheng nodded, Dad, I understand. I will strive to become a Huajin master as well, ensuring that our Wei family boasts dual masters. Achieving unparalleled glory. Indeed, Wei Chenshan acknowledged with a slight nod. Dad, are you going to Haicheng tomorrow? Wei Chenshan frowned slightly, it is imperative. Jiang Wanqing has made a public statement, and we must provide him with an explanation. Although he is merely an ordinary person, his worth is in the billions. This matter puts our Wei family at a disadvantage. Wei Jisheng suggested, Dad, you should meet with Qin Yang tomorrow and demonstrate your strength before him. Ensuring he remains on edge. If I am going to jail, he should not expect to fare well either. Wei Chenshan replied coolly, we will discuss it tomorrow. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Early in the morning, Wei Chenshan set off for Haicheng, the two cities not being far apart, reaching within 2 hours. Ding. Qin Yang's phone rang. It was a call from Jiang Wanqing. Hello, Uncle Jiang. On the other end, Jiang Wanqing said, Xiao Qin, Wei Chenshan has arrived. He wishes to meet with me. I have arranged for him to meet you. Wei Jisheng has threatened both you and your parents. By the way, Wei Jisheng went to the police station on his own last night. Qin Yang replied, when will you be arriving? In about 20 minutes. All right. Soon. 2 luxury cars arrived at Qin Yang's villa. Jiang Wanqing and Wei Chenshan both alighted. Qin Yang stepped outside the villa. Uncle Jiang. Jiang Wanqing said, Xiao Qin. Let me introduce you, this is Wei Chenshan, Wei Jisheng's father. Mr. Wei has come to clarify the situation regarding Wei Jisheng. Mr. Wei, Qin Yang greeted. Looking towards Wei Chenshan. Wei Chenshan, a Huajin master, appeared quite distinguished. He smiled and nodded. Before long, they entered the villa. The 3 of them sat down. And Wei Chenshan stated, Qin Yang, it is entirely inappropriate that my son sent bullets to you and your parents. I have already reprimanded him severely. He will also face legal consequences. Qin Yang nodded. Wei Chenshan continued, your father-in-law is aware that I am a martial artist, a Huajin master. I would like to teach you some martial arts as compensation, what do you think? Qin Yang inquired, Mr. Wei, how formidable is a Huajin master? Wei Chenshan smiled slightly. Shall we find a spacious area? I can demonstrate. Quickly, they made their way to the backyard of the villa, which overlooked a lake. The surrounding villas were quite distant, rendering the backyard invisible from other areas. In the open space, Wei Chenshan began his demonstration. With a whoosh, Wei Chenshan first showcased his agility. His speed reached 5 to 6 times that of an ordinary person. An average person runs at about 6 to 7 meters per second. But Wei Chenshan's speed was between 30 to 40 meters per second. This speed surpassed that of a cheetah. Even though he could not maintain such speed for long, it was still terrifying. Qin Yang, pay close attention. I will now demonstrate my boxing technique. As Wei Chenshan moved at high speed, he unleashed a flurry of punches. Jiang Wanqing struggled to keep up with his eyes, while Qin Yang, with his powerful mental acuity, could see everything clearly. Boom. Ultimately, Wei Chenshan landed a punch on a large tree. The tree, as thick as a bowl, was shattered by his single blow. With an exhale, Wei Chenshan finished his demonstration and released a breath of turbid air. Qin Yang, what do you think? If you can reach my level in the future, you could easily take on thousands of armed assailants alone. Jiang Muxue narrowed his eyes. Wei Chunshan was not genuinely interested in teaching Qin Yang martial arts, rather, he sought to seize this opportunity to showcase his own prowess and intimidate Qin Yang. Mr. Wei, can your skills withstand bullets? Qin Yang inquired. Wei Chunshan replied. Under certain conditions, one can evade bullets, but with my current abilities, I cannot withstand them. Qin Yang shook his head, then I shall pass. After 2 or 3 decades of training, to be felled by a single bullet would be disheartening. I would rather enjoy life at that time. Wei Chunshan's lips twitched. He had come to demonstrate his strength and instill fear in Qin Yang, yet he felt belittled instead. Qin Yang, should you wish to learn in the future, you may seek me out, but be warned, this path requires immense perseverance, Wei Chunshan stated. Qin Yang shook his head again, I have no interest. I have endured enough hardship in the past, now I simply wish to relax and enjoy life. Mr. Wei, perhaps you could offer me some other form of compensation. The actions of Wei Jisheng had caused significant emotional distress to both me and my parents, we often awaken in fright during the night. Wei Chunshan replied, very well. I shall provide you with 1 million as compensation for your distress. Internally, he felt a surge of anger. Although summoning 1 million was trivial for him, being extorted by Qin Yang left him quite displeased. Qin Yang pointed at a tree. Mr. Wei, this tree is quite valuable, I'll value it at 300,000. And for the damaged tiles, 5,000. A total of 1,350,000 will suffice. Wei Chunshan turned to Jiang Muxue, what do you think, Mr. Jiang? Jiang Muxue chuckled, rounded up to 2 million for young Qin. It's merely a trifle for you. Wei Chunshan's expression darkened. Jiang Muxue was willing to sever ties with him to support Qin Yang. Very well, Wei Chunshan nodded. After Qin Yang provided his bank account details, Wei Chunshan swiftly transferred the funds. Mr. Jiang, I take my leave, he said, suppressing his fury as he moved through the side garden. Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue entered the villa as Wei Chunshan returned to his car. Return, he commanded, his expression grim. Understood, boss. The driver nodded as he started the vehicle. Mental penetration. From a distance of 20 to 30 meters, Qin Yang launched a mental attack. The effectiveness of mental attacks diminishes with distance. At this range, it retained only about 80% efficacy. However, that was sufficient. Qin Yang's mental force pierced sharply into Wei Chunshan's mind. As a master of Hualien, Wei Chunshan possessed considerable inner strength, which created an energy barrier around his mind. His mental fortitude also surpassed that of an ordinary individual. Standard mental attacks posed no threat to him. Yet, Qin Yang's assault was anything but standard. With an S-level mental capacity and substantial prowess in the late stages of Hualien, Qin Yang was significantly stronger than Wei Chunshan. As Wei Chunshan closed his eyes, he succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to emit a single cry. Qin Yang's mental force wreaked havoc within Wei Chunshan's mind, obliterating much of his mental strength and thoroughly disrupting what remained. Under these circumstances, Wei Chunshan might become a vegetable, requiring a lengthy period to restore his mental faculties. The driver maintained a steady course, oblivious to the unusual silence from the back seat. Qin Yang, do you not intend to target Wei Chunshan further? Jiang Muxue inquired, puzzled. Qin Yang smiled, Uncle Jiang, I have already acted, Wei Chunshan will not perish, but without the assistance of a top-tier expert. He is likely to remain in a coma for 2 to 3 years. Jiang Muxue was taken aback, when did you strike? Qin Yang replied, after they started the vehicle. They did not turn back, and the driver likely remains unaware for now. Jiang Muxue was astounded. Qin Yang had effortlessly incapacitated Wei Chunshan from such a distance. There are cameras outside the villa, if anyone inquires, you can show them the footage to prove our innocence, Jiang Muxue said, but the Wei family will certainly suspect us. Qin Yang responded, let them suspect. I can effectively conceal my mental power, even if a strong individual were to investigate me, they would find nothing. The system allows him to hide his mental force. Indeed, Jiang Muxue nodded slightly, others are unlikely to suspect you. They will most likely think I have a powerful backer assisting me. Another possibility is that they might believe another strong individual took advantage of the situation to shift the blame for Wei Chunshan's incident onto us. Young Qin. Do not disclose this to anyone, not even to your Aunt Liang, it is best that only we know. Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Muxue soon departed, needing to return to the company. After more than 2 hours, Wei Chuanshan's driver arrived back. He glanced back and noticed Wei Chuanshan sleeping soundly. The boss must not have slept well last night, the driver mused silently. He remained in the vehicle, waiting quietly, as exiting the car might disturb Wei Chuanshan. 3 hours passed. The driver began to feel uneasy. They had been on the road for 2 hours and had returned for 3, it had already been 5 hours. And typically, Wei Chuanshan did not sleep for more than 2 hours. Boss? The driver called softly. Wei Chuanshan remained motionless. The driver's expression shifted slightly. His boss was a formidable Hualian master, even if he spoke softly, Wei Chuanshan should have heard him. Boss? He raised his voice. Yet, Wei Chuanshan continued to lie still. Something was amiss. The driver quickly opened the car door and summoned others. Wei Chuanshan's second son, Wei Jipeng, hastily opened the door. Dad. He called out loudly. Still. Wei Chuanshan did not stir. Wei Jipeng reached out to check his father's nostrils, there was breath, and he sighed in relief, glad that his father had not passed away. Uncle Li, please explain the situation, Wei Jipeng urged. The driver, Li Yuan, had been Wei Chuanshan's chauffeur for over 10 years. The boss went to Qin Yang's villa with Jiang Muxue and returned shortly thereafter. Nothing seemed unusual, Li Yuan reported. Did my father board the car himself? Wei Jipeng asked. Li Yuan nodded, yes. He instructed me to return and did not speak during the ride. Wei Jipeng said, Mom, Dad might be in deep meditation, let's not disturb him. His breathing and heartbeat are both normal. Indeed, Wei Chuanshan's wife agreed. Although she was not a practitioner, she was knowledgeable. Her husband had experienced similar situations during his training before. All right, everyone disperse, she instructed. Wei Jipeng slowly closed the door, allowing his father to continue his meditation. Gradually, night fell. Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. My dear, the quiet of the night is the perfect time for a massage. Qin Yang connected his mental energy with Jiang Muxue. Emotional value, 15, I don't need it, Qing Hong and the others have surely already given me a massage. Qin Yang, they have certainly massaged you, but I fear their technique may be lacking. Allow me to assist you further. No need for thanks. With that, Qin Yang pulled back the covers. Under Qin Yang's skilled hands, Jiang Muxue rapidly accumulated emotional energy. Within just a few minutes, her mental strength was entirely depleted. System. Has the emotional energy reached 1,000? Yes, host. Initiating the lottery for 1,000. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an A-grade mental suggestion skill. A plethora of information surged into Qin Yang's mind. With the system's guidance, Qin Yang swiftly comprehended it, his eyes gleaming with delight. This skill is quite impressive. The mental suggestion is not an offensive skill. It proves ineffective against those with formidable mental strength but can prevent ordinary individuals from divulging their deepest secrets under hypnosis. A valuable asset indeed. This could be useful for my parents and Uncle Jiang. Qin Yang mused silently. He wished to spare his parents from daily worry and did not want them to feel inferior when facing Jiang Muxue's parents. Which is why he had previously disclosed his identity as an ability user. Given his strength, the exposure of this secret would not pose a considerable issue. Yet it is best to keep it concealed. The mental suggestion skill could alleviate this predicament. Uncle Jiang, please arrive at the company a bit later tomorrow. I have matters to discuss with you and Aunt Liang. Qin Yang sent a message to Jiang Muxue. Understood. The following morning, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's residence. Xiao Qin, have you had breakfast? What brings you here in such haste? Aunt Liang inquired with a smile after dismissing the maid. Qin Yang, Aunt Liang. I have acquired a skill that allows me to implant mental suggestions. Even if someone attempts to hypnotize you, you will not reveal your innermost secrets. Jiang Muxue's eyes brightened. Xiao Qin, can you ensure that I reveal nothing under hypnosis? Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang, have you ever been hypnotized? Jiang Muxue shook his head. I don't think so. Is it easy to hypnotize someone? Qin Yang disagreed. Hypnotizing an individual is relatively challenging. If you believe you have not been, then it is likely true. However, it is wise to take precautions. Jiang Muxue nodded. All right, let's proceed. Uncle Jiang, please relax. Jiang Muxue complied and relaxed his body. Qin Yang swiftly employed the mental suggestion skill, and Jiang Wanqing's gaze became vacant. Qin Yang instructed, "Uncle Jiang, if anyone tries to extract your secrets, you will say nothing." "Yes." Jiang Wanqing nodded numbly. The mental suggestion was embedded deep within his soul. Unless someone possesses far greater strength than Qin Yang, they would be unable to hypnotize Jiang Wanqing. "Uncle Jiang, awaken." Qin Yang quickly roused Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing glanced at the clock. Barely half a minute had passed. "Qin Yang, is that all?" Qin Yang affirmed, "It depends on the nature of the mental suggestion. If it involves compelling you to perform actions against your will, that is more complex. This type of suggestion is comparatively easier." Aunt Liang smiled. "Xiao Qin, please give me one as well." Soon, Aunt Liang was also ready. Beep. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing's phone suddenly rang. "Qin Yang, it is a call from Wei Chunshan." Qin Yang felt puzzled. Was Wei Chunshan unwell? That shouldn't be the case. Wei Chunshan's mental strength is significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person, yet Qin Yang's strength surpasses his by 2 or 3 times. With Wei Chunshan's internal energy for defense, and given his mental prowess, it would be impossible to eliminate him from a distance of 20 to 30 meters. But disrupting his mental state should be feasible. The attack occurred yesterday morning, and now he is already in this state? "Wei Zong, has something good happened?" Jiang Wanqing answered the call. On the other end, Wei Chunshan's wife exclaimed angrily, "My husband went to your place and is now unconscious. What kind of trickery is this?" Jiang Wanqing responded in surprise, "Wei Zong is unconscious? Do not play coy, the incident occurred after he visited you. Are you truly unaware of the reason?" Wei Chunshan's wife demanded sharply. Jiang Wanqing's tone turned cold. "If Wei Zong is indeed unconscious, I can understand your distress, but should you continue to speak disrespectfully, do not expect Jiang to remain courteous." Wei Chunshan's wife's expression changed. When Wei Chunshan was well, the Wei family's power and influence were on par with the Jiang family. Now, with Wei Chunshan incapacitated, they would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage without their martial arts master. The Jiang family possesses assets in the hundreds of billions. Should business dealings turn against the Wei family, they will undoubtedly face significant troubles. "Jiang Dong, this is Wei Jipeng. My father is in trouble. And my mother is somewhat unstable, I hope you can be understanding." Wei Jipeng took the phone from his mother. "Indeed. Jipeng, your father left in good health. If you do not believe me, I can have Qin Yang send you the surveillance footage." Jiang Wanqing assured him. Wei Jipeng replied, "Jiang Dong, that would be greatly appreciated. Please send the footage to my father." "Thank you." After Jiang Wanqing agreed, he ended the call. Jiang Wanqing smiled, "Xiao Qin, it appears we have succeeded. After you return, please forward the surveillance footage to me." Qin Yang nodded. "Uncle Jiang, I need to return to my hometown for a bit." Jiang Wanqing contemplated, "Perhaps it is best to delay your return, given the circumstances with the Wei family, leaving now may seem suspicious." "Agreed." Qin Yang nodded. His visit home entailed 2 matters: first, to implant mental suggestions in his parents, and second, to bring De Huang back to protect them. De Huang is a spirit dog. A true canine king, with a few dogs at home, De Huang would ensure they remain obedient. Ordinary strangers would not even pass the initial canine guard. As for martial artists, De Huang's strength would be comparable to an early-stage master. It would be unlikely for such powerful figures to attempt to capture his parents. With De Huang's protection, his parents would be quite safe in the village. Meanwhile, at the Wei residence, "Dr. Xue, please examine my father, he remains unresponsive." Wei Jipeng urged anxiously. They had summoned an exceptionally skilled physician, often relied upon by the Wei family for medical issues. Dr. Xue Jingfu nodded. He placed his fingers on Wei Chunshan's pulse point. Soon, he remarked, "It seems there is no issue. Wei Zong's pulse is normal, strong, and vigorous." Dr. Xue. "My father returned yesterday around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, and it has been 20 hours since he has remained unconscious. No matter how we call him, there is no response." Wei Jipeng explained. Dr. Xue Jingfu was taken aback. For such an extended period? That raises some concern. "Let us move Wei Zong to the medical room." Wei Jipeng carefully lifted Wei Chunshan from the car. The Wei family had a private medical room. He quickly transported Wei Chunshan to the bed in the medical room. Dr. Xue Jingfu employed medical equipment. Upon using the equipment, Dr. Xue Jingfu detected an issue. Madam Wei, there is a significant problem with Wei Zhong's brainwaves. I suspect he has become a vegetable. What? The faces of Wei Jiping and the others paled in shock. Dr. Xue, you must be mistaken. Wei Chuanshan's wife questioned in disbelief. Dr. Xue Jingfu replied, this is my preliminary assessment. I am not a martial artist. So I am uncertain whether this state is due to a deviation in martial arts practice. If it were the latter, perhaps he would awaken soon. Wei Jiping furrowed his brow. Jiang Muxue is in a vegetative state. Has his father also become a vegetable? Dr. Xue. What if he is not merely lost in his own mind? Wei Jiping inquired. I shall conduct further examinations, Dr. Xue Jingfu responded, meticulously assessing Wei Chunshan. Madam Wei. There are no physical injuries on Mr. Wei, ruling out any form of physical assault. He has not been poisoned either, eliminating toxic attacks. If he is not simply lost in thought, then there is only one possibility: he has suffered a formidable mental assault, Dr. Xue explained. As a skilled physician, he had encountered martial artists and those with supernatural abilities. A mental attack? Wei Jiping frowned. Xue Jingfu nodded. Mr. Wei is a martial arts master. If it were indeed a mental assault, the assailant's strength must exceed his by at least 2 levels. Wei Jiping inhaled sharply. A late-stage Huajin master? Xue Jingfu replied. Yes, a mid-stage Huajin master lacks such power. He was well acquainted with the capabilities of martial artists and those with extraordinary powers. Dr. Xue, can you cure my father? Wei Jiping asked. Xue Jingfu shook his head. I do not possess that capability. In previous cases I have encountered, patients in a coma awaken after a period. The human brain is remarkable, possessing self-healing abilities. How long might the coma last? Wei Chuanshan's wife inquired. After contemplating, Xue Jingfu replied, it is difficult to say. It could be 10 days or half a month, or even 10 years or 8 years. With proper care, recovery might be expedited. Thank you, Dr. Xue, Wei Jiping said. Xue Jingfu suggested, you may wait a couple of days. If he does not awaken after 3 days, it is likely not a case of being lost in thought. If it is confirmed that he is not lost in thought, then all that remains is to wait. You may also consider transferring Mr. Wei to the United States, where there are more individuals with extraordinary abilities and greater expertise in this area. Wei Jiping nodded. Dr. Xue soon took his leave. It must be Jiang Wanqing and his associates who are scheming. Wei Chuanshan's wife exclaimed furiously. Wei Jiping furrowed his brow. Mother, that may not be the case. I have not heard of the Jiang family having such powerful individuals behind them. It could be our other enemies taking advantage of the situation. If it were indeed a powerful figure from the Jiang family, why choose this moment? Why not wait a while longer? Wei Chuanshan's wife calmed slightly. Are you suggesting that someone is targeting us, framing the Jiang family? Wei Jiping nodded slightly. That is a possibility. Otherwise, I cannot comprehend why the Jiang family would act now. Just then, Wei Chuanshan's phone rang. Wei Jiping picked up the phone and unlocked it with Wei Chuanshan's fingerprint. Jiang Wanqing had sent surveillance footage. Wei Jiping opened the video, which was of high clarity. It depicted Wei Chuanshan walking to his car, appearing completely normal throughout the process. Mother, there is no evidence linking this to the Jiang family. However, I will still go meet Qin Yang to assess the situation, Wei Jiping said. His brow knitted in concern. Chapter 59, Wei Jiping falls into a trap. Over 2 hours later, Wei Jiping arrived at Qin Yang's place. Qin Yang, I am Wei Jiping. The brother of Wei Jisheng, he announced at the door. Qin Yang nodded. Come in. I heard about Mr. Wei's incident. Didn't you receive the surveillance footage? Once inside the villa, Wei Jiping replied, we received the footage you provided, but I need to come see for myself and check the nearby surveillance. Very well. Qin Yang nodded, his demeanor revealing no sign of unusual concern. Qin Yang, what is your take on my father's situation? Wei Jiping asked, fixing his gaze on Qin Yang's eyes. Qin Yang replied coolly, your brother provoked me, so I had him put away for some reflection. Our past grievances are settled. To be frank, I do not care whether your father lives or dies. Since you have posed a question to me, I shall return the favor. What is your opinion on your brother's actions? Wei Jiping shook his head. I apologize, I cannot judge my brother. Qin Yang. I want all the surveillance footage from this vicinity. Qin Yang shook his head. I provided you with the footage from the entrance. which has confirmed that this incident is unrelated to us. I am under no obligation to provide any further footage, we are not friends. Wei Jipeng inhaled deeply. I will pay for it. A smile spread across Qin Yang's face. Very well, if you are willing to pay, then that is no issue. There are about a dozen cameras around the villa. For each camera's footage, I shall charge you 100,000. I want the footage from all the cameras. Wei Jipeng stated resolutely. If I am to acquire it, I must obtain everything, to see if I can uncover any clues. Qin Yang cheerfully remarked. That will amount to 1,100,000 in total. Once you transfer the funds, I will provide you with the footage. Wei Jipeng quickly transferred the money to Qin Yang. Thank you, boss, Qin Yang said, beaming. 1,100,000 is no small sum. Although Jiang Muxue had previously given him 20 million, such a profitable opportunity should not be squandered. With this money, he would accumulate nearly 24 million. Of which 20 million was Jiang Muxue's dowry. Despite Jiang Muxue being in a vegetative state, he could utilize those funds. But he would still owe Jiang Muxue that 20 million in the future. Ensure no footage is overlooked, Wei Jipeng insisted. Qin Yang replied amiably, rest assured. Having received the payment, I will certainly provide you with all the footage. Half an hour later, Wei Jipeng departed. Qin Yang secretly shook his head. Believing that Wei Jipeng would uncover nothing. This 1,100,000 was wasted. Wei Jipeng then approached the property management of the community. But they did not allow him to copy the footage, he was permitted only to view it. While Wei Chunshan was in the community, there were no anomalies. When Wei Chunshan left, there were no vehicles nearby. Wei Jipeng's brow furrowed. Qin Yang appeared relaxed, he had not detected any issues. Believing it most likely had no relation to him or Jiang Muxue, or that Jiang Muxue was aware but Qin Yang was completely uninformed. Wei Jipeng speculated that it was most probably the work of other enemies. Jiang Muxue had publicly demanded an explanation from his father, and if their enemies were aware, they might have ambushed his father. This would allow the Jiang family to bear the blame openly. Sighing heavily, Wei Jipeng lamented the troubles that the Wei family might yet face. They had many enemies. His father, once a Huajin master, could once intimidate foes. But now that his father had become a vegetable, the enemies would undoubtedly be emboldened. Beep. Wei Jipeng dialed his mother's phone number. Mother. I have obtained the surveillance footage surrounding the Qin Yang villa. Wei Chunshan's wife eagerly inquired, son, do you think Qin Yang is aware? Wei Jipeng replied, I sense he is unaware. His demeanor appears quite normal, and I detected no anomalies. However, acquiring the video cost me 1,100,000. Wei Chunshan's wife exclaimed. Did you simply comply with his demand? Wei Jipeng, with a hint of resignation, responded, he threatened to destroy the footage if I did not pay. What choice did I have? It could potentially reveal some clues. Mother, I must go now. I need to consult the traffic management department to see if I can retrieve nearby road surveillance. Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. My dear. I need to return to my hometown for a brief matter, I should be back by tomorrow. Before I leave, let us share a farewell kiss. Jiang Muxue replied. You can just go back without saying goodbye. Qin Yang insisted, that simply will not do, and leaned down to kiss Jiang Muxue. In a mere 2 minutes. Her mental energy was completely depleted. Compared to before, the duration had increased. Previously, it only took half a minute for her mental energy to exhaust. System. Is there a way to obtain Muxue's emotional value through a phone call or video while I'm back in my hometown? Qin Yang inquired in his mind. The system responded, host, she will be able to respond once she awakens. Currently, she has no awareness of the outside world, so a video call would be futile. Qin Yang frowned slightly. A return trip would certainly diminish his emotional value, but providing mental suggestion to his parents was necessary. As of now, no one suspected him, and thus, nobody would hypnotize his parents, but what about in the future? The system continued, host, returning to your hometown will allow Jiang Muxue's mental energy to recover fully. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Ding. Qin Yang dialed Jiang Muxue. Uncle Jiang, someone from the Wei family has contacted me. I am preparing to return to my hometown and will be back tomorrow. Jiang Muxue asked, who from the Wei family came? Qin Yang replied, Wei Chunshan's son, Wei Jipeng. He paid 1,100,000 for the surveillance footage near the villa. Jiang Muxue's expression turned peculiar. You actually accepted money from him? Qin Yang explained, Uncle Jiang. My relationship with the Wei family is not good. If he wants the video, he must pay. Jiang Wanqing chuckled, he must be quite furious. Little Qin. You should return home tomorrow. I will prepare some gifts for you to take back to your parents. Come by tonight to pick them up. Qin Yang replied, Uncle Jiang. That isn't necessary. Jiang Wanqing insisted, it is essential to bring some gifts back. After concluding the call, Jiang Wanqing hung up. That evening, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Wanqing's place. Uncle Jiang, what are all these? Qin Yang asked, astonished. In the center of the living room lay a mountain of gifts, including 2 boxes of unopened Maotai, 2 boxes of soft Zhonghua cigarettes, several boxes of various teas, numerous health products, and an array of local specialties. Jiang Wanqing nodded in affirmation. Qin Yang, feeling overwhelmed, responded, I cannot possibly take all of this, Uncle Jiang, I can only choose a couple of items. Although he possessed a system space, that remained a secret. He intended to reveal such power when the time was right. Jiang Wanqing inquired, did you bring Da Huang along? Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Wanqing mentioned he had a plan for Da Huang's transportation. Liang Lan smiled, your Uncle Jiang means to say that sending Da Huang with you could be troublesome. The company will send someone overnight to deliver your car and Da Huang to your provincial city. You can pick up the car at the airport tomorrow. Qin Yang was taken aback. Can it be done that way? After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Aunt Liang, there is no need to send someone. I can drive back tonight. It's only a little past 8 in the evening, and I can reach home by 8 tomorrow morning. If I fly, I won't get home until the afternoon. Liang Lan cautioned, Little Qin, that may not be wise. It's quite a distance, and you'll have to drive all night. Qin Yang chuckled, Aunt Liang, it's nothing. With my current mental energy, I could go 10 days without sleep. I must leave now, please keep an eye on Muxue. Liang Lan nodded. Since you are driving back overnight, I will come over to your side shortly. Tomorrow, I will postpone some matters to accompany Muxue at home. Soon. They loaded the gifts into the car. Jiang Wanqing advised, Little Qin, don't drive your car back. Leave it here for your father. I've spoken with him. And he has a driver's license. He added, this car is part of the gifts. I've ordered you a Cullinan, you can drive that in the future. Qin Yang gazed at Jiang Wanqing in astonishment. Another car? Liang Lan chimed in. Your Uncle Jiang thought that this car's status was somewhat lacking when he saw you driving it, so he ordered you a Cullinan. The new car will arrive soon. Uncle Jiang, this car is already quite good, Qin Yang remarked. Jiang Wanqing waved his hand dismissively, it's not enough. If you drive this car, others may feel we do not hold you in high regard. Having a good car can help alleviate unnecessary troubles. This car will suit your father well in the village. Qin Yang expressed his gratitude, thank you, Uncle Jiang. Before long, Qin Yang drove away. After dinner, he had already harvested emotional value once. So there was no need to return for another collection. As night passed, the following morning, Qin Yang drove back to the village. Upon arrival, he noticed a car parked in front of his home, which puzzled Qin Hai and the others, as they were unaware of Qin Yang's new acquisition. Dad, Mom. Qin Yang called out as he exited the vehicle. Son, why have you returned? Chen Ping asked, astonished. Qin Yang cheerfully replied, I'm back for a reason. Dad. Is that house being constructed across the street ours? Qin Hai nodded, explaining, the village had hoped we would move there. Initially, we were reluctant. But now that a new house is being built, we will relocate. Once the new house is completed, this old one will be demolished. Qin Yang nodded in understanding. The new house would indeed be in a better location. However, Qin Hai and the others previously lacked sufficient funds. The compensation from demolishing this house would not cover the costs of the new construction. Mom and Dad, please come and help me with something. Qin Yang requested as he opened the trunk of the car. Seeing it filled to the brim, Chen Ping exclaimed, Son, why did you buy so much? What a waste of money. Qin Yang clarified, Mom, these are not my purchases, they are gifts from Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang for you, including this car. Qin Hai and Chen Ping were utterly stunned. A trunk full of gifts, along with a car? Qin Hai immediately protested, Son, this cannot be right. How can we accept such lavish gifts from Muxue's parents? Qin Yang reassured them, Dad, you must accept them. to Uncle Jiang and the others. This is not a significant expense. Moreover, with my abilities, I can reciprocate their kindness. They unloaded all the gifts into the house, leaving Qin Hai and Chen Ping astounded. The gifts were worth at least 1 or 200,000. Dad, please put down your phones for a moment, Qin Yang urged. Once they had, he led them into another room. Dad, I have acquired a mental skill. My primary reason for returning home is to provide you with mental suggestions. He then proceeded to explain what mental suggestion entailed. Hai let out a sigh of relief, expressing his contentment. This is excellent. You have informed us that you are now a mental abilities practitioner, which makes us a bit anxious, fearing that we might inadvertently reveal something. Chen Ping chuckled. There is a silver lining to this. Your father has refrained from drinking recently, fearing that he might inadvertently disclose something while intoxicated. Son, allow me to begin. Qin Yang swiftly initiated a mental suggestion for Chen Ping, ensuring that under hypnosis, she would divulge nothing, even in her dreams. As for any inadvertent slip of the tongue, that was utterly impossible. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yang also performed a mental suggestion on Qin Hai. Father, may I indulge in some wine? Qin Hai inquired, having felt a longing for it after a prolonged abstinence. Qin Yang nodded. Drinking poses no issue, even if inebriated, you absolutely will not reveal any secrets. However, it is best to avoid getting excessively drunk, as it is detrimental to your health. Indeed, Qin Hai nodded in agreement. Qin Yang remarked, Father, did you not mention purchasing a few dogs? Qin Hai replied with a hint of exasperation, I have acquired dogs, all fully grown. They are not easily tamed. And they bark loudly, with no one around to manage them at the new house. How many? Qin Yang inquired. Qin Hai responded, you suggested we acquire several. I bought 5, and their barking at night is unbearable for us. Qin Yang laughed, that issue can be easily resolved. De Huang is the canine king. I shall take him to reason with them. Qin Hai led Qin Yang to the new house, where the foundation was laid and the first floor was under construction. Upon approaching with De Huang, the previously boisterous large wolves lay down, realizing they were no match for De Huang even before any confrontation occurred. Qin Yang patted De Huang's head, from now on, they will be your soldiers, and your sole purpose is to ensure the safety of my parents. Should they disobey, you must discipline them severely. De Huang nodded in understanding. Qin Hai, astonished, exclaimed, Son, can he truly comprehend your words? Qin Yang affirmed, Yes, father. De Huang is remarkably intelligent and perceptive, you can simply tell him what you wish him to do. If you plan to go to town, it would be prudent to take De Huang along. His combat prowess is formidable. Qin Hai nodded in agreement. Just then, a car approached and stopped by the roadside. 2 tattooed men emerged from the vehicle. One of them, whom Qin Yang recognized, was a local bully. Qin Hai furrowed his brow as the 2 tattooed men approached. One grinned broadly, Qin Yang, it has been quite a while, and you have become quite handsome. It appears money indeed enhances one's appearance. Hai Shu, you damaged my antique. Should you not provide an explanation? This is my 3rd visit, and if you fail to respond, do not expect to continue your construction. Qin Yang turned to Qin Hai. Father, what antique? Qin Hai explained, he left a bag of porcelain shards here, and during construction, the vehicle hit it. He claims we owe him for the damage. He demands 200,000, Qin Hai added, his voice tinged with anger. Chapter 61, Qin Yang takes action against the village bully. Qin Yang regarded the man with a cold gaze. Hai Shu, are you implying that I intentionally caused damage to your porcelain? The village bully, Sun Ming, clenched his fists and sneered, Qin Yang, as a university student, surely you understand that one must compensate for the damage caused to another's property? Another individual retrieved a spring knife from his pocket. Sun Go, why waste words with them? If they refuse to compensate today, we shall teach them a lesson. Qin Hai's expression changed dramatically at the sight of the knife. While he was aware of his son's newfound abilities, he questioned whether Qin Yang could handle the situation against an armed opponent. Sun Ming, you claim that a porcelain item worth 200,000 was carelessly left in a vulnerable spot? Qin Yang retorted with a cold smile. Sun Ming scoffed. I placed it there, is there a problem? That piece is worth not merely 200,000, it is valued at 4 to 500,000. Out of goodwill as a fellow villager, I will only demand 200,000 from you. You can either pay me or cease construction. Qin Hai's anger flared. Sun Ming. How dare you extort us as fellow villagers? Sun Ming glared. Hai Shu, one can eat recklessly, but one must not speak recklessly. How am I extorting you? Qin Yang stepped forward. Come, let us see how you intend to be unpleasant. The other bully, Guoquan, a towering figure, approached with the spring knife in his left hand, while his right hand aimed a forceful slap at Qin Yang. With a swift motion, Qin Yang kicked out, sending Guoquan, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, crashing to the ground with a scream. Qin Yang, I curse you. Sun Ming's expression changed as he rushed forward to attack Qin Yang. Qin Yang effortlessly caught Sun Ming's incoming fist with a calm demeanor. With one swift motion, he struck Sun Ming hard, leaving him momentarily dazed. With a series of resounding slaps, Qin Yang delivered several more blows to Sun Ming's face. Sun Ming struggled to free his hand, but it was futile. Qin Yang's grip was like iron. I will fight you. Guoquan stood up and lunged at Qin Yang again, this time wielding the spring knife. Ah! Sun Ming let out a tremendous scream as Qin Yang yanked his hand, causing Guoquan's knife to stab into Sun Ming's arm, blood immediately oozing from the wound. Sun Ge, I did not do it on purpose. Guoquan quickly withdrew the knife to strike again. Qin Yang released Sun Ming and grabbed Guoquan's wrist, forcefully pushing it down, causing Guoquan to stab himself in the thigh. Ah! Guoquan screamed in agony. What are you howling about? Qin Yang struck Guoquan hard, silencing him. After a few more blows, Guoquan's face swelled on both sides. Son, cease this at once, Qin Hai urged, fearing that the situation might escalate fatally. Qin Yang released Guoquan, who collapsed to the ground, clutching his thigh as blood seeped between his fingers. Sun Ming. Tell me what transpired. One falsehood, and I will end you. Qin Yang took out his phone to record. Fear flickered across Sun Ming's face as he confessed, Qin Yang. I thought your family had come into wealth and sought to extort some money from you. I used porcelain shards to devise this scheme. So you threatened my father with a knife? Qin Yang pressed. Sun Ming hesitated. Speak. Qin Yang commanded, taking a step closer. I did not carry a knife. Guoquan had the knife, claiming it would make you more compliant, Sun Ming replied hastily. You intended to extort 200,000, is that correct? Qin Yang inquired. Sun Ming hesitated to respond. We are from the same village, do not report us. I assure you that I will not trouble you again, Sun Ming trembled. Qin Yang scoffed, answer when asked. Is it 200,000? Sun Ming admitted, I originally only wanted 100,000. But Guoquan felt it was too little and wanted to split the amount, leading us to demand a total of 200,000 from you. I will offer you 20,000, do not report us. We are all injured, and reporting will bring you trouble as well. Qin Yang spoke coolly. What trouble could I face? The injuries you bear are from Guoquan's careless handling of the knife. The injuries he suffers are self-inflicted. Father, call the police. They are likely facing a prison sentence of over 3 years. Sun Ming and Guoquan's expressions changed dramatically. Sun Ming fell to his knees, pleading, Hai Shu. I beseech you not to report this. If you act so ruthlessly, once we are released, we will undoubtedly seek revenge. Qin Yang's eyes narrowed. Sun Ming. Such threats will only exacerbate your situation. Father, please call the police. I will leverage my connections to secure a longer sentence for them. Qin Hai nodded. While Guoquan shouted, How dare you? I have brothers, if you report me, your family will never know peace. Consider this a warning. Qin Hai proceeded to dial the police. Qin Yang then called Jiang Wanqing, Uncle Jiang, do you know anyone in our home province? 2 individuals are threatening my father with knives. Yes, Jiang Wanqing replied urgently from the other end. Xiao Qin, are you all right? Qin Yang reassured him. They have been subdued. My intention is to ensure they receive severe punishment, and they mentioned having brothers. Could we initiate a crackdown? Jiang Wanqing responded, Xiao Qin. I will report this to the relevant authorities immediately. Thank you, Uncle Jiang, Qin Yang said before hanging up. Jiang Wanqing quickly made another call, Deputy Yang. I have a situation to discuss. Minutes later, 2 police cars arrived swiftly at Qin Yang's location. They had received orders to take Sun Ming and his accomplices into custody. And they only needed to question Qin Yang briefly. Officers, I just recorded a video where they confessed to their crimes, Qin Yang said, sharing the footage with one of the policemen. Thank you for your cooperation, the officer replied, promptly escorting Sun Ming and Guoquan away. Given their armed extortion of 200,000, coupled with their connections to organized crime, they would face severe sentencing, certainly no less than 7 or 8 years. Hi Go. Excellent work. At long last, this menace, Sun Ming, has been apprehended, some villagers applauded, astonished at the turn of events. The Qin family had always been known for their integrity, and it was unexpected that they had triumphed over Sun Ming, who was now bloodied as he was taken away by the police. Thank you all for your support, Qin Yang smiled. There is nothing more to be done, please disperse. The crowd gradually departed. What happened? Chen Ping hurried over, having been informed by neighbors that the police had arrived. Qin Yang chuckled, Mother, it's nothing serious. Sun Ming and another individual came to cause trouble and were taken by the police. Qin Hai expressed concern, Son, do you think they have accomplices? Qin Yang replied. If they are sentenced to 7 or 8 years, would their so-called brothers come to aid them? Perhaps those brothers would face the same fate. Father, in the future, if such matters arise, please inform me sooner. Our family is not afraid of these threats. Chapter 62, The Master of Transformation, is he really dead? Du family. Du Chongming hurried back to the family estate. He found his father practicing with his grandfather, Du Anqing. Grandfather, father, Du Chongming called out. Du Anqing paused his practice and looked at him, Chongming, as a martial artist, you must approach matters with greater composure. Impulsiveness will hinder your future success. Yes, grandfather. Du Chongming took a deep breath, I just received some urgent news and rushed back to inform you. What news? His father, Du Jinghui, inquired. Father. Wei Chunshan has become a vegetable. Both Du Anqing and Du Jinghui were incredulous. Wei Chunshan was a master of transformation, how could he have fallen to such a state? Why are you so concerned about Wei Chunshan's condition? Du Jinghui asked, puzzled. Du Chongming explained, Father, Wei Chunshan visited the Jiang family and became incapacitated afterward. I have had some conflicts with Qin Yang, Jiang Muxue's husband. What conflicts? Du Chongming hesitated. Du Jinghui frowned, do not beat around the bush, speak plainly. Du Chongming confessed. I attempted to lure him into infidelity, hoping that Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue would divorce. However, Qin Yang did not fall for it. He may very well know I was behind it. Could the Jiang family have formidable allies? Du Anqing shook his head. No. Jiang Xinghua was previously a healer with unique abilities, having treated many and accumulated considerable goodwill. While the Jiang family once had powerful support, he has lost his abilities for over a decade, and many have repaid their debts to him by now. Du Jinghui asked, Father, could there still be some unpaid debts? Du Anqing nodded slightly, there might be a few. However, such goodwill is unlikely to incite action against the Wei family. The Wei family's strength and influence are not inferior to that of the Jiang family, and the Jiang family has been on the decline in recent years. Du Chongming sighed in relief. Son, what exactly happened? Du Jinghui pressed. Wei Jisheng sent bullets to Qin Yang and his parents. Although they were wooden carvings, they still constituted a death threat. Jiang Wanqing insisted that the Wei family provide an explanation. Afterward, Wei Chunshan became unresponsive. Du Anqing pondered. It is possible he did not suffer an attack, perhaps something went awry during his training. Issues during training can lead to a state of unconsciousness. Father. Should we go and see? Du Jinghui suggested. The Du family and Jiang family both resided in Haiqing. If Wei Chunshan encountered trouble there, it warranted their attention. Could a powerful figure have arrived in Haiqing? Indeed. 2 hours later, Du Anqing and his family arrived at the Wei residence. Uncle Du, welcome. Wei Chunshan's wife greeted them politely. As fellow martial arts families, they maintained some interactions. I heard about Chunshan's predicament and came to assess the situation, Du Anqing stated. Uncle Du, could you please check if my husband was attacked? She implored. Soon, Du Anqing approached Wei Chunshan's bedside, where he lay quietly, eyes closed. The signs of a vegetative state were distinct. While Jiang Muxue could open her eyes and consume liquids, Wei Chunshan could not. Du Anqing swiftly examined Wei Chunshan's condition. After 5 minutes, he remarked, Chunshan's meridians show no issues, he should not have been attacked by a martial arts expert, but I cannot ascertain his mental state. Have you discovered anything else? Wei Chunshan's wife shook her head, not yet. We retrieved the surveillance footage from Qin Yang's villa, but there were no apparent issues. Uncle Du. Can you determine if he was indeed attacked? Duanqing shook his head. I cannot make that judgment. Problems during training that lead to mental disarray can present symptoms similar to those of a mental attack. Even top-tier mentalists may struggle to discern the difference. Wei Chuanshan's wife furrowed her brow. Du Jinghui interjected, sister-in-law, allow me to say this, given the current situation of the Wei family. If this is indeed the work of others, discovering the culprit may lead to further misfortune. Anyone capable of rendering Wei Xiong a vegetable can similarly endanger the rest of the Wei family. Her expression shifted in alarm. Duanqing cautioned. If he has indeed been attacked, the perpetrator must possess the strength to render Chunshan silent and incapacitated. Their prowess must be at the peak of transformation. You must exercise caution. Wei Chuanshan's wife took a deep breath and said, Thank you, Uncle Du. Duanqing consoled her. Perhaps there was merely an issue with the cultivation. If that is the case, he may awaken in a day or two. Do not be overly anxious. Wei Chuanshan's wife nodded in reply. In Haiqing Detention Center, Wei Jipeng met with Wei Jisheng. Brother, did Dad visit the Jiang family? Is there still hope for me to pursue Jiang Muxue? Wei Jisheng inquired. Wei Jipeng remained silent. Is Jiang Wanqing disrespecting Dad? Dad is a master of Huajin. Is my marriage to Jiang Muxue not better than Qin Yang's? Wei Jisheng pressed on. Brother. Something has happened to Dad. He fell into a coma after returning home from Haiqing. Wei Jipeng's face turned pale. What? Wei Jisheng's eyes widened in disbelief. You must be joking. Dad is a master of Huajin, how could he fall into a coma? Wei Jipeng replied, How could I joke about such a thing? Dad went to see Qin Yang, and he was fine when he got into the car, he did not stop on the way. Yet he was in a coma upon arrival home. The doctor said he might become a vegetable. Wei Jisheng was stunned. How could this happen so suddenly? He entered the house, and now he is in trouble. If he becomes a vegetable, our family's strength will greatly diminish. Is Zhang's family behind this? Wei Jisheng asked. There is no evidence to suggest Zhang's involvement. Brother, I am here to warn you to be cautious and discreet. Do not take any actions against Qin Yang for the time being. With Dad's situation, we will face considerable troubles ahead. Wei Jisheng nodded, I understand. Beep. Wei Jipeng's phone suddenly rang. Mom, I have seen brother, he answered. On the other end, Wei Chuanshan's wife sobbed, Jipeng, you must come back quickly, your father. He has passed away. What? Wei Jipeng stood up abruptly. Mom, what did you say? Wei Chuanshan's wife trembled as she spoke. I just entered the room and saw that your father had no breath left. I have already called the police. I will return immediately. Fear filled Wei Jipeng's eyes. Brother. What has happened? Wei Jisheng asked. Wei Jipeng replied hoarsely, Mom said Dad is dead, and she has called the police. I need to rush back to see what exactly happened. What? Wei Jisheng was left in shock. Not long after, Qin Yang received a call from Jiang Wanqing. Young Qin. I just received news that Wei Chunshan has died. Jiang Wanqing's grave voice reached him. Qin Yang was taken aback. Wei Chunshan has died. That cannot be. He is a master of Huajin. I only attacked him once, he should not be dead. A master of Huajin should not be so fragile. Uncle Jiang. I will return as soon as possible. Chapter 63, Acquired Combat Skills. After hanging up, Qin Yang was filled with confusion. System. Could my previous attack have killed a master of Huajin? Qin Yang asked in his mind. The system responded, Host, the likelihood of that is very low. Qin Yang contemplated this, agreeing that the possibility seemed slim. His mental piercing skill came from the system, and he was well aware of its power. It had strong penetration but limited destructive capability. The mental piercing was akin to a needle piercing the mind, causing a disturbance that could destroy a small portion of mental energy. While it was sufficient to kill an ordinary person, Wei Chunshan was a master of Huajin. The penetration would consume much of his mental energy, and Wei Chuanshan's mental strength far surpassed that of an ordinary person. It was unlikely that I was the cause of his death. Most likely, the Wei family has other enemies who acted against him. Qin Yang mused. Son. What is the matter? Chen Ping approached Qin Yang, noticing his serious expression. Mom, I need to return tonight. Something has happened in Haicheng that requires my attention. Qin Yang replied. Chen Ping was taken aback. So urgent? She had expected Qin Yang to stay for at least a day or two. Aunt Liang and the others have a lot on their plates, and Mushua's belly is getting bigger. I am quite worried. Chen Ping nodded. Will you have dinner? Qin Yang cheerfully replied, of course. Mom, please prepare dinner early. I want to finish it quickly so I can head back. At that moment, Qin Yang heard the sound of a vehicle. He stepped outside to see a van arriving, with 7 or 8 individuals disembarking, both men and women, one of whom bore a resemblance to Guoquan. Qin family, you are heartless. You actually let the police arrest my husband. If you do not release him today, I will not let this go. One woman yelled furiously at Qin Yang. The others joined in the uproar. Qin Yang spoke sternly. Listen carefully. Guoquan brandished a knife and extorted us for 200,000, the amount is substantial, and he will surely be sentenced to prison for several years. Given your behavior, I suspect you are accomplices and affiliated with a criminal gang. Do you wish to join him in prison? The expressions of the approaching individuals changed. If they were classified as a criminal gang, it would be disastrous. Everyone, do not listen to his nonsense, we are merely relatives of my brother. We are not a criminal gang. A man shouted. Qin Yang retorted, can relatives not commit gang crimes? Leave now, and I will not pursue the matter, otherwise. Do not blame me for being unkind. Each of you might end up with a sentence of 3 to 5 years. Some of the group began to waver. They were aware of what kind of person Guoquan was, coming to assist him might indeed lead to their own imprisonment. Da Huang. Qin Yang called out loudly. Woof, woof. Da Huang, accompanied by 5 other dogs, rushed out. Da Huang was already sizable, while the other 5 were large wolf dogs, towering even over him. Woof, woof. The 6 dogs barked ferociously at the approaching individuals. The faces of the group turned pale. Da Huang and the others were not leashed and appeared menacing, as if they would pounce and tear them apart at any moment. Let's go. The group hastily retreated to their vehicle. Da Huang and the others quickly quieted down. Qin Yang warned them, if you come back to cause trouble, I will investigate your family thoroughly. Should any issues arise, you will end up in prison. Also, my dogs remember you. If you return and get bitten, do not blame me for not warning you. Oh, and the more trouble you cause, the heavier Guoquan's sentence will be. The Guo family members drove away in embarrassment. Chen Ping let out a sigh of relief. Beep. Qin Yang's phone rang. It was Qin Hai calling. He had seen many people arriving at the new house. Son, what is happening? Qin Yang replied with a smile, Dad, nothing serious. Some people from the Guo family came looking for trouble, but I sent them away. Come home for dinner early, I will leave after we eat. So urgent? Qin Hai was astonished. Muxue needs someone to care for her, and Aunt Liang and the others are very busy. I am quite uneasy with just the nanny looking after her. All right. Late at night, Qin Yang returned home. He immediately went to Jiang Muxue's room. Wife. Did you miss me? Qin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Muxue, allowing her to see him and hear his voice. Emotion value 20, I did not miss you at all. Qin Yang smiled as he sent a message, have you not considered it? However, by using me, you inadvertently acknowledge that you are my wife. Jiang Muxue responded, her emotional value at 23. Qin Yang continued, wife. It must be difficult for you to be alone at home. As the saying goes, I could endure the darkness if I had never seen the light. Without me at home, you are left in complete silence. Jiang Muxue felt a stirring in her heart. This was indeed true. Initially, her spiritual energy was weak. And she felt little. Now that her spiritual energy had significantly recovered, the absence of sight and sound was quite distressing. Time dragged on painfully. Qin Yang. Why are you back so soon? I thought you were going back to your hometown. It feels like hardly any time has passed, Jiang Muxue remarked. Qin Yang replied. I left after dinner yesterday. It is now the early hours of the second day, only 30 hours have passed. A warm current surged within Jiang Muxue's heart. Qin Yang's swift return indicated his concern for her. Wife, let me check if Qin Hong and the others have been slacking off in providing you with oral care. As he spoke, Qin Yang leaned down and kissed Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue's emotional values fluctuated between 30 and 25. after 2 to 3 minutes. Jiang Muxue exhausted her spiritual energy, ultimately providing over 200 units of emotional value. Qin Yang mused to himself that her spiritual energy had indeed recovered significantly. The first time, she had only provided 42 points, and now it had increased to 215, an increase of more than 5-fold. Baby, Daddy is back. Qin Yang connected with the fetus again. Although the fetus could not speak, Qin Yang could sense its emotions. He spent some time playing with his daughter. Having already noticed a pattern, when he engaged with her, sharing stories and such, her spiritual energy would be consumed but would subsequently recover, becoming stronger. When she was born, her spiritual energy would surpass that of other infants, enhancing her learning ability and intelligence. As dawn broke, Liang Lan had left early that morning. Qin Yang harvested another round of emotional value and thought to himself, "System, let us have a draw for 1,000 emotional value." The system responded, "Congratulations, host. You have acquired B-level combat skills." A flood of information surged into Qin Yang's mind, and excitement gleamed in his eyes. Although his physique had reached 27 points, he lacked combat skills, rendering his close combat abilities relatively low. At last, he had attained fighting prowess. Chapter 64, The Police Arrive for Inquiry. Qin Yang swiftly made his way to the gym, which was spacious enough for him to fully extend himself. He unleashed a series of punches with remarkable speed. This set of punches was far more formidable than many he had encountered online, combining with his 26 points of physique to deliver significant damage. Upon finishing, he transitioned to palm techniques. The B-level combat skills encompassed numerous martial arts techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, stick techniques, knife techniques, sword techniques, and more, each possessing considerable power. After about 10 minutes, Qin Yang exhaled a cloud of stale air. He had tried various techniques, fist, palm, and leg, and could confirm that his close combat abilities had increased several-fold. System, even without utilizing spiritual energy, I should now possess strength at the level of dark force, correct? Qin Yang inquired mentally. The system responded, "Host, you are currently at the mid-stage of dark force. At the late stage, your internal strength will increase significantly. Your martial arts skills are commendable, and at the mid-stage of dark force, you should be difficult to contend with." A faint smile appeared on Qin Yang's face. Not bad. Ouyang Wu was only at the mid-stage of dark force, while Tang Yin was at the early stage. Even without considering spiritual energy, his strength was commendable among the younger generation. In the future, if he needed to take action, he could reveal this. System, if my physique continues to improve, will I eventually possess internal strength? Yes, host. Qin Yang quickly asked, to what point must my physique reach? The precise requirement for obtaining internal strength remains uncertain. It could be 40 points or perhaps 50. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Even if it were 50 points, it would not take long. If he were to draw for a physique enhancement with 1,000 emotional value, he might just achieve 50 points in one go. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Qin Yang approached and opened the gym door. Outside stood Qin Hong, respectfully stating, "Mr. Qin, Captain Su is looking for you." Qin Yang nodded and proceeded upstairs to the villa entrance, where 2 police officers awaited, one of whom was Su Zhe, whom Qin Yang recognized. "Captain Su, please come in." Qin Yang greeted with a smile. Su Zhe nodded, and as they entered the villa, the 3 sat down while Qin Hong poured tea for them. "Qin Hong, please assist Yang Xian and the others," Qin Yang instructed. Qin Hong nodded and left. Su Zhe inquired, "Mr. Qin, do you know that Wei Chenshan, the head of the Wei family, has died?" Qin Yang acknowledged, "Uncle Jiang mentioned it to me." "Captain Su, you're not suspecting that I killed him, are you?" Su Zhe shook his head. "Mr. Qin, we know that is impossible. Wei Chenshan was a martial artist, and you lack the strength for such an act. We are here simply to gather information." Before returning home, Wei Chenshan had already fallen unconscious. "He was with you before that, did you notice anything unusual?" Qin Yang replied. "He practiced a set of punches in the backyard, claiming he could teach me if I wished to learn. However, Captain Su, you should know his true intentions. He damaged quite a bit of the backyard tiles and even broke a tree. I asked him to compensate for some of the damages." Su Zhe asked, "Can we take a look?" Of course, Qin Yang led them to the backyard. The damaged tree and tiles had yet to be restored. Several thick blue stone tiles were broken, and a tree with a trunk the size of a bowl lay toppled beside them. "Mr. Qin, where were you yesterday afternoon?" inquired a police officer who had come with Suze. Qin Yang turned to him. "I was at my hometown. We are building a house. And 2 local bullies have approached my father twice. I sent my dog back to protect my parents. My hometown is in H province, over 1,000 kilometers away." Suze cleared his throat. "Mr. Qin, we are not suspecting you. This is a routine inquiry, and we must ask thoroughly." "Understood," Qin Yang nodded. Suze continued. "What are your thoughts on Wei Chuanshan's death?" A smile spread across Qin Yang's face. "He got what he deserved. Captain Su, Wei Jisheng sent bullets to my parents. Albeit fake ones, but I certainly do not wish them well. With Wei Chuanshan's death, I feel like setting off some firecrackers." Suze cautioned, "Mr. Qin, please refrain from such actions. Wei Jisheng has erred and is now facing legal consequences. If you act wrongly, you too will face legal repercussions." Qin Yang chuckled. "Captain Su, setting off a firecracker would just be a fine, wouldn't it? I accept the penalty." Suze shook his head. "Do not provoke the Wei family. They are in mourning after Wei Chuanshan's death, and any provocation could lead them to target you. Do you have any surveillance footage from when Wei Chuanshan was here?" Qin Yang nodded. "Yes, Wei Jipeng had requested a copy before." Suze asked, "Mr. Qin, could you provide me with a copy?" "Certainly." Upon returning to the residence, Qin Yang prepared a copy for Suze and the others. "Su Captain, how did Wei Chuanshan meet his demise?" Qin Yang inquired. Suze replied, "The forensic report has yet to be released." Just then, Suze's phone rang. He answered the call. "Su Captain, the results have just come in. Wei Chuanshan died from asphyxiation caused by external forces, ruling out poisoning and other causes of death." "All right," Suze said as he hung up. "The results are in. Wei Chuanshan was asphyxiated. He was murdered." "Mr. Qin, thank you for your cooperation. We must take our leave," Suze added. Soon, Suze and his team departed from the villa. Qin Yang exhaled in relief, confirming that Wei Chuanshan had indeed been killed by another. He was not yet prepared to take a life. Had Wei Chuanshan truly perished at his hands, Qin Yang questioned whether he could have handled it with his current capabilities. Ding. Qin Yang dialed Jiang Wanqing's number. "Uncle Jiang, Su Captain and another officer just visited. They asked me several questions and took the surveillance footage. Wei Chuanshan died from asphyxiation due to external forces." On the other end of the line, Jiang Wanqing expressed his astonishment. "Asphyxiation? Wei Chuanshan was murdered. Xiao Qin, be cautious. Do not let the Wei family direct their anger towards you. After all, Wei Chuanshan was fine before he came to see you." Qin Yang assured, "Uncle Jiang, I will be vigilant. I will stay at home with Muxue, she will be safe. You and Aunt Liang should also take care," Jiang Wanqing advised. "The Wei family lacks the courage to act against us. Neither Aunt Liang nor I will face any trouble, rest assured." "Xiao Qin, how are your parents faring?" Qin Yang responded, "The village bully was taken away by the police. One of the relatives of the troublemaker I dealt with has been sent away. And the other bully is a loner without family. My parents are doing fine." Jiang Wanqing remarked, "The 2 thugs who attempted to extort 200,000 should face about 10 years in prison. If your parents encounter any issues, let me know." "Thank you, Uncle Jiang," Qin Yang replied. Jiang Wanqing continued. "One more thing, the Cullinan I ordered for you has arrived at the dealership. I will send you the address. When you have time, go pick up the car. I have something else to attend to, so I will hang up now." Chapter 65, Jiang Muxue's emotional breakdown. In the blink of an eye, over a week had passed. Qin Yang had retrieved the Cullinan, but he had scarcely driven it. During this week, he had rarely left the villa. Liang Lan had brought him many books. He dedicated part of his time to cultivation, another part to studying, and some to caring for Jiang Muxue, giving her massages and bathing her. "System, what is my current emotional value?" Qin Yang inquired in his mind. The system responded, "Host, your current emotional value is 9,085. Qin Yang took a deep breath. It was no easy feat, his emotional value was finally nearing 10,000. He was currently earning just over 1,000 a day. And by tomorrow morning, it should exceed 10,000. He had never drawn from an emotional value of 10,000 before. Qin Yang wished to give it a try. Drawing 1,000 emotional points could yield A-grade medical skills, which would be quite beneficial, yet it would not resolve Jiang Muxue's issues. He required more formidable abilities. Ding. Suddenly, Qin Yang's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, yet he answered nonetheless. Qin Yang, it's me, Wei Jisheng's cold voice echoed in Qin Yang's ear. Wei Jisheng. What is it? Qin Yang replied calmly. Wei Jisheng gritted his teeth. Qin Yang, I've been released, isn't it time we settled our score? What score? Qin Yang asked in surprise. You provided me with bullets, and I sent you to the police, our accounts are settled. Heh. Wei Jisheng's icy laughter resonated. You ruined my relationship with Jiang Muxue and tarnished my reputation. My father visited you and returned dead, we need to account for all of this. Qin Yang stated. Wei Jisheng, are you joking? Muxue is my wife, she has no connection to you. Moreover, it was not I who damaged your reputation. You were never a good person to begin with. Regarding your father, I suspect he was suffocated by your own people, perhaps even your brother. Wei Jisheng's voice turned menacing. Qin Yang, do you believe I won't kill you? Qin Yang replied indifferently, I recorded this call. If I die, the police will be the first to come after you. Do you wish to go back inside? Wei Jisheng retorted, Qin Yang, your cultivation talent is commendable, even if your reputation is ruined. You can learn from your father and eventually become a formidable martial artist. The Wei family will likely still heed your word, for you are the eldest son. However, the situation with your father has changed. It will be difficult for you to become a top-tier powerhouse and wield control over the family. With your reputation in tatters, your brother is better suited to inherit the family business. Wei Jisheng furrowed his brow, pondering Qin Yang's words. There was merit in what he said. Wei Jisheng, consider this carefully. Is your primary goal truly to target me? By opposing me, you risk offending the Jiang family and reducing your chances of managing the family business. Do you wish to forfeit the family's billions in assets? Qin Yang coaxed. Wei Jisheng's expression shifted. How could he possibly abandon such a vast fortune? Your father is already in trouble, even if Muxue and I were to divorce, do you believe you still have hope? Wasting your energy here only proves you can be easily swayed by emotions, such a person is unfit to lead the family. Your greatest adversary is not me, but your brother. With your father's predicament, your interests are compromised, while your brother stands to gain. Wei Jisheng gritted his teeth, Qin Yang, stop spouting nonsense. My brother is nothing like that, don't think you can sow discord between us. Qin Yang replied calmly, I speak only facts. If you find my words reasonable, contemplate them. If you believe I am wrong and wish to continue targeting me, then come, I will accompany you to the end. Wei Jisheng sneered, Qin Yang. You are merely an ordinary person, I am a martial artist. Let us see how this unfolds. With that, Wei Jisheng hung up. A faint smile graced Qin Yang's face. The Wei family was indeed a powerful clan. Wei Jisheng and Wei Jipeng were not only brothers but also rivals. He did not believe their bond could be as strong as portrayed. He had sown a seed of doubt in Wei Jisheng's mind, which would inevitably take root and flourish. Wei Jisheng's focus would likely shift. If internal strife erupted within the Wei family, it would certainly be advantageous for him. Eventually, his strength would be revealed. And at that juncture, Wei Jisheng and others would come to understand that Wei Chuanshan's transformation into a vegetative state was likely connected to him. If the Wei family remained united and formidable, it would not bode well for him. The Wei family. Wei Jisheng furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Despite his intense hatred for Qin Yang, he could not deny that there was some truth in Qin Yang's assertions. His talents were exceptional. Yet his father's troubles almost severed his path to mastery. His brother, Wei Jipeng, was different. Wei Jipeng excelled academically and dedicated more time to learning, possessing superior business acumen. Of course, Wei Jisheng was reluctant to accept this. He believed that if he devoted himself, he could undoubtedly match his brother's abilities. The forensic report indicates death by asphyxiation due to external forces. The surrounding surveillance shows no outsiders entering, Wei Jisheng murmured to himself. He was aware that martial arts experts could potentially infiltrate, but it was equally plausible that the attack originated from someone within their ranks. Brother, could it be you? The glint in Wei Jisheng's eyes flickered with intensity. For the time being, he set aside thoughts of avenging Qin Yang. Believing that as long as he managed the family's vendetta, it would eventually be addressed. If his brother took control of the family, he would have no time to lament his fate. Soon, dawn arrived. My dear, today marks a splendid occasion. Qin Yang connected his spiritual energy with Jiang Muxue. What splendid occasion? Jiang Muxue inquired. Qin Yang referred to her as my dear, and she found herself too weary to counter his affection, regardless of her protests. Qin Yang would remain unperturbed. Moreover, she had been kissed by him numerous times and had been bathed by him on several occasions, so compared to those intimate moments, being called my dear seemed trivial. Today is our 1-month wedding anniversary, Qin Yang conveyed. Time had flown by, and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. My dear, you are 7 months and 10 days pregnant. You have only 2 months left of lucidity, if you do not awaken. You will have to find a stepmother for our child, Jiang Muxue remarked. Why not choose one among your friends? Tang Yin is quite lovely, what do you think? Qin Yang suggested. Jiang Muxue's spiritual energy stirred significantly, eliciting a subtle smile from Qin Yang. The fluctuations in her spiritual energy were a positive sign, indicating a potential elevation of her spiritual capacity. You must not act recklessly, she admonished. Do you not find it agreeable? If something were to happen to you and we require a stepmother for our child, Tang Yin, being your close friend, would undoubtedly care for the child, Qin Yang countered. She would never look twice at you. Jiang Muxue retorted, her tone laced with indignation. Qin Yang's smile persisted, sensing that her defenses were crumbling, likely enhancing her spiritual potential. Before long, Jiang Muxue's spiritual energy was depleted. System, I wish to exchange 10,000 emotional points for a lottery draw. Qin Yang commanded in his mind. His emotional points had reached the maximum of 10,000. Chapter 66, Qin Yang, do not seek Tang Yin. The system's voice resonated in Qin Yang's mind, announcing, congratulations, host. You have acquired an A-level hacking skill. Your existing C-level hacking skill will now merge with it. A tinge of disappointment flickered within Qin Yang. While hacking skills were undeniably practical, the A-level skill seemed insufficiently potent. The system clarified, 100 emotional points typically yield a C-level reward, while 10,000 emotional points typically grant an A-level reward. The fusion of the two hacking skills results in an A-level capability, placing your hacking prowess among the top 5 or 6 in the nation. Qin Yang nodded slightly, as torrents of information surged into his mind, rapidly assimilated with the system's assistance. Before long, he had comprehended all the information. Impressive, Qin Yang mused in awe. The A-level hacking skill was indeed remarkable. While it might attract detection during an intrusion, it was more than adequate for defensive purposes. Even the most adept hacker would find it challenging to infiltrate him unnoticed. In no time, Qin Yang arrived at his study. He powered on his computer to assess its state, discovering numerous vulnerabilities and some software with eavesdropping capabilities, though there was no recording device present. Thus, the eavesdropping was ultimately futile. As for uncovering his secrets via the computer, that too would yield nothing of value, given that he rarely used it beyond watching movies or conducting research. With rapid keystrokes, Qin Yang set to work. He meticulously cleaned the computer and enhanced its defenses. Subsequently, he connected his fortified phone, which was impervious to intrusion. Using this device as a conduit, Qin Yang infiltrated Qin Hai's phone. This method granted him greater security. Even if discovered, the intruders would remain unaware of his identity and leave no trace of their intrusion. Qin Hai's phone, if compromised, I should be able to detect it with my current capabilities, Qin Yang pondered. He needed to create a defensive software. Retreating for a moment, he swiftly developed a defense application on his computer, crafting a virtual system where hackers could only access this isolated environment. Hours passed as he diligently worked from morning until afternoon, ultimately constructing a 5-layer virtual system that could gauge the intruder's strength based on the layers breached. With a sigh of relief, he declared, at last, it's complete. He transmitted this virtual system to his parents, and soon it began to operate on their phones. Novice hackers would struggle to penetrate even the first layer. The software would silently record intrusion attempts without alerting the user. Only upon breaching the 3rd layer would the software notify him. Cheng Hong, gather everyone, Qin Yang instructed, descending to the lower floor. In moments, all 4 of the housekeepers were before him. Mr. Qin, how may we assist you? Li Wenyue inquired. I have 3 matters to discuss. 2 require your cooperation, and the 3rd concerns your salaries, which will increase by 5,000 each month. The housekeepers were elated, although their salaries were already considerable, a 5,000 increase was substantial. Rest assured, we will comply with your requests, they replied in unison. First, I need to install a defense software on your phones to protect against hacker attacks and prevent eavesdropping. Do not worry. It will not invade your privacy or record your conversations. Though initially hesitant, they soon nodded in agreement. If Qin Yang intended to eavesdrop, he would not need to announce it. The second matter involves me providing you with a mental suggestion to prevent you from inadvertently revealing any secrets. Yang Xian asked, puzzled. Mental suggestion? Qin Yang explained, this will safeguard against any secrets being disclosed under hypnosis. If you cannot accept this, you may resign. But you must still agree to the mental suggestion before leaving. Li Wenyue queried, Mr. Qin, aside from preventing us from disclosing secrets, does the mental suggestion have any other implications? Qin Yang shook his head. I will perform the mental suggestion in your presence. It serves no other purpose. The housekeepers quickly agreed, recognizing that despite their already generous salaries, the additional 5,000 was an enticing offer, and the work was not arduous. Let us proceed, Qin Yang stated, as he conducted the mental suggestion for Li Wenyue and the others. Should anyone attempt to hypnotize them, their response would be that they possessed no knowledge of any secrets. Now, you may return to your duties. I will install the defense software on your phones. This software will remain invisible to you, Qin Yang concluded. Returning to his study, he successfully implemented the defense software on Li Wenyue's phone. With a sigh of relief, he felt a sense of accomplishment. If one's strength is sufficiently formidable, there is no need for secrecy. However, at present, his power has yet to reach that level. Thus, maintaining confidentiality remains of paramount importance. Once the pressing matters are concluded, he decides to playfully engage with Muxue. Qin Yang muses as he arrives at Jiang Muxue's chamber. My dear, have you missed me? Qin Yang's mental energy connected with Jiang Muxue. Emotional value 27, Qin Yang pondered, such a surge of emotion right at the outset. Could the morning's mention of seeking Tang Yin to be a stepmother for their child have significantly impacted Jiang Muxue, leaving her still affected? Miss you? Nonsense. Qin Yang chuckled, my dear, would you like to hear a ghost story? I can certainly fulfill that request. Jiang Muxue replied, Qin Yang, if I were to perish, do not seek Tang Yin afterward. Qin Yang inquired, my darling, what is your reasoning? Tang Yin is your close friend, she is beautiful, skilled in martial arts. If you were to leave, wouldn't you think she would be quite suitable? Emotional value 37, Qin Yang raised an eyebrow. The increase in emotional value was notable. Previously, the highest single increase was merely 34. Since there was growth, his overall mental energy should have increased as well. Are you concerned she might be too strong? And that a stepmother might be rather harsh on the child? Emotional value 38, Jiang Muxue replied, I am not worried about that. I merely think it would be awkward if you two were together. Qin Yang chuckled and communicated telepathically, what is there to be awkward about? If you were truly gone, you would know nothing, and I believe Tang Yin would be quite caring. She would likely take good care of our daughter. Emotional value 39, Qin Yang was astonished. Jiang Muxue's emotional value was rising higher and higher, something he had never achieved even when kissing or massaging her before. System, what is happening? Is this stimulation more profound than previous kisses? Qin Yang inquired mentally. The system responded, host, the points of stimulation differ. The physical stimulation and this verbal interaction have activated different regions of Jiang Muxue's brain. So that was the case, Qin Yang mused. Qin Yang, do not entertain any thoughts about Tang Yin, perhaps I may awaken. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, what do you mean by that? No divorce? Jiang Muxue stated. Whether we divorce or not, we shall discuss it once I awaken. You cannot start thinking about finding a stepmother for our daughter while I am still alive. Qin Yang displayed a faint smile. There were two pieces of good news. First, Jiang Muxue's mental energy had evidently increased. Second, she might actually care for him. Muxue, you are mistaken. If you do not agree to be my wife, I must consider the long term, no? If you were to depart, Tang Yin would no longer be available. Shouldn't I cultivate our relationship? Qin Yang communicated to Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue replied. Emotional value 30, I agree to give you a month after I awaken. If we are suitable, then we shall not divorce. Qin Yang smirked, a month is rather short. How about 6 months? If you awaken, we can try marriage for 6 months. If after that period there are still no feelings, we can part ways. Emotional value 20, alright. After a while, Jiang Muxue consented. My dear, today you must bathe, allow me to assist you. Emotional value 18, emotional value 15, before they even started bathing, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was exhausted. System, how much emotional value did I gain in total just now? Qin Yang inquired mentally. Previously, his highest total emotional value was 256 points. The system replied, Host, this time the total is 318 points. Qin Yang's eyes lit up. From 256 to 318 points, an increase of 62 points, this was the most significant growth yet, surpassing any previous increase, which had not exceeded 20. Wow, 318 points. If I can harvest 4 times daily, I could easily reach 1,000 points in emotional value. It seemed he needed to stimulate from multiple angles. Qin Yang contemplated. Previously, he had relied predominantly on kisses and embraces, which repeatedly stimulated one area of Jiang Muxue's brain, resulting in rapid harvests but lacking diversity in stimulation. In the evening, Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan arrived. Xiao Qin, did you summon us here with good news? Liang Lan inquired eagerly. Qin Yang smiled. Indeed, there is a bit of good news. Muxue's mental energy has shown a notable increase today, and perhaps soon her brainwaves will change. Liang Lan's eyes sparkled with surprise. Has there been any change yet? Qin Yang shook his head, not yet, but at this rate, there may be a change within a week. However, changes in brainwaves do not necessarily mean she will awaken immediately. Liang Lan nodded. They quickly ascended to Jiang Muxue's room. Qin Yang connected his mental energy with Jiang Muxue, and she instantly perceived Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan. Father, mother. Jiang Muxue's voice resonated in Qin Yang's mind. Qin Yang replied, My dear, you may call me father, but let us refrain from mother. Emotional value 20, Jiang Muxue retorted, I was not addressing you. Jiang Wanqing remarked, Xiao Qin, if Muxue's brainwaves change, outsiders may become aware of her condition. The risks will increase. If her state remains unchanged, others will not take action. Killing a potentially comatose individual could bring substantial trouble. But if her condition begins to recover, it becomes a different matter. Jiang Haolong and others would certainly not wish for her to awaken. Qin Yang reassured, Uncle Jiang, I will ensure Muxue's safety. Jiang Wanqing pondered, do you believe there is still a need to monitor with instruments? Qin Yang replied, Uncle Jiang, I can determine the situation. For Muxue, it is fine without instrument monitoring. However, outsiders are not fools. If the instruments are removed, they will undoubtedly discern that Muxue's condition has improved. Your concern for Muxue is known to others. Jiang Wanqing furrowed his brow, acknowledging the validity of this concern. Liang Lan, Xiao Qin, Jing Hong, and the others. Qin Yang replied, I have increased their salaries and performed a soul suggestion on them. Even if someone attempts to hypnotize them, they won't reveal anything. However, there will be others coming to visit. Once Muxue's condition improves, outsiders will surely find out. Liang Lan said, we must try to delay as much as possible. Every day we can keep her safe is a victory. My dear, we should hire a few bodyguards to stand watch here. We need both male and female bodyguards. Jiang Wanqing inquired, Xiao Qin, what are your thoughts? Qin Yang nodded, I think it's a good idea. Although the neighborhood has considerable security, having additional bodyguards outside the villa will certainly deter anyone who might intend to cause trouble. Agreed, Jiang Wanqing nodded. Let's finalize it then. We will add 8 bodyguards. 4 men and 4 women, with 2 shifts, day and night, each with 2 male and 2 female elite bodyguards. Sounds good, Qin Yang smiled. Uncle Jiang, you and Liang Jia can keep Muxue company. I will go upstairs to play the piano. Jiang Muxue was quite surprised. Qin Yang could play the piano? She had heard the sounds of piano music numerous times before, but she assumed it was merely recorded music, unaware it was Qin Yang performing. Soon, the exquisite piano melodies filled the air. Listening to the music, Jiang Muxue contributed her emotional energy, though her mental strength had not fully recovered, resulting in less contribution than before. My dear, I would like to discuss something with you, Liang Lan spoke softly by Jiang Muxue's bedside. What is it? Liang Lan continued, though Muxue has not yet awakened, through our interactions during this time, I find Qin to be excellent. Should we not encourage him to refer to us as Dad and Mom? Qin Yang remained connected to Jiang Muxue's mental state, and she could hear the conversation between Liang Lan and Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Wanqing pondered, I have considered this as well. But if Muxue does not awaken in time and is unable to pull through, would it not be awkward for him to address us as such later on? Perhaps we should wait a bit longer until we see a response in her brain waves. Liang Lan nodded slightly, very well then. Jiang Muxue's mental energy seemed to improve slightly. Half an hour passed swiftly. Jiang Muxue had already exhausted her mental strength. System. I would like to draw a lottery for 1,000 emotional energy, Qin Yang thought. At present, he felt that drawing 1,000 would be more beneficial. Drawing 10,000 had previously yielded disappointing results. Accumulating 10,000 emotional energy required considerable time. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an S-level mind link. Qin Yang was taken aback. Drawing 1,000 emotional energy resulted in an S-level skill, while 10,000 only yielded an A-level skill. System, does this mean I can connect with Muxue's mind? Qin Yang inquired. Host, this is different, the system replied. What is different? Qin Yang questioned. A flood of information surged in, and he had yet to digest it. Unsure of how this skill differed. The mind link allows you to establish a tighter connection, and more importantly, it enables two individuals to engage in mental dialogue. The system explained. Qin Yang was stunned. This ability could allow others to engage in mental dialogue. If it were merely that, I would not consider this skill to warrant an S rating, the system continued. The mind link allows you to connect with others over long distances, with the range dependent on your mental affinity. The more you connect, the stronger the affinity. Given your current situation with Jiang Muxue, you can maintain a connection over a distance of 10 kilometers. You can also ascertain each other's locations. Qin Yang contemplated this. This ability indeed justified an S rating. The power of this skill was immense. Currently, his connection with Jiang Muxue extended only about 20 meters. But the mind link skill could expand that range to 10 kilometers. While the short distance only allowed him to share images of Jiang Muxue's immediate surroundings, which did not sufficiently stimulate her to gather emotional energy, a longer distance would be far more advantageous. My mental strength seems to have increased somewhat, Qin Yang mused. The mind link is a mental ability, and it will slightly enhance your mental strength as a byproduct, the system informed him. Qin Yang descended from the third floor. Unfortunately, Jiang Muxue had exhausted her mental energy, otherwise, he would have eagerly tested the effects of the mind link. With this skill, the images I share with Jiang Muxue should be significantly clearer than before, correct? Qin Yang asked. Host, that depends on the distance. At close range, given your current strength, it will be indistinguishable from what Jiang Muxue sees with her own eyes. At 500 meters, the quality is 4K, at 1000 meters, it's 2K, and at 5,000 meters, it drops to 480p. Beyond 7 or 8,000 meters, there will be no image, the system clarified. Qin Yang nodded slightly. It was understandable that the signal would weaken with distance. Compared to before, this was a significant improvement. Qin. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan emerged from Jiang Muxue's room. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang, please stay here tonight, Qin Yang smiled. Jiang Wanqing asked in confusion, is something up? Qin Yang responded, I have just acquired a skill that may allow you to engage in mental dialogue with Muxue. Really? Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan looked at Qin Yang with excitement. Will we be able to speak with Muxue? Liang Lan asked eagerly. Qin Yang replied, not in the traditional sense, it will be a mental connection. I might be able to build a bridge for you. Wonderful. We will guard her tonight. Liang Lan's eyes brimmed with tears. The pain of seeing their precious daughter in a vegetative state was unbearable for both Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan. Jiang Wanqing placed a reassuring hand on Qin Yang's shoulder. Qin, thank you. Qin Yang smiled, Uncle Jiang, there is no need for thanks, we are family. That's true, Jiang Wanqing chuckled, nodding. Qin, when can we engage in mental dialogue with Muxue? Qin Yang explained, Muxue has just exhausted her mental energy. She will regain some in about an hour, but for a more substantial recovery, we may need to wait until around 11 or 12 tonight. We can wait. Liang Lan quickly affirmed. We have already waited this long, we are not in a hurry. Let her recover more before we connect. Jiang Wanqing agreed with a nod. Uncle Jiang, please follow me to the study, Qin Yang instructed. Soon they arrived at the study. Uncle Jiang. I have developed a defensive software that can withstand hacker attacks and prevent eavesdropping. I have already installed it for my parents and Qinghong. Would you like to install it as well? Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Wanqing expressed his surprise. You've learned computer technology? Qin Yang nodded. I have a photographic memory and decent learning abilities, so picking up some computer skills was not too difficult. However, as one advances, the challenges become considerably greater. And what is your current level? Jiang Wanqing asked, curious. Qin Yang chuckled. I should be among the top 10 in the country. It's hard to say exactly where I rank, as some cyber experts specialize in attacks while others excel in defense. The differences can be subtle, making rankings difficult. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan were left astounded. It is astonishing how quickly Qin Yang network technology has advanced, Liang Lan remarked in admiration. Calligraphy, painting, piano, now even network technology has excelled. Little Qin, what other talents do you possess? Qin Yang smiled gently. I have only acquired these skills, to learn more. I must continue my studies. Jiang Wanqing took a deep breath. Little Qin, what you have achieved is far from trivial. Many individuals spend their entire lives striving for even one of these skills. Indeed, Liang Lan nodded in agreement. Qin Yang inquired, Uncle Jiang. Would you like to install the software? Your information and communications involve company secrets. If it is inconvenient for you to install it, that is perfectly fine. Jiang Wanqing replied. There is no inconvenience in installing it. Our phones have security software, but it likely pales in comparison to yours. Liang Lan chuckled. We have only Muxue as our daughter, you have already acquired our most treasured possession. Knowing company secrets is inconsequential, as our business will eventually be passed on to you. Jiang Wanqing nodded slightly. They retrieved their phones. 10 minutes later, Qin Yang had infiltrated Jiang Wanqing's phone. Uncle Jiang. Your phone's defenses are decent, but they fall short against more formidable adversaries. Jiang Wanqing stated, core secrets will not be stored on the phone, even if it is breached. The situation is not grave. Soon, Qin Yang implanted the software. Liang Lan's installation was straightforward. Her security software was created by the same individual as Jiang Wanqing's, and Qin Yang navigated the process with ease. Uncle Jiang, the original software remains intact. Should a hacker attempt to infiltrate, they will first encounter that. My software provides a virtual system for your phone, and that software is isolated from the real system. Qin Yang smiled. Jiang Wanqing asked. So even the person who previously provided us security cannot access our information? Yes, Qin Yang nodded. Gradually, midnight approached. Qin Yang and Jiang Wanqing arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. Little Qin, even if you fail, it is of no consequence. Do not feel pressured. Liang Lan comforted Qin Yang. Qin Yang thought to himself, he felt no pressure as he had acquired skills from the system, and his proficiency was already at its peak. In fact, it was Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan who appeared quite tense. Only one connection can be made at a time. Aunt Liang, who shall go first? Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Wanqing suggested, let Aunt Liang go first. Liang Lan remained silent, she was not in a mood for modesty. Qin Yang connected his mental energy with Jiang Muxue. My dear, would you like to speak with your mother? If so, call out to your husband so I can hear you. Husband, Jiang Muxue called out without hesitation. Chapter 69, Jiang Muxue communicates with her parents. Husband, hurry up. Jiang Muxue's voice resonated in Liang Lan's mind. She wished to urge Qin Yang, but to her surprise, Qin Yang had already established a connection between her and Liang Lan. Muxue, this is your mother. Jiang Muxue heard Liang Lan's voice. Emotional value 40, if there were a crack in the ground, Jiang Muxue would want to dive into it, for her words had been overheard by her mother. Just moments ago, she had affectionately referred to Qin Yang as her husband. Mother, what did you hear? Jiang Muxue asked timidly. Liang Lan was overjoyed. They could indeed communicate mentally. She replied, Muxue, I heard you clearly. You called Qin Yang your husband. Your relationship seems quite good. Emotional value 38, Jiang Muxue protested, Mother, it was Qin Yang who tricked me into calling him that, he made me say it so I could communicate with you. Liang Lan thought, you are married, so calling him your husband is entirely natural. Besides, he has brought us to you, even if you hadn't called. Would he not have allowed us to converse? Mother, why are you defending him? Liang Lan responded, Muxue, without Qin Yang, you might not survive. And we would not be able to speak. Your father and I insisted on your marriage to Qin Yang out of necessity. But it now seems to be the right choice. Jiang Muxue lamented, Mother, I miss you both so much. So do I. The mother and daughter conversed for 2 minutes. Jiang Muxue provided a considerable amount of emotional value, and her mental energy was significantly depleted. Aunt Liang. It is time for Uncle Jiang to connect. Muxue's mental energy is limited. When her emotions are intense, her mental energy depletes rapidly, Qin Yang explained. Liang Lan nodded. And Qin Yang promptly severed the connection, allowing Jiang Wanqing to establish a link with Jiang Muxue. Dad, Jiang Muxue's voice sounded in Jiang Wanqing's mind. Ah. Muxue, are you alright? Jiang Wanqing felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Emotional value 20, Jiang Muxue replied, I used to drift through each day aimlessly. But then I began to hear Qin Yang's voice, and thereafter, I could see what the world outside looked like. Now, I can see very clearly. Jiang Wanqing affirmed, your condition is improving. With little Qin's help, we are confident you will surely recover. Dad, I will awaken. 2 minutes passed. And Jiang Muxue's mental energy was nearly exhausted. Qin Yang severed the mental link. At this moment, Jiang Muxue could still communicate with him. But she could no longer engage in mental exchanges with others. My love, how are you? Qin Yang communicated with Jiang Muxue. Thank you. My love. Is it merely a simple thank you without any endearment? Husband, thank you, is that satisfactory? Acceptable. Emotional value 7, soon, Jiang Muxue's remaining mental energy was entirely consumed. Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang, how did your conversation with Muxue go? Qin Yang inquired. While he could eavesdrop on their conversation, he chose not to. As that would lack integrity. It went exceedingly well. After more than half a year, I finally spoke with Muxue again, Liang Lan exclaimed with immense joy. Tears glistened in her eyes as she recalled the emotional moment. Jiang Wanqing took a deep breath, little Qin. Feel free to take any of the sports cars in my garage, take whichever one you like, or even all of them if you wish. Qin Yang chuckled, Uncle Jiang. Are you serious? If I take them all, you must not regret it later. Jiang Wanqing shook his head. Rest assured, I will not regret it. Qin Yang replied, Uncle Jiang, you should keep them for yourself. I rarely drive the Porsche 918, as I mostly stay at home to cultivate or study. Aunt Liang. Uncle Jiang, I have enabled you to communicate with Muxue, but this information must remain confidential. Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan nodded. Revealing this could invite trouble. Little Qin. Will Muxue's mental energy recover by tomorrow morning? Liang Lan inquired. The previous exchange was brief, and she still needed more. Indeed, Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Wanqing asked, is this difficult for you? Will our connection be immensely taxing for you? Qin Yang laughed, it is not difficult for me, however. Jiang Muxue's mental energy depletes quickly during our connections. Nevertheless, this is not detrimental to her, each time she expends her energy and then recovers. Her mental strength will incrementally increase. Liang Lan remarked, little Qin, I heard Muxue call you husband. Jiang Wanqing was somewhat astonished. How could that be? He had just heard Jiang Muxue teasing Qin Yang. Qin Yang cleared his throat. Aunt Liang, in the past, I was not familiar with Muxue. We shared no emotional connection. She only contemplated divorcing me as soon as she regained consciousness. Thus, I would often tease her. Liang Lan smiled and said, this is quite good. Let Muxue call you more, as she does, she will become accustomed to it. Deep down, she will accept that you are her husband. You have children, and being together is the best. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. Jiang Wanqing remarked, it's quite late, you should rest early. My dear. Let us retire as well, tomorrow there are many matters to attend to at the company. Indeed, Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan proceeded to their room. My love. I finally spoke to Muxue again, Liang Lan's tears flowed once more. Jiang Wanqing embraced her, saying, do not cry, now that communication is possible. Feel free to talk to Muxue anytime. Liang Lan responded, we cannot do this too frequently, Muxue's mental energy is limited. Engaging with us consumes it, leaving her with less time to connect with Qin Yang. It is essential that they interact more to cultivate their bond. Jiang Muxue nodded in agreement. Soon. It was the following morning. Qin Yang facilitated another exchange between Liang Lan and Jiang Muxue. Xiao Qin, I have something to discuss with you. Muxue has called you husband, should you not also change how you address us? Tomorrow, I will personally cook some dishes. We will officially change the titles then. Liang Lan stated, her face beaming with joy. Qin Yang, taken aback, replied, Aunt Liang, do we not wait for Muxue to awaken? Jiang Muxue interjected. Muxue's condition has improved significantly, we believe you can help her awaken. Moreover, she is already aware of the situation, so changing the titles poses no issue. Is there any problem on your end? Qin Yang shook his head, Uncle Jiang, I have no issues. Liang Lan smiled, then it is settled. Tomorrow. You shall come over for dinner, I will personally cook. While I may not be an excellent cook, it is still edible. My dear. You must prepare a gift for Qin Yang, Jiang Muxue nodded in acknowledgement, that is only proper. Xiao Qin, tomorrow you will bring Muxue along. You must change how you address her, and Muxue should be present to witness it. Qin Yang nodded slightly, understood, Uncle Jiang. The time swiftly passed until it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Muxue's mental energy had nearly recovered. My love, would you like to see the scenery outside? Qin Yang inquired, establishing a mental link with Jiang Muxue. At that moment, he was not at home but in a nearby park, where flowers were in full bloom, presenting a splendid view. I do, Jiang Muxue's voice resonated within Qin Yang's mind. His eyes brightened, it was remarkably convenient. As he was 2 to 3 kilometers from home yet could instantly connect with Jiang Muxue. He understood that mental energy is akin to a form of energy, similar to electromagnetic force, capable of traveling vast distances instantaneously. However, how to accurately locate a specific target was still somewhat unclear to him. The knowledge contained within his S-class skills was insufficient. My love, you understand, Qin Yang communicated to Jiang Muxue. Emotional value 25, husband, Jiang Muxue quickly called out. Having called him numerous times, she was becoming accustomed to it. Confined to the bedroom or a few other areas of the villa, she had grown weary of her surroundings. Good girl, Qin Yang replied with a gentle smile. In the next moment, Jiang Muxue shared her vision with Qin Yang. She beheld trees, blooming flowers, verdant grass, and leisurely visitors in the park. Emotional value 30, to an ordinary person, these sights may seem mundane, visible daily if desired, yet for Jiang Muxue, she had been deprived of such beauty for an extended period. Although she had visited the rose garden on her birthday, it was distinct from the usual strolls in the park. Qin Yang, am I not outside? Jiang Muxue inquired, puzzled, as she did not see Qin Yang pushing her wheelchair. Not yet. Your current condition makes it inconvenient to visit the park. Once you feel better, I will take you for a walk, Qin Yang replied. Then how am I seeing this? This park is the Yingqing Park near my home, isn't it? It's 2 to 3 kilometers away, Jiang Muxue questioned, filled with curiosity. Qin Yang explained, I have developed a skill that allows communication with you and your parents, even over distances. Emotional value 41, Jiang Muxue was astonished. While she had not realized it when Qin Yang enabled her to communicate with her parents, she now understood that his mental prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Aware that there were individuals with extraordinary abilities in this world, she surmised that Qin Yang's strength surpassed that of typical practitioners. Qin Yang, what level of power do you possess? Jiang Muxue asked, intrigued. Guess, he replied. Emotional value 30, if you choose not to divulge, then I am not overly curious, Jiang Muxue huffed playfully. That is well, I had no intention of revealing it, he responded. Emotional value 35, Jiang Muxue felt a flutter of curiosity but restrained herself from inquiring further. As time passed, Qin Yang wandered throughout the park. The distance of 2 to 3 kilometers provided a visual quality comparable to 1080p, which was quite impressive. Qin Yang, what is the current status of my company? Jiang Muxue asked. Previously, she had overseen a subsidiary of the Jiang Corporation, pouring considerable effort and emotion into it. After graduation, she had taken charge of this single company. Did you not ask Aunt Liang? Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Muxue replied, there was not enough time to ask. Can you not hear my conversations with my parents? I could listen if I wanted, but I did not. Your company is likely being managed by professional managers now. Qin Yang stated. Jiang Muxue remarked, the company is 5 kilometers away. Can you communicate from 2 to 3 kilometers? What about 5 kilometers? I wish to see how the company is faring. As for that, Qin Yang began. Husband, is it possible? He smiled, now that you have called me that. How could it not be? However, at 5 kilometers, the clarity of what you see will not be as sharp, it will be reduced to 480p. Jiang Muxue replied. That will suffice, I merely wish to observe. I have invested considerable effort into this company, and I desire to know its status. Indeed. But you can only view it through me tomorrow, your mental energy has already been significantly depleted, and you cannot endure much longer. All right. Minutes passed. And Jiang Muxue's mental energy was entirely exhausted. System, draw a lottery, 1,000 points, Qin Yang thought to himself. His points had reached 1,000 again. And it was effortless to accumulate over 300 emotional points in one go. Congratulations, host, you have gained insight. The system's voice echoed in Qin Yang's mind. He was taken aback, he had received insight? Soon, he felt a refreshing sensation in his mind, as if both his brain and soul had been cleansed. System. What is insight? Qin Yang inquired mentally. The system replied, host, you should have realized that even with enhanced mental energy, there is a threshold for comprehension speed. Surpassing this threshold means comprehension speed will no longer increase. Indeed, Qin Yang acknowledged, having sensed it himself. Enhanced mental strength allows him to perceive an improvement in his memory. Yet despite his mental capacity reaching an S rating, Qin Yang realizes that his comprehension speed has not increased. The ability to retain more information is futile if understanding does not follow. It is akin to upgrading a car's engine without reinforcing the tires. The lack of traction results in wasted power. Host, there are numerous individuals with extraordinary abilities in this world, and their mental strength often surpasses that of ordinary people. However, many possess an intelligence that falls short compared to the average individual. The same applies to those with psychic powers. Your mental strength has significantly increased. But can you truly master a new skill swiftly? Qin Yang gently shakes his head. He can memorize and mimic, but that is mere imitation. Not genuine mastery of the skill. Host, this pertains to one's innate understanding. Even with formidable mental strength, one may not become a top-tier scientist. Yet a sharp intellect can overcome that barrier. Qin Yang nods slightly. System, I have spent 1,000 emotional points on a lottery. And my innate understanding has only increased by 2 points? System, enhancing innate understanding is a challenging endeavor. Increasing by 2 points from 1,000 emotional points is quite commendable. Very well. Qin Yang closes his eyes to sense the changes within him. He has perused numerous books and found that although he has read some answers, he still grasped them only superficially. Now, he discovers that he has truly comprehended certain concepts. A sense of relief washes over him. A faint smile graces Qin Yang's face. The enhancement of foundational abilities is indeed gratifying. If something were to happen to Jiang Muxue, and the system were unable to conduct a lottery, what would he do? He can still rely on his own enhanced capabilities. Suddenly, his phone emits a sound. It is a call from Li Wenyu. Qin Yang furrows his brow. Li Wenyu and her companions have never called him before. Could something be amiss? Hello? Qin Yang answers the call. On the other end, Li Wenyu speaks urgently, Mr. Qin, several wealthy heirs have arrived here. They wish to enter, but we are currently preventing their entry. Keep them out. I will return shortly, Qin Yang replies in a low voice. Chapter 71, Qin Yang vs. 5 Spoiled Heirs. Li Wenyu and her team stand at the villa's entrance. A few handsome young men, please wait, Mr. Qin has instructed us not to allow you entry. Li Wenyu grips the doorframe tightly. One young man in front curses, get lost. Who do you think you are? Even if Qin Yang were here, he wouldn't dare stop us. Li Wenyu remains steadfast, holding on to the doorframe. Yang Xian, Qin Hong, be prepared to make a call. Yang, you ready to contact the police? Qin Hong. Get ready to call the elder. Li Wenyu commands loudly. Yang Xian and Qin Hong nod in agreement, taking out their phones. There are 4 of them. And another is recording the scene. One heir at the back remarks, Lu Ge, perhaps we should wait a bit longer. Qin Yang will return shortly. And it would be troublesome if we bring the police here. The frontmost heir glares fiercely at Li Wenyu. Since Jin Xiao suggests so, we shall heed your words. The group of heirs steps back slightly. Li Wenyu and her companions breathe a sigh of relief. Soon, several security guards arrive. Upon seeing them, Li Wenyu and her companions finally feel at ease. Not long after, Qin Yang drives back. He notices Li Wenyu and her team standing at the villa entrance, flanked by several security guards, while 5 young men linger beneath a tree outside, all adorned in designer brands. Are you attempting to force your way into my home? Qin Yang steps out of the car, his voice cold. One of the young men, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exhales smoke and retorts, who says we are forcing our way in? We merely wish to see Jiang Muxue. Is that not permissible? Another young man interjects coolly, Qin Yang, we hail from S City, and we are all friends of Jiang Muxue. Jiang Muxue's mental strength has slightly recovered. Qin Yang connects with her mentally. Muxue, are these 5 truly your friends? They attempted to force their way in but were stopped by Wenyu and the others. Qin Yang inquires. Jiang Muxue replies, they are not my friends. I met them at a party in S City. They are all spoiled youths from S City with considerable backgrounds. They wanted to befriend me, but I ignored them. I never expected them to come to High City together. Emotional value, 8, Qin Yang responds, my dear, their behavior seems rather suspicious, as if they are deliberately seeking trouble. What do you think? Jiang Muxue analyzes, that is a possibility, their families are known for being domineering, and I have heard they have used various methods to annex other families. Individually, none of them can rival the Jiang family, but united, they may pose a threat. Emotional value, 6, Qin Yang severs the mental link with Jiang Muxue, as further connection could deplete her mental strength entirely, leaving her unreachable if issues arise. Qin Yang, you must dismiss these caretakers, they lack discernment to dare obstruct us. The third young man glances at Li Wenyu and the others. Qin Yang turns to Li Wenyu and her companions, saying, Li Wenyu, you have done well. Each of you will receive a bonus of 5,000 this month. Qin Yang, what do you mean by this? We 5 are friends of Jiang Muxue. We traveled from S City, and your caretakers prevented us from entering. You wish to reward them instead of firing them? The first young man who spoke says sharply. Qin Yang looks at him coldly, regardless of whether you are my wife's friends, without my consent, your attempt to trespass makes your obstruction justified. I now present you with 2 choices. First, you can swiftly leave, second, I will beat you, and then you can depart. The strongest among them grins, Qin Yang. Your background may be modest, yet your bravado is grand. Do you think you can take on all 5 of us? If you wish to spar, I shall oblige. Qin Yang squints, let us agree on one thing, whoever loses must call the police and will be the other's subordinate. You 5 may join forces. But do not blame me for being ruthless. Haha. They all laugh. Based on the information available, Qin Yang has commendable calligraphy and painting skills. Yet he is not a martial artist. Even if he is trained in some combat, could he truly contend against 5 of them? No problem. Very well, we accept. The 5 of them respond eagerly. With such lofty words, I am eager to see what you are capable of, the strongest young man sneers. Qin Yang stands at a height of 1.8 meters, while this young man is taller, likely exceeding 1.85 meters, and appears more robust. You may come at me. Qin Yang beckons. Go. The opponent strikes first, throwing a powerful punch at Qin Yang. Qin Yang swiftly dodges the incoming fist and counters with a kick, landing forcefully between the opponent's legs. Ah! The opponent screams, instantly incapacitated by the pain as he collapses to the ground. Hiss! The other 4 gasp in shock, instinctively clenching their legs. Although Qin Yang's kick did not strike them, they feel a shared discomfort. Now it is your turn. Qin Yang charges toward the 4 remaining adversaries. Get him. Damn, are we 4 afraid of him? 2 among them react quickly and charge at Qin Yang. Qin Yang throws a punch at one, who evades. But this is merely a feint, his foot aims at another's groin. Ah! This individual has also fallen victim. His eyes widened in shock as he let out a cry of despair. The surrounding security personnel, all veterans from the military, looked on in disbelief. Qin Yang's prowess in delivering low blows was indeed extraordinary. The third young man, frightened, stumbled back. In an instant, Qin Yang stepped forward, launching another kick. The young man managed to guard his groin, but his abdomen took the full brunt of Qin Yang's strike. In the blink of an eye, 3 out of 5 arrogant youths lay on the ground. The remaining 2 quickly regained their composure and lunged at Qin Yang. "Watch your feet," Qin Yang shouted. The 2 young men's expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly protected their groins, but Qin Yang unleashed a powerful punch, landing squarely on one of their faces. Even without exerting his full strength, the impact was unbearable for the young man. "I concede," the last one shouted. How disappointing to surrender so quickly after his 4 companions had been thoroughly beaten. Despite Qin Yang's cunning tactics, it was evident that his strength far surpassed theirs. "You give up so soon? How dull," Qin Yang remarked, still unsatisfied. "Do not think of calling the police, there are surveillance cameras. You trespassed into a private residence and agreed to spar. Being outmatched 1 against 5, the video would only bring shame upon you." The 5 young men glared fiercely at Qin Yang. He continued, "You didn't come here on your own accord, did you? After Wei Chunshan, the head of the Wei family, encountered trouble after arriving here, being a master of the transformation realm, is it possible that someone suspects the Jiang family has a top-tier expert backing them? Unwilling to take action themselves, and instead enticing you 5 fools to take the lead?" The 5 exchanged subtle glances, revealing a shift in their expressions. Qin Yang raised an eyebrow, realizing this was indeed the case. It remained unclear which faction had incited them. "I have no interest in knowing who lured you here. Should you continue to provoke me, you shall bear the consequences," Qin Yang stated nonchalantly. "It's the Du family," one of them finally confessed. "Are you certain it is the Du family?" Qin Yang inquired, directing his gaze towards the speaker. "Indeed, it is the Du family." The young man gritted his teeth. Qin Yang shook his head inwardly, his keen perception revealed the young man was not being truthful. The Du and Jiang families, both prominent in Haiqing, were likely scheming to incite conflict for their own benefit. "Well played, Du family," Qin Yang scoffed. "Do you wish to continue sparring with me? If so, I can allow you to take a moment to recuperate before we resume." Fear flickered in their eyes. The 2 who had suffered low blows still felt considerable pain. They merely wished to get to a hospital for a checkup. "Let us go," one young man said darkly. They quickly departed in their vehicle, realizing that facing Qin Yang again would be unwise. "Mr. Qin, we apologize for our late arrival," one of the security guards remarked. Qin Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Your speed was adequate, it is unreasonable to expect you to rush over the moment someone approaches. Should we station a few people here at all times?" the guard asked. Qin Yang shook his head, "No need, professional bodyguards will arrive shortly. Just focus on your duties." The guards nodded and soon left the villa. "Li Wenyue, you performed admirably," Qin Yang commended. "Mr. Qin, it is our duty," came the humble reply. Qin Yang entered the villa and called Jiang Wanqing. "Xiao Qin, what is the matter?" Jiang Wanqing answered promptly. "Uncle Jiang, 5 ruffians from S City attempted to forcibly enter the villa to see Muxue, and I gave them a good thrashing," Qin Yang explained. Jiang Wanqing immediately recognized the culprits, recalling that Jiang Muxue had previously complained about them after her trip to S City. "Xiao Qin. Their intention may not have been Muxue, they likely aimed to provoke a conflict," Jiang Wanqing suggested. "Uncle Jiang, I share your thoughts. Even if I were to divorce Muxue, they would have no hope. However, I cannot let their actions go unpunished." Jiang Wanqing chuckled, "Let them be beaten. None of their families possess the strength to rival ours, the Jiang family. If they wish to contend with us, they must consider whether they have the capability." "Uncle, when will the bodyguards arrive? I also wish to install a security door with a password lock on Muxue's room. Even if someone breaks in, they won't be able to enter without the code." Jiang Wanqing replied, "The bodyguards will arrive tomorrow morning. When you bring Muxue over, I'll ensure the security door is installed. Uncle, I can handle finding someone myself." "No worries, I merely wanted to mention it. It may take time to customize the security door." "Understood." "Lao Ge, does it still hurt?" inquired the young man driving. In the passenger seat, Lu Hongyi scowled. The pain had subsided, but the inquiry reignited discomfort. He had felt like rolling on the ground in agony after being kicked by Qin Yang. That damn Qin Yang. Lu Hongyi seethed. Having allied with the Jiang family, He felt he had lost his identity. He vowed to take revenge on him one day. Shall we report him for intentional injury? A furious young man in the back seat suggested. He had also taken a blow to his abdomen, which still pained him. Lu Hongyi retorted, if we report him after trying to break in, we won't be able to explain ourselves. Plus, if Qin Yang releases the footage, it would be humiliating. Let us head to the hospital for a checkup. They quickly arrived at a hospital. Fortunately, the examination revealed no significant issues, their injuries were minor. As Qin Yang had been careful with his strikes, having once struggled to control his strength, Qin Yang's recent acquisition of B-class combat skills allowed him to manage his power effectively. Exiting the hospital, one of the young men asked, what shall we do next? Lao Gu? Lu Hongyi responded, for now, we will do nothing. Let us observe whether Qin Yang falls for it and whether the Jiang family has any conflict with the Du family. If we act now, the Jiang family will certainly avoid a confrontation with the Du family. The others nodded in agreement. Their families harbored ambitions towards the Jiang family. But with assets in the billions and Jiang Xinghua still alive, along with some favors owed, the Jiang family was not to be trifled with. In the afternoon, the personnel from the security door company arrived at Qin Yang's residence. They meticulously took measurements. Mr. Qin, we will expedite the preparation. Tomorrow afternoon, we can return to install it for you. Qin Yang nodded slightly. After the company left, Jiang Muxue asked, Qin Yang, why do we need to replace the door with a security one? Her mental fortitude had significantly recovered, and at that moment, her energy was synchronized with Qin Yang's. Those 5 so-called friends of yours attempted to barge in. While your father mentioned arranging a few bodyguards, should a martial artist decide to break in, the bodyguards might not be enough to stop them. It's wise to have a security door. Qin Yang explained. Though a security door won't deter formidable martial artists, it will suffice against most individuals at the dark strength level. Those at the transformation realm or top-tier dark strength level should retain some decorum and refrain from breaking down doors. Thank you, Qin Yang. Jiang Muxue expressed her gratitude. She understood that Qin Yang was considering her safety. Qin Yang chuckled, what is there to thank? You are my wife, such a beautiful wife. If someone were to forcefully intrude, I would feel as if I suffered a great loss. Jiang Muxue inquired with confusion, did my parents discuss the change of address with you? Jiang Wanqing and Liang Lan had not mentioned this to her. Qin Yang replied, tomorrow we will have dinner at your parents' house. I currently address them as Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang, but tomorrow, I will formally call them Mom and Dad. Jiang Muxue expressed her irritation. Why didn't they consult me about this? Qin Yang grinned, you are like a plant, what can I discuss with a plant? You can't speak or argue anyway. Jiang Muxue retorted. I oppose this. They are my parents, not yours. Did we not agree that once I awaken, we would date first before deciding whether to continue? Qin Yang reassured her. Your opposition is futile. What can I do when your parents have their eyes set on me? Jiang Muxue urgently advised, you must consider your own future. If I were to pass away, how would you address them as parents? Wouldn't it complicate your chances of remarrying in the future? Qin Yang proposed. Should I have you contact Tang Yin to persuade her to become the stepmother of our future child? He was genuinely surprised. Jiang Muxue had already expended considerable mental energy. Yet her emotional value continued to rise. The potential of a person is indeed boundless. In Chapter 73, Jiang Muxue's brainwaves exhibited a change. She exclaimed in frustration, Qin Yang. Even if you find someone else in the future, can't you at least avoid choosing from my close friends? Qin Yang responded, wife, I spend every day with you. I have no time to meet other beautiful girls. Recently, the only beautiful girls I have met are your friends. Jiang Muxue noted, you are smiling so broadly. It was evident that Jiang Muxue's mental capacity had certainly increased, and consequently, he would garner a substantial amount of emotional value. A win-win situation. However, Jiang Muxue did not share this sentiment. Qin Yang continued, isn't this quite good? If you were to leave in the future, you know your friends well enough to trust them as potential stepmothers for our children. Jiang Muxue angrily declared, I will inform my parents of what you said. And they will surely criticize you. Qin Yang replied, perhaps your parents will appreciate it. If you were to depart, I would need to find a wife, someone familiar to them, so they can be at ease. After harvesting all the emotional values, Qin Yang inquired within his mind, system, how much have I accumulated in total? 418. The system replied, eliciting surprise from Qin Yang. Prior to this, his maximum had been just over 320. Jiang Muxue's limit had likely increased by more than 100 this time. Given that Jiang Muxue was not at her peak, if she had more time to recover, the total would likely exceed 430. He asked the system, once Mushua's mental capacity has grown, will the brainwave monitor reflect this? The system responded, host. Once she recovers, you will know. Qin Yang ascended to the upper floor and began to play the piano, hoping to expedite Jiang Mushua's mental recovery. As evening fell, he typically harvested after dinner, but this time he waited quietly. Jiang Mushua's mental energy gradually recuperated. He monitored the brainwave monitor closely, yet after an hour, there was still no change. He queried the system, what is happening? Muxue should be nearly recovered, yet there is no change. The system explained. When you are not in contact with her, her brain is in standby mode, there won't be any fluctuations. Qin Yang facepalmed, realizing his oversight. Why didn't you remind me? He asked. The system replied, host, when you do not call her, I cannot capture your thoughts, how could I remind you? Quickly, Qin Yang re-established mental contact with Jiang Muxue. Wife, should I invite Tang Yin and the others over for dinner? It would be good to strengthen our bonds. Even before Jiang Muxue responded, emotional value surged. Qin Yang's eyes glimmered with excitement as he noticed slight changes on the brainwave monitor, though minor, the difference was unmistakable. He promptly severed the connection. Soon after, he called Liang Lan, who was on her way home from work. She answered, Xiaoqin, what is it? He informed her, Aunt Liang, Mushua's brainwaves have changed. Would you and Uncle Jiang like to come over and take a look? Liang Lan felt a surge of excitement. Your Uncle Jiang has something to attend to tonight. But I will come right away. She quickly instructed the driver to change course. Half an hour later, she arrived at Qin Yang's place. Xiaoqin. There seems to be no change, Liang Lan remarked with confusion, having seen Jiang Mushua's brainwaves countless times and knowing exactly what to expect. Qin Yang replied. The mental connection must be stimulated for any changes to be visible. He reconnected with Jiang Muxue. What are you doing? You spoke for a moment and then disappeared. Jiang Mushua's voice echoed in his mind. Qin Yang explained, Tang Yin just called, and I answered the phone. Jiang Mushua's mental energy rapidly shifted. And the brainwave monitor reflected this change. Liang Lan's eyes sparkled with delight as she observed the monitor. Xiaoqin, Mushua's brainwaves have indeed changed, she exclaimed. Qin Yang suggested. Aunt Liang, why not have a conversation with Muxue? Liang Lan agreed. Qin Yang swiftly facilitated the mental connection between Liang Lan and Jiang Muxue. Muxue, it's Mom. Your brainwaves have shown some changes. Liang Lan joyfully communicated. Did Qin Yang ask you to come? When did he call? Jiang Muxue inquired. Liang Lan responded, of course. He asked me to come about half an hour ago. Is there a problem? No, Jiang Muxue realized that Qin Yang had been exaggerating. He had not disconnected due to a call from Tang Yin but rather because of the changes in her brainwaves. Mom. Did you and Dad plan to have Qin Yang change how he addresses you? Liang Lan replied, Muxue, did Qin Yang tell you? Your father and I have been contemplating this. Given how long you have been married and your improved condition, the chances of awakening are quite promising. It is time for Qin Yang to change his address. Jiang Muxue expressed her disappointment, Mom, you never consulted me. Could you not wait until I awaken to try living together with Qin Yang for a while? What will you do then? Liang Lan reassured her, this is a matter between us and Qin Yang. It does not mean you must address him as Mom and Dad right now. When you feel ready, you can decide when to make the change. Jiang Muxue expressed her frustration, saying, Mom, you are being unreasonable. Only after I marry Qin Yang can he call you Mom and Dad, right? I haven't agreed to this. It's inappropriate for him to address you as such now. We find it quite acceptable. If you disagree, stand up and voice your objections. Liang Lan replied, Muxue. We support you, which is why we asked Qin Yang to change how he addresses us. Why wouldn't you see such a wonderful husband? Muxue silently complained. Unable to understand what was so admirable about Qin Yang, who only seemed to bring her annoyance daily. Muxue, this matter is settled. Unless you stand up and openly oppose it now, your objections hold no weight. Jiang Muxue fell silent. Liang Lan was smiling joyfully, tears welling up in her eyes. While Mushue's heart rate began to fluctuate on the monitor. Mom, Qin Yang is not a good person, he is a lecher, she asserted. Liang Lan replied, Muxue. Qin Yang is your husband. Whatever he does with you is quite natural. However, Jiang Muxue wanted to express her concerns about Qin Yang's intentions towards Tang Yin but withheld her words. Qin Yang is merely talk, he likely hasn't taken any action. Aren't you afraid he is after our family's wealth? Muxue asked. Liang Lan responded, if he desires our wealth, let him have it. You recover. And your father and I will ensure that our assets belong to you. If you do not recover, our wealth will still be for him and the children. What difference does it make? Muxue conceded, that makes a lot of sense, feeling powerless to argue further. Chapter 74, Mom, is Qin Yang a Huajin master? Muxue. Your father and I are only concerned about one thing. What if you awaken and Qin Yang decides to divorce you? Jiang Muxue replied, Mom, you've got it wrong. It's I who would divorce Qin Yang, not the other way around. No, that is not wrong. Muxue continued, Mom, I seriously suspect that Qin Yang has hypnotized you. Liang Lan said, although our family is relatively affluent, Qin Yang is young yet possesses the strength of a Huajin master, his future is limitless. Muxue was astonished. She understood the significance of a Huajin master. Qin Yang's mental prowess was strong, but was he truly capable of reaching that level? Mom, are you certain? Liang Lan believed he must possess such strength. She recalled Wei Chunshan, the head of the Wei family, who was at the initial stage of Huajin mastery. If Qin Yang could quietly handle him, he must be at least at the mid-level of Huajin mastery. Muxue, you and Qin Yang should get along well. He is handsome, talented, and capable. With him, you have a child, where else could you find better? Liang Lan urged Jiang Muxue. Can't I raise the child without marrying? Muxue countered. Liang Lan replied, is being a single mother good for the child? Moreover, with Qin Yang's strength. If he desires the child, whether you can keep the child is questionable. Just wait for Qin Yang to find a stepmother for the child. Qin Yang pondered. What were Liang Lan and Muxue discussing? Jiang Muxue's emotional fluctuations were far more significant than ordinary conversations. Though curious, he refrained from eavesdropping. Mom. Does Qin Yang spend a lot of time with Tang Yin? Jiang Muxue inquired. Liang Lan responded, Muxue, why do you ask? Does Qin Yang have feelings for Tang Yin? He does not interact with her much, she has only visited here twice. The first time she came alone, and then a few others came once. And they interacted during your birthday. Mom, I was just asking casually. After a few minutes, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was depleted, and their connection was severed. The fluctuations on the brainwave monitor returned to normal. Xiao Qin, does Muxue's brainwaves only exhibit fluctuations during mental connections? How long until her brainwaves will react even when not connected? Liang Lan inquired. Currently, only mental stimulation causes fluctuations, and Mushue's physical interactions with her environment, sounds, etc. will also affect her brainwaves. The timing is uncertain, but it should be soon, Qin Yang smiled and replied. Liang Lan hesitated, Xiao Qin. Did Muxue tell me that you have feelings for Tang Yin? Is that true? Though Tang Yin is pretty, she cannot compare to Muxue. Her family is not as wealthy as ours, although she is a martial artist, your strength far exceeds hers, which should not attract you. Qin Yang cleared his throat and said, Aunt Liang, that is not the case. My intention was to stimulate her mental growth. Liang Lan looked at him in confusion. Many areas of Mushue's brain are closed off. By stimulating her, the intense fluctuations in her mental energy will activate some regions. I mentioned that if she does not awaken, I would find a stepmother for the child among her friends. Her reaction was significant, and her mental energy has increased considerably over the past few days. Qin Yang explained with a smile. Liang Lan understood, so that's how it is. Xiao Qin, if Muxue does not recover in the future and you marry someone else, her father and I will have no objections. However, if she does recover, we hope you both can have a good life together. Qin Yang nodded, Aunt Liang, rest assured. I will do everything possible to help Muxue recover. Once she is well, if she chooses to live harmoniously with me, I will certainly not consider divorce. It is simply out of the question. Even if a divorce occurs, I would still be entangled with Jiang Muxue. How else would I maintain my emotional value? That is good to hear. Liang Lan sighed in relief. Xiao Qin, you may address Muxue as you wish. Bring her over early tomorrow. Qin Yang thought to himself. Jiang Muxue has no objections? When they spoke, her opinion seemed quite pronounced. Aunt Liang, Muxue asked me to visit her company. I will go there first in the morning and bring her over in the afternoon, Qin Yang said. You are taking Muxue to her company? Given her current state. Is that wise? Liang Lan expressed concern. Qin Yang smiled. Aunt Liang, if I do not take her, she will be at home. I can already communicate with her from a distance. I can share what I see and hear with her. Liang Lan's eyes widened in astonishment. Her company is about 5 kilometers away. You can still maintain a mental connection with Muxue from that distance? Qin Yang nodded. Muxue and I frequently connect mentally. I can maintain a connection over considerable distances. If it were someone else, that distance would be greatly reduced. Liang Lan was deeply impressed. Realizing Qin Yang's strength might be even beyond their estimations. This is truly remarkable. You can walk around, and Muxue will be able to see and hear everything. Liang Lan said joyfully. Qin Yang agreed, I will go to the park this afternoon. Muxue is quite excited, her mental energy has increased significantly. Liang Lan added. You currently lack a proper identity for visiting Muxue's company. I will call her father to arrange a suitable identity for you. Quickly, Liang Lan dialed Jiang Wanqing's number. Dear. Muxue wants Xiao Qin to visit her company tomorrow. Please arrange a good identity for him, Liang Lan instructed. Jiang Wanqing replied, Is Xiao Qin with you? Put him on speaker. Liang Lan, speaking as she activated the hands-free, addressed Xiao Qin, from now on, you will serve as the assistant to the chairman. This role extends beyond merely overseeing Muxue's company, you will possess the authority to inspect all subsidiaries of Jiangshi Group. Should you wish to visit the headquarters? That is permissible as well. Qin Yang responded, Uncle Jiang, is that really necessary? A more ordinary position would suffice. Jiang Wanqing chuckled, this arrangement is quite suitable. As chairman, I assure you, as the assistant to the chairman, you need not concern yourself with daily tasks. When you choose to engage, your status will remain significant. I will announce your appointment shortly. I have other matters to attend to, so I will hang up now. After Jiang Wanqing ended the call, Liang Lan smiled and remarked, Xiao Qin, this position is quite beneficial. You may choose to manage affairs or refrain from doing so. Qin Yang replied, Aunt Liang. I do not have the time to oversee matters. I am merely accompanying Muxue to observe the company's situation. Perhaps it will help her mental fortitude grow. Liang Lan nodded slightly. That is also acceptable. Our family is not lacking in wealth, but we do lack formidable individuals. The wealth we possess will ultimately belong to you and Muxue. Strengthening your capabilities will ensure that you can safeguard this legacy in the future. Qin Yang nodded in silence. In his view, the Jiang family's assets belonged to the Jiang family. He believed he would still need to earn his own fortune. Jiang Wanqing and the others were relatively young, and he thought, is it not better to inherit the estate decades later when they are gone? Time is of the essence. Chapter 75, Heading to Jiang Muxue's company. Liang Lan returned home, where Jiang Wanqing had just arrived from the office. He inquired with curiosity, Dear, tomorrow Xiao Qin and Muxue are coming over. Why did you go to see Xiao Qin again? My husband. Muxue's brainwaves have shown some anomalies, and her electrocardiogram has also displayed changes, Liang Lan replied with delight. Jiang Wanqing asked. Did Xiao Qin summon you to witness this? Indeed, Liang Lan nodded, I captured a video for you. She opened her phone, and Jiang Wanqing observed the footage, confirming the changes in Jiang Muxue's brainwaves. Excellent, excellent. Jiang Wanqing exclaimed with joy. Our decision to facilitate their marriage was indeed wise. Previously, there was no improvement after 5 months of coma, yet now that they are wed, we are receiving continuous good news. Liang Lan added, currently, stimulation is necessary for change. But Qin Yang believes that soon, changes will occur without such stimulation. Muxue will react to external stimuli, sounds, and so forth. Splendid. Jiang Wanqing beamed. Liang Lan inquired, Darling, tomorrow for the change of address, you mentioned you would prepare the gifts. What have you arranged? The car has already been delivered. You are not preparing another vehicle, are you? Jiang Wanqing shook his head. How could that be? I have already informed Qin Yang that he may use those cars as he pleases. Liang Lan pressed, then what gift have you prepared? Jiang Wanqing replied. I plan to give him 2% of the shares, as a gesture from us, each of us gifting him 1%. These shares will only grant him dividend rights. Liang Lan was momentarily taken aback. My dear, you are quite generous. With the Jiang family's assets valued in the billions, 2% equates to 20 billion. Even if it only grants dividend rights, the worth of this gift is substantial. The Jiang family's company is currently performing exceptionally well. Those 2% shares yield approximately 100 million in dividends annually, Jiang Wanqing continued. When Muxue came of age, I granted her 2%. And I thought to extend the same to Xiaoqin. Indeed, Liang Lan nodded. This gift is quite presentable. Have you arranged for Xiaoqin's assistant to the chairman? It has been arranged. Why would Muxue require Xiaoqin's presence? When did their relationship become so amicable? Jiang Wanqing inquired, perplexed. Liang Lan explained. Xiaoqin can transmit what he sees and hears through a mental connection over a distance of 5 kilometers. Really? Jiang Wanqing expressed disbelief. 5 kilometers is quite far. Can it truly transmit such distances? My dear, our assessment of Xiaoqin's abilities may have been underestimated. He is likely stronger than we anticipated. Jiang Wanqing nodded. The stronger he is, the better. His ability to conceal his strength is advantageous for us. There are many talents in this world, yet many perish before they reach maturity. Indeed, Liang Lan agreed. Ding ding. Qin Yang placed a call to his father, Qin Hai. Son, what is it? Qin Hai inquired. Qin Yang's calls usually indicated something important or that he had attempted to reach his mother without success. Father, tomorrow I will dine with Uncle Jiang. Uncle Jiang and Aunt Liang have suggested that I address them as Dad and Mom from now on. Qin Hai paused. Are we not waiting for Muxue to awaken before making such changes? Qin Yang replied, I can now communicate with Muxue. She has some reservations, but her mother has persuaded her. I will bring her along tomorrow. And I can ensure she bears witness. Do you have any objections? Why would we object? It is a positive development that Muxue's parents are so readily accepting of you, Qin Hai chuckled. At that moment, Chen Ping approached Qin Hai to inquire about the conversation. Qin Yang recounted the details to her as well. Son, we certainly have no objections. We are merely hoping for Muxue to awaken soon and for both mother and daughter to be safe, Chen Ping expressed. Mom, is everything well at home? Have the Guoquan family caused any more trouble? Chen Ping smiled, they have not returned to cause any disturbances. Of the 8 who came that day, 2 were apprehended for other offenses. They even brought items as an apology, but we did not accept them. Qin Yang asked, how is De Huang? Qin Hai chuckled. De Huang is exceptionally formidable, it has tamed all 5 of those wolf dogs to submission. Not only them, but the other dogs in the village also heed its command. The village is very safe now. Qin Yang mused inwardly, De Huang is a spiritual dog, its strength at the initial stage of a martial arts master is no joke. Not to mention dogs, even a fierce tiger would be at its mercy. After chatting for a while, Qin Yang ended the call. Time swiftly passed to the following morning. After finishing breakfast, Qin Yang made his way to Jiang Muxue's company, a place he was familiar with, having once been an employee there. Jiang Muxue's company was a metaverse technology firm. She believed that the metaverse might replace the internet, allowing people to instantly reach every corner of the world from their homes, and even enter virtual realms akin to those in novels. Jiang Wanqing did not share this belief, however, since Jiang Muxue cherished it, he continued to invest 3 to 5 billion annually, even if it seemed futile. Good day, how may I assist you? Upon reaching the company gate, Qin Yang's vehicle was halted. The security guard was quite courteous, especially considering he was driving a Cullinan. I am Qin Yang, the assistant to the chairman at the headquarters. I have come to observe, he stated, presenting his identification badge, which had been delivered earlier that morning. Mr. Qin, I need to verify your identity, the guard said after inspecting the badge. Qin Yang nodded, and shortly after, the guard made a phone call. Moments later, he informed Qin Yang, Mr. Qin, your identity has been confirmed. Welcome to the inspection. Qin Yang mused, so, a guard named Chen has resigned? The guard replied. You must be referring to Chenin. He was indeed a guard here but was dismissed for reasons unknown. I joined after him. Qin Yang frowned inwardly. He had been quite familiar with Chenin, who was diligent and amiable. It seemed unlikely he would have been dismissed. Open the gate, Qin Yang said calmly. The railing was swiftly lifted, allowing Qin Yang to drive in. After parking the car, Qin Yang's spiritual energy connected with Jiang Muxue. Wife. I sense there may be some upheaval at the company. The former security guard, Chenin, has been dismissed. He was a veteran and diligent in his work. It is unusual for him to be let go. Jiang Muxue expressed her astonishment. Chenin has been dismissed? She was familiar with Chenin, having personally recruited him. Indeed. You have been in a coma for quite some time, and the company may have undergone changes, Qin Yang conveyed. At that moment, someone hurriedly exited the building. Showing surprise upon seeing Qin Yang, who had previously been dismissed from the company. The security guard had just reported that the person was the assistant to the chairman. What is going on? Qin Yang greeted, Manager Peng, long time no see. The individual, Peng Guangming, was a project manager. Although Qin Yang was not part of his project team, they were acquainted. Qin Yang, have you become the assistant to the chairman? Peng Guangming asked incredulously. Qin Yang smiled and nodded. Why, does it not seem so? Peng Guangming glanced at the car Qin Yang drove and then at his attire. It does resemble it. Though I find it hard to believe. Manager Peng, has there been a change at the company? Qin Yang inquired. Peng Guangming hesitated. Well, Mr. Qin. There are certain matters that I do not fully comprehend. Qin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. Although Peng Guangming did not articulate it. His demeanor indicated that the company was indeed facing significant issues. Mr. Qin, please come inside, he invited. Qin Yang followed him into the company. Manager Peng. I shall first check on my former office. You need not accompany me, Qin Yang stated as he headed toward his original office. A glimmer of hope appeared in Peng Guangming's eyes. Perhaps with Qin Yang's new role as assistant to the chairman, there might be changes. Wife. Have you sensed something amiss? Qin Yang asked in his mind. Jiang Muxue replied, the company must have undergone considerable changes. Soon, Qin Yang arrived at his old office. Qin Yang, why have you returned? Are you rejoining the company? Wow, Qin Yang, how have you become so much more handsome? Several former colleagues expressed their astonishment. The atmosphere in the office had previously been pleasant, with harmonious relationships among colleagues, largely attributed to Jiang Muxue's management. Hui Gu. Why are there so few people in our project team? Qin Yang inquired, noticing the team had dwindled from over 20 to fewer than 10 members. Hui Gu. Referring to Chen Hui, sighed, our project team may be at risk of being cut, some have been reassigned to other teams, and others have already resigned. Why is this happening? Our company is run by Jiang Zong, she is the heiress of the Jiang group, Qin Yang questioned. Chen Hui walked over and closed the door. About a month after you left, Jiang Zong became a vegetative state. Shortly after, a new general manager arrived. Initially, things were fine, but gradually, it deteriorated. Working hours have significantly increased, and previously available bonuses have nearly vanished, Chen Hui lamented. What about Manager Zhao? Qin Yang asked, recalling their capable manager, Zhao Haiqin, from whom he had learned much. Manager Zhao resigned a few days ago. If you are rejoining now, the timing is not ideal. Jiang Muxue's voice resonated in Qin Yang's mind. Qin Yang, call my father to inquire about the situation. Only if you call me husband will I provide such service, he teased. Jiang Muxue complied, husband. She had invested considerable effort into this company, and its current state was difficult for her to accept. Hui Gu. You all continue with your work, Qin Yang said as he stepped outside the office. Shortly, he dialed Jiang Wancheng's number. Uncle Jiang. Are you aware of the current situation at Xingchen Kuji? Qin Yang asked. On the other end, Jiang Wancheng replied. I have not been to Xingchen Kuji in the past 3 months. General Manager Dai Qingren is a professional manager, and the reports he provides are reliable. For the entire Jiang group, Xingchen Kuji is rather small. Jiang Wancheng had many responsibilities and was overwhelmed. Moreover, visiting Xingchen Kuji reminded him of the past and Jiang Muxue's current condition, which pained him. Uncle Jiang. There have been significant changes at Xingchen Kuji, my original project team has nearly been cut down to nothing. Have you requested any changes in the company's development direction? Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Muxue responded, no. Since Muxue became a vegetative state, the company she managed, even if unprofitable, would not have its development direction altered. Then I will speak with the general manager about it, Qin Yang decided. Before long, he arrived at the general manager's office on another floor. Mr. Qin, welcome to Xingchen Kuji for an inspection, General Manager Dai Qingren said with a smile, extending his hand. Qin Yang shook his hand. Manager Dai, has the company's operations been adjusted compared to 6 months ago? Dai Qingren's expression changed slightly. Indeed. There have been some adjustments. Qin Yang replied, the head office assigned you the task of maintaining the existing business and ensuring the company's normal operation. Why have you altered the company's activities? Dai Qingren furrowed his brow. As the general manager, I have the authority to make appropriate adjustments for the company's development. Jiang Muxue's voice echoed in Qin Yang's mind, urging him to ask what adjustments had been made. Manager Dai, please elaborate on the changes that have occurred within the company. Qin Yang prompted. Although Dai Qingren was reluctant to divulge details, he recognized Qin Yang's authority as the assistant to the chairman to inquire about such matters. The specific adjustments are as follows. As Dai Qingren spoke, Jiang Muxue's emotions fluctuated significantly. The sweeping reforms he implemented contradicted her original intentions. Manager Dai, why have you taken such actions? Be truthful with me, Qin Yang asserted, emanating an imposing aura. Dai Qingren's complexion shifted, sensing considerable pressure. I. His gaze flickered. You are fully aware that this company belongs to Jiang Zong, the heiress of the Jiang Group. She would not approve of your reforms. I can surmise 3 possibilities for your actions. First, an attempt to embezzle funds. Second, positioning your people within the company. Third, someone has instructed you to act in this manner. A hint of panic flickered in Dai Qingren's eyes. No, it is not like that. Qin Yang stated. You were cautious when you first arrived, but with Jiang Zong remaining unconscious, your audacity has grown. Do not speak nonsense, Dai Qingren retorted, gritting his teeth. Everything I have done is for the company's development. If you confess now, your punishment may be mitigated, and you might avoid imprisonment. However, if you persist in your obstinacy, the company's audit and legal departments are not to be trifled with. The expression on your face has already revealed the issue. Dai Qingren's heart raced. Qin Yang seated himself and said, I will grant you 1 minute to contemplate. If you do not come clean, the company will soon dispatch personnel for a thorough investigation. If any wrongdoing is uncovered, law enforcement will undoubtedly be alerted. Half a minute swiftly elapsed. Dai Qingren's complexion turned somewhat pale as he confessed, someone contacted me, urging me to act in this manner for personal gain, and he has placed several individuals within the company. He has reaped the majority of the benefits. Who? Inquired Qin Yang. Taking a deep breath, Dai Qingren replied, Jiang Muxue from the Jiang family. Jiang Muxue's mental state exhibited significant fluctuations. Jiang Muxue was indeed her uncle. Chapter 77, Acquiring Investment Skills. Jiang Muxue harbored an interest in their family's assets, a fact Jiang Muxue was aware of, but his interference in the company she managed, especially while her niece was in a vegetative state, was utterly shameless. Was it Jiang Muxue himself who approached you? Qin Yang pressed. Dai Qingren shook his head. It was not he directly, but rather his wife who contacted me on his behalf. 3 months ago, after losing some money gambling, I acquiesced. The benefits I received were merely a fraction, the substantial gains were taken by them. Qin Yang questioned, how much did you gain? And how much did Jiang Muxue and his associates extract from the company? Dai Qingren hesitated, his expression indicating uncertainty. If you do not disclose, I will proceed to report this to the authorities, Qin Yang warned. In a panic, Dai Qingren exclaimed, all right, I will tell you. I obtained approximately 1 million, while they took away around 7 to 8 million. As for whether they profited from placing individuals within the company, I am unsure. Jiang Muxue was incensed. Extracting such considerable benefits over 3 months was no small matter. If they were granted more time, the company would be completely drained. Mr. Qin, I assure you I will return the money I took. Please do not alert the authorities, Dai Qingren implored, trembling with fear. 1 million was already a substantial sum. Having exploited his position to acquire such wealth, he would face severe repercussions if reported. Qin Yang spoke calmly, I will relay this information. and how you are dealt with is a matter for higher authorities to consider. Dear, ensure he restores the company to its original state as much as possible. Jiang Muxue interjected. Qin Yang promptly communicated this to Dai Qingren. The latter hurriedly agreed, yes, I will make the necessary restorations. I will swiftly rehire those who were dismissed. Many of them are likely still seeking employment. Qin Yang stated, you have 3 days, I will return to inspect. If there is no progress, even without reporting to the authorities, you will not have a pleasant time. Understood, Dai Qingren nodded vigorously. Qin Yang messaged Jiang Muxue, wife. Do you have any further inquiries? If not, I shall take my leave. Husband, please show me around the company to see its current state, Jiang Muxue replied. She had grown increasingly comfortable addressing him as such. Take me on a tour, Qin Yang said to Dai Qingren, particularly to the departments that had undergone significant changes. Of course. Dai Qingren guided Qin Yang through the premises, and Jiang Muxue observed the transformations, her mental fluctuations intensifying. Wife, you should stop here for now. If you continue, I will completely lose contact with you. After about 10 minutes, Qin Yang severed the mental connection with Jiang Muxue. System, what is the current emotional value? 1,135. I would like to draw twice, one for 1,000 and another for 100. The system announced, congratulations, host. You have acquired A-level culinary skills. Your original culinary ability was B-level, the two will be combined, elevating your skills to A-level. Qin Yang inwardly shook his head. How did I end up with culinary skills? Although 1,000 emotional value typically yields a B-level skill, to have drawn an A-level skill is indeed fortuitous. However, with a housekeeper handling the cooking, he had never personally prepared a meal. Qin Yang was not particularly discerning when it came to food. He found the housekeeper's cuisine quite satisfactory. The system continued, congratulations, host, you have obtained A-level futures investment skills. Qin Yang was momentarily stunned. 100 emotional value garnered an A-level skill? Typically, this emotional value would only afford a C-level reward, the chance of receiving a B-level reward is merely 1%. And an A-level reward is exceedingly rare, certainly below 1 in 1,000. Furthermore, this skill was exceptionally advantageous. With A-level futures investment skills, he could rank among the top 10 in the nation, ensuring substantial profits. A torrent of information surged into Qin Yang's mind. With the system's assistance, he swiftly assimilated the knowledge. How exhilarating! Qin Yang felt elated. Jiang Muxue's company was indeed a treasure trove for him. Drawing twice had yielded him extraordinary rewards. Although the first draw was not ideal, it was still an A-level reward. The second draw, though expected to be a C-level, surprisingly resulted in an A-level reward. A precious investment capability. He was not inclined to pursue other avenues for profit at the moment, but he still harbored a strong desire for financial gain. With A-level investment skills, he could generate income from home. He possessed over 20 million in capital, more than sufficient. Mr. Qin, do you have any further instructions? Dai Qingren inquired anxiously. None for now, I shall return in 3 days. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yang departed, and Dai Qingren breathed a sigh of relief. He dialed the phone number of Jiang Muxue's wife, Wu Yuji. General Wu, we have a situation. On the other end, Wu Yuji's expression shifted slightly. What has happened? Dai Qingren explained, Qin Yang has become the assistant to the chairman, he just visited. Having previously worked at this company, he can easily discern the changes. Wu Yuji furrowed her brow. Jiang Wanqing might not have detected the issues at Xingchen Technology, but Qin Yang, as a former employee, could readily identify the current state of the company. Do not panic, you are the general manager, and you have the authority to make decisions regarding company operations. Even if Qin Yang notices the changes, so what? Wu Yuji spoke in a low tone. Dai Qingren replied, Qin Yang exuded great authority, in my fright. I divulged the true situation to him. Have you lost your mind? Wu Yuji's expression darkened. Dai Qingren grimaced, reflecting on his own folly. Faced with Qin Yang, he felt an overwhelming fear, as though failing to be honest would condemn him to perdition. General Wu, what should we do now? He asked. Wu Yuji gritted her teeth. You need to maintain composure. I will have my husband consult with the elder, he will intervene. Jiang Wanqing would not report me to the authorities over such a trivial matter. If I am unharmed, you will be safe as well. Dai Qingren replied. Qin Yang has instructed me to restore the company to its original state. Proceed with that for now, Wu Yuji instructed, then ended the call, her expression grim. She hurriedly relayed the situation to her husband, Jiang Muxue. Dear, you must take responsibility for this. I was unaware, this was your unilateral decision. I will seek the elder and my third brother for leniency on your behalf, you will not face any consequences. Jiang Muxue spoke with a serious tone. Understood. In the car, Qin Yang possessed a laptop computer. He had just infiltrated the phones of Dai Chengren and Wu Yuji, recording all their conversations, including the one between Wu Yuji and Jiang Muxue. Indeed, Jiang Muxue was aware of the situation. Qin Yang mused to himself. As the clock struck 2 in the afternoon, the personnel responsible for the installation of the security door arrived. Qin Yang scrutinized the titanium alloy door they had brought, noting its robust construction, which would present a formidable challenge for any would-be intruder. Mr. Qin, the installation will generate considerable noise and dust, one of the installers cautioned. I will take my wife away, Qin Yang replied promptly. He soon descended the stairs, cradling Jiang Muxue in his arms. Darling, let us visit your parents. You've called me husband several times, it is time for me to adjust my address for you. Jiang Muxue responded with a light-hearted plea for 5-star reviews and a wish for a peaceful life. In Chapter 78, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Wanqing's residence. Muxue. We have arrived at your parents' home, he communicated mentally with Jiang Muxue. Her emotional state displayed significant fluctuations, although she had visited before in a vegetative state. She felt as though it had been ages since her last visit. Why are you so excited about returning home? He inquired. As Qin Yang parked the car, Jiang Wanqing and the others emerged to greet them. Did you drive over here with Muxue by yourself? Liang Lan asked, astonished. Qin Yang smiled, Aunt Liang. I drove slowly and adjusted the seat, it was no trouble at all. In special circumstances, my mental strength can support Jiang Muxue. Let us head inside, Jiang Wanqing smiled. Qin Yang severed his mental connection with Jiang Muxue and facilitated a connection between her and Liang Lan. Mom, I'm back, Jiang Muxue's voice resonated in Liang Lan's mind. It's wonderful that you are back, Liang Lan expressed joyfully. Although Jiang Muxue remained unconscious, Liang Lan felt immense satisfaction with her current state. Soon, they entered the villa, where Qin Yang re-established the mental link between Jiang Muxue and Jiang Wanqing. Dad, what has happened to Xingchen technology? Jiang Muxue lamented. Jiang Wanqing appeared slightly embarrassed, explaining that he had not managed the situation well after hiring a professional manager. His visits had ceased when Jiang Muxue fell into her current condition. He had not anticipated such issues. Not to mention Xingchen technology, with Jiang Muxue's problems, the entire Jiang group faced many unaddressed matters. He only intervened in the most critical issues. After Jiang Muxue married Qin Yang, the situation improved, allowing him to engage fully in the management of the group once again. Dad, my uncle, and the others have gone too far. They are targeting my company while I'm in this state, Jiang Muxue expressed her indignation. Jiang Wanqing reassured her. I will handle this matter. Muxue, how do you feel about Qin Yang managing Xingchen technology? You can communicate with him, which amounts to you managing it. That sounds good. Jiang Muxue readily agreed, eager to avoid chaos within her company. Jiang Wanqing turned to Qin Yang, Xiao Qin, it's settled. Qin Yang nodded and disconnected the link with Jiang Wanqing, allowing Jiang Muxue's mental connection to fade. Xiao Qin, you two continue your conversation. I will head to the kitchen to prepare dinner, Liang Lan smiled, taking the initiative to cook for the evening, having given the housekeeper the day off. All right. Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Wanqing remarked, Aunt Liang rarely cooks, her dishes may not be exceptional, but she went out early to buy ingredients and prepared everything herself. Which is heartfelt. Qin Yang replied, Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang's cooking might be delightful, perhaps you have become accustomed to finer fare. You are right, Xiao Qin. Some people have become quite discerning, Liang Lan's voice floated in from the kitchen. Jiang Wanqing instructed, Xiao Qin, please place Muxue in a wheelchair. We will take her for a stroll around the community. Soon, they exited the villa. Xiao Qin, regarding Xingchen technology. I can have my elder brother and sister-in-law bear some consequences, but reporting them to the authorities may not be feasible. My father is elderly and might not withstand such a shock. Moreover, if we handle it this way among brothers, the negative repercussions for the entire group would be substantial. Qin Yang nodded slightly, as he had anticipated such circumstances. In large families, it is common for members to seek personal gain. And such matters are typically resolved internally without involving law enforcement. Please excuse my elder brother and the others, Jiang Wanqing sighed. I once took good care of them, even allowing them to manage subsidiaries, but they prospered at the expense of the company. I later ceased their management of subsidiaries and let them run their own companies, only to find they produced subpar goods. Consequently, I no longer collaborated with them. Uncle Jiang, you have shown them ample kindness, Qin Yang remarked. Jiang Wanqing sighed again. My father is an ability user who has treated many people. The growth of my company is closely tied to this, so I must assist the family as needed. However, my elder brother has repeatedly disappointed me. At that moment, Jiang Wanqing's phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was his father, Jiang Xinghua, calling. Dad. Jiang Wanqing answered. Jiang Xinghua's voice came through. Wanqing, I heard about the situation with Xingchen Technology from your elder brother. It was your sister-in-law who secretly managed it. The losses are not substantial. I will have them refund the money, but please do not involve the police. Dad, they embezzled less than 10 million. But the company's losses far exceed that amount, Jiang Wanqing replied solemnly. I will cover the losses from Xingchen Technology, Jiang Xinghua stated. Jiang Wanqing responded with resignation, Dad. There is no need for you to compensate. If my elder brother covers the 10 million, I will ask Qin Yang not to report them. Understood. Jiang Xinghua concluded the call. Did you hear that? Jiang Wanqing turned to Qin Yang. Qin Yang nodded, and Jiang Wanqing added with a hint of resignation. My father is actually quite kind, treating me and my elder brother well. I owe much of my success to his support. However, he holds traditional views, believing that since Muxue is a girl, she will eventually marry, and he wants my elder brother and second brother to receive more. Uncle Jiang. This is an internal matter for the Jiang family. I will have no objections to how you handle it, Qin Yang assured him. As for the assets of Aunt Liang and myself, they will undoubtedly belong to you and Muxue, and eventually to your children. But my father's age must be considered. We need to be mindful of his feelings. Understood, Qin Yang nodded. Uncle Jiang, you and Aunt Liang are still young, your assets should belong to you. Muxue and I can strive for our future. I believe I can support Muxue and our children without issue. Jiang Wanqing smiled. Aunt Liang and I plan to retire by 55, taking the opportunity to travel while we are still young. We will support your endeavors for a few more years. Xiao Qin, are you aware of the current situation with the Wei family? Jiang Wanqing inquired. Qin Yang shook his head. Wei Jisheng and Wei Jipeng have had a falling out since Wei Chuanshan's passing. The situation within the Wei family is precarious. Qin Yang chuckled softly, realizing that their previous efforts at sowing discord had borne fruit. Xiao Qin, the safety of Wei Chuanshan's death has drawn the attention of the Ninth Bureau. Qin Yang inquired. What is the Anchuan Jiuju? Jiang Wanqing replied, the Anchuan Jiuju consists entirely of martial artists and those with extraordinary abilities. They are specifically tasked with handling certain special incidents. Chapter 79, The arrival of the Anchuan Jiuju. A sense of unease gripped Qin Yang. Though he had not directly caused Wei Chuanshan's demise, he was responsible for rendering him unconscious. Would the Anchuan Jiuju trace this back to him? Uncle Jiang, has the Anchuan Jiuju just intervened? Qin Yang asked, somewhat perplexed. Jiang Wanqing explained, they likely intervened a few days ago. In the event of a homicide, the Anchuan Jiuju does not respond immediately. The ordinary police are the first to address the situation. Only when the police are unable to uncover the truth does the Anchuan Jiuju step in. They have many matters to attend to. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Jiang Wanqing continued, the Anchuan Jiuju has already contacted me. And they may very well reach out to you as well. Be cautious when that time comes. Understood, Qin Yang replied, feeling a weight of pressure. He had become quite powerful, yet he recognized he was still not strong enough. In the later stages of the Huajin mastery, he was formidable. But he paled in comparison to the most elite Huajin experts. Furthermore, the Anchuan Jiuju boasted numerous skilled individuals. Xiao Qin. If the Anchuan Jiuju sends an expert to find you, will you be able to conceal your abilities? Is it possible you will be exposed? Jiang Wanqing asked in a hushed tone. Qin Yang smiled faintly, Uncle Jiang, you need not worry. My strength can be concealed by the system. My mental fortitude and physical enhancements can easily mask my true capabilities, ensuring that no one will discover anything upon inspection. That's reassuring, Jiang Wanqing sighed in relief. Xiao Qin. Since you did not kill Wei Chenshan, if you are confronted, simply state that you were merely teaching him a lesson and did not anticipate that he would be killed by someone else. Qin Yang assured him, Uncle Jiang. There will be no issues. The Anchu and Jiuju will not uncover anything. If I were to reveal my strength in the future, I will undoubtedly be far stronger than I am now. Even if I were to admit my involvement, they would be powerless against me. Jiang Wanqing nodded slightly. Uncle. Have there been any developments with those 5 families in S City? Qin Yang inquired. Jiang Wanqing shook his head, there are no movements for the time being. Since they claim it was the Du family's doing, they likely wish to observe as we engage with the Du family. They probably will not act immediately. Do you think we should consider collaborating with the Du family? They are angered by the Du family's actions, Qin Yang pondered. Du Chongming had previously approached Suyu to entice him, and he also harbored intentions toward Jiang Muxue. Although he opposed the Du family, it did not preclude the possibility of a partnership with opposing forces. Uncle, if we make our position clear to the Du family, would they not join forces with those 5 families against us? Qin Yang asked. Jiang Wanqing shook his head, that is unlikely. The primary sphere of influence for those 5 families lies in S City and Haicheng, while our Jiang family and the Du family possess significant strength. The Du family certainly does not wish for them to encroach upon Haicheng. In this regard, our interests align. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Uncle, if they remain inactive for now, we too shall hold our ground. Should they make a move, we will then seek out the Du family. Agreed, Jiang Wanqing replied. Aware that Qin Yang's strength was on a rapid ascent, the more time they could buy, the stronger Qin Yang would become. Ding ding. Jiang Wanqing's phone buzzed again. It was Liang Lan calling. Dear, what's the matter? Liang Lan asked, where have you been? My brother and sister-in-law have arrived. Jiang Wanqing's brow furrowed. I will be back shortly. After hanging up, Jiang Wanqing said solemnly, Xiao Qin, my brother and sister-in-law are here. Please continue to take Muxue for a stroll around the neighborhood while I deal with them. Qin Yang suggested, Uncle, I should return as well. Since it was I who discovered the issues at Xingchen Technology today. Jiang Wanqing nodded in agreement. Before long, they returned to the villa where Jiang Wanyue and his wife, Wu Yuji, were seated on the sofa. Qin Yang, what are you doing here? Leave. Jiang Wanyue commanded coldly. His imposing presence could easily intimidate an ordinary youth. And Qin Yang was taken aback by their demeanor. It is not strange for me to be here. However, Uncle, why are you two here? Haven't the police contacted you yet? Jiang Wanyue's expression shifted. Wu Yuji panicked, Qin Yang, did you call the police? Qin Yang chuckled, guess. You must retract the police report immediately. Wu Yuji's face turned pale. Jiang Wanyue glared at Jiang Wanqing, third brother, this is an internal matter for our Jiang family. When did it become your place to meddle? Jiang Wanqing remained expressionless. Elder brother, Xingchen Technology belongs to Muxue. Given that she is now in a coma, Qin Yang, as her husband, undoubtedly has the right to intervene. Jiang Wanyue inhaled deeply. I was unaware of this situation. Your sister-in-law has indeed made mistakes. And I have already reprimanded her. Can we consider this matter settled? Jiang Wanqing's demeanor was cold. Elder brother, father asked me to assist you. Over the past 20 years, I have aided you numerous times, do not forget to exercise restraint. For father's sake, this is the final warning. Return the ill-gotten gains. And I will let you off the hook. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond. Jiang Wanyue's tone sharpened, third brother. Do not forget that your success today is intertwined with father's capabilities. Do you think your wealth is solely yours? Jiang Wanqing replied, father has indeed aided me greatly. I do not deny that. But has he not also assisted you and second brother? Not only did father help, but I too have provided you both with substantial support. If you cannot rise on your own, do not blame others. Jiang Wanyue retorted, your assets are the family's assets. You cannot monopolize them. Jiang Wanqing scoffed. Is that legally recognized? Father is nearing 80, how much longer do you think he can hold on? If you continue to act recklessly, do not blame me for being unsympathetic once he is gone. Jiang Muxue's expression changed. He understood that his younger brother, with his wealth of billions, possessed considerable means and would undoubtedly outmaneuver him in the future. Elder brother, you still have several tens of millions in assets. If you remain compliant, you can live quite comfortably. It is certainly preferable to spending time behind bars. Think carefully. Jiang Wanqing's voice was cold. A flicker of fear crossed Jiang Muxue's eyes. Your sister-in-law has taken a total of 800,000 from the company, and we will repay that amount. Jiang Wanqing warned, you best do it quickly. At that moment, a police car arrived. The large windows of the villa offered a clear view of the approaching vehicle. Jiang Muxue and Wu Yuji's expressions shifted dramatically. Wu Yuji hurriedly exclaimed. We will return it immediately, within half an hour. Dear, let's go. Jiang Muxue and Wu Yuji rushed to the garage, quickly drove their car inside, and soon sped away. Xiaoqin, those are individuals from the Anxuan Jiuju, Jiang Wanqing whispered. This police vehicle had previously come to seek him out, and now they were returning under unknown circumstances. Chapter 80. The suspicions of the Anxuan Jiuju. The two representatives from the Anxuan Jiuju swiftly entered the villa. One was a middle-aged man, while the other was a young man. From their demeanor, Qin Yang sensed a subtle threat. He discerned that the middle-aged man was a martial artist, while the young man possessed strong mental acuity, indicating that he was undoubtedly an individual with extraordinary abilities. Jiang Dong. The middle-aged man inquired about the car that had just departed. Jiang Wanqing replied, that was my elder brother and sister-in-law. If you suspect them to be experts, you may seek them out. The middle-aged man chuckled, Jiang Dong, you jest. We are well aware of your brother and sister-in-law's situation. At that moment, Liang Lan emerged from the kitchen. Darling, what is happening? She asked, puzzled. Jiang Wanqing explained, they are from the Anxuan Jiuju, and they have come to inquire about Wei Chuanshan's death. Dear, please continue with your tasks, I will converse with them. Oh, Liang Lan nodded, Xiaoqin. Please serve them a cup of tea. The middle-aged man quickly replied, Ms. Liang, there is no need. We will only stay for a short while to understand the situation. All right, Liang Lan returned to the kitchen. The middle-aged man turned to the young man beside him, who was named Wang Qing. He shook his head and said, Zhang Dui. Both Jiang Dong and Qin Yang possess ordinary mental faculties. They have not awakened any extraordinary abilities. Jiang Wanqing inquired with a smile, Dui Zhang. Do you suspect either me or Qin Yang to be extraordinary individuals? Dui Zhang, whose full name was Zhang Xiangang, responded, Jiang Dong, my suspicions are based on certain evidence. If I have offended you, I hope for your understanding. No problem, Jiang Wanqing shook his head, but what leads you to suspect us? Zhang Xiangang elaborated, firstly, Wei Chuanshan met with misfortune at Qin Yang's location. Secondly, you commissioned the crafting of numerous flying knives, which lack handles and only possess blades. Thirdly, Qin Yang defeated 5 individuals including Lu Hongyi. And fourthly, Qin Yang's calligraphy and painting skills, which were previously mediocre, have suddenly become exceptional. How do you explain this disparity? Qin Yang chuckled, so your primary purpose for visiting is to suspect me of becoming a powerful extraordinary individual? Zhang Xiangang fixed his gaze on Qin Yang. Qin Yang, please cooperate and answer a few questions. Qin Yang nodded, no problem, feel free to ask. Zhang Xiangang inquired, according to our knowledge, the flying knives crafted by Jiang Dong were given to you. What did you use them for? We have also discovered that you purchased a large quantity of steel balls and blades. What were those for? Qin Yang shook his head, I do not know. Zhang Xiangang was taken aback, you do not know? Qin Yang's response exceeded his expectations. I suddenly had the urge to purchase these items, but after bringing them home, I searched everywhere and found nothing. They mysteriously disappeared. Zhang Xiangang and his companion scrutinized Qin Yang's eyes. Are you certain? Qin Yang affirmed, it is indeed peculiar. I clearly brought them home, yet they vanished. If you do not believe me, you may search my home. We will, Zhang Xiangang replied solemnly. How do you explain defeating Lu Hongyi and the other 5? It is quite difficult for an ordinary person to overcome 5 opponents, especially when some of them are larger than you. Qin Yang stated, I had never practiced martial arts before, but suddenly I acquired some skills. How that happened? I do not know. Is this an extraordinary ability? Wang Qing interjected, your mental capacity is relatively weak, you certainly do not possess any extraordinary powers. If what you say is true, it is possible that a powerful individual secretly imparted these skills to you. Did your calligraphy and painting abilities also arise in this manner? Qin Yang nodded, more or less. Could you assist me in assessing whether I have the potential to become a martial artist? Qin Yang gazed at Zhang Xiangang with anticipation. I will check, Zhang Xiangang replied. Extend your hand. Qin Yang extended his hand, and Zhang Xiangang placed his fingers on his pulse. As a master of internal strength, a surge of energy entered Qin Yang's body. After a few minutes, Zhang Xiangang withdrew his hand. Due to the system's concealment, he found no anomalies. Qin Yang, filled with hope, asked, Captain Zhang, do I have the potential to become a top martial artist? Zhang Xiangang shook his head, regrettably. Your aptitude for martial arts is quite ordinary, and given your age, you lack the potential for martial training. Qin Yang questioned, then what is my situation? How did I suddenly acquire combat skills, as well as proficiency in piano and painting? Is it possible that Muxue brings good fortune to her husband? Wang Qing, intrigued, remarked, Captain Zhang, could it be that Jiang Muxue has awakened extraordinary abilities? She might become a spatial-type extraordinary individual. Zhang Xiangang was taken aback. Jiang Muxue, in a vegetative state, could become an extraordinary individual? He recalled Jiang Muxue's grandfather, Jiang Xingue, who was indeed an extraordinary individual, indicating a possibility for their family to produce extraordinary beings. The notion of unexpectedly awakening extraordinary powers while in a vegetative state was not entirely implausible. Zhang Xiangang and his companions turned their attention to the window where Jiang Muxue sat in a wheelchair, basking in the sunlight. Jiang Dong. Let us examine Jiang Muxue's condition, Zhang Xiangang suggested. Jiang Wanqing nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiangang and Wang Qing approached Jiang Muxue, who had her eyes open but lacked any sign of awareness. How is it? After a moment, Zhang Xiangang inquired. Wang Qing shook his head. Her mental fluctuations are very weak. Given Jiang Muxue's condition, it is unlikely that she is an extraordinary individual, let alone an S-class extraordinary being. S-class extraordinary individuals are equivalent to martial artists at the transformation level. Zhang Xiangang nodded slightly. He had faith in Wang Qing's judgment, although young. Wang Qing was an A-class extraordinary individual. Yet, if Jiang Muxue was not a top extraordinary individual, how could they explain the events surrounding Qin Yang? Ahem. Jiang Wanqing cleared his throat, Captain Zhang, I must say your suspicions hold some merit, but I believe your investigation should not be confined to us. Is it possible that someone is deliberately targeting us? You are aware that I possess considerable wealth. Zhang Xiangang and his companions pondered. Jiang Wanqing was not just somewhat wealthy. He was a billionaire tycoon. Considering the circumstances of the Jiang family, it was plausible that someone had intentionally devised a scheme to bring trouble upon them. Jiang Dong. We apologize for the intrusion. Qin Yang, when you have time, we would like to visit your home, Zhang Xiangang said, casting a glance at Qin Yang. Qin Yang replied. Uncle Jiang, I will accompany them back. Jiang Wanqing nodded, the sooner, the better. Soon, Qin Yang drove away in his car, while Zhang Xiangang and Wang Qing followed in a police vehicle. Wang Qing, do you sense anything unusual with Qin Yang and Jiang Dong? Zhang Xiangang asked. Wang Qing shook his head, I have not detected anything unusual, both Jiang Dong and Qin Yang appear to be ordinary individuals, of that I am certain. I am uncertain about Jiang Muxue's current status as an ordinary person. Oh? Wang Qing continued, after all, Jiang Muxue is in a vegetative state, and her mental faculties are currently in an abnormal condition. Captain, I believe we should assign someone to protect Jiang Muxue. If she is a spatial-type extraordinary individual, she is of great importance to the country. Zhang Xiangang nodded slightly. Wang Qing, could it be possible that Qin Yang is an extraordinary individual? Yet his power is so strong that you cannot perceive it. Wang Qing chuckled, Captain, that possibility is minuscule. Even if he were a top S-class extraordinary individual, he could not conceal it from me. My expertise lies in detection. 20 minutes later, Qin Yang returned to the villa. Cheng Hong, has the security door been installed? Qin Yang inquired, noticing that the installation company's vehicle had vanished. Mr. Qin, they left 10 minutes ago. We just finished cleaning, Cheng Hong replied. Qin Yang nodded slightly, instructing. You all take a short break. Captain Jiang, please follow me. He led Zhang Xiangang and the others to the gymnasium, where Qin Yang remarked. I placed those flying knives here upon their arrival, yet by the next day, they had vanished without a trace. I reviewed the surveillance footage, but found nothing. Zhang Xiangang and his companions surveyed the gym, quickly concluding that the flying knives sent by Jiang Wanqing were not present. Wang Qing inquired. Why didn't you report this to the police? Qin Yang replied, my abilities in calligraphy and painting manifest in rather peculiar ways, yet they are undoubtedly beneficial to me. I fear that reporting this may yield no advantages. Furthermore, I have purchased numerous steel ball blades and even custom-made flying knives. I would struggle to explain these circumstances to the authorities. Zhang Xiangang said, Qin Yang, we should consider searching elsewhere. All right, Qin Yang acquiesced. And they began their search in other locations. 10 minutes later, they ascended to the upper floor, where Qin Yang led Zhang Xiangang and the others to Jiang Muxue's room. The door to her chamber had been replaced with a new titanium alloy door, which appeared remarkably sturdy. Muxue usually slept here. Captain Zhang, even if Muxue is an ability user, her actions would only serve to teach Wei Chunshan a lesson. The true perpetrator behind his death is undoubtedly someone else, Qin Yang asserted. Zhang Xiangang nodded in agreement. They meticulously searched the room, but found no concealed blades or flying knives within. Half an hour elapsed as Zhang Xiangang and his team conducted a thorough investigation. Qin Yang, I need to discuss something with you. Considering the possibility that Jiang Muxue may possess spatial abilities, we will assign 2 personnel to protect her, Zhang Xiangang stated. Qin Yang felt a sense of delight at the thought of 2 adept bodyguards. However, he furrowed his brow and replied, Captain Zhang, won't sending people to protect her disrupt our lives? Zhang Xiangang reassured him, you need not worry about that, Qin Yang. Our personnel will not enter the villa and will not interfere with your daily life, they will rent the adjacent villa. Could the protectors be women? I would prefer not to have men lurking nearby, Qin Yang requested. Certainly, Zhang Xiangang nodded. Thank you, Qin Yang smiled. Zhang Xiangang handed him a business card, saying, This is my card. Should you encounter any trouble, please contact me immediately. Understood, Qin Yang replied, and soon after, Zhang Xiangang and his team departed. While Qin Yang also left, realizing it was nearly 5 o'clock and he needed to head to the Jiang residence for dinner. Wang Qing, did you notice anything? Zhang Xiangang inquired in the car. Wang Qing shook his head, saying, I noticed nothing unusual. I have been closely observing Qin Yang's demeanor and could not detect any deception. Either he is truthful, or he possesses abilities far beyond mine. The latter possibility seemed exceedingly slim unless what? Zhang Xiangang pressed. Unless he is an SS-level mental ability user, Wang Qing concluded. Zhang Xuangang's expression shifted slightly. An SS-level ability user had once emerged in Huagua, causing rampant destruction, ultimately necessitating military intervention to neutralize the threat. Surely, Qin Yang cannot be an SS-level ability user, he mused. Wang Qing asserted. There has never been a precedent for someone becoming an SS-level ability user so directly. Therefore, it is impossible. Captain Zhang, I believe we need to adjust our investigative direction. Wei Chunshan did not perish here. His death was undoubtedly orchestrated by someone else. Zhang Xiangang nodded slightly in agreement. Moreover, the opposing force is formidable. They merely incapacitated Wei Chunshan. Even if we identify the assailant, what can we do? Combat between martial artists and ability users is generally permitted. As long as injuries are not severe, the Safety Bureau will hardly intervene. The duration of Wei Chunshan's unconsciousness is insufficient to declare him a vegetative state. Indeed. Zhang Xiangang conceded. Let us proceed to the Wei residence. As for Qin Yang, we should consider sending more formidable experts from the Bureau to assess the situation. Naturally, the Safety Bureau had more powerful individuals, but their numbers were limited. Furthermore, there were concerns regarding some of Wei Chunshan's actions, raising questions about whether top-tier experts would be willing to assist. Upon arriving at Jiang Wanqing's residence, he inquired, Xiao Qin, how did it go? Qin Yang smiled and replied. Uncle Jiang, nothing much happened. They harbor some suspicions regarding Muxue being a spatial ability user, and the Safety Bureau will be sending 2 individuals to protect her. Jiang Wanqing spoke in a low voice, did you say that deliberately? They made a reasonable deduction, and I have my reasonable suspicions, there is nothing wrong with that. Qin Yang chuckled. Mushue's condition cannot remain hidden for long, soon others will discover her abnormal brainwaves. Having personnel from the Safety Bureau to safeguard her is a significant advantage. With bodyguards, security doors, protective rings, and the Safety Bureau's personnel, Jiang Muxue's security measures would be extraordinarily robust. This did not even account for the increased property security or Qin Yang's own involvement. Are you not concerned they might uncover your identity? Jiang Wanqing asked quietly. Qin Yang shook his head, that is not an issue. Unless faced with life-threatening danger, I will not reveal myself. Even if I were to be exposed, it would not be a significant problem. After all, I did not kill Wei Chenshan. Jiang Wanqing nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a cry of pain echoed from the kitchen as Liang Lan exclaimed. Qin Yang and the others rushed to the kitchen, where Liang Lan had cut her finger, causing blood to flow. Auntie Liang, let me help you with that, Qin Yang offered. Uncle Jiang, please fetch some medicine. As he spoke, he swiftly employed his mental powers to constrict Liang Lan's bleeding vessels. Soon, Jiang Wanqing returned with the medicine. Liang Lan smiled, please, no need to be so tense. It's just a small cut. It only hurt a bit when I first cut myself. Uncle Jiang, please assist Auntie Liang with her injury. I will handle the remaining 3 dishes, Qin Yang announced. Xiao Qin, you can cook? Liang Lan inquired. Qin Yang chuckled, I used to cook. And I've recently watched videos to learn more. It should be fine. As Jiang Wanqing tended to Liang Lan's wound, Qin Yang expertly began cooking. After a brief period, 3 dishes that looked both fragrant and appetizing were presented on the table. Liang Lan had prepared 7 dishes, and with Qin Yang's 3, the table was abundantly filled. Xiao Qin, did you make all this? It looks delicious. Liang Lan exclaimed, pushing Jiang Muxue closer in surprise. Honey. Xiao Qin's cooking appears to surpass yours by a great deal, Jiang Wanqing remarked as he retrieved 2 bottles of fine wine from the wine cellar. From now on, you need not eat my cooking, Liang Lan retorted with a light huff. Well, I merely speak the truth, Jiang Wanqing replied. Cough, can Muxue see the outside situation now? Jiang Wanqing asked. Qin Yang connected his mental powers with Jiang Muxue. My dear, with such a grand feast before us, do you wish to partake? If you desire, I could chew the food and feed you. Jiang Muxue responded, Chapter 82, so many fees for changing my name? Uncle Jiang, I have established a connection with Muxue. Qin Yang smiled, she can see us and hear our conversation. Jiang Wanqing said solemnly, Muxue, your father has earned a considerable amount of money and made many wise decisions. Allowing you and Qin Yang to marry is undoubtedly one of the wisest choices. Liang Lan added, Muxue, you and Qin Yang already have a child. Today, Qin Yang has changed his name, your father and I hope that you both can live happily together and grow old side by side. Sighed and said, Qin Yang. What kind of enchantment have you cast on my parents for them to trust you so completely? Uncle Jiang, Aunt Liang, we will. Qin Yang replied with a smile. Aunt Liang, beaming, asked, Little Qin, still not changing how you address me? Mama, I raise a toast to you, Qin Yang said, lifting his glass. Jiang Muxue felt a wave of emotions, her mother was being called by another man. A twinge of sadness washed over her. Well, I suppose I must drink this, she thought. Aunt Liang smiled widely, taking a small sip of baijiu. Daddy, I toast to you, Qin Yang then raised his glass again for Jiang Wanqing. Jiang Muxue interjected. Qin Yang, they are my parents, not yours, it's not right for you to call them that. My dear, if they are your parents, what should I call them? Qin Yang replied. Jiang Muxue added, Little Qin, we have prepared a gift for you. Aunt Liang, still smiling, urged, hurry, dear, give it to Qin Yang. Jiang Wanqing produced a document and a pen. We have allocated 2% of shares to Muxue. Little Qin, if you call us your parents, we will grant you the same 2%. Just sign here, complete the process, and 2% of Jiang Corporation will belong to you. Which could yield an annual dividend of 80 to 90 million under current circumstances, Jiang Wanqing explained with a smile. Qin Yang was astonished. 2% of Jiang Corporation? Although the percentage was small, the corporation's assets amounted to hundreds of billions. That 2% was worth 2 billion. Previously, Jiang Wanqing mentioned giving 1 billion to Jiang Muxue. Now, they were directly offering him equity, indicating their true recognition of him. Even if Jiang Muxue were to pass away, the shares would remain his. Jiang Muxue was equally taken aback. Her parents were bestowing such a generous renaming fee upon Qin Yang. "Daddy, this is too extravagant, it is inappropriate," Qin Yang protested. Aunt Liang responded, "There is nothing inappropriate about it. As long as you and Muxue are well in the future, all our wealth belongs to you. It is merely an advance. Little Qin, this is your renaming fee, quickly sign and accept it," Jiang Wanqing urged. Qin Yang glanced at the contract presented by Jiang Wanqing. Signing it might lead some to accuse him of living off others, but such an arrangement was undeniably appealing. "Thank you, Mom and Dad," he said. And promptly signed his name. Jiang Muxue remained silent, merely contributing her emotional energy. Aunt Liang smiled and said, "That's right. Little Qin, connect me with Muxue. I wish to have a word with her." "All right," Qin Yang quickly facilitated the connection between Aunt Liang and Jiang Muxue. "Mom, you are treating Qin Yang too well. It almost feels as if he is your biological son," Jiang Muxue complained. Aunt Liang replied, "Muxue, don't be absurd. If Qin Yang were our son, how could you marry him? Our kindness towards him is for your sake." Jiang Muxue sulked, "Mom, when Grandpa urged you to marry your comrade's son, didn't he say something similar?" Aunt Liang countered, "Muxue, it's not the same. When your grandfather mentioned it, I was already with your dad. And you had no boyfriend. Besides, you and Qin Yang are expecting a child. Without Qin Yang, your chances of awakening would be exceedingly low." Jiang Muxue retorted, "Mom, by giving Qin Yang so much, are you trying to prevent me from waking up and leaving him? Not at all. If you genuinely feel it's unsuitable later on, you must divorce him, your father and I will not cling to this money," Aunt Liang stated. After a few more exchanges, Aunt Liang smiled and said, "I finished talking with Muxue, little Qin, let her speak with her father." Understood, Qin Yang promptly connected Jiang Muxue with Jiang Wanqing. "Dad, you're practically selling your daughter and paying for it," Jiang Wanqing remarked. "You've raised her all this way, it's time for her to venture out," he added. Jiang Muxue retorted angrily, "Dad, I am not a pig." "Close enough," Jiang Wanqing teased. In his mind, Jiang Wanqing said, "Muxue, as a businessman, I have a good eye. Trust me, you won't find anyone better than Qin Yang." "Dad, you must be under Qin Yang's spell," Jiang Muxue replied. Soon, their conversation came to an end. Aunt Liang smiled, "Let us eat, we've been talking so much that the food will get cold. I must taste how good little Qin's cooking is." Before long, Aunt Liang's chopsticks reached for a dish made by Qin Yang. "Wow!" she gasped, momentarily stunned. The dish he prepared tasted exquisite. Given their family's extensive culinary experiences, even the grand banquets in the capital could not compare. Qin Yang's cooking was exceptional. "Delicious?" Jiang Wanqing quickly took a bite as well. "Little Qin, your culinary skills are undoubtedly top tier in the nation," he marveled. Qin Yang smiled, "I'm glad you both enjoy it." He then scooped some soup and said, "Dear, since you can't have meat, let me feed you some soup." He brought the spoon to Jiang Muxue's lips. This soup was his creation, made with high-quality ingredients, resulting in an extraordinarily delightful flavor. Jiang Muxue instinctively swallowed the soup. "Qin Yang, I detected a hint of flavor," Jiang Muxue's voice resonated in Qin Yang's mind. "You can taste it? Can you usually taste anything from those liquid foods?" Qin Yang inquired. "Not at all." Qin Yang fed her some of the dishes made by Aunt Liang, which included some soups. "And now? This one has no flavor." Qin Yang pondered. It seemed that his cooking was particularly stimulating to Jiang Muxue's taste buds. Soon, he offered her another spoonful of his soup. "Qin Yang, I felt it again. However, it's still not very pronounced." Aunt Liang, curious, asked, "Little Qin, what is happening?" Qin Yang replied excitedly, "By drinking my soup, Muxue is sensing flavor. Her perception abilities are enhancing." "Really?" Aunt Liang exclaimed with joy. Qin Yang nodded. Jiang Wanqing commented, "Little Qin's cooking is phenomenal. Muxue finds the flavorless liquid food bland. But she can sense flavor from little Qin's soup, it's completely normal." "My dear, I told you little Qin's cooking is superior." Aunt Liang shot a glance at her husband. "Absolutely, no doubt about it," she added with a playful huff. After the meal, Jiang Muxue had consumed a fair amount of soup. Qin Yang, my sense of taste has improved somewhat, Jiang Muxue communicated in Qin Yang's mind. Do you wish to eat my dishes again in the future, or would you prefer to continue consuming flavorless liquids? Qin Yang queried. Qin Yang. Why are you always so infuriating? Qin Yang thought, for the sake of emotional energy, of course. Stimulating Jiang Muxue can yield more emotional energy, hastening her recovery. Because you need some guidance, he mused. Jiang Muxue's emotional value had just plummeted to 10, yet with a mere utterance from him, she astonishingly managed to bestow 20 points of emotional value. Undoubtedly, her mental fortitude had reached new heights. I refuse to eat the dishes you prepare. Disconnect the mental link immediately, I wish not to converse with you, Jiang Muxue declared furiously. Muxue, your disobedience is quite troubling. Upon our return, I shall have to procure a whip and candles for you. Your body may already be attuned to certain sensations, he teased, resulting in an immediate increase of emotional value from Jiang Muxue. Her mental energy surged with an intensified fluctuation. Darling, you cannot behave in such a manner, she replied, softening her tone. Muxue, why should I not? This is merely a playful expression of our marital bond. Perhaps it will provoke a sense of urgency within you, prompting you to awaken, he jested. Please, I beg you, Jiang Muxue implored, her emotional value rising to 25. She genuinely feared the implications of his actions, as discussing such matters with her parents would be exceedingly awkward. For now, your behavior is tolerable, let us observe your future conduct, he communicated telepathically. Jiang Muxue breathed a sigh of relief. Mom and Dad, I shall escort Muxue home now, he informed Jiang Wanqing and the others. Xiaoqin. You have consumed quite a bit of alcohol. It would be best for you to stay here tonight, with you nearby. Muxue will be just fine even without the monitoring equipment. You may share her room, Liang Lan suggested. Jiang Muxue's mental energy remained connected, she could hear Liang Lan's words, which astonished her. Although Qin Yang and she had been married for over a month, shared kisses and touches, they had yet to sleep together. Mom. I believe we should return. Dad, please have the driver take us, Qin Yang stated after some contemplation. Jiang Muxue's current state did not afford her any sensations. Sleeping now would significantly dull the stimulation to her mental energy, hindering its growth. The risk of her potential demise was too great to warrant a mere night's sleep. Very well, Jiang Wanqing nodded. Jiang Muxue sighed in relief. Qin Yang, your decision is commendable. What do you call me? He inquired. Darling, she replied. Half an hour later, the driver returned Qin Yang and Jiang Muxue home. He gently placed Jiang Muxue onto the bed, while Li Wenyue set up the monitoring equipment. Jiang Muxue's brainwaves exhibited no significant changes, her mental energy was vastly depleted, making any alteration unlikely. Muxue's mental energy has indeed risen, Qin Yang mused. He wondered about the restoration of her sensations. After bathing, he retreated to the study to read and study. As night deepened, he returned to Jiang Muxue's room, where her mental energy had evidently rejuvenated. Qin Yang was taken aback to discover changes in Jiang Muxue's brainwaves, mirroring the reactions observed during previous stimulations. Notably, he had not established a mental link nor had he touched her, thus no external stimulation had occurred. He glanced at the electrocardiogram, which showed no immediate changes. It was evident that her mental energy had significantly increased, and she was likely responding to external stimuli. He cautiously slipped his hand beneath Jiang Muxue's blanket. 1 second. 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 7 or 8 seconds later, her brainwaves finally exhibited fluctuations, her heartbeat quickened, and the electrocardiogram reflected this change. Qin Yang's eyes brightened. While Jiang Muxue's sensitivity to touch remained minimal, the mere presence of a reaction signified a qualitative shift. The next step was to enhance her responsiveness gradually. Muxue. How do you feel? He established a mental connection with her. Qin Yang, you lecherous man, do not touch me. Jiang Muxue's flustered voice resonated in his mind, filling him with delight. The upper limit of her emotional value had significantly risen. Previously, he could garner only slightly over 50 points, now, it had surged to 66. You are my wife, caressing my own wife is not lewd, it is love. Muxue, allow me to give you a thorough massage, he said, further stimulating Jiang Muxue. Her emotional value climbed even higher, reaching 68, filling Qin Yang with joy. The amount he could acquire in a single session was likely to exceed 500, potentially accumulating over 2,000 daily. Moments later, Jiang Muxue's mental energy was completely expended. System, how much emotional value did I just acquire? He inquired. 563. Came the response. A broad smile spread across Qin Yang's face, for it had indeed surpassed 500 by a considerable margin. System. I wish to draw a lottery with 1,000 points, he thought. Congratulations, host, your physical constitution has improved to 7, currently at 34 points. A warm surge coursed through Qin Yang's body, and he rejoiced at the advancement of his physical abilities. The system had indicated that upon reaching 40 points, he might acquire inner strength, and he was now merely 6 points away. Perhaps the next enhancement would grant him that power, even if it did not. The subsequent attempt seemed promising. As dawn broke the following morning, he was awakened by a knock at the door. Yang Xian, what is it? Qin Yang inquired. Opening the door. Yang Xian, visibly excited, exclaimed, Mr. Qin, there has been a change in Miss Zhang's brainwaves, she may soon awaken. I am aware. Muxue exhibited changes last night. Please summon Qinghong and the others to Muxue's room, he instructed. Upon arriving at Jiang Muxue's room, Qinghong and the others quickly gathered. Muxue has shown signs of improvement, but this information must remain confidential, we must not let it reach others, as it could pose a danger to her, he cautioned. They nodded in agreement. Mr. Qin, while we will remain silent, any guests that arrive may notice something unusual, Li Wenyue remarked. No one is permitted entry without my consent. Except for Muxue's parents, all others must make an appointment to see her, he asserted. Understood, they replied in unison. Qin Yang turned his gaze towards Jiang Muxue, contemplating how he could utilize the depletion of her mental energy to keep others unaware of her substantial recovery for as long as possible. Even a week's delay could significantly enhance his own strength. Chapter 84, Tang Yin moves next door. Qin Yang waved his hand, signaling Li Wenyue and the others to leave. DD. He dialed Liang Lan's number. Xiao Qin, what is it? Liang Lan inquired cheerfully on the other end. Mom, even without stimulating her brainwaves, Muxue's mental energy has shown changes. During stimulation, her electrocardiogram also exhibited fluctuations, Qin Yang explained. Although he felt a bit awkward calling her mom, he had to adapt as they were now married. Liang Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement. So, Muxue's mental energy has indeed increased? Yes, she made considerable progress yesterday, he confirmed. Liang Lan said, Xiao Qin, we have been quite busy these past 2 days. Currently, we are on our way to the airport. We will visit Muxue once we return. We are assured with you taking care of her. All right, Qin Yang replied before hanging up the phone. Jiang Wanqing inquired, Dear. What is it? Liang Lan leaned in and whispered, Muxue's mental strength has improved. Even without stimulating her brainwaves, there has been a change. The likelihood of her waking up has increased. Jiang Wanqing felt a surge of joy. That's wonderful. On Qin Yang's side, he mentally asked, System. If my mental strength does not connect with Muxue, but rather I merely touch her, will the duration of stimulation be longer? Yes, host, the system replied. Then how does this affect her mental strength growth? Host, while she can maintain a longer duration, it does not necessarily mean her mental strength will grow more. Her current reaction to external stimuli remains relatively weak. Insufficient stimulation intensity cannot activate the dormant regions of her brain. Qin Yang nodded slightly. He connected his mental strength to Jiang Muxue. Good morning, dear. Jiang Muxue remained silent, prompting Qin Yang to continue. I just discovered a candle in the drawer. Emotional value 68, good morning, husband, Jiang Muxue's reluctant voice finally responded. Qin Yang chuckled, my dear, the candles at home are ordinary, for playing games. We need low-temperature candles. I worry that you might not withstand the regular ones. Jiang Muxue replied, emotional value 69, I won't tease you any further. I'm off for a run. With our mental connection, you can enjoy the scenery around you. Jiang Muxue responded, visibly eager. Qin Yang swiftly jogged to the street outside. During working hours, the roads were bustling with pedestrians, and as he jogged, he admired the beautiful women along the way. 1, 2, 3, Qin Yang transmitted his observations to Jiang Muxue. Emotional value 30, emotional value 25, Jiang Muxue occasionally provided some emotional value. But it was not much and certainly did not exceed the limit. After a while, Qin Yang slowed to a stop. Indeed, like attracts like. While some of the women I encountered are beautiful, most of your friends surpass them in beauty, especially Tang Yin. Qin Yang's voice echoed in Jiang Muxue's mind. Emotional value 70, Jiang Muxue retorted, Qin Yang, I've realized you are quite the lecher. Once I awaken and our 6-month trial marriage ends, we shall divorce. If we divorce, I'll take the child and remarry one of your friends, Qin Yang teased. Emotional value 72, I will inform my parents and ensure they no longer associate with you, Jiang Muxue declared. Muxue, you can feel touch now. I believe it's time for us to have a deeper conversation to prevent you from telling them, or they might chase me away. And I would be at a great loss. Emotional value 74, a faint smile graced Qin Yang's face. Jiang Muxue's mental strength was recovering rapidly, with sufficient stimulation. She could yield more emotional value. Even if he did not acquire medical skills in the future, the chances of her recovery would still be quite high. Husband. I want to tell my parents, but don't act recklessly, Jiang Muxue quickly softened. She was not inclined to engage in anything intimate with Qin Yang at this moment. It still depends on your performance. Shortly after, Jiang Muxue's mental strength was depleted. System, did my emotional value exceed 600 this time? Yes, host, it stands at 618. Qin Yang felt elated. The upper limit had increased, and he could now receive significantly more emotional value daily. Should he aim to accumulate 10,000? Qin Yang pondered. Currently, he could gain around 2,500 emotional value each day, meaning it would take only 4 days to reach 10,000. No, I will wait a bit longer. I will start accumulating after 3 more days, he mused. System, what is my current emotional value? 1,084. I can exchange 1,000 points for a lottery draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained B-level shooting skills. You previously had C-level shooting skills, the two can be fused. After fusion, your shooting skills will reach B-level. A wealth of information surged into Qin Yang's mind. Not bad, he thought, feeling satisfied. 1,000 emotional value typically yielded a B-level reward, which was quite standard. B-level shooting skills were already impressive, considered top tier within most military units. Suddenly, Qin Yang's phone rang. His heart tightened slightly upon seeing that it was a call from Zhang Xiangang. What could Captain Zhang want? Captain, is there something you need? Qin Yang answered the call. On the other end, Zhang Xiangang stated, Qin Yang, the 2 individuals we dispatched have arrived at your neighborhood. One of them you know. She is a friend of Jiang Muxue. Qin Yang was taken aback. Tang Yin? Yes, Tang Yin is a martial artist and a member of our Security Bureau 9. Since she is a friend of Jiang Muxue, we consulted her opinion, and she agreed without hesitation. The other individual is Tang Yin's friend from the bureau. And they moved into the villa next door to yours. Qin Yang responded in astonishment, isn't that villa already occupied? Zhang Xiangang replied, they have another house elsewhere. We coordinated with them to stay there temporarily. This is not an issue for Security Bureau 9 at all. Captain, what kind of ability does the other individual possess? Qin Yang inquired. You don't need to know that, Qin Yang, Zhang Xiangang replied after a moment's consideration. But Captain, I want to know. If it's someone with acute hearing, will my activities at home be overheard? If it's someone with X-ray vision, that would be even worse. Zhang Xiangang explained, the other is a psychic ability user capable of launching mental attacks. Additionally, her shooting skills are commendable. Both she and Tang Yin are armed. Thank you. Captain, Qin Yang said as Zhang Xiangang hung up the call. Qin Yang contemplated the news. It was quite impressive that Tang Yin was part of Security Bureau 9. Serving as one of the protectors for Jiang Muxue. Qin Yang naturally held no romantic feelings for Tang Yin, he could not derive emotional value from her. And she did not possess Jiang Muxue's beauty. However, her presence could be used to stimulate Jiang Muxue. Chapter 85, Wife, help me choose one. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yang returned home from his run. Is that Qin Yang? He is quite handsome, not as bad as you described, a beautiful woman in the adjacent villa asked. That's him. I never said he was bad, I just believe my best friend is exceptional, and he seems a bit unworthy of her, Tang Yin replied. Shall you? Let us go greet Qin Yang. Alright, the beauty nodded. Her name was Su Xiaoyu. She appeared delicate but had awakened her abilities at the age of 8 and was now a B-level psychic ability user with mental strength far superior to that of ordinary people. Su Xiaoyu also had excellent shooting skills, and together with Tang Yin, they were formidable opponents for most martial artists. Soon, Tang Yin and Su Xiaoyu arrived at the entrance of Qin Yang's villa, where Tang Yin rang the doorbell, and Qin Hong opened the door. Miss Tang Yin. Hello, Qin Hong greeted politely. Qin Hong, please let them in. The voice of Qin Yang resonated from the balcony towards the entrance. As Qin Hong graciously invited Tang Yin and Su Xiaoyu inside, Qin Yang made his way from the balcony to the living room, establishing a mental connection with Jiang Muxue. Previously, her mental energy had been entirely depleted, but now it had somewhat recovered, necessitating the consumption of her mental reserves. Darling. Is the beautiful woman beside Tang Yin also your close friend? She appears quite lovely. If you were to leave in the future, do you think she would be suitable as a stepmother for our child? Emotional value 33, Jiang Muxue, in her current state, could only contribute a modest emotional value of around 20 points, yet she astonishingly contributed 33. Qin Yang, I am not dead yet. You spend your days planning to find a stepmother for our child, Jiang Muxue retorted, her irritation palpable. Qin Yang responded, does this imply that if you are fine, I need not seek a stepmother for our child in the future? Jiang Muxue replied, once we are divorced, you may seek someone new. But the child will remain with me. My parents are wealthy, and all our family assets will eventually belong to the child. Taking her away would be detrimental. Emotional value 30, Qin Yang smiled as he addressed Tang Yin and her companions. Tang Yin, I've heard you've moved next door, we shall be neighbors from now on. Jiang Muxue interjected, Tang Yin has moved next door? Tang Yin replied, Qin Yang, allow me to introduce this lovely lady, Su Xiaoyu. I assume you already know the purpose of our visit, so I shall refrain from elaborating further. Qin Hong and the others were present, making it inappropriate for her to say more. Warriors, supernatural beings, and ordinary people were largely unaware of these matters. Hello, Qin Yang, Su Xiaoyu greeted with a smile. Greetings, I appreciate your presence, Qin Yang replied. Since you've just moved in, your belongings must still be in disarray, why not have lunch here? Emotional value 25, Jiang Muxue could see and hear everything, her mental energy fluctuating significantly. Were it not for her current lack of mental strength, she would likely have exceeded her previous emotional limit. Qin Yang, we shall forego lunch. We do like to check on Muxue, Tang Yin stated. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. Darling, Tang Yin and Su Xiaoyu are equally remarkable, I find it difficult to choose between them. Will you assist me in making a selection later? Mental strength 23, I choose you to be a fool, Jiang Muxue replied, vexed. You believe you can simply select someone and pursue them? Dream on. Qin Yang mused, I may not be exceptional, but your father has already granted me 2% of the shares. With your portion, that totals 4%, valued at 4 billion. Surely, my wealth holds some allure. Mental strength 19, Jiang Muxue's mental energy swiftly depleted. Qin Yang led Tang Yin and her companions towards the elevator. Upon reaching the second floor, he severed the mental connection, and Jiang Muxue's brainwave monitor swiftly returned to normal. This door. Tang Yin exclaimed as they reached the entrance. Qin Yang explained. Someone attempted to break in previously, so I replaced this door with a titanium alloy security door. Even if a warrior were to come here, breaching it would prove quite challenging. Indeed, Tang Yin nodded. Installing such a door certainly enhances security. Qin Yang promptly unlocked the door, using his facial recognition to gain access, while Qin Hong and the others utilized a password to enter. Muxue, Tang Yin approached Jiang Muxue's bedside. Jiang Muxue's eyes were closed. Appearing like a slumbering princess, despite being several months pregnant, her beauty remained striking. Tang Yin, Jiang Muxue is incredibly beautiful, Su Xiaoyu remarked in astonishment. She had always been confident in her appearance, yet in comparison to Jiang Muxue, even with her diminished beauty, Su Xiaoyu felt overshadowed. Muxue was even more stunning before, Tang Yin said with a tinge of sadness. Xiaoyu, you are a psychic, could you please check on Muxue's condition? Of course, Su Xiaoyu replied, cautiously extending her mental energy. Qin Yang, with a thought, also projected his mental energy alongside Su Xiaoyu's, ready to intervene should she act recklessly. Time ticked away. Su Xiaoyu failed to detect Qin Yang's mental presence. Although she was a psychic, her abilities were merely B-level. while Qin Yang's were S-level, a significant disparity. After about 10 minutes, Su Xiaoyu withdrew her mental energy, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Tang Yin, I apologize. My abilities are insufficient to assist Jiang Muxue, Su Xiaoyu said. Tang Yin let out a slight sigh. It's alright, your inability to help is understandable. Uncle Jiang and the others have sought many experts. If it were easy to treat, Muxue would have recovered by now. Let us depart. Qin Yang. Please ensure you take good care of Muxue, she requested. Qin Yang nodded slightly. Soon, Tang Yin and Su Xiaoyu made their exit. Cheng Hong. If Tang Yin and her companions come over, you may invite them to the living room. If they wish to visit Muxue, kindly decline their request. Stating that it is my directive that only I may allow others to see Muxue, Qin Yang instructed Cheng Hong as he descended the stairs. Allowing Tang Yin and her friends to see her directly would reveal anomalies. While they were likely trustworthy, there was no need to take risks. Cheng Hong nodded. Understood, Mr. Qin. I will convey this to them. Before long, afternoon arrived, and Jiang Muxue's mental energy had recovered. Qin Yang entered her room. Darling, you did not bathe yesterday. It is time for a bath today. Emotional value 78, Jiang Muxue's mental energy surged dramatically. Calm down, my dear, it is not our first time. You now possess the sense of touch, and having Cheng Hong and the others bathe you is not ideal. In the future, I shall be the one to pamper you. Qin Yang reassured her. They do a perfectly fine job washing me. Qin Yang, I do not want you to bathe me, let Cheng Hong and the others do it. Jiang Muxue insisted. Qin Yang began to remove her clothing. If you oppose this, please voice your objections loudly. If you remain silent, I shall assume your consent. Emotional value 80, Jiang Muxue felt an overwhelming sense of shyness. Although Qin Yang had bathed her several times before, it had been before she had developed a sense of touch, and now the experience felt entirely different. 5-star rating requested, Chapter 86, A Blade Above the Word of Desire. Not long into the bath, Jiang Muxue's mental energy became fully depleted. She could see Qin Yang bathing her, and with her sense of touch, the rapid depletion of her mental energy was evident. Even with her current increase in mental energy, it was unsustainable. System. Jiang Muxue's mental energy has been increasing quite rapidly lately, Qin Yang remarked while dressing her. The system replied, Host. Jiang Muxue has just developed a sense of touch. In the short term, her improvement will indeed be swift. The sensation stimulates parts of her dormant brain. After this phase, the progress will slow significantly. Qin Yang nodded thoughtfully. Soon, he helped Jiang Muxue recline comfortably again. Mr. Qin, it is time for Miss Zhang's massage. Yang Xian and Cheng Hong entered the room. Qin Yang announced, Today, I will prepare dinner for Muxue, you need not worry about it. Yang Xian and the others were astonished. Mr. Qin can cook? Mr. Qin, Miss Jiang can only consume liquid food, Yang Xian reminded him. Qin Yang acknowledged, I am aware. The dishes I prepare will certainly be suitable for her to consume as liquids. Jiang Muxue still lacks the ability to consciously chew, she can only swallow unconsciously. And her food must be processed into liquid form to facilitate her swallowing. Beep. In the afternoon, Qin Yang was training in the gym when his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Jiang Wanqing. Dad, what's the matter? Qin Yang answered the call inquiringly. On the other end, Jiang Wanqing stated. Xiao Qin, the cause of Wei Chenshan's death has been determined, and the murderer has been apprehended. The culprit is his nanny. What? A look of surprise crossed Qin Yang's face. Wei Chenshan, a master of transformation, was killed by his nanny? Dad, what's going on? Why would Wei Chenshan's nanny kill him? Qin Yang found it hard to believe. Jiang Wanqing explained. The nanny is quite beautiful and had previously been pregnant with Wei Chenshan's child, but he forbade her from giving birth, compelling her to terminate the pregnancy. This has left her harboring resentment. Despite being a master of transformation, Wei Chenshan ultimately met his demise at the hands of his nanny. It is said that a beautiful woman can be a deadly blade. Qin Yang sensed that his father was implying something more. He suspected that Jiang Wanqing was aware of Tang Yin and the others moving in and was concerned about making a misstep given Jiang Muxue's current condition. Dad. You're right. On the other end, Jiang Wanqing lightly coughed. Xiao Qin, if anything were to happen to Muxue in the future and you wish to remarry, your mother and I would have no objections. We could even prepare a grand gift for you. But you must not act recklessly. Qin Yang chuckled, Dad. Are you aware that Tang Yin and the others have arrived? Yes, Captain Zhang informed me. I might become closer to them, this could help stimulate Mushue's recovery. Jiang Wanqing replied, Xiao Qin, is that truly possible? Are you certain that this will hasten Mushue's recovery? Absolutely, Qin Yang affirmed. You needn't worry. I will not straddle two boats, Mushue is sufficient for me. Well, if you believe this approach will be beneficial, proceed as you see fit. But do maintain a sense of moderation, Jiang Wanqing advised. If it were an ordinary son-in-law, he would not bother giving advice, as infidelity would lead to expulsion. But Qin Yang was different, they held him in high regard, thus there were matters to address. In the evening, Qin Yang busied himself in the kitchen. His A-level culinary skills allowed him to work with ease, and after about an hour, he prepared 4 delectable dishes, all suitable for liquid consumption. Shortly thereafter, he carried a tray of food to Jiang Mushue's room. The aroma quickly filled the space. Qin Yang connected his spiritual energy with Jiang Muxue. Qin Yang. I believe I smell something delicious, Jiang Mushue's voice resonated in Qin Yang's mind. He transmitted the image of the tray to her, and she exclaimed in surprise. Qin Yang, was that the aroma of the dishes I just smelled? With a smile, Qin Yang replied, Wife, your sense of touch and taste are recovering. And your sense of smell has returned, I suspect your hearing will soon improve as well. Tonight, I prepared these dishes, would you like to try them? Jiang Muxue recalled how Qin Yang had teased her earlier in the afternoon. I don't want to. Qin Yang raised the bed slightly, shifting her position from lying down to half reclining. With a thought, he levitated a morsel of food into her mouth. Jiang Muxue was astonished. She was aware of Qin Yang's formidable mental prowess, yet he had not previously demonstrated his abilities in her presence. As the food entered her mouth, she swallowed instinctively, the morsel quickly disappearing. Feeding Jiang Muxue was no easy task for Qin Hong and the others, yet for Qin Yang, it was straightforward. Should Jiang Muxue fail to swallow, he could directly control the food to enter her stomach. Wife, how does it taste? Qin Yang inquired with a smile. It's just average. Only average? It seems you are not suited to my cooking, perhaps I should share it with Tang Yin and the others, they would likely appreciate it. Jiang Muxue responded, although it's just average, it's still acceptable, I can manage to eat it. Qin Yang stood up, don't push yourself. I'll have Qin Hong and the others feed you something else. I'll take 2 bottles of fine wine and dine with Tang Yin and the others. I'll livestream it for you. Jiang Muxue, feeling a bit irritated, exclaimed, Qin Yang, you're married, what is the meaning of dining with them? Don't let them be influenced by you. Qin Yang teased, Muxue, are you feeling jealous? Who is jealous? Not me. Once the trial marriage period ends, I'll kick you out. Jiang Muxue hastily retorted. Qin Yang pointed to the tray, are you still eating this? Yes. If you want to eat, you know what to do. Jiang Muxue savored the flavor of the dishes, Qin Yang's cooking was exquisite. Husband, I want to eat, she conceded. After all, she had called for food numerous times, one more would not matter. Qin Yang quickly fed her another dish. So delicious, Jiang Muxue thought. After the meal, Qin Yang asked, Wife, do you feel your sense of taste has improved? It seems to have enhanced slightly, Jiang Muxue reflected. Initially, the flavors felt a bit bland. Qin Yang explained, stimuli can enhance your taste. If you perform well, I'll cook for you daily for a week, allowing you to savor fine dishes. If you don't, I have other methods to stimulate your taste, such as adding salt or bitter melon juice. Jiang Muxue remarked, Qin Yang, you frequently mention my best friend, suggesting finding a stepmother for the child, are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Qin Yang responded, this is not an intentional provocation. We do not share deep feelings yet, would I not remarry if you were to leave? Jiang Muxue huffed, go ahead and find them. I don't want to talk to you. Chapter 87, Finally Possessing Inner Strength. Wife, don't be so hasty. I'm merely considering future circumstances. You are my wife. And I still love you. Come, let us share a kiss. As he spoke, Qin Yang leaned down and kissed Jiang Mushue's lips. Jiang Muxue, having regained some sensation, felt Qin Yang's kiss and sensed his tongue's intrusion. Before long, her spiritual energy was depleted. System, how much did I gain this time? Qin Yang inquired in his mind. Host, a total of 705 emotional points were acquired this time. Very well, Qin Yang replied, satisfied. The past 2 days had yielded substantial growth, having harvested 4 times a day had accumulated over 2,800 points, and he estimated that in 2 more days, he could reach over 3,000 points daily. At that point, he could amass emotional points to draw for 10,000. Beep. Qin Yang dialed Liang Lan's number. Xiao Qin. Is there more good news? Liang Lan inquired eagerly upon answering. Qin Yang chuckled, Mom, there is good news. Muxue's sense of smell has begun to recover, her taste, touch, and smell are all improving. Next, her hearing and vision are likely to start recovering as well. Liang Lan was immensely delighted. How wonderful. If it weren't for being outside, I would rush over now. Xiao Qin, is there anything you desire? I will buy it for you. A car, a house, whatever you wish. I will procure it for you. Qin Yang replied, Mom, I don't really want anything. I am well fed and well housed, and I have money too. This soft life is quite enjoyable. Jiang Muxue's parents often shower him with gifts. Xiao Qin, if you want something, please don't hesitate to ask your mother. There is money in her personal bank account. All right. Liang Lan cheerfully ended the call. Her senses of taste, touch, and smell had somewhat returned. She anticipated that her sight and hearing would also improve in the coming days. With such positive changes, how far could Jiang Muxue be from awakening? Qin Yang took out his phone. He had already opened a futures trading account for himself, transferring over 23 million from his bank card, leaving only a few 100,000 behind. The price had reached an advantageous point. Given the current level of crude oil futures, the likelihood of a decline was quite high. Qin Yang mused. His mental acuity was remarkable. He possessed an eidetic memory and A-level futures investment skills, with a strong ability to analyze various types of data. Although the market atmosphere appeared bullish, Qin Yang assessed that the probability of a downturn had reached 80 to 90%. A drop of over 10% was entirely feasible. He swiftly invested the entire 23 million, employing 10 times leverage. If his estimate held true and the price fell by over 10%, he could earn over 30 million. Of course, should his judgment prove incorrect and crude oil prices continue to rise, he could face liquidation, losing the entire 23 million. However, Qin Yang was not overly concerned. Even if his short-term predictions were inaccurate and prices rose slightly, they likely wouldn't escalate excessively. The chance of liquidation was exceedingly low. To take it a step further, even if he were to face liquidation, so what? With his current capabilities, if he wished to earn money, could he not recoup 20 million? Among the 23 million, 20 million was Jiang Wancheng's gift to Jiang Muxue as her dowry, which he could utilize. But he would need to return that amount to Jiang Muxue in the future. As time gradually ticked into the late hours of the night, Qin Yang arrived at Jiang Muxue's room. Dear wife, your father has given you a dowry of 20 million, which he transferred to my account, saying I could use it. I have invested it in crude oil futures with 10 times leverage. Emotional value 50, Jiang Muxue responded, this is rather unwise. The futures market is not something ordinary people can navigate. With 10 times leverage, a mere 1% fluctuation could result in a 10% loss. And if you are not careful, you could face liquidation. Qin Yang secretly shook his head. Jiang Muxue could provide 80 to 90 points of emotional value at most. But sharing this news only garnered him 50 points. It seemed she was not particularly sensitive to money. Or perhaps the figure of 20 million did not evoke much response in her. While 20 million was substantial for an average person. The Xinjiang Technology Jiang Group invested 3 to 500 million annually. For Jiang Muxue, the loss of this amount might not be significant. Attempting to leverage this to stimulate Jiang Muxue's emotional value appeared futile. Muxue, if this money is lost and you encounter any issues in the future, no one will come looking for me. If you are fine, I can always repay you in kind. Emotional value 90, Jiang Muxue retorted, thank you, but no need. Qin Yang, you really should avoid trading futures, many have suffered immense losses in that pitfall. The international futures market is rife with financial giants. Your funds are insignificant compared to them. Qin Yang smiled and reassured her, rest assured, my dear, I am not opposing them. I am merely seeking to earn a little profit by riding the trend. We are married now, and once you recover, you shouldn't have to keep asking your parents for money, should you? Jiang Muxue huffed, I certainly do not want you to support me. Moreover, once the trial marriage period is over, it's goodbye. Dear wife, that's not very nice. The low-temperature candles I ordered online have arrived, it's quiet in the deep night. Shall we try them out? Emotional value 92, Jiang Muxue's mental state fluctuated significantly. Husband, please spare me. Qin Yang chuckled, Jiang Muxue was rather adorable. Consider yourself fortunate. If you had taken longer, you would have tasted the whip and candle experience. Emotional value 93, wife, it is already quite late. I will give you a massage, then I must go to sleep. As Qin Yang spoke, he reached under the covers. Emotional value 88, emotional value 80, Jiang Muxue swiftly contributed her emotional value, and when she finished, Qin Yang inquired with the system. He had accumulated a total of 756 points of emotional value. With 4 harvests in a single day, the total barely surpassed 3,000. Reaching over 3,300, he would accumulate 10,000 in 3 days. System, how much emotional value do I possess? 1,633. Qin Yang exclaimed. I will draw once for 1,000 emotional value. The system announced, congratulations, host, your physique has reached 42 points. You have acquired inner strength. As the system's voice faded, a gentle warmth enveloped Qin Yang, permeating every cell in his body. Delightful. Qin Yang felt as though he were floating. Not long after, he sensed the presence of inner strength. Although it was still relatively weak, he felt a significant enhancement in his abilities. System, now that I have inner strength, will my future draws yield inner strength or continue to enhance my physique? Qin Yang inquired. The system replied, host, these two aspects are not mutually exclusive. You can gain inner strength while further enhancing your physique. You are essentially cultivating both internally and externally as a martial artist.